Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage my very being to elevate the infinite world. A resounding series of knocks echoed through the thick wooden door. In the humble abode, Green, cocooned in a tattered quilt, was abruptly roused, the icy numbness beneath his feet causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Yet, he dared not linger, exclaiming him coming. Disregarding the chilling pain that threatened to render his feet insensate, Green swiftly donned his worn attire and grabbed the leather coat that served as a makeshift second blanket before opening the wooden door. A gust of frigid wind, laced with icy particles, jolted Green's senses. Outside, Oldham huddled on a decrepit wooden cart, one hand gripping a whip and the other a tobacco pipe, puffing away as the cart left two distinct tracks in the uneven snow. "Hurry up. The roads are treacherous today. Tardiness will earn you a scolding." After a vigorous puff from his pipe, Oldham continued to admonish Green. "Understood," Green replied, closing the door behind him. He adeptly climbed onto the cart, a routine he had grown accustomed to since taking on this steady job with Uncle Ham, who would invariably remind him of this fact. Oldham was not one for lengthy conversations after another hearty puff. He cracked the whip, and the old horse emitted a low grunt as they continued their journey through the bumpy, snow-laden path. Meanwhile, Green leaned against the cart's railing, gazing at the dim sky, and soon closed his eyes to doze off. Based on past experiences, he knew that on such snowy days, the old cart would take at least half an hour of an hourglass time to reach the Viscount's estate in the city, by which time dawn would be nearing. Resting against the cart, Green inhaled the familiar scent of the dry tobacco, feeling a deep sense of gratitude toward Oldham. His earliest memories were of a winter's day blanketed in heavy snowfall. Prior recollections were shrouded in darkness, as though he had suddenly materialized from the ether of this world without a trace. Oldham chuckled. "When I pass, these two humble cottages and the old horse shall belong to you." Truth be told, these rural cottages and the aged cart held little monetary value, yet they filled Green with profound gratitude towards Oldham, whom he regarded as a second father. As for the means by which Oldham and Green earned their livelihood, it involved rising before dawn each day to arrive at the Viscount's estate in Bither, where they would clear away the remnants of the noble lord's revelries from the night before, disposing of the refuse beyond the city limits, and subsequently procuring supplies for the following evening's festivities. After half an hour's passage, the jolting ceased, and the surface transformed into a smooth stone path. Green, dozing on the cart, stirred awake without needing Oldham's prompting, realizing they had arrived in Bither and were nearing the Viscount's estate. He hurriedly brushed off the snow from his attire, attempting to present himself tidily. Though it was often the case that by the time Green and Oldham reached the Viscount's estate, the nobility who had indulged in the night celebrations had long since departed, and even the occasional lingering noble would scarcely spare a glance for these lowly servants, rendering any concern for appearance utterly futile. However, the elderly butler of the Viscount's estate proved to be a formidable character, perpetually challenging the servant Green and his fellow workers, always waiting to extract some benefit for himself. He had previously employed the woefully inadequate excuse of disheveled appearance to extort coins from the old man Ham. At the entrance of the Viscount's residence, two towering knights, weary from a night of vigil, cast a cursory glance at Ham and Green, familiar faces they had known for years, and chose to ignore them. With a forced smile, Ham attempted to appease, while Green dismounted from the carriage, keeping his head bowed as he entered the Viscount's abode, daring not to glance around, and made a beeline for the opulent hall that required diligent cleaning each day. What began as a routine day for Green and Ham suddenly felt distinct. They sensed an unusual atmosphere. At the hall's entrance stood the butler, his countenance dark and foreboding, his piercing, malevolent eyes fixated on Green and Ham as he swiftly approached them. In a hushed tone, he commanded, "Stay here, cover your ears, and shut your eyes." "Yais," they both responded hastily. Faint sounds of commotion emanated from within the hall, although indistinct. It was evident that a young girl was raising quite a ruckus. Instinctively, Green and Ham understood that this girl must be of significant importance. After nearly an hour had passed, with dawn fully breaking, Green and him stomped their feet in the snow to stave off the biting cold, shivering uncontrollably. The butler, previously stationed at the hall's entrance, approached with a grim expression and warned, "If you cannot withstand the cold, do not return tomorrow." The color drained from their faces as Ham, after several attempts to gather his courage, produced a silver coin from his tattered garment, and pressed it into the butler's hand, offering forced smiles. "I can endure, truly." Humph. The butler skillfully pocketed the coin, disregarding them as he anxiously awaited at the hall's entrance, occasionally glancing inside. Unable to contain his frustration, Green muttered, "How infuriating. Just the other day, he took advantage of us, and now he demands more? Just let it be. There are countless others eager to take on our tasks. The butler will be delighted to see us go." Hem sighed. With age comes wisdom. He had learned to temper his fiery temper, unlike his younger self. At that moment, a young girl burst forth from the hall, adorned in opulent noble attire, her exquisite face streaked with tears. Upon reaching Green and Ham, she halted and shouted back into the hall, "I refuse to attend the Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy, nor will I become a wizard." Seemingly still unsatisfied, she forcefully threw a book aside and dashed out of the Viscount's estate. "Rebellion! Rebellion! What are you two standing there for? Go after her at once!" bellowed a portly nobleman, his face flushed with anger, directing his ire at two armored knights beside him. What astonished Green was the sight of the normally imposing Viscount, now standing helplessly beside the rotund nobleman, wearing a contrite expression and softly attempting to persuade him. "Humph, what does she understand? It is the great wizards who reign over this world. Do you have any idea what I have sacrificed for the test 6 months hence?" In a frantic rush, the Lord Viscount followed the rotund nobleman out of the Viscount's estate, not sparing a glance at Green or Oldham. As for the old steward, he too hurriedly exited, taking both gatekeepers with him, vanishing into the snowy landscape. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard became desolate, enveloped in silence. Noticing the absence of others, Green instinctively reached for the book lying on the ground, but Oldham stepped forward, rapping Green's hand with his pipe, and admonished, "Have you lost your mind?" Green winced in pain and whispered, "It should be fine, right? If anyone inquires later, we can simply say we were cleaning up trash, since it was that noble lady who discarded it." Oldham pondered for a moment, then glanced around to confirm that no one was watching. He nodded in tacit approval of Green's plan. Green tucked the book into his clothing and nonchalantly assisted Oldham in tidying the hall, clearing away the considerable refuse left behind from the noble's night of revelry, all of which was loaded into a cart. Until their departure, no one questioned the whereabouts of the book, and Green paid it no mind. After all, it was not uncommon for discarded refuse to conceal treasures that, while overlooked by the noble lords, delighted the servants. Creak, creak. The cart, laden with a full load of garbage, gradually departed for Bissell City. Seated atop the cart, Green found his drowsiness dissipating as a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved the salvaged book from his bosom. Furrowing his brow, one would expect a servant like Green, who toiled for the noble lords, to be illiterate. However, Oldham had once served as an accounting apprentice in a shop during his youth, and though that establishment eventually closed, he had learned to read and had imparted some of that knowledge to Green over the years. Yet, Green's frown stemmed from the fact that the characters inscribed on the book's cover were unfamiliar and seldom encountered in daily life. After much contemplation, Green finally deciphered the title. Transformations of the Sniffer and the Odor Atlas? What on earth is this? With wide eyes, Green had initially assumed it was a biographical novel of a wandering bard, a genre favored by the noble ladies and young lords. He was astonished to discover that the noble lady had discarded a book with such an unusual title. Wait, an epiphany struck Green, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could this possibly be a tome chronicling the arcane spells of wizards? Wizards, traditionally a topic reserved for the noble lords, are seldom seen by ordinary folk who may never encounter one in their lifetime. To the common man's eyes, wizards wield inscrutable sorcery, shrouded in malevolence and mystery, often rumored to engage in heinous acts slaughtering innocents, consuming the eyes of children, and using commoners for dark magical experiments. Yet, these wizards command extraordinary power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing commoners and even knights, evoking both awe and dread. Even Green had, on more than one occasion, pondered the enigmatic and grand sorcerers, questioning what arcane forces they wielded and why the ordinary folk could not grasp such power. If he were to become a wizard, possessing those mysterious and formidable abilities, he would no longer need to bow to the whims of the aristocracy, would he? With an expression of incredulity, Green swiftly opened the newly acquired tome, The Art of Nose Modification and the Atlas of Sense, and began to read, savoring each word. Occasionally, he would encounter unfamiliar characters, requiring him to pause and think, sometimes even skipping over them temporarily. Gradually, a sense of awe began to manifest on Green's face, as if a portal to a completely new realm had been unveiled. The essence of scent, as elucidated in the text, is the ability of biological olfactory systems to discern the volatile molecules of various substances in the air. The most potent odors, often the foulest, occupy half of what living beings can distinguish through scent. According to the Atlas of Scents, an average human can differentiate approximately 300 to 400 distinct odors, with some individuals possessing extraordinary abilities to identify around 600 scents. Yet, this paltry range pales in comparison to certain other creatures. For instance, the infant cry chicken, a creature capable of emitting sounds akin to a human baby's wail, can detect over 6,500 different smells. Similarly, the shadow butterfly, a wondrous being that survives solely by collecting foul scents, can discern more than 8,200 odors. The text mentions a creature known as the Cerberus, reputed to capture airborne scents with unparalleled acuity. Many sorcerers dare not provoke this formidable being, which can identify any known scent that a wizard can isolate, totaling an astonishing 17,852 varieties. The olfactory prowess of the Cerberus reaches an almost unfathomable level. The art of nose modification describes the ancient knowledge of sorcery, wherein wizards adapt their own bodies to emulate the acute sense of smell found in certain creatures, striving for a perfect evolution of their olfactory faculties. The magical experiments discussed within involve a plethora of peculiar materials, including a term that remains a mystery to Green: cells. Green. After emptying the cart of all its refuse, Green followed Oldham into the familiar routine of acquiring goods from the Viscount's domain for the consumption of the aristocrats that evening. With a grin, Green said little, his heart brimming with both yearning and astonishment for this mystical world of sorcery. Do living mountains truly wander the earth? Is there a river cascading from the heavens? What is the principle behind the sorcerer's mastery of powerful magic? It seems I have turned 17 already. Perhaps next year I shall renovate the house and see if I can find a suitable girl from a nearby family to become your bride. I hope to catch a glimpse of my grandchild before I lay to rest, Oldham mused. Without lifting his gaze, Green muttered casually, "What nonsense are you talking about? You shall live to a ripe old age." Chapter 2. A sorcerer. Oldham did not live to see the day when Green would wed and bear children. He passed away before that moment arrived. Regrettably. The following morning, Oldham could no longer rouse Green from his slumber to attend to their daily tasks. He departed with a smile. Whether due to the indulgence of the previous evening's fine feasts or because all his dreams had been fulfilled in his slumber remains uncertain. Regardless. Until the moment Green hired a few farmers to lay him to rest, Oldham's countenance remained cheerful, as carefree as ever. The cherished smoking pipe of Oldham was also interred alongside him. Oldham's sudden departure left Green in a state of melancholy for a considerable time. Yet life pressed on. Green became the master of the 2 humble cottages, possessing an aged horse, 2 gold coins, and 17 silver coins. This was the entirety of Oldham's life savings, now conferred upon Green, forming the sum of his earthly possessions. Secretly, Green had concealed the tome transformations of the Hunter's Nose and the Atlas of Scents in the same place where he stored his gold coins, perusing it nightly. Careful not to exhaust too much lamp oil. This book was a narrow glimpse into the world of sorcery, a portal through which he could surreptitiously gaze. As summer approached, the days remained unremarkable. After a busy morning, Green disposed of the considerable refuse left by the revelries of the noblemen at the Viscount's estate, then ventured to the Viscount's lands to collect the supplies prepared for him by the estate servants. Seated in the cart, he reveled in the azure sky and drifting clouds. Beside him, a country girl named Mary nimbly arranged the cargo, displaying a competence surpassing that of most boys. Clad in a burlap apron, her freckled face framed by golden locks, her heart raced as she occasionally stole glances at the relaxed figure of Green in the cart. Captivated by this handsome man, Mary found herself enamored, enchanted by his unique scent akin to the fragrant allure of the elms. Yet, Green paid her no mind. A year prior, by chance, he had learned of her affections, a secret divulged by Oldham, who had even envisioned a plan for Green to marry this girl. However, though he remained silent on the matter, He could not deny that he felt no romantic inclination toward the diligent and bashful girl. She was merely akin to a younger sister in his eyes. Thus, after Oldham's passing, Green had never reached out to her, only encountering her daily while loading cargo. As Mary worked and observed Green from the corner of her eye, she noted that the cargo was nearly loaded onto the cart. Following the usual custom, Green would soon drive away. Unable to contain herself any longer, she bit her lip and spoke up. Green, this morning, a sorcerer passed by here and inquired about the way to Bissell City. Everyone here was quite astonished. It was my first encounter with the legendary sorcerer. She feigned a look of surprise, subtly studying Green's reaction. Initially bored, Green perked up at the mention of a sorcerer, incredulously asking, "A sorcerer? Are you certain?" "Of course I am. Many here witnessed it," she replied. Mary responded joyfully as Green initiated a conversation. With a hint of excitement, Green inquired, "What does the sorcerer look like?" Having never encountered a sorcerer before, he pressed on. Well, the sorcerer wore a loose, gray robe, adorned with a tall hat. His face obscured as if shrouded in mist, and in his hand, he held a frog with red eyes. Oh, and at that time, he was speaking with Ima at the village's edge. Observing Green's enthusiasm, Mary eagerly divulged all the information she possessed. "Thank you. This is truly wonderful," Green exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Ever since he stumbled upon that tome of sorcery 6 months prior, this was the first real lead he had regarding a genuine sorcerer. He hurried off towards Ima's home at the village's edge. Ima was a young woman, around 23 or 24, but her figure had begun to take on a plumpness. A white apron cinched around her ample waist, and she was already a mother of 2. The man of the house, a robust hunter named Sogala, had a jolly disposition, marked by a scar on his left cheek, a remnant of a porcupine's quill. Upon seeing Green's arrival, Sogala exclaimed with surprise, "Ah, Green is here. Huh. Were you drawn here by the delightful aromas? Come. This is the game caught yesterday in the eastern mountains." From the kitchen, Ima emerged, followed by her 2 curious children, who gazed at Green with intrigue. Half an hour later, Green departed from Ima's home, exhilarated, muttering to himself, "Bissell City. I am truly going to Bissell City." In a flurry, Green drove his cart towards the city, the old horse trotting along, seemingly anxious to avoid an untimely demise. At the entrance of the Viscount's manor, the imposing old steward stood behind 4 towering knights, blocking the way. With a fierce glare, the steward bellowed at the gathering of farmers outside the manor, "Your lands were bestowed upon you by the Viscount. The Viscount may levy taxes as he pleases. Do you wish to rebel? Let me tell you." Green anxiously waited from a distance. Typically, during this time of year, throngs of farmers would congregate at the manor, causing a ruckus, only to be subdued by the formidable knights, dispersing the crowd in a process that varied in duration. Commoners! Dare you speak back?" The steward roared, "Drive them away." In a matter of moments, the 4 knights, employing their fists and feet, had sent the farmers scattering. The steward, infuriated, huffed and glared. Green, unwilling to delay, discreetly maneuvered his cart into the Viscount's manor. The steward shouted, "Halt!" Casting a cursory glance at Green and casually inspecting the goods on his cart, he reprimanded, "Why are you so slow? Do you wish to keep your position?" Green grimaced, harboring a well of frustration. This old fellow had already extorted 2 silver coins from him this month, while a month's work at the manor yielded only 4 silver coins. Although the pay was generous, it hardly compensated for the steward's relentless exploitation. "Esteemed butler, I arrived earlier, but was impeded by those farmers blocking the way." Green, youthful and impetuous, was not like the patient Oldham, and his demeanor sparked a furious reaction from the elderly steward, whose hair seemed to stand on end in agitation. His face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Green, bellowing, "You wretched peasant, dare you speak back? It appears that the noble Viscount has wasted his resources on you. Very well, you need not return tomorrow. Be gone." With that, the irate butler stormed into the courtyard, barking orders at the knights nearby. "If this scoundrel dares to show his face again tomorrow, break his legs. Otherwise, you need not return either." Green, standing by the carriage, was consumed by rage, cursing the old man to meet his end at the hands of Oldham the very next day. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a grunt, he parked the carriage beneath a nearby grand tree and dashed toward a blacksmith shop in the small town. "Hey, 6th brother," Green called out to an apprentice blacksmith. In the past, when Green was begging in Bissell City, he had been among a group of 9 beggars, where he held the 8th position. Each had since found their own path. Green was taken in by Oldham. The 6th brother became an apprentice at the blacksmith shop. The second brother was rumored to have settled in the countryside as a laborer, while the fates of the others remained unknown. Eighth brother. The apprentice's eyes lit up upon seeing Green, striding over and clapping him on the back, standing at over 6 feet tall. He bore the scent of sweat and a robust masculinity. The sixth brother had grown considerably stronger than Green. With a scruffy beard and sunburned cheeks from years spent by the forge, his rough hand landing on Green's back with a painful thud. What brings you here? Sixth brother, I wish to inquire about something. I've heard a wizard has arrived in town? Green asked in a hushed tone. The sixth brother's expression shifted dramatically. How did you come to know of this? Indeed, a wizard has come, purportedly seeking students with magical potential. However, the fee to determine one's aptitude for wizardry is a full gold coin. As he spoke, the sixth brother discreetly gestured behind him to the old blacksmith, indicating. The old man took his son Ai along, but they lack the qualifications for wizardry and are lamenting over that single gold coin. Green's heart raced with excitement. Where can I find this wizard? The sixth brother's expression turned grave, shock evident in his eyes as he gazed at Green. You don't intend to pursue this, do you? 1 gold coin is no trifling sum. We cannot afford such extravagance. Green hesitated for a moment. Losing a gold coin would indeed be a significant blow to his meager 2 gold coins. Yet the prospect of missing this opportunity could mean never encountering such a chance again. Finally, with resolve, Green nodded affirmatively. After a long moment of astonishment, the sixth brother replied, The wizard is at the Lord's manor. It is said that the Lord's cherished daughter has been identified as possessing wizardly talent. Indeed, she is the only one in Bissell City. Thank you, sixth brother. Green exclaimed, elated, momentarily forgetting the unpleasant encounter with the butler at the Viscount's estate. His mind now solely occupied with thoughts of the wizard. Green dashed recklessly toward his 2 small cottages, retrieving a box from the most secretive corner, within which lay a considerable stash of silver and copper coins. He was determined to become a wizard, absolutely determined. After counting out 100 silver coins, he contemplated for a moment and decided to take the tome titled The Art of Nose Transformation and Scent Mapping, concealing the box once more before racing toward Bizar City. As summer had arrived, the days were long and the nights short, fortunately leaving no room for darkness. The lord of the city was the most esteemed noble in Bizar, reputed to be the only marquis in the region. Unless one ventured into other city territories, the lord held the utmost authority within Bizar. Even the viscounts had to obey him. Green had only glimpsed the lord's residence from a distance a few times. It was usually heavily guarded by 7 or 8 knights. However, now the mansion was bustling with numerous individuals coming and going. A cursory glance revealed that most of these visitors were shopkeepers or nobles from the city, often accompanied by their offspring, who bore expressions of disappointment. Green knew that the wizard resided within those walls, and disregarding everything else, he charged inside. Halt! Pay a fee of 1 gold coin, shouted a boy of similar age to Green. With a wince, Green reluctantly handed over a small pouch of silver coins. The boy dismissed him with a contemptuous glance and tossed the pouch into a box behind him without even counting it. Momentarily taken aback, Green assessed the boy's demeanor and attire, concluding he was likely just a farmer's son, perhaps having stumbled upon some stroke of luck, oblivious to the source of his arrogance. Casting a similarly disdainful glance back at him, Green pressed forward into the lord's mansion amidst the throng. Chapter 3. The enigma. The lord's mansion was undoubtedly far more opulent than the viscount's estate. Green mused silently. The hall was teeming with a crowd, and he eagerly peered inside, where he beheld a wizard clad in a voluminous gray robe seated at the highest point of the hall. His visage, as Mary had described, appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering it indistinct. Before the wizard lay a transparent crystal ball, emanating a gentle glow that enveloped the entire hall in an aura of mystery. A red-eyed frog perched beside the crystal ball, croaking incessantly. Is this truly a wizard? Green felt a surge of excitement. It was his first encounter with an individual wielding the potent and arcane powers of sorcery. In front of the wizard's crystal ball, a plump girl with brown hair was nervously touching the orb, her eyes tightly shut. The spectators held their breath, and after a prolonged silence, Green turned his gaze towards the 3 children who were of a similar stature to his own. Could it be her? The first girl he spotted was pouting, her expression one of reluctance. This was the very girl who had discarded the magical tome-hunting noses and aroma mapping at the Viscount's estate during winter. Over the past 6 months, Green had learned that she was the sole daughter of the esteemed lord of Bizar City, possessing considerable power. It dawned on him that the rotund nobleman he had once encountered must indeed be the illustrious lord of Bizar. The other 2 children appeared to be siblings, though whether they were brother and sister or sister and brother was unclear to Green. Their strikingly similar features suggested a close blood relationship. The boy, exuding an air of arrogance, stood tall behind the wizard, casting scornful glances at those awaiting their turn for the wizard's apprentice qualification assessment. Reminiscent of the coin-collecting figure at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. The girl, on the other hand, seemed somewhat shy, likely unaccustomed to such a multitude of eyes upon her. Could they be the fortunate ones deemed to possess the potential for wizardry? Green pondered. His conjecture was not unfounded. The pair were indeed the children identified by the wizard in a previous city as possessing the aptitude for apprenticeship in sorcery, to distinguish themselves from the hundreds, if not thousands, of other children and garner the attention of the lofty nobles, who typically looked down upon them, was undoubtedly exhilarating, instilling a sense of pride and superiority. The boy's name was Yakris, and the girl was called Yorkliana, hailing from an ordinary hunting family. Once both were recognized for their wizardly potential. The once haughty nobles flocked to them like tavern wenches vying for attention, leading Yakris to feel as though he were the very center of the universe, favored by the heavens, and destined to be the protagonist of his own narrative. As Yakris surveyed the throng clamoring to test their own sorcerer's potential, his gaze was laced with disdain. If it were so easy to possess the qualifications of a wizard's apprentice, how could only he and his sister, along with that fool outside, be the sole followers of Master Alavaz in the first 3 cities? It was a stroke of luck for this city to even have the Lord's daughter among them, and hers was a position obtained through bribery of the wizard. Spirit level 6, disqualified. Next, the enigmatic wizard proclaimed at that moment. Meanwhile, the plump girl, her face pale with tension as she touched the crystal ball, was urged to step away by those behind her. Alas, another failure. It appears there is little hope for us. The onlookers, who had been holding their breath, sighed in unison. After a full day of qualification tests, aside from the daughter of the city lord who had tested first, no one had demonstrated the aptitude for wizardry. Were it not for the 1 gold coin already submitted, the remaining candidates would have nearly given up. Mental strength of 5, disqualified. Next. The boy before the crystal ball shrugged helplessly and left, dejected. One by one, those undergoing the apprenticeship qualification tests departed, and as Green advanced in line, a sense of despair began to creep into his heart. It seemed that becoming a wizard was not an easy feat. The boy ahead of Green was Wade, the son of the tavern owner from Moon Bay, the most opulent establishment in Bizar City, undoubtedly wealthy beyond measure. Wade stood nervously before the crystal ball, touching it. And as it began to emit a gentle glow, he closed his eyes. Mental strength of 9, not, with keen eyes. Green noticed Wade discreetly handing the wizard a bag filled with peculiar stones. An epiphany struck Green. Bribery? Very well, step behind me, the wizard said, pocketing the bag. Wade's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, master. He then eagerly positioned himself behind the wizard. Green's expression darkened. He had nothing to offer as a bribe. And surely this esteemed wizard would scorn the mere gold coin that remained in his possession. Conflicted, Green approached the crystal ball, uncertain of what to do. He placed his hand upon it and closed his eyes. Following the wizard's instructions instinctively, Green sensed an unusual stillness enveloping the hall, as if the entire world had been shrouded under a great dome. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to see the individuals in the hall seemingly frozen in time. The city lord's daughter continued to pout and cry, her tears suspended in midair, while Yakris smirked, revealing his sharp canine teeth. It was as if everyone had been entrapped in a moment of stasis. Wait, that's not right. Green noticed a table in the corner of the hall, adorned with plates bearing exquisite patterns, far too extravagant for the homes of common folk. The plates were filled with delicate pastries and fruits, meant for those testing the wizarding aptitude, though no one would actually partake of them, rendering them more ornamental than practical. Yet at that moment, atop the fruit platter, 2 creatures with vividly colored, soft tentacles floated, their bodies covered in an uncountable number of eyes, gliding gracefully through the air like jellyfish. This was utterly incredible. What on earth were these beings? Green could feel his body trembling, and his complexion must have been quite pale, although he had long yearned for the mysterious world of wizards. Now, as the door to that enigmatic realm opened just a crack, he was engulfed by boundless uncertainty and fear. This was a world starkly different from the reality he had always known. Summoning his courage, Green cautiously approached the 2 peculiar creatures, but as he neared the table, they seemed startled and swiftly glided up onto the wall. To his astonishment, the wall rippled like water, allowing the strange beings to meld seamlessly into it and vanish from sight. Stunned, Green was momentarily immobilized by the fact that the creatures had simply disappeared into the wall. Yet, as he drew closer to the dining table, he suddenly noticed that, in addition to 4 ordinary candlesticks, there was one that appeared decidedly unusual. This candlestick, although topped with a burning candle, was not a finely crafted noble ornament, but rather a roasted pig's head, crimson in hue. Green found it perplexing that he had initially perceived this candlestick as normal, yet upon approaching it, he felt a sudden dissonance with reality. Strangely, the pig's head candlestick's eyes slowly moved, locking onto Green's gaze, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down his spine. I have finally transcended to the highest realm, the sky, the earth. No dragon shall hinder me any longer. This was an excerpt from a biography of a bard, a tome typically perused by the idle nobility. The narrative revolved around a poor lad who fell in love with a noble maiden, only to be thwarted by their families. Through sheer determination and countless opportunities, the lad ultimately triumphed over the most formidable evil dragon in existence, proving his worth and winning the heart of his beloved. Overall, it was a rather kitsch and tedious tale, adorned with illustrations depicting the protagonist vanquishing various nefarious foes. What the devil? Green stammered as he gazed at the biography. A small paper figure was emerging from the pages, gradually standing upright. This figure possessed all the human organs. Its facial expression strikingly lifelike, and wore an exaggerated look of astonishment as it surveyed its surroundings. This paper figure was none other than the illustrated protagonist of the biography. Although it had shed the crude simplicity of its illustrated form, now sporting intricate human expressions, it was, at its essence, merely a thin sheet of paper, with its reverse side covered in text. What on earth is this? Am I not meant to become a deity? The paper figure cried out in panic, bewilderedly scanning its surroundings. Suddenly, the figure seemed to notice Green, its countenance shifting to one of seriousness as it drew forth a sword made of paper and pointed it at him. Who are you? A deity from the divine realm? Who are you? A deity from the divine realm. Who are you? A deity from the divine realm? Who are you? The cracks in the floor tiles of the hall converged into a lengthy fissure, opening and closing as if it were a mouth capable of speech. Though Green and the immobile nobles stood upon this crevice, they did not fall. It seemed as though the gaping maw was merely an illusion, endlessly echoing the words of the paper figurines. From the inky darkness of the fissure, a scarlet tongue suddenly emerged, slithering forth from beneath Green's feet. He could clearly discern that this tongue was formed from countless tiny serpents writhing in unison, abruptly coiling around the miniature figure standing atop a book, rendering it utterly astonished. A series of blood-curdling screams erupted as the figurine vanished into the depths of the floor's crack. This cannot be real. Green stood frozen, trembling in disbelief. Suddenly, the crystal orb on the table seemed to emit a blinding radiance, and in that instant, Green felt himself being drawn towards it, momentarily disoriented. As his hands made contact with the orb, the world around him ceased to be a still image, and the murmur of conversations filled his ears. Mental strength, 12. Quite impressive, standing behind me. Green, pale as a ghost, instinctively rose to his feet and positioned himself behind the wizard. Glancing around, he noticed that all the peculiarities had vanished. Even the nobleman engrossed in his biographical novel appeared completely normal. The pig-headed candle was absent from the table, and the floor was intact, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination or a vivid dream. Curse it! What fortune has this fellow stumbled upon to possess wizardly potential? The hall buzzed momentarily, but fell silent once more following a disdainful huff from the wizard. Beside Green, the daughter of the Lord and Wade, the son of the Moon Bay proprietor, exchanged puzzled glances with him. However, upon observing Green's servant attire, they curled their lips in contempt, dismissing any desire for further conversation. Chapter 4. The enchanting beauty of the shell in an exquisite cup, fragrant wine flowed gracefully. At the dining table, before Green lay an astonishing array of condiments, reminiscent of foie gras and various leaf juices numbering at least 70 or 80. Not to mention the meticulously crafted roasted meats that Green had never encountered before. It was truly remarkable for Green to be granted the honor of dining with the lord of the city on his first visit to the lord's mansion, though this privilege was largely due to the presence of the illustrious wizard beside him. Suddenly, the wizard called out, setting aside his utensils. Green hastily bowed, addressing him as my lord. Yes, the wizard continued, children whose mental prowess naturally grows to 10 will typically sense their own talents during the crystal ball test. This is crucial for your future development as wizards. Do not forget everything that transpires during the test. Should you ascend to the rank of wizard, you must harness your innate gifts for your advancement. The wizard's voice bore a neutral tone, slightly hoarse, as if his throat were troubled, or perhaps as if a parrot were mimicking him from within his robe. Yes, my lord. Green pondered the notion of his own talents. Those bizarre and peculiar phenomena? He hardly believed that such strange occurrences could serve as allies. Given their odd nature, they seemed more likely to be adversaries. The wizard then turned his attention to the Lord's daughter, Laffy, and the son of the owner of the Moon Bay Hotel, Wade. You too. Lacking the requisite mental capacity of 10, would ordinarily not possess the right to become wizard apprentices. However, for wizards, external conditions are secondary. Wisdom is the true source of a wizard's power. Knowledge, rather than mere talent, is paramount. Yes, my lord. Haha, esteemed master, after your long journey. Allow me to treat you well today. Come, savor these exquisite delicacies sourced from the endless sea. The lord, adorned in grand noble attire, beamed as he waved his hand, summoning 8 beautiful maidens from afar, who approached with 8 plates, which they placed before the lord, the enigmatic wizard, and the 6 apprentice wizards. As Green gazed at the plate before him, he furrowed his brow at the seemingly ordinary shell contained within. Is this the exquisite delicacy? He wondered. How does one consume it? The beauty of the shell, known as the enchanting beauty, had eluded him since he had fortuitously tasted it during a mission in the endless sea 120 years prior, when the mollusk had evolved to elicit sympathy and avoid human hunters. To encounter it once more in the Coral Islands was unexpected. The Lord had indeed gone to great lengths. The wizard appeared particularly fond of this peculiar dish, his delight evident in his words. Haha, please. Except for the Lord, Laffy, and the mysterious wizard, the remaining 5 apprentice wizards could only stare in bewilderment, entirely unsure of how to partake in this so-called enchanting beauty. Green scrutinized every movement of the Lord, observing his plump hands adorned with 7 dazzling rings. With ease, he lifted the shell from the plate, and without a hint of struggle, he pried it open. The subsequent scene left Green in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Within the shell lay a vividly animated miniature beauty, devoid of any clothing, her form seemingly lacking bones, resembling a soft-bodied creature curled up in slumber. However, with the shell now opened, this sleeping entity began to awaken, gazing around in confusion. The lord of the city, with a jovial grin upon his plump visage, raised the shell to his lips and with a playful pout, appeared poised to draw the still-dazed beauty into his mouth. At that moment, the creature within the shell seemed to realize her predicament, desperately crawling away while emitting high-pitched screams, akin to a newborn mouse. As the Lord inhaled forcefully, her cries were abruptly swallowed, resonating within his belly. Ah, how delightful! The Lord carelessly cast aside the shell, closing his eyes in blissful enjoyment. The wizard and Laffy, having partaken of the beauty shell, maintained an air of nonchalance. The wizard turned to the 5 hesitant apprentices, shaking his head. For a wizard, the taste is secondary. The primary value lies in the beauty shell's ability to purify fire elements. Should any of you wish to delve into the study of fire element knowledge, this beauty shell will prove most beneficial. Wizards must discern the essence of things and not be beguiled by appearances. These creatures have merely evolved into such forms to evade humanity. Pausing briefly, the wizard continued, however, this will also incur the wrath of the sea. For it is said that those who consume the beauty shell will emit an aroma particularly alluring to sea sirens. Surprisingly, it was Green who acted first. Eager to impress the wizard, he closed his eyes, lifted his chin, and steeled himself. The beauty from the shell slid into his mouth, then down his throat and into his belly. Green could even hear the desperate screams emanating from within him. Suppressing his peculiar sensations and waves of nausea, he feigned indifference, beginning to eat fresh beef dipped in foie gras. Though his eyes twitched uncontrollably, his expression decidedly unnatural. The other 3 boys, Chris, Wade, and Kiram, wore grim faces. Yet they too tilted their heads back and swallowed the beauty shell, causing an indistinct chorus of screams to rise from their bellies throughout the hall. Only Yorkree's sister, Yorkliana, appeared hesitant, ultimately opting not to partake, shaking her head and setting the shell aside. Truly, what a kind-hearted young lady. Overall, the banquet proceeded rather smoothly, and Green gained insight into the true opulence of nobility. He estimated that the ingredients for the main courses alone surpassed 200 gold coins, while the beauty shell, a delicacy of unparalleled rarity, was undoubtedly priceless. The following day, Green hurriedly raced towards the Viscount's estate in search of his old cart. In the distance, the wizard's companions, Laffy and Wade, rolled their eyes in exasperation. Was this imbecile truly wasting their time over such a decrepit vehicle? What worth could this old cart possibly hold? Yesterday's warnings echoed in their minds. Return, and he defined himself with broken legs. The old steward, noticing Green's frantic approach, let out a bellow. However, deep down, he hoped that Green would concede today and surrender the benefits. for he had spent the previous day in a flurry of activity only to realize he had forgotten to secure a suitable substitute. If tonight's banquet at the Viscount's estate was not properly prepared, it would spell disaster. Green glanced around the estate's courtyard and spotted his cart, which had clearly been moved inside by the estate's staff. "Steward, I'll take my cart and leave immediately," he declared. The opportunity to become a wizard's apprentice was monumental. He would even part with the last of his meager gold, yet he hesitated to abandon his old horse. After all, it was a legacy from Old Ham, and he had developed a bond with it, not wishing to leave it destitute. The steward, taken aback by Green's unexpected words, was soon engulfed in fury. "You insolent wretch! You peasant! If you wish to leave, then go. There is no cart here for you. Scotta, throw him out." The steward was genuinely intent on seizing the cart for himself. As he watched the burly figure approach, Green gulped nervously. Just then, a cold snort echoed from afar. The dignity of a wizard is not to be trifled with. A surge of dark energy shot towards the approaching brute. The knight, quick to react, narrowly dodged the dark bolt, which struck the doorframe of the Viscount's estate, transforming into a mass of grotesque, dark insects. Each insect was no larger than a fingernail, possessing transparent wings and formidable mandibles, their number estimated to be in the thousands. Upon witnessing such a sight, the knight's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Spare me, almighty wizard." The wizard, however, paid him no heed. To him, the knight was merely a larger insect, ripe for escape. After muttering an incantation, he pointed a finger, and the panicked knight began to transform, gradually morphing into a small pig. Green, astonished, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Was he truly becoming a pig? As the swarm of dark insects surged forward, the pig was engulfed amidst its frantic squeals. Meanwhile, the old steward, who had only ever bullied the servants and laborers, was now paralyzed with terror, staring blankly at the squealing pig before him. At that moment, a long, rapid tongue shot towards the steward, yanking him away in an instant, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. A pair of crimson eyes belonging to a massive frog gradually shrank from a height of 8 meters to the size of a palm, landing gently in the wizard's hand. From a distance, the sight of these extraordinary individuals endowed with unfathomable powers left many in a state of shock. Gazing upon the enigmatic sorcerer, a palpable fear gripped Green, rendering him speechless for an extended moment. This was, after all, Green's first encounter with the act of murder, and such a bizarre manifestation of it. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, where the faintest sound, like the drop of a pin, echoed clearly. Is this what a sorcerer truly is? A figure whose dignity is beyond reproach? Indeed, for common folk, those who wield the arcane arts are profoundly terrifying. Clenching his fists with determination, Green vowed that one day he too would become a sorcerer, and should anyone dare to offend him then, he would erase all traces of their existence. A deep yearning surged within him. Coming back to his senses, he swallowed hard and endeavored to compose himself, hastily leading his old cart to the blacksmith shop, where he bid a final farewell to his astonished companion, Brother Six. Hey, old 8, could it be true? Are you genuinely going to become a sorcerer?" Brother Six asked for the 7th time, disbelief etched on his face. Green managed a wry smile, replying, "I am merely an apprentice sorcerer." All right. An apprentice sorcerer, but you truly intend to become a sorcerer?" Brother Six pressed for the 8th time, and all Green could offer in response was a weary smile. Chapter 5. Knowledge. After a day of travel, Green finally learned that the enigmatic sorcerer was named Arawaz, and their destination was a wizarding academy known as Lilith's Cottage. This academy lay far afield, requiring at least 2 months of sailing across the sea. Before they reached the harbor of Zalato, they would need to visit 2 cities. During this time, if you have any fundamental questions, I am willing to offer my assistance for free. Arawaz spoke slowly, addressing the group of 7. After a day of observation, Green discerned that among the 6 wizard apprentices, the one closest to the illustrious sorcerer was Kiram. This was hardly surprising. The fellow seemed to act as Arawaz's servant, bustling about and ensuring the sorcerer was well catered to, earning several favors in the process. However, Kiram was not well regarded by the other 5 apprentices, who resented his haughty demeanor that radiated disdain towards them, as if he were somehow superior. "Master, you are truly magnificent. Just the other day, the mental meditation technique you taught me was rather profound and elusive, and I have yet to fully comprehend it." Kiram, burdened with a large pack filled with the sorcerer's odds and ends, seized the opportunity to approach the sorcerer first. Wade, also wishing to pose a question to the sorcerer, muttered under his breath, "That insufferable fool, he truly embodies a servant's demeanor." With a disdainful curl of his lip, Wade silently trailed behind. Euchris walked at the rear with his sister, Eurycleana, observing the eagerness of the two ahead to approach the sorcerer. He scoffed, "Humph, two foolish souls without any wizardly talent. Once we reach the academy, and I become a great sorcerer, they will be nothing but mere trifles." His sister, Eurycleana, remained silent, appearing to be a girl devoid of her own opinions. Green refrained from rushing forward to seek counsel from the sorcerer, as he had two pressing questions he wished to pose, but the sorcerer only permitted one inquiry. What piqued Green's interest even more was the sorcerer's mention of the word free. This led him to wonder whether inquiries from apprentices to formal sorcerers at the academy would not be free of charge. To seize this rare opportunity, Green contemplated directing his attention towards the sullen Rafie, who lingered at the back of the group. This girl was the daughter of the Lord of Bissell City and had been coerced by her father to attend Lilith's cottage, making her the only apprentice among the 6 who had not chosen this path voluntarily. Perhaps she possessed more knowledge about the Wizarding Academy than the others. At that moment, Green's curiosity centered on 2 questions. What exactly was the world of sorcery like, and what enabled wizards to wield mysterious magical powers? The second question seemed somewhat profound. Yet the first surely must be within the understanding of the Lord's daughter. Thus, Green quietly approached Rafie. The world of sorcery? Rafie, engulfed in her sorrow, cast a surprised glance at Green. As Green approached, Rafie, having endured numerous trials, initially presumed that he sought to ingratiate himself with her. After all, such interactions were commonplace among the nobility, and being the daughter of the city lord, she had encountered countless seemingly serendipitous meetings throughout her life. However, despite her disdain for the sycophantic nobles, she held an even greater aversion to the lowly commoners. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have offered Green no kindness whatsoever. Yet, contemplating the life that lay ahead, she bit her lip, her delicate features clouded with melancholy as she sighed softly. Was she to be imprisoned? It was evident that Green's thoughts had strayed, and Rafie gently remarked, "Before we ascend to the status of formal wizards, we shall forever inhabit the realm known as the Wizarding Continent, a vast expanse beyond imagination, far grander than you can fathom. In that land, wizards are exalted beings, wielding unparalleled power." After a considerable time, Green was profoundly shaken by Rafie's revelations. If the wizarding world truly resembled her descriptions, it was indeed a far cry from his idyllic fantasies. In that realm, lacking power, magical stones, and a solid background, one would do well to remain inconspicuous and fulfill their designated roles. Otherwise, death would be an all too common fate. Rafie's words were cold and unyielding. Green swallowed hard, gradually coming to terms with this harsh reality, even contemplating withdrawal. After all, Rafie's portrayal of the wizarding world was terrifying. Human life seemed to hold negligible value. With no noble lords to reign in the wizards, a mere apprentice like him could easily be erased from existence by a powerful wizard on a whim. He was but a commoner, entirely unfamiliar with the world. Seeing the fear etched on Green's face, Rafie refrained from further discouragement, shaking her head. Yet, the Wizarding Continent was not as dreadful as he imagined. It operated under its own set of rules, governed by the formidable forces of the Holy Towers. As they silently followed the small group, a long pause ensued until Green finally raised his head, his gaze resolute, reflecting on the disdainful visage of the old steward from the Viscount's estate, and the humiliation he and Old Ham had suffered at the hands of those knights. It became clear that now, as a wizard apprentice, even the esteemed city lord would treat him with respect, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. Observing Green's newfound determination, Rafie allowed herself a sardonic smile. The two had fallen to the rear of the group, and as Rafie pointed ahead, Green was struck with horror. Before them lay the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 ragged bandits, their expressions frozen in terror, a testament to the swiftness of the wizard's strike. Leaving Green unaware of the deadly ambush that had befallen them, suddenly, a colossal red-eyed frog, towering 7 or 8 meters, plummeted from the sky, landing squarely upon the last fleeing bandit. With a mere sound of a thud, the robber was transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. Euchris, who was nearby engaged in a discussion with Erebos, was utterly stunned, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Green, too, felt his legs weaken, and without needing to glance, he knew his complexion must be ghastly, hardly better than that of Euchris ahead of him. In contrast, Rafie, though his face was also pallid, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. The frog, with a soft croak, shrank once more and leapt onto Erebos' hand. while the wizard continued to lead the group forward as if nothing had transpired. After the passage of an hourglass's worth of time, Green respectfully stood beside the wizard. Seeking enlightenment, he inquired about the principles governing the arcane powers of sorcery. "Ah, that is indeed a commendable question," Eravaz remarked approvingly, adding, "Quite impressive." Green gazed at the wizard in surprise. "I have guided numerous apprentice sorcerers, and over 90% have implored me to teach them the arts of destruction, neglecting the very essence of what it means to be a wizard. The remaining 10% typically pose a hodgepodge of erratic queries. And not a single soul has ever perceived the essence of the matter as you have." Perceiving the essence? Green was bewildered. He felt he had grasped nothing profound. To his astonishment, Eravaz then tossed him a book. "This tome, Meditative Guidance, is a gift for you," the wizard declared, gesturing towards the volume in Green's hands. "Within it lie some of my reflections." Dumbfounded, Green clutched Meditative Guidance, his eyes reflecting incredulity. To leverage one's own magical essence as a fulcrum and boundless knowledge as a lever. To pry open the infinite realms? If both one's magical prowess and the knowledge one possesses form the foundation of a wizard's strength, why did Eravaz assert that knowledge is the true source of all a wizard's power? A cascade of questions began to swirl in Green's mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Little did he realize that each of these inquiries, if answered, would unveil the vast knowledge of the world of sorcery. Chapter 6. The Port of Zelato. A fortnight later, Green and his companions finally arrived at the renowned Port of Zelato. At this juncture, their party had welcomed a new addition, a wizarding apprentice named Ben Hansen, who had been meticulously selected by the wizard Alawaz from thousands of candidates across the previous 2 cities. However, this fellow turned out to be quite the chatterbox, and regrettably, Green found himself ensnared in his incessant prattle. The incident that led to this unfortunate predicament was rather straightforward. During the qualification assessment for wizard apprentices in Tambrosen City, Ben Hansen had been publicly identified by Master Alawaz as possessing the aptitude for wizardry. This revelation incited a tumultuous uproar as he exuberantly shouted with delight, thoroughly shattering the previously solemn atmosphere. Even the wizard's attempts to quiet him went unheard. In exasperation, Green, who was closest to him, intervened to curb his exuberance, instructing him to stand beside him. Yet, this singular act had nearly driven Green to the brink of madness over the ensuing days. He even began to fear that he might succumb to a ruptured eardrum. "Sure, let me share a secret with you, but don't breathe a word to anyone. Sherry has a birthmark on her backside. I saw it with my own eyes while I was on her rooftop watching her bathe, haha. I've only told John and Aaron. You're the 27th person I've shared this with, so keep it under wraps." Ben Hansen relentlessly regaled Green with such tidbits. Since Ben Hansen had joined their ranks a week prior, Green had endured no fewer than 100 such secrets, all of which he had no interest in, especially as he did not know the individuals involved. Feigning curiosity, Green inquired, "And who exactly is Sherry?" Ben Hansen looked astonished. "You don't know who Sherry is?" "She is the little lover of Bad Era, whom I mentioned to you 2 days ago." Green was at a loss for words. He actually wanted to ask again who Bad Era was, but ultimately refrained, opting instead to nod in a manner that suggested he fully understood, feigning enlightenment. He surmised that if he inquired further, he would surely find himself in trouble, as his head buzzed with confusion. The Port of Zelato, one of the 4 major harbors of Dongshan Lake Island, was a bustling hub, teeming with people coming and going, and hundreds of vessels docked at its shores, including some colossal ocean liners stretching over 100 meters in length. "Wow, is this really the Port of Zelato? It's my first time here," Rafi exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. The journey of the past half-month had momentarily allowed her to forget the unpleasantness of venturing toward the wizarding continent, and she gazed with delight at the myriad ships upon the sea. At that moment, Rafi closed her eyes, opened her arms wide towards the ocean. A belt cinched around her waist, accentuating her alluring figure, leaving the nearby boys momentarily spellbound. Green even heard Wade gulp audibly in awe. Even Green himself felt his heart inexplicably race. Just then, an unexpected voice shattered the tranquil beauty of the moment, prompting Green, Wade, and Kieran to silently curse their misfortune. "Ah, Rafi, I have finally realized that you are the goddess of love I have long awaited, the guiding light of my existence, the ultimate destination of my fate. Your beauty ensnares me, and I am willing to guard you for eternity, even to sacrifice my life for you. Oh, I implore you, rescue me from this sea of suffering." As onlookers observed, they beheld Ben Hansen gazing at Rafi with profound affection. The sight was nothing short of embarrassing. Green couldn't help but smack his forehead, wondering if this fellow had lost his mind. How dare he provoke someone of Rafi's stature? The others too displayed expressions of anticipation. eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet, Yalcriana, the bashful young girl, covered her mouth in astonishment, utterly bewildered by this legendary public declaration of love. Sure enough, Rafi turned around, initially displaying a semblance of surprise before her countenance darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Ben Henson. The secrets Ben Henson had shared with Green over the past few days. Humph, how delightful. Rafi muttered incantations under her breath, pointing towards the enraptured Ben Henson. And instantly, tendrils sprouted from the ground, entwining around him multiple times, rendering him completely bound. Magic! Several apprentice wizards exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Rafi could wield such powers. Ben Henson, now ensnared by the vines, attempted to voice his thoughts, but the tendrils muffled his words, reducing them to mere whimpers. Many at the port, witnessing the sudden manifestation of the vine that ensnared a man, gathered in disbelief, murmuring among themselves. Rafi felt a surge of pride. She possessed 2 magical artifacts, acquired at great expense by her father, and the spell she had just cast was invoked through her own magical resonance with the enchanted earrings. Green and his companions had never encountered such artifacts, nor did they possess any knowledge of wizardry, so Rafi's sudden display of magic startled them. Through his readings of meditation guidance, Green understood that the fundamental requirement for casting any magical spell was the presence of magical energy, which was determined by the strength of one's mental faculties. Green had been attempting to meditate and cultivate his magical power for days without success, so he was taken aback by Rafi's ability to perform magic. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Rafi was no commoner. Given her family's standing, she must have been exposed to some knowledge of wizardry long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to discard the transformation of the nose and the Atlas of Sense so casually. As the group continued their journey with Arawas, a contingent of 13 knights approached with great urgency, directly engaging the wizard Arawas. The leading knight, mounted on a warhorse, respectfully addressed Arawas. This duke, unlike the marquises from previous cities, clearly held a higher status and seemed to be familiar with Arawas. Slices of rare beef, still glistening with blood, were casually dipped in caviar and mustard before being savored with delight by the duke. The nearby Arawas appeared to have little appetite, idly stirring the broth in his exquisite metal spoon, causing some colorful mushrooms to bob about. What troubles you? The duke remarked, having observed Arawas' unusual demeanor with a jest. Shaking his head, Arawas sighed. The situation over there grows increasingly chaotic. Whispers of sorcerers going missing are frequent. Perhaps you were right from the beginning, after all. No matter how tumultuous it becomes, it does not reach us here. The duke chuckled derisively. How can you compare yourself to me? I am here to enjoy tranquility, having no hopes of advancement, while you still have aspirations to ascend to greater heights. With that, the duke popped another slice of beef into his mouth. Arawas glanced at the 7 sorcerer apprentices, who were dining and mingling with local young nobles, and shook his head. What is there to see on Coral Island? By the way, which sorcerer is here to take these youngsters away? Dyra. That fellow? Well, these little ones should fare a bit better over the next 2 months, as our Lilith's cottage provides decent welfare for sorcerer apprentices compared to the Dark Sorcerer Academy, where competition is far more fierce. Upon finishing his thought, Arawas continued. I plan to visit the underworld. It is said that sorcerers there have discovered a new rift to another world. After the banquet, Green was escorted by the duke's servants to a tranquil estate. Not only Green, but all 7 sorcerer apprentices received similar treatment, as many apprentices would need to wait at the harbor for a full 7 days. After this period, a dedicated sea vessel from Lilith's Cottage Sorcerer Academy would come to retrieve them. Opening the window, a briny sea breeze greeted him. The ocean lay merely 300 meters from the estate, with a steep stone cliff beneath the window, towering around 70 to 80 meters high. Ah, the Sorcerer Continent. Green sighed. The more he learned about the Sorcerer Continent from Rafi, the more anxious he became, as Rafi had painted it as a terrifying slaughterhouse ruled by sorcerers. No wonder he had been so reluctant to go. Shaking his head, Green found the night air to be cold and damp, prompting him to close the window. Approaching the side of the room, he lit all the delicate candles and took out the book titled Meditation Guide, embarking on another round of study. Chapter 7. The Dark Well Guided by Mental Strength. One can ignite their own magical power, murmured Green. Magical power is an energy devoid of any particular attribute, directed and harnessed by the wizard. It is a unique energy mastered by sorcerers. In essence, magical power itself lacks any inherent combat capability. This marked the 5th day of Green and his companions at the port of Zelato, and on this very morning, Green astonishingly succeeded in awakening his magical power through meditative guidance. This achievement elated him throughout the day. However, he soon found himself hindered by another dilemma: a wizard apprentice. Devoid of knowledge and sorcery, possesses magical power that is utterly ineffectual. The magical energy wielded by wizards is a wondrous force, possessing infinite malleability, capable of directing any known energy. Yet, in its fundamental nature, magical power is a gentle and benign force, its tranquility rendering it ill-suited for direct application in combat or destruction. Knowledge. How does one acquire knowledge? Green grappled with this question, resting his head on the table, tugging at his hair in frustration. After that day when Laffy cast a magical spell, Green and the other apprentice wizards were indeed inspired, filled with a yearning for the marvels of sorcery. What worth is a wizard apprentice without mastery of the craft? Green. A boisterous voice echoed from the courtyard of the small manor. Without needing to look, he knew it was Ben Henson, experiencing a headache. Green was taken aback by the loquaciousness of this fellow, leaving him somewhat pained at the sound of his voice. Nevertheless, given his current vexation regarding sorcery knowledge, he decided to see what Ben Henson wanted at such a late hour. He approached, carefully storing away magical guidance, extinguishing the candle before stepping outside. "What is it?" Green asked, straightening his attire in surprise. During these days, Green had garnered certain benefits from the cities he had traversed, purchasing himself 2 splendid and fitting outfits, adorned in gold locks cascading casually behind him, with a deep seriousness etched between his brows and a hint of wildness derived from his upbringing among beggars. He possessed a distinctive charm, no longer causing his companions Laffy and Wade to shy away. "Hee, have you heard of the Dark Well of Zelato?" Ben Henson spoke mysteriously. The Dark Well? What is it?" Green had scarcely ventured beyond his small manor these past few days, wholly absorbed in his studies of meditative guidance, which had facilitated his successful awakening of magical power. "Better that you haven't heard of it. Come, you will know once we arrive. I promise it will be unforgettable for you." Ben Henson tugged at Green, as if fearing he might escape. Green felt a touch of curiosity. Ben Henson's father was a noble baron, so he had seen his fair share of the world. What could provoke such mystery from him? As they traversed a bustling marketplace, one could not help but notice that the vibrancy of Zelato Harbor far surpassed that of Bizar City. The sounds of vendors calling out intermingle with the bright lights. And even in the depths of night, the streets bustle with a constant flow of people, including many foreign merchants engaging in trade. The attire of the girls is notably more revealing. Unlike the city of Bithal, where after dark, the streets are devoid of life except for grand banquets among the aristocracy, here the atmosphere is vibrant. Breathless, Ben Henson led Green to a sprawling estate adorned with dense trees, far grander than the one assigned to Green. Groups of young people occasionally emerged from the estate, laughter and surprise illuminating their faces. Ben Henson guided Green to a quaint little cottage that exuded an air of mystery. Moonlight cascaded onto the gnarled trees, casting shadows that danced upon the windows in the gentle breeze. The atmosphere within the cottage felt somewhat stifling. After handing over 20 gold coins, a frail old woman with a face lined by age tremulously presented Ben Henson with 2 translucent stones, her cloudy eyes glancing at the 2 young men before revealing her uneven yellowed teeth. "Have fun," she murmured. Green remained perplexed, and Ben Henson, with a mischievous grin, handed Green one of the stones. "Do you see those wells over there? They are the Dark Wells. If you toss this dark stone into one, you can rendezvous with beings from other realms. Of course, some unfortunate souls have encountered peculiar creatures, but overall, it is quite thrilling." The notion of meeting otherworldly beings piqued Green's curiosity. In the courtyard, there appeared to be about 70 or 80 dark wells, with roughly half already occupied. Some individuals whispered into the wells, occasionally erupting in quiet laughter. Watching as Ben Henson excitedly dashed toward one of the wells, Green casually weighed the dark stone in his hand and made his way to a dark well that was unoccupied. The water level was high, only about 70 centimeters from the surface, and it lay still like a mirror, the hazy moonlight casting an enigmatic glow upon it. Feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation, Green cast the dark stone into the well. With a splash, the stone created gentle ripples before sinking, and the surface gradually calmed once more. To Green's astonishment, a somewhat indistinct figure emerged on the water's surface, gazing curiously back at him. This being, resembling a humanoid with a long, silvery horn atop its head, appeared to be female based on human gender characteristics and possessed a culture of its own. Her eyes scrutinized Green with a discerning gaze, indicating she was not a mindless, bloodthirsty creature, a denizen of the wizarding world. A somewhat foreign voice reached Green's ears. "Who are you?" Green inquired. Upon hearing his question, the creature furrowed her brow. And Green soon discerned her voice once more. Human, do you not know that communication with beings from other worlds occurs through the soul? Although the civilization of your wizarding world is formidable, it has yet to reach my domain. Green frowned, pondering the concept of the soul. As an apprentice wizard who had not even been introduced to the foundational teachings of wizardry, he found himself bewildered by such profound knowledge. In the realm of wizards, the language of humanity is incomprehensible to certain beings from other worlds. Indeed, some peculiar entities lack the sense of hearing altogether. Consequently, the medium of language proves to be an inadequate means of communication between the diverse life forms across dimensions. It seemed that the other party discerned Green's embarrassment and spoke once more. Very well, human, I shall ask you a question. You may respond by nodding or shaking your head. Does that suffice? Green nodded in agreement. Now, are you a human from the wizarding world? Or a wizard from another realm of governance? If you are, nod. If not, shake your head. Green was taken aback. Had the wizarding world truly conquered other dimensions? Despite his ignorance of such matters, he was certain of his own identity as a legitimate human from the wizarding world, a fundamental truth he was aware of. Thus he nodded affirmatively. Then, are you a wizard? If so, what level of wizard are you? At this, Green shook his head resolutely. What a jest. He could not even wield proper magic. He was not even an apprentice wizard. How could he possibly be a wizard? He sensed the disappointment emanating from the entity. Ah, merely an ordinary human? It mused. After all the effort to acquire a coordinate to the wizarding world, I find myself confronted with such a feeble human. The star-like being shook its head. Very well, according to the principle of equal exchange between realms, you may pose two inquiries. However, given your inability to communicate through the soul, I shall assume you wish to ask me the same questions. I am a star being from the world of Star Realm, also known as the Star Clan, and I am a fourth-tier star spirit with an energy level equivalent to that of a second to third-tier wizard in your wizarding world. Following this, the otherworldly entity seemingly lost interest in Green's reaction and dissipated completely into the water's ripples. Perhaps this powerful being found no merit in expending time on such a diminutive human. Green awkwardly rubbed his nose, casting a discreet glance at Ben Hanchuan, who was eagerly leaning over the well, nearly extending his head into it. After a while, Green and Ben Hanchuan found themselves among the throng of departing youths. With Ben Hanchuan exclaiming in delight, the snow spirit on the other side was astonished to see a human and even asked me if I was a wizard. I promptly informed her that I am a full-fledged wizard. The entity on the opposite side understood you? Green gazed at Ben Hanchuan in surprise, not bothering to confront his deceit towards the otherworldly being. What do you mean? Did the beings from your side not comprehend your words? Ben Hanchuan looked equally astonished, displaying an expression of disbelief. Moreover, if two beings from different realms were to encounter each other in reality, most would not be so amicable. Thus, this experience of communicating with an otherworldly life form left Green feeling quite extraordinary, imbued with significance. By the way, during the qualification test for wizard apprentices, were those bizarre entities also beings from other worlds? What kind of talent does this imply? Countless questions swirled in Green's mind. Chapter 8. Conflict in the cabin. The dock at Salado was teeming with jubilant onlookers. Green and his companions stood at the edge of the ship's deck, excitedly waving farewell to the crowd, while only Rafi appeared somewhat disheartened, a fleeting shadow of worry crossing beneath her delicate brows. On the dock, the Duke of Salado, along with Alavaz and Dyla, gathered together. Dyla, the wizard responsible for escorting children with potential for wizardry, bore an expression quite distinct from the enigmatic Alavaz beside him, as if perpetually shrouded by a thin veil of mist. Beneath Dyla's voluminous gray robe, a pallid face, touched by the sun, was boldly scrutinized by the gathering throng. And he wore a black eye patch over his right eye, suggesting he was a one-eyed man. I didn't expect you to be the one to escort these little ones this time. How do the other islands fare? After exchanging the customary wizardly greetings, Alavaz inquired. Ribbit. Ribbit. The red-eyed frog in Alavaz grasped puffed its rotund belly and croaked a few times. Dyla had a habit of slightly levitating off the ground while conversing, to obscure his diminutive stature. After sharing a smile with the red-eyed frog, Dyla produced a magical stone, which vanished in a flick of the frog's tongue, before he turned his cheerful gaze back to Alavaz. Quite well, indeed. This year, the number of qualified wizard apprentices has increased significantly compared to previous years. It seems this mission will yield me a handsome profit. Ha ha ha. Dyla jested. Indeed, there are more than in past years. Alavaz mused. Dyla, however, did not linger on this matter and instead directed his attention to the Duke of Zelato. "You old rascal, every time I come here, you make such a grand spectacle. Be wary that those young ones do not meet their demise out of pride." Dyla's reference to the spectacle was, of course, the enthusiastic crowd on the dock. Although part of it was orchestrated by the Duke himself, the residents of the remote East Coral Island were still eager to witness the legendary wizards up close. The Duke twirled the ruby ring on his right thumb, the smooth surface glistening like a baby's skin. Dyla chuckled lightly. Casting a glance at the apprentices bidding farewell to the adoring crowd on the deck, dismissively stating, in previous years, it was considered a triumph for a ship to produce even a few official wizards. These youngsters have slim chances. Evidently, Dyla held little faith in Green and his companions. For having endured the arduous journey of an apprentice himself, he understood all too well the formidable challenge of becoming an official wizard. At that moment, Dyla seemed to recall something, his excitement palpable. "By the way, there are 2 little ones aboard with a mental strength exceeding 15 points and an innate talent for manifestation. Even I am tempted to take them as my disciples, were it not for the backgrounds they possess over there." Upon hearing Dyla's description, the Duke displayed a hint of surprise. Yet, Alavaz shook his head, remarking, "For wizards, knowledge is the very foundation of all." Dyla shrugged dismissively. Good talent does not conflict with the acquisition of knowledge. The conversation among the 3 persisted for a considerable duration, nearly the entire length of an hourglass. Dyra cast a glance over his shoulder. The sailors, engaged in replenishing supplies, had nearly finished loading the cargo. Thus, it was time to set sail. Although the wizards experienced the emotional fluctuations typical of humans, they had mastered the art of controlling their superficial desires. The passage of time had bestowed upon them a commendable degree of self-control, rendering them less prone to display excessive sentimentality. Therefore, it was time to bid farewell. Dyra performed the customary wizard's farewell ritual towards the 2 individuals. Aravaz jested in response. Moments later, as the colossal vessel, laden with wizard apprentices, gradually departed, the people on the dock began to disperse, yet their conversations remained fixated on topics concerning the wizards. Clearly, the ordinary populace held a profound curiosity and reverence for these enigmatic figures. On the deck of the ship, amidst the bustling sailors, the 7 wizard apprentices soon discovered that they were not the only occupants aboard, as the wizard named Dyra admonished them. "First and foremost, you little ones must remember this. Competition is an unchanging rule in the world of wizards. However, at Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy, we have a strict prohibition against wizards harming one another. Therefore, should any of you dare to take a life aboard this vessel, I shall have you sunbathe atop the mast for 7 days before casting you into the sea to feed the sharks." Dyra's fierce gaze left no doubt in the minds of the apprentices regarding his resolute intent. "Secondly, until there is a loss of life, do not disturb me." This wizard seemed disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with those who were not even formal wizard apprentices. He proceeded directly to the ship's finest quarters, shouting back, "Baron, assign these rascals their room numbers and keep a watchful eye on them. Just ensure they do not dismantle the ship." "Understood, Master." A tall, dark-skinned figure replied from a distance. After Dyra entered the room, the individual named Baron approached. The group noticed that although Baron appeared lean and muscular, his well-defined physique emanated a considerable sense of intimidation, proving that he was indeed formidable. "I am a legendary knight. While my master has stipulated that you should not seek him unless there is a fatality, if any unusual events occur aboard the ship, you may come to me. For instance, should some little ones attempt to harass the lovely ladies." Baron flashed a bright smile, casting a glance at Laffy and Eurcleana. The group was astounded. A legendary knight had become a servant to a wizard? It was noteworthy that no legendary knight had been born in the entire city of Byzar. A powerful knight reputed to possess the capability to traverse the world of wizards. Laffy scoffed, "Should anyone dare to bother me, I will toss them overboard." A palpable aura of menace filled the air, causing one of the apprentices to freeze in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on their brow. Eurcleana's cheeks flushed, leaving her uncertain of how to respond, while Euchris, standing nearby, imitated Laffy's scoff, declaring, "Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my sister must first contend with me." After uttering these words, the man clenched his fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Among the 7, the most robust figure was undoubtedly Euchris. Standing a towering height of 6 feet, complemented by a commendable physique, he could easily handle 2 opponents at once. Following closely were Green and Kieran, while Wade and Bisun, being of noble birth and unaccustomed to manual labor, exhibited little combat prowess. Baron, seemingly accustomed to such situations, wasted no time. He rummaged through a dark wooden crate on the deck and retrieved 7 numbered tokens, tossing them to the group. "These are your room assignments," he declared, before departing without another word. The wizard apprentices were to reside in cabins located beneath the deck of the ship, which was divided into 5 levels. It didn't take long for them to realize that the cabins were incredibly damp and the conditions were quite harsh. The lower the level, the worse the environment became. To their dismay, they discovered that the lowest tier was shared with the sailors, prompting a visible change in their expressions. The sudden shift from a life of luxury to such squalor left them feeling quite disoriented. Among them, the most perturbed was Laffy, as her token indicated a room on the lowest level, causing her delicate features to harden with discontent. In contrast, Green was relatively unfazed, as he received a token for the 3rd level, a moderate arrangement that he could accept, having grown accustomed to a modest lifestyle over the past several years. The siblings, Yukris and Yorkliana, were the most elated, having both drawn rooms on the 5th level, a stroke of luck that was hard to overlook. As they each sought their respective rooms, Yukris and Yorkliana, being on the top floor, reached their destination first. Just as the others began to leave the upper level in search of their quarters, a thunderous roar from Yukris erupted throughout the cabin, drawing the attention of the other apprentices on the 5th floor. "This is my sister's assigned room. Please vacate it." Yukris barked at a man who had occupied his sister's space. Beside him, Yorkliana was visibly frightened, clutching her brother's sleeve and whispering, "Brother, why don't we just let him have it? I'm scared." The man confronting Yukris was equally imposing, matching his height and bearing an air of arrogance. Upon hearing Yorkliana's words, he grew even more brazen, sneering, "You think you can just demand I leave? Who do you think you are? First come, first served, after all. Perhaps your sister could join me instead." With that, he cast a lecherous glance at Yorkliana, taunting Yukris. "You seek your demise," Yukris exclaimed, incensed, and without hesitation. He charged at the man with a fierce punch. The two quickly descended into a brawl, Green and Binsun, unable to stand idly by. Despite their previous discontent with Yukris and Kieran's arrogance, felt compelled to intervene. After all, they had traveled together. Only Wade remained unmoved, seemingly stunned by the brutish display of violence. Meanwhile, Kieran, on the other side, displayed a heartless demeanor. After a disdainful snort, he curled his lip and remarked, "Not my concern. You scoundrel, running away like this. Don't let me see you again." Wade bellowed at the retreating Kieran, yet he showed no inclination to advance. On the other side, Green and Binham had finally separated the two combatants. It must be said that Yukris possessed formidable fighting prowess in just a short span. The adversary he faced had developed significant swelling around his eyes, which astonished Green. "Oh, so you're calling for help? Fine, I shall do the same. Boss, rat. Stop spectating and come lend a hand." The injured opponent shouted into the cabin, glaring menacingly at Yukris, as if he intended to devour him whole. Yukris, undeterred and exuding an air of invincibility, retorted with a cold laugh, "Go ahead and call for help. I can take on all 3 of you." Chapter 9. The rules a rough hand, as large as a basin, rested upon Yorkri's shoulder. In an instant, Yorkri's expression shifted. Overwhelmed by an irresistible force that propelled him backward, crashing against the wall. Dazed and disoriented, he found himself momentarily speechless. "Brother!" cried Yorkliana, her face pale as she rushed to his side, grasping him to steady his unsteady form. The onlookers beheld a towering figure, a veritable giant standing where Yukris had just been, emanating an indescribable aura of intimidation. This being, with a somewhat misshapen visage, appeared to be slow in comprehension. Uttering with a deep voice, "What is this? So weak?" Green's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the monstrous apparition, his mind roaring. "Are you certain you were here to study at the Wizard Academy? Or are you mistaken and meant for the Knight Academy or a human monster exhibition? Have you been raised on giantess meat?" Even Yukris, having just been shoved aside, was rendered speechless, staring in shock at this humanoid monstrosity. "Aha, Andrew. Do you believe everyone possesses your strength?" The being facing Yukris chuckled smugly, then winced while rubbing his swollen eye, casting a menacing glare at Yukris. "This matter will not end today." At that moment, a man of about 1.60 meters squeezed through the crowd, hastily approaching the creature known as Andrew. His triangular eyes darting about with a lewd grin. "Not end. Ha, you mustn't say that. That fellow's sister is rather impressive. Bye, if you're still unsatisfied then. Shut your mouth." Yukris bellowed, charging at the lewd man, knowing full well he was the rat I had just summoned. Thunk. Once again, Yukris was sent flying by a punch from the humanoid creature, clutching his abdomen, his face pale, trembling, and barely able to stand. The disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly evident. Chris could only endure a beating from this beast. Not amusing, the wizard has decreed that killing is forbidden. The creature lamented, flexing its wrist. Yet, how can someone so weak aspire to claim territory? Only the strong are worthy of their own domain. The creature's voice was deep. Yet its mind was remarkably clear. The rat joined in the mockery, sneering, "Today, my brothers shall teach you the rules of the wizarding world. Reason always lies with the strongest." Bai's expression radiated triumph, as if he had rendered Chris utterly dazed with his punch. This cannot be left unresolved. I, Bai, have never suffered such a loss. Today, I shall make him pay for it. Bai, with a swollen eye, stormed toward Yakiliana, his gaze resembling that of a raging bull ready to unleash its fury. Yakliana was already petrified, trembling as she stood beside her brother, while the others in the cabin wore expressions of detached curiosity, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. On the first day aboard the sea vessel, Green and his companions were given a stark lesson in the rules of the wizarding world, their faces betraying their unease. "If you dare to bully her, I will inform Baron on the deck." At a critical moment, it was Wade, who had been too frightened to step forward, who issued the threat. However, upon meeting the fierce gaze of Bai, he instantly wilted, waving his hands in surrender. I was just joking." With a resounding thud, Bai knocked Wade to the ground, disdainfully curling his lip, which elicited cheers from the cabin. "Well done. Oh yeah, another punch." Green and his group stood anxiously in the cabin's aisle, glancing at the faces peering from the rooms, all reveling in the spectacle, feeling increasingly isolated. Is this truly the way of the wizarding world? It is indeed a realm governed by strength, cold, and unfeeling. Just as despair began to envelop the gathered crowd, a voice filled with unexpected joy rang out behind Green. Strong men dominate their territory? Why was I not informed of this rule sooner? Fantastic. Big guy, I've taken a liking to your room. Here is your token from the lower cabin." As the words were spoken, a brass plaque was hurled directly at the bald head of the humanoid monster, Andrew, subsequently clattering to the ground. Both Andrew and the rat-like creature beside him were momentarily frozen in disbelief, unable to process what they had witnessed. Had this individual lost their mind? Were they courting death? Following the voice, they were astonished to find it belonged to Laffy. Green and his companions suddenly remembered her, excitement flooding their faces. With Laffy's intervention, leveraging her mastery of sorcery, defeating a brute like Andrew would pose no challenge at all. Indeed, Laffy began chanting a spell, pointing at Andrew, and before the astonished onlookers, a massive vine ensnared him in an instant, wrapping around him several times. With a loud crash, Andrew lost his balance and fell, emitting muffled sounds of distress. "Scoundrel, perish." Seizing the moment while Bai was momentarily stunned, Yerkles landed a punch on the other eye of the brute, and as he staggered, she kneed him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Esteemed elders, I was forced into this. Spare my life." The rat, sensing danger, cried out in panic, his triangular eyes wide with fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had never anticipated that among this group, one had already mastered sorcery and could bind Andrew, stripping him of his combat ability. Green let out a sinister laugh. Drawing upon his childhood experience as a street fighter, Green delivered a decisive blow, toppling the rat. Silence enveloped the cabin, a deathly stillness settling in. All eyes were fixated on Raffi, as he was the only individual detected with the aptitude of a wizard's apprentice on the remote Isle of Dawn Coral Island. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such spectacles, were oblivious to the fact that Raffi wielded magic through a magical artifact. They mistakenly believed that he had mastered sorcery solely through his own strength, which instilled in them a sense of awe and trepidation. After all, this was a mystical sorcery of extraordinary power. Splendid. At last, I can reside in the upper deck cabin, free from the crowd of sailors. Thank you, big guy. The crowd in the cabin, having witnessed the spectacle, promptly shut their doors, losing interest in the unfolding drama. Thank you. Nearby, Yerkliana, knowing her brother's temperament, gazed at Green and the others with tearful yet grateful eyes. "We will never forget your kindness, and thank you, Brother Wade." To Green's surprise, Yerkliana turned to express her gratitude specifically to the somewhat awkward Wade, who had just risen from the ground, his right eye adorned with a dark bruise. He offered a sheepish smile before turning away. In contrast, Ben Hankson laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The good people of Tambrosen cannot abide their companions being bullied. For the sake of a friend, one would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. A mere 2-meter-tall humanoid monster is nothing, not even an abyssal demon." Green, speechless, strode away. "Hey, Green, wait for me. That punch you threw was the most graceful I have ever witnessed. Absolutely magnificent." coupled with your command to go die. I wager that if our Sherry saw it, she would surely abandon her boyfriend and leap into your embrace. Ben Hankson continued to torment Green with his banner. Later, upon entering his room, Green was met with a musty odor that made him frown as he waved the air. Fortunately, no unwelcome intruders had taken residence in his quarters. Otherwise, he would have had to confront them himself. The room was modest, perhaps a mere dozen square meters, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair. Of course, the bed was adorned with bedding, and the table held a candle holder. Sighing, Green accepted the subpar conditions of the cabin as a temporary arrangement. He lit the candle, secured the door, and retrieved his tomes. Meditation guidance and nose modification and scent mapping. Regarding meditation guidance, although Green had successfully cultivated magical energy within himself through over a month of diligent effort, his understanding indicated that his magical capacity was likely around 23, representing a nascent activation state. According to meditation guidance, a wizard's normal magical level should oscillate within a range of 10 times their mental strength. Thus, with Green's measured mental strength of 12, his maximum potential should be approximately 120 points of magical fluctuation. Regrettably, without a crystal ball, he had no means to accurately and promptly assess his condition. Green felt a tinge of regret. The crystal ball was the most frequently employed magical artifact among wizards, possessing numerous functions, one of which was to discern one's own condition. The tome titled Nasal Transformation and Odor Spectrum encompassed knowledge far more profound than that found in meditation guidance, laden with an array of specialized terminology that left Green, devoid of any wizardly knowledge, utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, this grimoire was actually divided into 2 distinct sections. The first part pertained to the nasal transformation, which, as per Green's interpretation, should be a sorcery enabling a wizard to alter the very nature of their nose. Aptly named Nasal Hunt. Due to the overwhelming complexity of the specialized content involved, Green found himself unable to penetrate its depths. The second section of the grimoire detailed the odor spectrum, meticulously cataloging the molecular elements of 17,852 distinct scents that wizards could isolate, along with extensive records of certain aromas capable of eliciting significant reactions in individuals. With ample time on his hands, Green surmised that this knowledge would serve as his principal advantage upon joining the Wizard Academy and resolved to memorize the entirety of this arcane text. Once, this very tome had been the pinnacle of his aspirations. With a sense of purpose, time flew by, and before long, 10 days had elapsed, during which he had traversed countless islands. A multitude of apprentice wizards had boarded the ship, approximately several hundred, and thus, this grand vessel laden with aspiring sorcerers set sail into the depths of the ocean. The deep sea was rife with innumerable terrifying maritime legends, and even the inhabitants of Green's remote island had heard various renditions of these tales. Stories of mysterious sea monsters overturning ships and devouring their crews were particularly abundant. In essence, the deep sea remained a realm that even wizards had yet to fully explore, brimming with the unknown and the arcane. On this particular day, Green gazed at his meal with a furrowed brow and sighed. Another fish and mushroom soup? It was no wonder he lamented. Enduring the same dish for 10 consecutive days would cause anyone to feel queasy. Speculating about the reason behind the persistent fish and mushroom soup, Green suspected that these mushrooms were indeed cultivated by wizards employing their magical prowess. As for the fish, they were undoubtedly caught from the ocean by the sailors. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, the others fell silent. Furrowing his brow, Green lifted the bowl of fish and mushroom soup to take a sip when suddenly, chaos erupted in the cabin, and a voice could faintly be heard exclaiming, "Pirates! Pirates!" The tone conveyed more excitement than fear. Indeed, this was a vessel under the protection of a formal wizard, and thus, there was little to fear from marauders. In fact, the occasional pirate encounter provided a refreshing diversion for the apprentices stifled in the cabin. Curiosity piqued, Green made his way toward the cabin's exit. Chapter 10. The Sorcerer's Stone. At this moment, dusk enveloped the scene as the grand vessel of Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy glided gracefully upon the waves stirred by the sea breeze. On the deck, a throng of 200 to 300 eager wizard apprentices erupted in excited shouts, pointing animatedly at a colossal pirate ship approaching a mere 300 meters away. "Look, it's truly a pirate. This is my first encounter with one," they exclaimed. "The pirates over there seem rather timid. Why don't they come closer?" The apprentices engaged in lively discussions, seemingly unperturbed, while the sailors maintained an air of calm. It was no surprise that these individuals harbored no fear of the legendary pirates. As the oceanic vessel responsible for transporting wizard apprentices, it boasted a crew of over 50 knights, complemented by a shipmaster and the servant baron of Wizardryra, both of whom possessed the prowess of legendary knights. Thus, ordinary pirate ships paled in comparison to this floating academy of sorcery. Even if sizable pirate vessels sought to raid them, the mere presence of Wizardryra would deter any pirate, regardless of their audacity. Glenn gazed towards the distant pirate ship. It appeared slightly smaller, measuring approximately 70 to 80 meters in length, yet it was teeming with men clambering over the railings, masts, and decks, numbering in the hundreds at first glance. These pirates, all men, were ragged and disheveled, many missing limbs or an eye, brandishing knives, bows, and grappling hooks, their raucous shouts echoing with exuberance and seemingly boundless energy. As for the absence of women aboard the pirate ship, the crew steadfastly believed that their presence would bring misfortune, attracting powerful sea monsters to capsize their vessel, while malevolent sea sirens would feast upon their flesh, leaving only bones behind. This conviction was unwavering among all pirates. However, Glenn observed that the pirate ship did not immediately approach the wizard vessel. The reason was simple. The pirate captain, through the use of a collapsible telescope, had discerned something unusual about the target ship. On board were merely a group of jubilant children. Suddenly, the seasoned pirate leader appeared to have an epiphany, his expression shifting dramatically as a cold sweat broke upon his brow, his single eye widening with profound fear. He bellowed at the helmsman beside him, "Turn around. Quickly, turn around." The captain's abrupt change startled those around him, even causing the monkey perched on his shoulder to leap away in fright, scampering to the railing. The helmsman, paralyzed by fear, stammered, "Turn around?" It was evident that the pirate captain commanded great respect among his crew. With a metallic hook, he shoved the helmsman aside, offering no explanation as he frantically spun the wheel. The pirate ship, laden with bewildered crew members, fled at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel of Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy, the door to the esteemed Wizardryra's chamber swung open, revealing a boy and a girl, curious and eager to explore. On the deck, the crowd was astounded to witness two children, nearly their own size, emerging from the wizard's chamber. It was a sight that left everyone in disbelief. Whispers erupted among the wizard apprentices on the deck, speculating about the origins of these two peculiar individuals who did not reside in the ship's quarters. The musty odor they had endured for days, coupled with the nauseating mushroom soup, was enough to provoke their disdain. Could they possibly be the offspring of the wizard? Such conjectures were reckless. After all, the esteemed wizard had proclaimed just days prior on the deck that these two were rare prodigies from the Wizard Academy, a fact that the early arrivals had heard firsthand from Wizardryra. The apprentices exchanged glances, casting furtive gestures towards the newcomers, yet the children appeared wholly unconcerned, exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of Euchris from Bissell City, much to the dismay of onlookers. The girl, adorned in a flowing white dress, with cascading golden hair and eyes of deep blue amber that seemed innocent and pure, bore a charming smile akin to that of a little princess. However, a fleeting glance from her eyes revealed a hint of disdain towards the crowd, suggesting she was not as naive as she appeared. The boy, engrossed in the delicate handling of a white mouse, paid no heed to the gathering, as if the creature in his grasp held more significance than all present. "Brother Yunli, look, those pirates have fled. How utterly dull," the girl exclaimed playfully, tossing her golden locks so that the sea breeze could carry them gracefully. "Very well. It is simply too boring." The pair, seemingly oblivious to the scornful expressions surrounding them, nonchalantly entered the chamber reserved exclusively for wizards. On the deck, while many sailors had grown accustomed to the spectacle, the apprentices were in an uproar, their fury manifesting in loud protests. After all, who were they? In the eyes of the children on the deck, they were elite apprentices chosen from thousands, destined to become great wizards, filled with their own sense of pride. The two newcomers were merely interlopers, arrogantly flaunting their status. The air on the deck was stifling. How had these two managed to endure their days in the musty confines of the ship's quarters? Many concluded that the pair merely had some connections within the wizarding continent or perhaps a relationship with Wizardryra, wielding borrowed prestige. Even Green, among others, was visibly displeased with the duo. Nevertheless, despite their grievances, no one dared to question Wizardryra, thus the tumult surrounding the pirate incident drew to a close. 3 days later, while Green was immersed in his study of the Odor Atlas in his quarters, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Shaking his head, he anticipated it was Benson, who had been the only one to frequent Green's cabin during these monotonous days. However, upon opening the door, he was surprised to find the siblings Euchris and Yorkliana standing before him. Taken aback, yet still welcoming, Green invited them into his room. Reflecting upon recent events, Green decided to serve the juice he had been reluctant to consume over the past few days to the two visitors. This juice, preserved using noble methods, could remain unspoiled for a full 2 months. It was evident that Chris, following the altercation in the ship's cabin, had shed much of his arrogance and had matured significantly. Meanwhile, although Uriana still exhibited a degree of shyness, she took the initiative to engage in conversation this time. "Thank you, Brother Green, for your assistance during that incident. My brother and I are truly grateful," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Even this seemingly timid expression of gratitude seemed to embarrass her. "Ah, such matters need not concern you," Green replied dismissively. To be candid, despite his earlier displeasure with Chris, he felt it was necessary to acknowledge their shared plight as fellow passengers, a gesture he deemed essential. Ultimately, it was Lafi who had played the decisive role in their situation. No, we are genuinely grateful, Brother Green, truly," Uriana hurriedly added. Then, sensing the need for gravity, she carefully produced 2 stones from her garments and presented them to Green. "These are treasures my brother and I acquired by chance during our childhood, which we later discovered to be magic stones, currency among wizards. Over the years, we have squandered some, but we still possess a few. Thus, we offer these 2 magic stones to you as a token of our appreciation." Green was taken aback. Gazing at the siblings in astonishment, they possessed currency that circulated among wizards? This was no mere gold or silver coin, but rather an item few had the privilege to encounter, something Green had never even heard of before. It became clear why Chris had once carried himself with such haughtiness. He evidently had access to such rare treasures. Moreover, it dawned on him that Wade had, in fact, bribed Wizard Alvarez with a magic stone as well. After a moment, Chris and Uriana rose to take their leave. Just as they were about to depart, Chris suddenly placed a hand on Green's shoulder and said earnestly, "I acknowledge my past mistakes." Green merely nodded politely, refraining from further comment. Once the siblings had exited, Green remained seated at the table, now adorned with 2 thumb-sized stones, the legendary magic stones. Intrigued, he picked them up to examine them closely, fully aware that for an apprentice wizard, even a single magic stone constituted a considerable treasure. Chapter 11. The shipwreck on a night ravaged by tempestuous storms. The tumultuous waves roared with ferocity. The capricious whims of fate had instilled an unrelenting hatred within his eyes. A hatred so profound that it emanated a chilling aura capable of affecting those who dared to draw near, sending shivers deep into their bones. Thus, he was compelled to perpetually don a fade, revealing his true self only beneath the cloak of darkness. Galen perched atop the mast, allowing the ferocious sea winds to lash against him, seemingly unfazed. Perhaps his heart was already more tempestuous and frigid than the raging gales surrounding him. In contrast to Green, the orphan from the remote island town of Bissell, Galen's destiny was far more convoluted. 15 years prior, on a tranquil night in an ordinary village on the continent of wizards, horror struck as a malevolent dark wizard descended upon the village, ruthlessly slaughtering all who dared oppose his will. The dark wizard's true objective was to amass materials for his grotesque experiments, living humans. Unbeknownst to him, the primordial purpose of wizards and their craft was to safeguard humanity from the predations and enslavement of powerful entities from foreign realms. Within the dark confines of a prison, Galen endured over a decade of sunless despair, witnessing the harrowing abduction of his loved ones by the dark wizard's irresistible force, subjected to cruel human experimentation. He bore witness to the deaths of countless souls, some meeting their end in grotesque and horrific manners. Until one fateful day, a pivotal change in his destiny occurred. No one, save for himself, comprehended how he managed to survive time and again on the experimental stage, where the odds of survival were but 1 in 10,000. Even the dark wizard found it hard to believe the miracle of his endurance, yet Galen had indeed achieved it. As he faced the specter of death repeatedly, his eyes gradually grew calm and icy, reminiscent of the fabled black ice lamenting in the depths of a chasm. Years later, when the demon-hunting wizards of the Black Soda Wizard Academy vanquished the wicked dark wizard and liberated all the civilians imprisoned in cages, Galen truly regained his freedom after more than a decade. Consequently, he embraced the Black Soda Wizard Academy as his new home. Simultaneously, through the concerted efforts of numerous wizards at the Academy, the reason behind Galen's miraculous survival on the experimental stage was unveiled. To the astonishment of many, they realized that the Black Soda Wizard Academy had welcomed a genuine prodigy, one with exceptional prospects of triumph in the Holy Tower qualification battle. Before long, Black Soda received intelligence regarding two rare prodigies possessing innate manifestation talents appearing on the distant eastern Coral Island, a territory claimed by another wizard academy, Lilith's Cottage. Driven by ambition, the Black Soda Wizard Academy, adhering to the principles of competition, survival of the fittest, and natural selection, initiated a meticulously planned mission. Coup. In the darkness of the night, an owl alighted calmly upon Jiren's shoulder. Jiren appeared entirely unfazed, his black eyes fixated on the creature. At your current speed, you shall reach the designated sea area around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, you need only to scatter that substance within the cabin to complete your task. The owl spoke in a low tone, employing the human tongue. Jiren replied solemnly, understood. As a violent gust of wind swept through, the owl swayed and took flight into the distance, while Jiren remained composed, his icy gaze directed towards the boundless darkness ahead. Jiren? Soren? These days, it seemed that Green's existence revolved solely around two themes, the study of magical tomes and a savory fish and mushroom soup. Within the cabin, the distinction between day and night was obscured, illuminated only by the flickering remnants of candles that sustained an eternal semblance of light. Rubbing his eyes, which had become bloodshot from prolonged reading, Green closed the tome titled Nose Transformation and Odor Mapping, unaware of how long he had been engrossed in its pages. Stretching languidly, he muttered, "It has been quite some time since Johnson last visited. Perhaps I should take a stroll, perhaps due to his prolonged inactivity." Green's joints creaked as he stored away the magical stone and tome before departing the cabin. To his surprise, it was morning. Green murmured in disbelief, having assumed it was still deep into the night. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and as he prepared to ascend to the deck from the fifth cabin, Green stumbled, feeling as though the grand vessel was upended by violent turmoil. His immediate instinct was that they had run aground. Before he could gather his thoughts, chaos erupted within the cabin, filled with panicked cries. What happened? Did we hit something? Help! A sea monster! Numerous apprentice wizards, in a frenzy, rushed out of the cabin, eager to ascertain the situation on deck. At that moment, a towering creature, standing at least 2.5 meters tall, emerged at the entrance. The upper body of this colossal being was human-like, while its lower half resembled that of a serpent, its entire form adorned with emerald scales, grasping a gleaming metallic trident. It gazed greedily at the astonished apprentices. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. It was clear that this creature was beyond their capacity to confront. What is happening? What is going on? A bewildered apprentice peered from a nearby room as the wooden door swung open, seeking clarity on the commotion outside, only to be met by the sight of the enormous monster at the entrance. Am I dreaming? The apprentice barely had time to utter an expletive before the monstrous trident pierced through him, the crude craftsmanship of the weapon even tearing through a portion of his innards, filling the cabin with a pungent scent of blood. Run! A sea demon! It's a sea demon! The fifth cabin erupted into chaos, apprentices fleeing in terror, pushing and shoving one another, the gruesome fate of the slain apprentice having ignited panic among them all. The wizard apprentices on the fourth floor were engulfed in a state of confusion, eager to ascend and discern the unfolding situation. In their mutual jostling, chaos erupted within the cabin. Green, come here. Chris beckoned, accompanied by Eurocleana. Green's heart leaped with joy as he hurried over. Wait, for reasons unknown. Raffi from the adjacent room also rushed in, seemingly sensing the insecurity of solitude and believing that strength lay in numbers. During this turmoil, two panicked wizard apprentices sought refuge in Eurocrea's room, and they all pressed against the wooden door with great determination. Fear pervaded the atmosphere. Green could distinctly hear the anguished cries echoing from the corridor, suggesting that the monstrous threat was not singular, but rather a menacing horde, mercilessly slaughtering those unable to escape. Chris hastily gathered tables, wooden beds, and anything that could serve as a barricade, reinforcing the door. Instantly, the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breaths and racing heartbeats of the occupants. The exact number of apprentices lost within the cabin remained unknown, but the chilling screams indicated that it was no fewer than 20. Concurrently, the sounds of human conflict and the distinctive guttural roars of the sea creatures began to resonate, igniting a flicker of hope among the occupants, as they surmised that the formidable sailors had arrived to their aid. For the first time, they found an unexpected fondness for the crude and unrefined sailors. Yet, despite the sailors' intervention, the cries of the apprentices continued to pierce the air. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from the adjacent room, followed by desperate wails, sending a chill down everyone's spine. It was evident that the terrifying sea monster had breached the door, unleashing a carnage within. The few souls in Yorkreese's cabin dared not utter a word, their eyes clouded with despair. "It's all right, we still have hope. Master Dyra can surely vanquish these sea monsters," whispered one of the male apprentices who had fled to Yorkreese's room. A spark of realization ignited among them. Indeed, their faith in the mysterious and powerful wizard remained unshaken. With a thunderous roar, the ship trembled violently once more, causing all in Yorkreese's room to turn pale. A sharp crack of splintering wood followed, and then a deluge of wooden debris surged forth, reminiscent of a fierce sandstorm. Instinctively, they curled into a tight ball, closing their eyes. Moments later, radiant sunlight flooded the room. A gaping hole, measuring 7 to 8 meters wide and penetrating through the ship's hull, had opened. Yorkreese's cabin lay at its very center. From this abyss, a serpentine creature, dark as the abyss, began to ascend, its girth exceeding 2 meters, evoking terror at the sheer magnitude of this sea serpent. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as one of the female apprentices, one of the two unfamiliar faces that had sought refuge in Yorkreese's room, cried out in horror. At this moment, the female sorceress apprentice was impaled in the abdomen by a wooden splinter, protruding grotesquely, with blood pooling around her. The apprentice's face was etched with despair as she beseeched the onlookers, yet their expressions were filled with helplessness. Green sensed something amiss beneath his feet. Upon glancing down, he discovered that his legs were stained crimson with blood. It turned out that during the recent chaos, a shard of wood had grazed his foot. Although the injury was not severe, it hampered his mobility. "No!" Euchris cried out in anguish, covering Kiliana's eyes, his demeanor frenzied. A branch had not only lacerated much of Kiliana's cheek, but had also penetrated her eye. While not fatal, such an injury was undeniably cruel for a girl. A sharp intake of breath escaped Rafi, her pallor betraying her shock as her left shoulder became drenched in warm, sticky blood, the flesh a gruesome sight. In that fleeting moment of calamity, only Euchris and the unfamiliar male sorcerer apprentice remained relatively unscathed. However, as if sensing the turmoil within the room, a metallic trident crashed through the door, its blood-stained, crimson eyes peering through the gap at the gathered crowd. Despair etched itself upon every face in the room. Chapter 12. A narrow escape. The monstrous creature outside the door, upon spotting the group, seemed to descend into madness, relentlessly battering against the wooden door with an immense force that left the onlookers in disbelief. Through the cracks in the door, Green and the others could clearly see more sea monsters approaching from a distance, igniting a sense of despair among them. In terms of combat prowess, it would be a significant achievement for the apprentices in this room to slay even a single sea creature. And that was only if Rafi could successfully invoke the vine magic. The group braced themselves against the door, desperately trying to buy time. Suddenly, the relatively composed male apprentice shouted, "There is still hope." With that, he dashed towards the gaping hole in the ship's hull. And a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the others as they realized the multitude of lifeboats suspended from ropes on either side of the vessel, tethered to the railing of the deck. At this moment, they were 5 stories up, merely 5 or 6 meters from the deck, and with their combined strength, they could scale the ropes. The male apprentice was the first to leap into action, grabbing a rope and climbing upward. The other apprentices quickly followed suit, rushing towards the ropes. Due to her frail physique and an eye injury, Yakriana was hoisted up by Yakris as they ascended. Although Green had sustained a leg injury, it did not hinder his climbing ability. Having worked hard since childhood, he found the 7 or 8 meters to be no challenge at all. However, Rafi, despite her privileged upbringing, struggled to cling to the rope due to her injuries and the inherent frailty of her physique. She remained hesitant to climb, her expression betraying her anxiety. Meanwhile, the unknown female apprentice, impaled by a wooden stick in her abdomen, was on the brink of death, her consciousness fading from excessive blood loss. The furniture blocking the doorway had already been pushed aside by the monsters outside. Yet, the group on the ropes was soon stunned by another revelation. They noticed 3 enormous sea serpents emerging from the depths of the ocean, slithering toward the deck. Good heavens! Were these serpents a part of a pack? It was important to remember that the ship towered over 30 meters high, which implied the staggering length of these serpents. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted above the ship's deck, and the temperature plummeted noticeably. To their horror, the serpent that had been climbing beside them was rapidly encased in a layer of solid ice, spreading at a visibly alarming rate. Gasps of disbelief escaped the lips of all present as their expressions shifted to one of terror. If this were indeed the case, just how colossal was this terrifying creature? For these inexperienced apprentices, it was akin to encountering a nightmare, a being that belonged in the realm of legends. Green felt a fierce gust of wind rush past him, causing the rope to sway violently. With all his strength, he clung desperately to it. No help. The voice of despair plummeted downwards. Green looked down to see the highest climbing, unfamiliar male wizard apprentice falling into the sea. In this vast expanse of ocean, to plunge into its depths was akin to receiving a death sentence. At that moment, Green suddenly realized that he was not the only one who had fallen. Raffi had also been swept down by the recent tempest. Fortunately, during this critical moment, she had conjured a vine with her sorcery, gripping the rope tightly, allowing her body to dangle in midair. However, sustaining such magic required a reservoir of magical energy, and given Raffi's limited power, holding on for a few minutes would be a remarkable feat. Thus, she remained in a perilous state, teetering on the brink of death. Raffi's delicate face was already devoid of color. She bit her lip to stifle her tears, though glimmers of moisture danced in her eyes. Casting a feeble glance at the turbulent sea below, she turned her pleading gaze toward the others, yet whether it was out of fear or pride, she clenched her teeth. Unwilling to utter any soft words of supplication, her body trembling involuntarily. At that moment, only two individuals could offer assistance, Yokries and Green. However, Yokries, burdened with his sister, had reached his limit and was therefore powerless to help. This left Green as the sole hope. Despite the noble lady's usual haughty demeanor and disdain for Green's commoner origins, she had inadvertently provided him with considerable understanding of the wizarding continent, never deigning to belittle him for his lack of magical prowess. Moreover, as they were all together venturing into the unfamiliar wizarding realm for their studies, mutual care might be unavoidable in the future. With a resolute bite of his lip, Green decided without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he slid down until he reached the lifeboat at the end of the rope, then secured himself to the vessel before hastily pulling up the vine that had been transformed by magic. Gasping for breath, Green rested against the suspended lifeboat, exhausted from the race against time. Raffi, equally shaken, stared at Green with wide, shimmering eyes, tears continually welling up. Having rarely been gazed upon so intently by such a beautiful girl, Green awkwardly wiped his nose, feeling somewhat out of his element as he tried to mask his embarrassment. Just as Green was about to utter some words to ease the tension, a sudden fragrance wafted toward him, and Raffi clung to him fiercely, sobbing. "Oh, I thought I was going to die. I thought you were going to abandon me. I had told my father not to let me go to a place like the Wizard Academy, a place that devours people whole." Feeling the warmth radiating from her graceful form, Green suddenly found himself exceedingly tense, his body rigid, unsure of where to place his hands. Any words he had prepared to ease the atmosphere were stuck in his throat, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Raffi's tears trickled down into Green's neck, yet he dared not move. After a considerable time, Raffi finally managed to compose herself, seemingly aware of her earlier indiscretion. She released her embrace on Green, her crimson eyes fixed on his somewhat anxious and evasive countenance. Observing Green's flustered demeanor, she chuckled softly. "What are you still dawdling for? Do you intend to remain stranded on this lifeboat with me for eternity?" "Oh, no, not at all," Green stammered, his words betraying his inner feelings. He harbored a profound disdain for this haughty girl who looked down upon commoners. While he did not despise her, any semblance of fondness was far from his heart. After a fleeting moment of agitation, Green quelled his errant thoughts, steadied his emotions, and nodded. "Yes, let us ascend quickly." Soon after, Green noticed the gruesome wound on Raffi's shoulder and hesitated. "Shall I carry you up?" "Yes," Raffi responded without a moment's hesitation, wrapping her arms around Green. Her alluring form pressed tightly against him, and Green could distinctly feel her warm breath against his neck, suppressing the peculiar sensations welling within him. Green took a deep breath and began to climb, bearing the weight of a 100-pound companion. Meanwhile, Yokries, having witnessed the resolution of the crisis between Green and Raffi, resumed his ascent, carrying his sister. In no time, they reached the deck, where he began to pull on the rope that aided Green's climb. Shortly thereafter, Green and Yokries, utterly exhausted, leaned against the railing, gasping for breath. However, as they beheld the horrific scene unfolding on the deck, they involuntarily gasped in shock, momentarily forgetting their fatigue. Surrounding them were the corpses of numerous sea monsters, interspersed with the bodies of sailors and scattered apprentice wizards. Some of the corpses were so mangled that it was impossible to discern if they had been human or beast in life. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the face of Wizard Dyra flushed unnaturally. The black eye patch he had worn was removed, revealing a complex mechanical gear that incessantly turned, exuding an eerie aura. Beneath Dyra's feet lay a sea monster's corpse, thoroughly encased in ice, though it remained shrouded in mystery as to why it was so rigorously protected. Even as a gigantic tentacle, measuring over 20 meters, threatened from the deck, Dyra chose to wield his magic defiantly, conjuring a colossal ice shield towering 7 or 8 meters for defense. With a resounding crash, ice shards flew in all directions. Meanwhile, the remaining sailors fought desperately at the cabin door, preventing the sea monsters from breaching their defenses. Among these valiant sailors, Green and his companions were horrified to discover that 2 of the apprentice wizards who had emerged from Dyra's chamber that fateful day, a male and a female, were among them. Moreover, at that moment, these apprentices were invoking bizarre spells, their power astonishingly formidable and almost beyond belief. Chapter 13. Sorcery among the individuals stationed at the entrance of the cabin. Stood out for their formidable prowess. One was the legendary Knight Baron, currently bare-chested, showcasing his dark, muscular physique as he wielded an axe, ruthlessly slaying the sea monsters attempting to breach the cabin. Another was the bosun, who, although he had often witnessed the knight's valor, had never seen him in action. Armed with a massive sword, his strength was nearly on par with that of Baron, leaving a profound impression. The remaining 2 were the apprentice sorcerers residing in the wizard's chamber. Green had already learned their names. The male apprentice was called Yuli, and the female apprentice was named by Billiana. To Green and the others' astonishment, these 2 sorcerers not only unleashed legendary sorcery, but did so with such overwhelming and bizarre power that it left them in disbelief. By Billiana, though visibly anxious in the presence of such colossal sea beasts, was shielded by the surrounding sailors, preventing any monster from coming too close. She remained hidden behind the sailors, her golden hair flowing wildly, while a golden eye of authority on her forehead gazed intently at the approaching sea creatures. This golden eye seemed to be an energy entity composed of some extraordinary elemental force, causing ripples in the surrounding space, with a soft yet commanding utterance. Any sea monster that met the gaze of this golden eye emitted agonizing wails, their bodies seemingly drained of moisture, resulting in a grotesque mummified state. In the brief moment that Green and his companions observed, no less than 5 sea monsters perished under the eerie scrutiny of the golden eye. However, it appeared that Billiana could not sustain this sorcery for long. After a slight panting, the eye dissipated. Meanwhile, Yuli, with a small white mouse perched on his shoulder, seemed utterly oblivious to the surrounding dangers. He regarded the sea monsters with a dispassionate and indifferent gaze, not out of arrogance but rather a profound apathy towards everything beyond himself. His eyes roamed with curious amusement over these novel marine creatures, a playful smile gracing his lips. In stark contrast to him was his inscrutable and mysterious sorcery. Without any warning or marvelous phenomena, sea monsters around him inexplicably lost their limbs or even their heads. Remarkably, one monster vanished entirely before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving behind only a snake-like tail less than 20 centimeters long, the severed edge as smooth as a mirror, confirming that the preceding events were no mere illusion. This, Green, Laffy, Yakris, and Yorkliana gaped in shock, unable to comprehend the reality before them. With such bizarre and potent abilities, it was no wonder these 2 resided in the wizard's chamber. Given the strength of these apprentice sorcerers, not only Green and Yakris, but even Laffy, who had already grasped sorcery, were clearly in a different league compared to these 2 extraordinary individuals. Raffi's expression was markedly grim. While others remained oblivious, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. The so-called sorcery she wielded was merely a fade, reliant on the magical artifacts prepared by her father. In truth, she possessed no innate power to cast even the simplest of spells. Although she retained a hidden card, a formidable magical artifact also provided by her father, her own meager magical energy rendered it nearly impossible to activate. Even if she could, the prowess of those 2 apprentices, who commanded strange and formidable sorcery, would far surpass her own capabilities. Thus, Raffi comprehended the vast chasm between herself and the 2 prodigies of the Lilith Wizard Academy, a rarity in a century. Moreover, possessing knowledge of certain arcane secrets, Raffi recognized that the astonishing sorcery exhibited by the 2 was, by all accounts, unattainable given their level of mental acuity. This led her to speculate that they were likely endowed with the legendary innate talents spoken of in hushed whispers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the formidable wizard Dyra hovered about 5 meters above the deck, his expansive gray robe billowing as if caught in a tempest. The unnatural flush on his face became increasingly pronounced, and the intricate gear upon his eyes whirred rapidly. under the low, mysterious incantation. He appeared to be summoning a spell of great destructive potential. Above, two dark tendrils, each exceeding 30 meters in length, repeatedly lashed against the deck, obliterating not only the chamber that had been erased from existence, but also creating several large breaches in the deck. The terrified screams of apprentice wizards escaping from below echoed faintly. Suddenly, everyone on the deck felt an inexplicable tremor coursing through their bodies. Involuntarily, they lifted their gazes, sensing that after the oppressive silence of the dark sky, a gray flame ignited in Dyra's hand. The flame, silent and seemingly innocuous, appeared devoid of power yet induced a shiver in every onlooker, as if it could consume their very souls. Even the typically confident Yuli and Bibiliona found their expressions shifting, their focus fixated on the gray flame ignited in Dyra's grasp. The soul fire. Dyra's feeble voice bore an enchanting quality, resonating in every ear, as if whispering intimately. Master, wizard. The sight of the colossal sea beast, reminiscent of nightmares, retreating elicited jubilant exclamations from sailors and several apprentice wizards. Yet, Dyra raised a hand, forcefully suppressing his own abnormality, silencing the crowd. His malevolent gaze swept across the deck, scrutinizing the many who dared to confront the sea monstrosity. As his gray robe fluttered ominously, he descended from the heights. Wizards were inherently wicked and cruel towards their foes, even the most gentle of wizards, in their relentless pursuit of higher knowledge, would inevitably extinguish countless lives. Dyra cast a glance at the frozen corpse of the sea creature beneath him, seemingly observing something of significance. Suddenly, the wizard Dyla's gaze brightened, followed by a sinister grin as he exclaimed, "Heh, it is nearly time. Since you, the Eurato sea monsters, have chosen to disregard the treaty established with the Human Wizards Alliance, prepare yourselves to face the wrath of the sorcerers." As Dyla spoke, the once icebound sea creature's scales began to writhe, and to the horror of onlookers, this colossal beast swiftly transformed into a mere skin, from which countless palm-sized, purplish-black centipedes emerged. Even more terrifying were the fact that each of these centipedes bore 4 pairs of translucent wings on their backs, complete with a pair of chilling eyes. At last, they have been cultivated. Eurato sea monsters relish the nightmare specifically devised by ancient wizards to devour you. After years of peace, perhaps you have nearly forgotten the terror that human sorcerers can instill. Embrace your nightmares, tremble within them. Dyla roared as if in madness. These sea creatures were entirely incapable of understanding human language, or perhaps it was that these lesser beings could not comprehend it. Yet, for reasons unknown, an instinct deep within them sensed the helpless terror brought forth by those inconspicuous purplish-black insects, prompting many to leap directly from the deck into the ocean, buzzing. As thousands of purplish-black centipedes crawled out from the body of the sea monster, their wings remained in a pliable state. However, it was but a brief moment before some began to take flight, instinctively hurtling towards the many sea monsters still on the deck. Roaring. A cacophony of terrified cries erupted from the sea monsters as they discovered, with horror, that their once proud scales were as flimsy as paper in the face of these grotesque creatures. One after another, the insects burrowed frantically into their bodies, even disregarding their own lives in the process. Some sea monsters desperately clutched the tails of those centipedes that had already penetrated their bodies, only to be horrified by the fact that even if the rear halves of these insects were severed, they retained an indomitable vitality, relentlessly burrowing deeper within. It was as if the sole purpose of these creatures' existence was to penetrate to the innermost depths of the bodies of the sea monsters. The wizard gazed upon the multitude of suffering sea monsters, a low, sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Humph. If the parasitic insects devised by the wisdom of ancient sorcerers could be so easily vanquished, they would hardly deserve the title of the Eurato's nemesis. Nor would I be worthy of being called the master of countless otherworldly realms. Dyla's voice gradually transformed into one of excitement. While their lifespan may last but a day, the sole purpose of their existence within that fleeting span was to lay their eggs within each Eurato's body, with their eggs requiring only half the time of an hourglass to mature. Chapter 14. The Onslaught. A multitude of wizard apprentices who narrowly escaped disaster gathered on the deck, each bearing a pallid countenance. It was said that the ferocious sea monsters had wreaked havoc up to the 3rd tier before being repelled by the sailors dispatched for rescue. The casualties among the apprentices on the 4th and 5th tiers were staggering, while those residing in the lowest deck managed to evade unscathed. Ben Henson spotted Green and the others on the deck and sighed in relief. Thank goodness you are all unharmed. That group of sea monsters nearly terrified me to death. I thought, how could I, a distinguished apprentice from the grand city of Tambrosen, Be devoured by sea monsters before even reaching the Wizard Academy? I certainly do not wish to become their excrement. As he spoke, Ben Henson gestured towards a few individuals standing behind him. Come, let me introduce you. Green could not help but marvel at Ben Henson's stroke of fortune. Originally residing in the damp and dreary second-tier cabin, he had managed to escape peril solely due to his fortunate placement. Shaking his head, Green lamented his own misfortune, sighing. I had merely intended to step out for some fresh air and had just ascended to the 5th floor when this calamity struck. Normally, it is not unusual for me to remain indoors for days on end. However, despite their efforts to locate Wade among the throng on the deck, he was nowhere to be found, leading them to suspect that he had likely joined the ranks of the unfortunate souls. On the other side of the deck stood Kieran, seemingly unscathed and exhibiting no inclination to engage with Green and the others, as he gazed indifferently toward the distant sea. Ben Henson could not resist a quiet derision. Humph. Always ingratiating himself with Wizard Aurowas, a natural-born sycophant. It was no wonder that Ben Henson felt disdain for Kieran. Throughout their journey, Kieran had trailed after Wizard Aurowas, beaming with smiles and ensuring the wizard's utmost comfort. After parting ways with the wizard, however, Kieran had scarcely regarded Green and his companions, even dismissing a prior altercation between Chris and a stranger apprentice on the 5th floor with a callous, "Not my concern," before walking away. Consequently, Green and his companions now shared a mutual disdain for any conversation with Kieran. Chris, preoccupied with more pressing matters, held his sister tightly, his face etched with anxiety as he gazed into the vacant depths of her eyes. It's all right. When we reach the wizard continent, I will implore the mightiest of wizards to cast a spell and restore your sight. Yorkliana, upon hearing her brother's words, managed a faint smile upon her pale face. Brother, you needn't deceive me. Though I may be simple-minded, I am not foolish. Are such powerful wizards so easily accessible? Moreover, it's all right, brother. Look at Wizard Dyra. Does he not have just one eye as well? The group looked towards Wizard Dyra, bustling about on the deck, counting the number of apprentices with one eye replaced by a continuously rotating gear, a bizarre sight that sent shivers down their spines. Would Yorkliana too end up like that? Yukris quickly interjected. No, I shall certainly restore your eyesight. I swear it. Without mentioning the Yukris siblings, as for Green and Rafi, these two fellows, one nursing an injury to his left leg and the other to his right shoulder, leaned against the mast in a rather harmonious repose. Green, feeling embarrassed and troubled by previous events, paid no heed to Rafi, who was equally flustered and shy about his recent lapse, thus remaining silent as well. For a moment, an oppressive silence enveloped them, as if their fleeting intimacy had been but a mirage, and neither dared to broach the subject again. Later, news drifted across the deck. Relayed by an unknown source, during the recent sea monster attack, 32 sailors had perished, along with 107 apprentice wizards, the majority of whom resided in the 4th and 5th decks of the ship. Meanwhile, standing beside Dyra were the bosun and 2 legendary knights, Baron among them. The bosun seemed relatively unscathed, while Baron bore a significant scar on his back, yet paid it no mind. Master, what troubles you? Baron inquired of the wizard Dyra, perplexed. For given that the sea monster had been driven off and slain, Dyra should have been in high spirits rather than wearing a frown. Most would not discern Dyra's melancholy. Wizards typically do not display their emotions openly, and Dyra, having undergone certain modifications, had lost the subtlety of many facial expressions. In this scenario, it was only Baron, who had been in his service for decades, who could detect the faintest hint of his master's unease. There is something amiss about this sea monster attack, Dyra remarked gravely, casting a glance at Baron. Startled, Baron quickly grasped the implication, his face blanching in horror. Could it be that we are being targeted by other wizards? If my instincts are correct, it is indeed a possibility, Dyra replied, his remaining eye narrowing. As a legendary knight accustomed to life on the wizarding continent, Baron understood the terror of being watched by a hidden wizard, especially amidst the vast, desolate sea, devoid of any support. Is it an enemy of the Academy? Or are they after you, my lord? Baron pressed, steeling himself to ask. If the adversary were Dyra's own, it would be one thing. But if it were an enemy of the Academy, the lives of their party would surely be in peril. Dyra shook his head. Both possibilities exist. Yet there is another potentiality, and that is for their sake. Following Dyra's gaze, Baron's eyes fell upon Yuli and Bibiliona. Taken aback, Baron bitterly mused, for their sake? 2 mere apprentice wizards, albeit talented, would dare to engage in conflict with Master Dyra? It is merely a possibility. You do not grasp some of the secrets entwined within this matter. Daira paused, then sighed. Now that the sea monster has been repelled and my magical energy is depleted, if any upheaval is to occur, it will likely be soon. We shall wait and observe. After a moment, a flicker of darkness crossed Daira's gaze. However, should an enemy indeed approach us, Baron, I require you to perform a task. Baron knelt. My lord, please instruct me. Daira leaned closer to Baroness' ear, uttering grimly. Eliminate those two. These two individuals are extraordinary prodigies, a rare occurrence in a century at the Academy, endowed with invaluable talents in sorcery. They are poised to potentially become formidable contenders in the Saint Tower qualification battles. Such geniuses, whom we at Lilith Wizard Academy cannot possess, must not fall into the hands of what could be our adversaries. The sea breeze howled as the sun ascended higher, waves of heat enveloping the atmosphere. Hey, Green, one inquired, since the wizard's chamber has been destroyed, where do you think he will reside today? And what about those two fellows? The two fellows referred to by Ben Henson were, of course, Yuli and Bybeliona. I don't know, probably in the fifth deck cabins, Green replied indifferently. Euchris chuckled. Just as I suspected. However, the three of us, Euchris, Eurocleana, and Rafi, are all residing on the fifth deck. I wonder which unfortunate room will be requisitioned. Green shrugged. With so many lives lost on the fifth deck, any room would do. Why should it necessarily be theirs? Not necessarily. Many have perished. But there are also quite a few damaged rooms. Above, obscured by a vast cloud of pure black crows numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands. A vague figure gazed down upon the sea vessel, although the distance rendered the figure's features indistinct. The magical aura radiating from it enveloped everyone in a profound sense of oppressive dread, akin to the imminent collision of the ship with an iceberg. In an instant, the deck was cloaked in an endless darkness formed by the black crows. Come forth, wizards aboard the ship, a raspy voice called, devoid of discernible gender. Daira emerged from the cabin, clutching a wand, her gray, voluminous robe billowing as she ascended, her countenance pale as she faced the mysterious wizard amidst the cloud of crows. Suddenly, upon recognizing the visitor's true form, Daira's expression shifted dramatically. A second-level wizard? Huh, I have not seen you before. Lilith's small wizard academy has indeed produced its fair share of promising talents. This ship is now under my command. Given your potential, you may leave, commanded the fearsome wizard from the cloud, dismissing Daira with an air of disdain, seemingly reluctant to engage her. Daira's face darkened, nearly dripping with despair. As a prominent figure among the seventh-ring wizardry of the 19th district in the past century, she was widely acknowledged by many as a likely candidate for elevation to a higher level of wizardry. With centuries of accumulated knowledge in sorcery, Daira felt confident in her ability to contend. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that her adversary today was a second-level wizard. It is essential to recognize that a second-level wizard typically represents the management tier within wizard academies, serving as the foundational core of wizardry institutions. Almost every academy head maintains intricate connections with the great entities at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. Moreover, the disparity among wizards of different ranks is exceedingly vast, a fact rooted in the simple truth that with each ascension in rank, a wizard acquires an entirely new set of capabilities. Abilities that cannot be matched or overshadowed by mere spells or innate talents. Daira hesitated. To relinquish the sea vessel of the Wizard Academy without cause seemed a grave decision. Yet, as a first-level wizard with the remarkable potential to ascend to the second level, he believed it manageable. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the presence of two exceptionally rare wizard prodigies aboard, both nearing qualifications for the esteemed Saint's Tower. Daira spoke solemnly. The sea vessel may be gifted to the master. Might I take the two individuals with me? A cold huff followed, and the voice from the clouds transformed into a furious roar. You seek death. No one could have anticipated that Daira would strike first, launching a surprise attack against a great wizard of a higher rank. An ice spear, emanating an astonishing chill, shot through the sky like an arrow released from a taut bowstring, leaving a pale streak in its wake, aimed directly at the heart of the second-level wizard cloaked in clouds. However, in response to the wizard's furious shout, an overwhelming surge of magical power erupted, a force so palpable that even apprentice wizards devoid of meditative training could sense its might. The terrifying magic dispersed clouds in the sky, and the raging sea winds radiated outward from the second-level wizard, stirring tumultuous waves. With a delicate chime, the ice spear shattered into countless crystalline shards, and almost simultaneously, Daira, riding his staff, transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distant sky. Yet, a massive cloud pursued him relentlessly. "You cannot escape," roared the wizard from within the cloud, as the two figures gradually vanished into the horizon. It was not until this moment that Green and Ben Henson, as if rescued from drowning, gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh atmosphere surrounding them. When the second-level wizard unleashed his magical power, every apprentice on the deck felt as if the world were ending, suffocated by an invisible weight. That terrified me. I thought we were doomed. Ben Henson clutched his chest, unsure if his fear had overwhelmed him, adding, "This life is unbearable, surviving death twice in a single day before even reaching the wizarding continent. Is this place truly habitable?" Green, also gulping in deep breaths of air, wore a grim expression and murmured, "It appears that a significant upheaval is imminent." Chapter 15. Bloodshed and Brutality. The legendary Knight Baron was slain by the enigmatic Yuli, a fact that became the most fervent topic of discussion among the disoriented apprentices of the Wizarding Academy aboard the ship. No one could fathom why Baron would suddenly launch an attack on Yuli, yet all understood that it must have been at the behest of the illustrious wizard Daira. Otherwise, Baron would not have assailed Yuli without provocation. But who could have known that Yuli, seemingly indifferent as he toyed with a white mouse, was prepared for the onslaught? Engaging Baron in a fierce confrontation? Yuli remained aloof, barely gasping for breath, seemingly unfazed by the attack as he continued to amuse himself with the small creature in his hands. His demeanor left all witnesses in shock. Perceiving him more as a beast than a human, no one dared to provoke such a monster. A day later, as a vast shadow enveloped the oceanic vessel of the Lilith's Cottage Wizarding Academy, numerous apprentices emerged from the ship's quarters, staring aghast at the sky darkened by a dense mass of black crows. The fate of Wizard Daira remained uncertain. A mysterious sorcerer descended slowly from the ominous cloud, and as he landed, countless crows surged like a deluge, crowding into the voluminous sleeves of the sorcerer, whose sleeves seemed to contain an infinite space. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds dissipated. The enigmatic sorcerer alighted at the center of the deck, and when the apprentices discerned his appearance, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, filled with dread. The sorcerer's visage bore no eyes, no nose, no mouth. His entire face was a smooth expanse, as if covered by a layer of skin, evoking sheer terror. "Ah, little ones, welcome to the Black Soda Wizarding Academy." The vessel, originally destined for the Lilith's Cottage, had been commandeered by an even more formidable and sinister wizarding institution. After surveying the surroundings, the faceless sorcerer's gaze settled upon Yuli and Bibiliana. Before he spoke in a chilling tone, "You may call me Nirmaza, or the Faceless Mask, it matters not to me." Just as anxiety gripped the crowd, a calm apprentice stepped forward from the throng, offering a crow to the sorcerer, uttering solemnly, "Minner." "Well done," the Faceless Mask praised the apprentice, and with a flicker, the crow flapped its wings and vanished into the sorcerer's ample sleeve. The multitude of apprentices on the deck fixated their gaze on this apprentice, suddenly realizing that he had acted as an insider, betraying Wizard Daira. A chill ran through them. Who was this individual? Meanwhile, Green, Rafi, Yokris, and Yakriana stood in stunned silence, their brows slick with cold sweat, for the apprentice who had emerged was none other than Kiram, the one who had disdainfully refused to converse with them. However, even at this moment, Karong remained indifferent to the intentions of Green and his companions, seemingly regarding them with utter disdain from the very beginning. Instead, he began to take a keen interest in Yuli and Biliana. The Faceless Mask showed no inclination to engage with the thoughts of these wizard apprentices. After a moment of cold, sinister laughter, the Faceless Mask spoke in a chilling tone. "The Black Soda Wizard Academy is the dark wizard institution of the 7th Ring St. Tower, District 10, adhering to the principles of fierce competition, survival of the fittest, and natural selection." At this point, the wizard's voice deepened into a malevolent chuckle. "Thus, in order for you to better adapt to your forthcoming life at the Academy and to eliminate some of the useless dregs among you, I shall establish a rule from this day forth aboard this vessel." Each of you wizard apprentices listened intently to the words of the Faceless Mask, fearful of missing anything. "From today onwards, every morning, I must discover that 5 individuals have been cast into the sea. Otherwise, I shall randomly execute 10 of you." After uttering this cruel decree with an unsettling calm, the wizard casually pointed at a sailor in the distance. Without any forewarning, the sailor suddenly erupted into a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood, scattering countless pieces in all directions, covered in the remnants of blood and gore. The wizard apprentices screamed loudly, the deck descending into chaos, yet the wizard remained unfazed, coolly stating, "Just like that, All the wizard apprentices felt a chilling dread as they gazed at the wizard, as if they were confronting a ravenous ogre. The wizard paid no heed to the terrified expressions of the numerous apprentices, cackling, "From this day forth, what I say on this ship shall be the law. Unless one of you can defeat me and kill me. Hehehe, see you tomorrow, little ones." Having said this, the wizard ignored everyone and directly constructed a lavish and comfortable tent at the edge of the deck, beckoning the sailor to follow him inside, seemingly plotting a new maritime route. On the deck, people looked around warily, as if everyone sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Even Green couldn't help but glance at Chris, Juliana, and Rafi beside him. Chris, grasping his sister's hand, quickly remarked, "Surely we won't do as the wizard suggests? I don't wish to die, perhaps for the sake of survival." Rafi appeared to nonchalantly glance at Green, leaving the Chris siblings astonished that Rafi could utter such words. However, Green accepted it with equanimity, as he too was deeply engrossed in contemplating the situation. Yet, a bittersweet sensation lingered in Green's heart. If it would take 40 days to reach the Black Soda Wizard Academy, did that not mean 200 people would be cast into the sea? And if it were 60 days, would his own strength be sufficient to survive? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air on the deck, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld a female wizard apprentice, fiercely plunging a sharp knife into the chest of a male wizard apprentice. The face of the witch apprentice, once deemed beautiful, had now contorted into a grotesque mask of fury as she screamed, "Had it not been for you, Ria would not have perished yesterday. I shall take your life." The witch apprentice, in a fit of madness, relentlessly plunged a knife toward the chest of the male apprentice. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers quickly deduced that a conflict had arisen between the two, and with the witch apprentice's current state of frenzy, no one dared to intervene. However, it was also plausible that this apprentice was merely executing a task assigned by her master. With utmost caution, all apprentices began to vacate the deck. And even Green and his companions decided to retreat to Rafi's room to strategize. In no time, only 3 individuals remained on the deck: Yuli, Bibiliana, and Kieran. Having previously vanquished numerous sea monsters, the prowess of Yuli and Bibiliana was well known, and Kieran, being a favored disciple of the formidable wizard, was undoubtedly not a mere trifling figure. Something significant was bound to transpire among the 3. Nonetheless, it was wise to avoid involvement in such matters, lest any of them harbor lethal intentions. What should we do? To our astonishment, Kieran turned out to be a trusted disciple of the faceless mask wizard. Oh, right, he is now called Sorum. Inside the room, Chris furrowed his brow, glancing at Rafi and Green. With a cold snort, Rafi replied, "What else can we do? We take it one step at a time." As he spoke, Rafi brandished a small, exquisite hand crossbow, stating ominously, "Though this is not a magical artifact, the poison it bears is potent enough to fell an adult elephant." Nodding, Rafi stowed away the finely crafted crossbow, and the 4 of them squeezed into the room to rest. As for Binhan, he had mysteriously vanished in the lower quarters of the ship, entangled with some unknown individual. The following morning, amidst a cacophony of noise, Green and the others emerged onto the deck. At that moment, the deck was filled with small clusters of individuals, each group maintaining a considerable distance from one another, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. After standing silently for a while, the faceless mask wizard suddenly broke into a calm smile, saying, "Haha, 3 are missing, just 2 more to go. Well, boom, 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 crash." Without even glancing, the faceless mask wizard casually gestured toward the crowd, and suddenly, 4 individuals exploded without warning, their blood and flesh splattering across the deck, even hitting one person in Green's nearby group. As that individual was obliterated, a witch apprentice from the group collapsed to the ground, emitting a piercing scream and sobbing uncontrollably. Green, Rafi, Chris, and Juliana stood frozen, wiping the blood from their faces. Green even discovered some chunks of flesh on his clothing, and the overwhelming stench of blood confirmed to him the grim reality of the situation. This was indeed real. Ugh. Rafi and Chris, in unison, retched, while Green, though slightly unsettled, refrained from vomiting, instead keeping a vigilant watch over the others around them. The faceless mask paid no heed to the turmoil among the crowd. Despite its lack of eyes, everyone felt as if it had surveyed each individual in the assembly. The sorcerer cackled, proclaiming that the Black Soda Wizard Academy was equally a member of the 7-Ring Tower and part of the elemental sorcerers, bound by the regulations of the Wizarding Alliance, and would not massacre human civilians. However, you must remember, now you are no longer mere civilians, but apprentices of sorcery, embarking on a path strewn with thorns and obstacles in pursuit of truth. Turning to leave, the faceless mask coldly remarked, "Except for Captain Lab, so long, Yuli, and bye Billiana. If any of you little ones wish to avoid being inexplicably slaughtered by me the following day, it would be prudent to first eliminate 5 of your own." At that moment, the deck was drenched in the remnants of flesh and blood, exuding an overwhelming stench of death, resembling fiends that had emerged from the depths of hell. Yet, none dared to rush forth to clean the mess, for all understood that if the identities of those 5 fated to die were not determined today, none could guarantee that they would not be the next to explode into a bloody pulp by dawn. Kill. This small group of wizard apprentices consisted precisely of 5 individuals, devoid of any magical prowess. Truth be told, they were merely fortunate children from families who could spare a gold coin. Utterly no match for the dozen or so sailors of knightly caliber. In the blink of an eye, these 5 apprentices were wailing as they met their demise. With blood-red eyes, the sailors calmly disposed of the corpses of the 5 apprentices into the sea, then cast a cold gaze over the remaining crowd. The lead sailor's voice was chilling as he declared, "None desire death, yet this is the cruel nature of the wizarding world. From this day forth, you shall no longer be the esteemed apprentices aboard this vessel, capable of summoning us at your whim." As he spoke, the captain brandished his bloodied knife. "From today forward, you best find 5 scapegoats of your own accord, or we shall not hesitate to exert our efforts." With that, the sailors, exuding an aura of menace, retreated into the ship's cabin. Green and his companions were left pallid, for their small team had just been amidst this fearsome band of sailors. Wade had entered the belly of the sea monster, Bingham had temporarily joined another group, and so long had ascended to a position of power, while Green's group had undergone significant upheaval. Meanwhile, a dilemma loomed before the various groups of apprentice sorcerers: how to determine which 5 were to perish. Chapter 16. Elimination. How infuriating. They are so arrogant, just a mere handful of individuals, yet they demand that we kill one another daily, claiming 5 lives? A sorcerer's apprentice, seemingly fueled by a sense of justice, shouted vehemently. In an apparent display of his outrage, his flushed face contorted as he roared, and with a resounding crash, his steel blade struck the deck. To embed a steel blade in the deck, one must admit this fellow possessed considerable strength. However, many regarded him with disdain. The sailors had departed, and only then did he seek to assert his authority. Despite their scorn, a multitude of apprentices gravitated towards this individual, for they all shared a common enemy. Deep down, the apprentices held a contempt for those filthy sailors, believing them to be inferior beings. Though they had yet to become full-fledged sorcerers, each apprentice bore an inherent pride akin to that of a true sorcerer. If one were to shift perspectives, it could be argued that those sailors, numbering over a dozen, could ensure the apprentice's safety for 3 days. Since 5 lives had already been claimed today, let it be. Tomorrow we. On the following day, the faceless masked sorcerer stood upon the deck, counting the number of individuals aboard the vessel. After a brief moment, the sorcerer cackled. 5 are missing. It seems you have begun to grasp the mindset required to become a dark sorcerer. He. Splendid, splendid. It appears today I need not intervene. So long, Yunli, and bye Billiana. The chief sailor had also departed, leaving the ship divided into 2 distinctly opposing factions, the sailors and the sorcerer's apprentices. The apprentice faction, nearly 400 strong, held an overwhelming numerical advantage. However, the group was fragmented into numerous smaller cliques, indicating a lack of unity. The sailors, sensing the confrontational atmosphere, refrained from charging at a single group as they had the previous day. Instead, one of the strongest-looking sailors stepped forward, bellowing, "What? Are you still unprepared with your 5 scapegoats? We will not sacrifice our comrades. If death is to come, it shall be upon you first." The leading apprentice rallied the crowd with incendiary words but showed no intention of advancing himself. Astonishingly, a few Navi apprentices, or perhaps those simply nudged forward by the throng behind them, rushed towards the dozen or so sailors at the front. "You seek death," a sailor roared, deftly evading an oncoming apprentice, a sinister glint flashing across his face as he swiftly severed the apprentice's head. With a thud, the apprentice's head rolled into the crowd, the body staggering forward a few paces before collapsing. Meanwhile, 3 apprentices surged forward, only to be swiftly dispatched by the robust sailors. With 4 already fallen, the sailor leaders gazed fixated on the nearest apprentice. At that moment, the foremost apprentice, now paralyzed by fear, hesitated, for none were foolish enough to willingly march towards their demise. The apprentice wizards jostled one another, some impatiently inquiring about the situation ahead, wondering if the sailors had indeed been slain. The one targeted by the sailor captain was none other than the assistant rat, summoned by Bai, who had clashed with Chris on the very first day aboard. Rat, under the scrutinizing gaze of the sailor captain, who towered over him, felt an overwhelming tension. His axe trembled in his grip as he silently roared, "Who the hell pushed me?" Glancing back, he found no one willing to advance. And the monstrous ally he once relied upon, Andrew, had already fallen to a genuine sea monster, leaving him utterly alone. Rat's triangular eyes darted around, fixated on the approaching sailor captain and the blood dripping from the long blade. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly swung his axe at a nearby female apprentice wizard. With a resounding thud, she collapsed, half of her head a bloody mess. "That's 5. That's 5. We need not turn on each other," he shouted excitedly, catching the captain off guard. After a moment of surprise, the captain sneered and departed with a cadre of sailors. "Ah, you bastard, I will kill you," roared a male apprentice wizard, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Rat. This male wizard was evidently connected to the fallen female apprentice. Rat was taken aback. But the vengeful apprentice was swiftly restrained by the other wizard apprentices. What a joke. Each apprentice was a precious resource now. No one wished to meet their demise. Since survival was paramount, the only course was to let others perish. Rat and the vengeful apprentice had no ties, and ideally, both should meet their ends. Unfortunately, 5 had already fallen today. Another death would be a disgraceful waste, prompting the others to kindly intervene. As another lengthy day passed, Green and his companions remained together in a single room, for no one dared to venture alone in such a tense atmosphere. The next day, the faceless masked wizard expressed his admiration for their task completion before departing. After a brief moment of silence, chaos erupted among the apprentice wizards without any need for the sailors to intervene, with the center of turmoil being Rat and the male apprentice who had vowed vengeance. This male apprentice had summoned an ally. Meanwhile, Rat also called for assistance, bringing in Bai, who had clashed with Chris on the first day. The two factions quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Though Rat appeared somewhat unsavory, he showed no signs of cowardice in this life-or-death struggle. And the conflict raged on with intensity. However, a victor must emerge. Mere minutes later, a scream pierced the air as Bai was struck in the back, sustaining grave injuries before ultimately succumbing to the combined assault of the opposing duo. In a final desperate surge, Rat summoned his last reserves of strength, taking down an adversary in his dying moments. Thus, the duel concluded with the vengeful male wizard emerging victorious. However, before the male sorcerer could fully savor the joy of vengeance and the sorrow of parting from his friends, a dagger plunged into his back, piercing through to his chest. In the crowd, the assailant vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, a roar erupted from Chris, who stood beside Green. "You seek death." It appeared that amidst the chaos, someone had targeted Yalcriana. Curiously, Yalcriana herself was a seemingly frail girl, and at that moment, with one eye injured, she could only follow closely behind Chris, naturally becoming an object of interest for some malicious souls. After all, 4 lives had already been claimed, and only one more was needed to fulfill the grim task of 5. The would-be attacker was a man of approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an air of calm. After his initial strike failed, he swiftly concealed his dagger, preparing to escape into the throng. Just then, a massive vine erupted from beneath the feet of the male sorcerer's apprentice, ensnaring him tightly. Amidst his terrified and despairing whimpers, Chris swung an axe, ending his life. "Damn it," cursed Riss. However, as the required 5 fatalities had been reached for the day, no further incidents occurred, though many gazes turned in astonishment towards Rafi. Clearly, the presence of a sorcerer's apprentice capable of wielding magic held immense influence. Henceforth, few would dare to provoke Green's party lightly. The sailors, witnessing that there were sorcerer's apprentices among them capable of casting spells, were equally astonished, regarding Rafi with a newfound gravity. As days passed, each individual aboard the vessel yearned for swift arrival at their destination, for every morning was a hellish ordeal. The crew was divided into 3 tiers. At the apex were the terrifying, faceless sorcerers, Captain Sorum, Uliri, and Biliona, who constituted the absolute ruling class, dominating the ship. Their sole responsibilities entailed counting heads and distributing limited rations of mushrooms. The second tier comprised a dozen sailors and a small group of sorcerers' apprentices like Rafi, who possessed magical abilities. As days slipped by, other sorcerers' apprentices began to reveal their prowess, astonishing all. Including Rafi, there were 5 sorcerers' apprentices skilled in magic. No other apprentices dared to challenge these 5, earning them the clandestine title of the 5 great spellcasters among the ship's ranks. The third tier consisted of the remaining sorcerers' apprentices, Each morning, after the sorcerers conducted their head counts, they were compelled to engage in brutal combat until 5 perished. Thus, these apprentices were mockingly referred to as meat pigs by the sailors, and the morning clashes were dubbed pig slaughtering. 30 days later, 150 sorcerers' apprentices had been cast into the sea, and the vessel no longer felt so crowded. Each apprentice who managed to survive aboard bore eyes filled with a chilling ferocity, and smiles had become the rarest luxury on the ship. In such circumstances, each individual appeared almost as a fierce demon reincarnate, a stark contrast to the haughty arrogance they displayed upon boarding the vessel. It seemed to signify a necessary maturation from ordinary individuals to aspiring sorcerers. On that fateful night, Green, Yakris, and Yorkliana followed Rafi to the deck, where nearly 20 individuals had already gathered, brought forth by the other 4 spellcasters. The small coalition of the 5 spellcasters appeared poised to make a significant decision. Chapter 17. The Bloodsail Alliance. Rafi, you're just in time. Please take a seat beside me. As Rafi arrived, a male apprentice, clad in a voluminous robe, greeted him warmly, gesturing towards an empty spot beside him. With a handsome visage and profound eyes, his gentle smile could nearly melt the heart of the girl seated next to him. At first glance, both the male apprentice and Rafi were strikingly attractive individuals. However, Rafi paid him no mind, choosing instead to casually sit on the opposite side. His exquisite features seemed perpetually shrouded in frost as he cast a cold glance at the overly eager apprentice and retorted, "Are we acquainted?" The apprentice faltered, his previously warm smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a cold tone. "Just as the rumors suggest, you possess quite the sharp tongue. Seeking death, are we?" He seemed on the verge of losing control, but the ever-watchful Green quickly intervened. Green toyed with a gleaming dagger, his gaze menacing as he regarded the chatty apprentice. "A practitioner of the blonde arts? Surviving on this vessel requires a certain level of intelligence, so spare us your insincere smiles. Such mockery would only insult our party, reducing us to mere castaways." With a disdainful snort, he turned away, adopting an air of indifference. Yokris, brandishing a longsword, casually cleaned between his teeth, revealing his robust physique. He echoed a similar sentiment with a cold grunt. "Precisely, there's no need for pretense. Haha. I've long heard of Rafi's 2 formidable champions. This must be the valorous Yokris. And I presume this is the fearsome Green?" A dapper male apprentice, distinguished by an aristocratic appearance, laughed heartily at Green and the others. His attire was impeccable, complemented by a stylish hat and an array of exquisite jewelry. The most striking features were the 2 ornate gemstone rings on his left hand, one blue and one purple. Even Green, who hailed from humble beginnings, recognized their immense value. Truly treasures not fit for the average noble. This individual was none other than Armand, a well-regarded apprentice among the ship's sorcerers, often referred to as the lightsaber sorcerer, capable of conjuring a magical sword infused with golden energy to strike terror into his foes. Over the past month, Green had also carved out a reputation aboard the ship. His association with Rafi, the Vine Sorcerer, coupled with his cautious and ruthlessly efficient nature, had led him to dispatch 6 individuals who had dared to draw his attention with his dagger. "Armand, do enlighten us on the reason you summoned us." A girl with a youthful appearance but a voice reminiscent of a sorcerer's rasp inquired. The seemingly innocent and youthful puppeteer, despite her appearance, is the most ruthless among the crowd. One fateful day, Green witnessed her commanding a terrifying white puppet, ruthlessly slaying a team of wizard apprentices in mere moments. The last sorcerer remained silent, with a perpetually grim expression. Notably, one of his sleeves hung empty. This apprentice, known as the Master of Manipulation or the Mentalist, had lost an arm during the sea monster attack. The sorcery wielded by the puppeteer is rather extraordinary. Rafi speculated that it likely involves a brief mental illusion to influence the actions of others. Furthermore, Rafi surmised that this Master of Manipulation was the sole practitioner among the 5 who did not rely on magical artifacts to cast spells. The 5 strongest individuals on the ship, beneath the Supreme Beings, comprised the Vine Sorcerer Rafi, the Fireball Sorcerer Blanc, the Holy Sword Sorcerer Amrand, the Puppeteer Imus, and the Master of Control Wybamode, collectively referred to by the fearful apprentices as the 5 Kings of the Sea. The deck fell into silence. After glancing around at everyone, Amrand suddenly broke into laughter, a jarring sound that left all present feeling disconcerted, as they frowned at the Holy Sword in bewilderment. "Esteemed sorcerers," he began, "though we are whimsically dubbed kings by the apprentices aboard this vessel, I trust we are all aware of our true abilities, are we not?" Aside from the Master of Control Weiba mode, we merely rely on magical artifacts to perform these so-called spells. To those ignorant fools, we may seem overwhelmingly powerful. But to genuine wizard apprentices, Amrand shook his head derisively. Amrand, we are well aware of this without your prompting. To enlighten us as to why you gathered us here, the puppeteer interjected impatiently, cutting off Amrand's discourse. The reason? It is quite simple. For our future. After surveying the group, Amrand coldly continued, not just for our time aboard this ship, but also for our time at the Black Soda Wizard Academy. Given the current state aboard this vessel, one could easily surmise that the Black Soda Academy is no haven of virtue. Amrand scanned the assembly. As for our little collective, once we arrive at the Academy, we may very well end up like those poor souls cast into the sea. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd, and even Green felt a slight shiver. Amrand was indeed a visionary, awakening the group to their predicament. Indeed, they would have to endure the rigors of the Black Soda Academy. Who could tell if it would be more brutal than life aboard the ship? Therefore, I propose that all surviving wizard apprentices aboard this vessel form a new alliance, so we may stand together in the Academy. Amrand's words stirred something within each individual present. Rafi furrowed his brow and remarked, while the proposal is commendable, how do we establish this alliance? We are well aware that our current rules dictate mutual slaughter. Aside from those closest to us, who here is not an enemy? Rafi's words echoed the questions of all as the crowd turned their gaze towards Amrand. Amrand regarded Rafi with admiration. He had taken notice of this enchanting apprentice which for quite some time, while rumors outside painted her as a beautiful fool. Amrand held a different perspective. Although she displayed a certain arrogance, it did not imply a lack of intellect, and she managed to get along well with his two subordinates. Indeed, within the alliance, there existed various irreconcilable conflicts, yet we all understood that these were not the alliance's failings, but rather stemmed from that enigmatic sorcerer. Pausing mid-sentence, the Holy Sword King glanced toward the distant tent of the faceless masked sorcerer and amended his statement. The will of the great faceless masked sorcerer. Thus, the prerequisites for the establishment of our alliance remain intact. The previously silent manipulator suddenly let out a cold chuckle. If joining the alliance merely leads to mutual slaughter, what is the point of joining it all? Amrand fixed his gaze upon the manipulator and stated emphatically, at the very least, we can still eliminate those outside the alliance. The manipulator was taken aback, incredulous. You mean? Indeed, those scoundrels. 17 sailors, sufficient to ensure the alliance loses no less than 17 lives, granting us 3.5 days of safety. What do you think? This condition is ample, both for establishing authority and enticing others, is it not? Amrand paused before continuing, and all of you present shall be the first elders of the alliance. As for the future, it is only natural that those with strength rise to prominent positions within the alliance. If we can indeed triumph over those sailors, it would be commendable. However, if we fail, the so-called alliance would merely be a farce. Nevertheless, I am in favor. Excellent. I too support this. I am in agreement. Support. The following day, the faceless masked sorcerer, as was customary, counted the numbers and confirmed that 5 were indeed missing. After delivering another round of harsh encouragement, he retreated into the tent. So long, Yuli, by Billiana, and the chief sailor also refrained from uttering any trivial remarks as they departed. At this moment, the once crowded deck was now devoid of its previous hustle and bustle. Nearly everyone maintained a considerable distance from one another, their cold gazes fixated on anything that dared approach. Their weapons deftly manipulated, signaling their prowess. Those who had survived aboard the ship until now, even if they appeared as delicate as a frail girl, undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Otherwise, they would have long been cast into the sea. It could be said that the numerous apprentice sorcerers on board had been rigorously selected and refined, emerging as the elite. At this juncture, various teams of apprentice sorcerers, as per usual, relentlessly probed one another. As the days progressed, these teams became increasingly seasoned and cunning, making the act of eliminating 5 individuals a formidable challenge, often stretching into the morning before a few unfortunate souls were cast overboard. No one wished for their own demise. Thus, each individual fought fiercely to protect themselves while simultaneously seeking opportunities to eliminate others. It is best for others to be individuals devoid of influence, such as those terrifying members of the notorious 5 sovereigns, whom one must never encounter. This notion has nearly become a consensus. As I began to speak, Amrand stood up abruptly among the anxious crowd of wizard apprentices, calling out loudly and instantly capturing everyone's attention. Subsequently, the other 4 spellcasters stepped forward, surveying the onlookers. The illustrious five sovereigns, clandestinely referred to by the wizard apprentices, created an overwhelming impact among them, as all eyes were irresistibly drawn to these five figures. Today, I am here to announce the establishment of the Blood Sales Alliance, jointly organized and supported by the five spellcasters. Within the alliance, a policy favoring the powerful will be implemented, fostering unity and a collective front against external threats. Furthermore, the initial members will exclusively consist of wizard apprentices from the sea vessel, and any future applicants must be recommended by existing members. In a brief moment, the existence of the organization known as the Blood Sales Alliance became known to all wizard apprentices aboard the vessel. Chapter 18. The journey concludes for 30 days. The sailors aboard the vessel had maintained a semblance of peace, owing largely to the deterrent of force. However, Icodin, the leader of the sailors, dared not let his guard down. While it may be true that his crew, possessing the strength of knights, appeared formidable in comparison to the apprentice wizards, who lacked any mastery of sorcery, what would the future hold? Once these apprentices truly harnessed their magical abilities, they could effortlessly vanquish any knight, and their potential for growth was limitless, a fact well understood by all apprentices. Even if Icodin's knights were fortunate enough to ascend to the status of legendary knights, they would ultimately find themselves ensnared as servants to a powerful wizard, seeking even greater strength. This was evident in the fate of the legendary knight Baron of Yor, and now the legendary sailor captain, both reduced to servitude under great wizards. Ultimately, this world is governed by wizards. Recognizing this stark reality, Icodin understood that although his band of sailors was considerably stronger than the small faction of apprentice wizards, the latter held a deep-seated disdain for them, even harboring a sense of aversion towards their kind. Thus, Icodin could never afford to relax, especially in the presence of the five prominent spellcasters among the apprentices. Even if the sorcery wielded by these so-called five was laughably inadequate in the eyes of true wizards, it still possessed the lethal capacity to slay any knight with ease. Today, when Amrand announced the official formation of the Blood Sale Alliance, Icodin's heart raced. This could not be good. Without a moment's hesitation, Icodin unsheathed his long knife, disregarding the bewildered expressions of his slow-reacting subordinates, and bellowed, "What is this Blood Sale Alliance? Without the consent of our Sailors' Guild, you shall not establish this alliance today." He then turned his icy gaze upon the hesitant apprentice wizards and declared, "Who dares to join? The sailors shall show no mercy." Though Icodin's heart trembled with fear, he maintained a fierce countenance, glaring menacingly at the wavering apprentices. Perhaps he could not prevent the formation of their alliance in the future, but it was imperative to thwart it now. Otherwise, his sailors would surely meet their demise. At this moment, the sailors behind him finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Arming themselves and standing resolutely by Icodin's side, casting ferocious looks at the opposing faction of apprentices. In response, the five spellcasters of the apprentice faction positioned themselves at the forefront, their respective teams standing behind them, brandishing their weapons and fixating their gaze upon the sailors. Amrand leveled a cold stare at Icodin and declared, "Today, 5 of your sailors must be cast into the sea. If we stand united, your defeat is certain. You may certainly attempt to defy us." Icodin remained unyielding. "Humph. Do you believe that the apprentice wizards aboard this ship are still the children they were a month ago?" With a disdainful snort, Amrand's left hand adorned with a blue gemstone ring flickered slightly. As he uttered an incantation, a radiant golden sword materialized and floated before him, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Icodin narrowly evaded the lethal strike of the lightsaber, yet a crimson gash marred his right shoulder. In that very moment, as swift as a fleeting shadow, the white puppet deftly extracted the heart of the ship's captain. The puppet, standing at a mere half-meter, was enveloped in a pristine white hue, exuding an aura of innocence. However, in its grasp lay a still-beating heart, drenched in blood. Cradling the heart, the puppet emitted a high-pitched, childlike giggle as it gazed at the sailors, who, driven by fear and fury, lunged towards it, like a mischievous child who had pilfered sweets. The puppet made its hasty retreat. With a resounding thud, the captain, now devoid of his heart, collapsed. Meanwhile, Green and Euchris, in perfect synchronization, charged towards a sailor ensnared by vines. Euchris obstructed the advance of other rescuers, while Green, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, swiftly slashed the sailor's throat with his dagger. A fiery orb erupted, and moments later, a multitude of wizard apprentices surrounded the remaining sailors. Excitement coursed through the apprentices, not merely because they would be spared from perilous battles for the next 3 days, but because they had glimpsed the formidable powers that some apprentices wielded. This arcane strength was beyond the reach of any knight. It was a transcendent force. A mere 5 of the weakest apprentices, along with a score of support personnel, had effortlessly vanquished over 20 robust knights. Upon arriving at the Wizard Academy, these apprentices, having endured countless trials of life and death, would undoubtedly absorb any power that could enhance their abilities with unparalleled efficiency, emerging anew in their strength. This was an unassailable truth. In this confrontation, 4 sailors perished. 7 sustained grave injuries, 9 were lightly wounded, and 1 fell into unconsciousness. All surviving sailors were bound tightly with ropes by the wizard apprentices. The apprentices too bore certain costs, while Green remained unharmed. Chris suffered minor injuries, and several members of the casting team faced fatalities due to their negligence, as the robust sailors had fought with desperation in their final moments. Observing the eager participation of numerous apprentices in the Bloodsail Alliance, the 5 casters could not help but feel a profound sense of accomplishment. Amron sighed, lamenting the loss of a few more lives. Among the core members, several relatively weaker female wizard apprentices diligently recorded the names of those wishing to join the alliance, informing them of the responsibilities and obligations that accompanied their membership. Laughter occasionally erupted from the deck, a precious reprieve from the previously oppressive atmosphere aboard the ship. Huh, did you not boast of us as mere livestock before? Where is that bravado now? The following dawn, the unfathomable masked wizard's piercing cackle resonated through the air. It seems there have been considerable changes aboard the ship. Quite a notable reduction of 10, indeed. A group of wizard apprentices brimmed with vitality and confidence, no longer exhibiting the cold indifference they once possessed. They seemed to be bound together by an unseen force, though this connection appeared rather tenuous. Yuli and Bibiliana showed no reaction to the harmonious gathering of apprentices on the deck. For them, their talents were treated like treasures once discovered by the wizards, and coupled with their ability to easily extinguish lives, they remained oblivious to the harsh realities faced by lower-tier apprentices. In contrast, Selenum, an enigmatic figure, displayed a curious demeanor towards the newly formed alliance aboard the ship, frequently observing the 5 spellcasters with keen interest. The first mate wore a grim expression, for all the sailors on board were once his subordinates, now reduced to mere pawns for the apprentices, at risk of being cast into the depths of the ocean at any moment. Amidst the varied emotions of the crowd, the faceless mask suddenly addressed the group of Bloodsail Alliance apprentices, stating, "I have some unfortunate news for you." The word bad was drawn out for dramatic effect. The previously spirited apprentices suddenly changed their countenance, fixating their gazes on the sinister, perverse, and cruel wizard, fearing he might utter something outrageous. Each apprentice subconsciously distanced themselves from one another, apprehensive of potential uncontrollable events. The unfortunate news was, cackle, cackle, cackle. Amidst the wizard's eerie laughter and the palpable tension among the apprentices, the faceless mask proclaimed, "We shall arrive at the Sorcerer Continent, the Black Soda Wizard Academy, this evening. Therefore, the sailors you have captured will likely be of no use to you." Cackle, cackle, cackle. What a disappointment, is it not? Upon hearing this, nearly all the apprentices felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for their lack of strength, some of the more fiery individuals would have undoubtedly rushed forward to strike this old fool. However, as they regained their composure, a sense of excitement began to swell within them. Were they finally nearing the Wizard Academy? Each apprentice had vowed to themselves while witnessing their peers being cast into the sea that they would master powerful sorcery and take control of their own destinies. The brutal skirmishes aboard the ship over the past month had etched an indelible mark on the lives of all apprentices. Yet, amidst this chaos, the fortunate survivors had gained invaluable experience, understanding the harsh and precious nature of the path of a wizard, setting them on a trajectory to surpass others in the future. On this day, the apprentices stood on the deck, gazing intently into the distance. Gradually, more vessels appeared around them, and the horizon began to reveal subtle differences. As evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, the first mate skillfully dropped anchor. After more than 2 months of navigating the boundless ocean, the ship finally arrived at an unfamiliar dock. In the midst of the apprentices' uncontrollable excitement, a multitude of black crows suddenly erupted from beneath the faceless mask's wizard robes, gently lifting him into the air. Cackle, cackle, dear little ones, welcome to the magnificent Black Tower Wizard Academy in the realm of sorcery. Chapter 19. The Black Soda at the port. The sea vessel carrying Green and his fellow wizard apprentices was conspicuously dilapidated. As the ship docked, a throng of eager apprentices rushed onto the shore, reveling in the absence of the relentless swaying of the sea, inhaling the fresh air with joy illuminating their faces. Finally, they had escaped the hellish confines of that ship. However, their expressions of delight did not go unnoticed by other passing apprentices at the port, who scoffed at them. Another group of rustic islanders, believing that their arrival on the wizarding continent would grant them the status of wizards. Such foolish ignorance, they mused. The apprentice, mistakenly assuming that the delight of the Bloodsail Alliance's apprentices stemmed from their arrival on the wizarding continent, observed the multitude of apprentices at the port bowing to the faceless masked wizard. The faceless mask paid them no heed, merely turning to the newly disembarked apprentices and calmly advising, "Do not wonder." At that moment, a figure soared through the distant sky, and soon after, an old witch riding a broomstick descended before the crowd. She glided past Green and his companions, her gaze fixating on the two figures, Yunli and Bibiliona, behind the faceless mask. Indeed, these two charming little ones are the targets discovered near Lilith's abode, aren't they? Their soul fluctuations are indeed quite extraordinary. The creases on the old witch's face resembled the bark of an ancient tree, and she erupted into a gleeful cackle, revealing a mouthful of blackened, decayed teeth that was rather off-putting. Many apprentices from the Bloodsail Alliance instinctively recoiled from her presence. Green couldn't help but ponder whether all wizards bore such peculiar appearances. What could have caused this? If he were to become a wizard in the future, would he also take on such a guise? Merely contemplating this sent a chill down his spine. "Do I look good?" Raffi asked, her gaze fixed curiously on Green. In the face of such a tantalizing inquiry, the old Green would have coldly turned his head away, refusing to engage. Perhaps after disembarking from the ship, everyone's spirits had lightened somewhat. After all, the atmosphere aboard had been stifling. Even Raffi was surprised at her own audacity in posing such a question to Green. After a moment of astonishment, Raffi suddenly smiled. "May I interpret this as a confession of your feelings for me?" Well, considering you once selflessly saved me, I shall give it some serious thought." With that, she flashed a triumphant grin and turned her attention away from Green. Green stood momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the faceless masked wizard, perched atop a multitude of crows, addressed them. "Enough, do not frighten these little ones. After more than a month of trials, they are likely filled with dread towards the academy. However, having survived, perhaps some among them will venture further in the future. As for their opinions of me, they are of no concern. They cannot enter the seven-ringed Saint Tower, and our focus remains solely on these two." As she spoke, the old witch, perched upon her broom, beckoned Yuli and Bibiliana to approach her. She then complained to the faceless mask, stating that had she taken on this task from the outset, it would have taken no more than a month. After finishing her words, the old witch departed with Yuli and Bibiliana. Does she believe she could summon the sea vessel in less than a month? After the old witch vanished, Yakris exclaimed in frustration, while his sister, Eurcleana, tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his words for fear of inciting trouble. "Fool. What she meant was to abandon us altogether, or simply toss us into the sea," Raffi remarked coldly. Raffi's interpretation sent a chill through the hearts of Yakris, Eurcleana, and Green, all relieved that the old witch had not been the one to undertake this mission. At that moment, some even began to reminisce about the sorceress Delara. If these apprentice wizards could safely reach the Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy, it would surely be an entirely different experience, for that academy, by all accounts, surpassed the Black Soda Wizard Academy in terms of regulations and structure. Approximately 15 minutes later, a group of 7 or 8 panting apprentice wizards rushed in from afar. Upon spotting the faceless mask, they disregarded their fatigue and bowed respectfully. The faceless mask, showing impatience, declared, "All right. Although there remains half a month before the official commencement of classes, this batch of apprentice wizards will not be assigned further arrangements. They shall be directly allocated housing at the academy. You few are in charge." Once the wizards departed, the group of apprentice wizards sighed in relief and turned to face the newcomers who had just disembarked from the sea vessel. After over a month of combat and encounters with sea monsters, the number of apprentice wizards had dwindled to fewer than 300. "Oh, it seems you country bumpkins possess some knowledge, unlike the fools from our cohort. That last selection was quite impressive, wasn't it?" A voice laced with scorn reached their ears, causing the initially hopeful group to grow somber, realizing that the Black Soda Wizard Academy was indeed not a benevolent place. However, not all apprentice wizards exuded such disdain. One female apprentice stepped forward. "Listen well, newcomers. Not everyone who enters the Black Soda Wizard Academy can be called an apprentice wizard. You must be capable of independently casting 3 spells before earning that title. For now, you are merely referred to as novices or initiates." Pausing for a moment, the female apprentice continued, "Thus, your tasks ahead are twofold. Continuously enhance your mental prowess and diligently learn new spells. striving to become apprentice wizards and prepare for the harsh trials of initiation. Enough. Celia, why do you play the saint? Interrupted a hot-headed apprentice wizard. A towering figure with a bald head and a scar on his forehead resembling a centipede. Listen closely, newcomers. Though the Academy forbids murder, the rules are immutable. As long as you manage to commit murder without being caught at the scene or leaving any evidence behind, the law enforcement will not concern themselves with such trifles. Thus, if you newcomers wish to prolong your existence, you would do well to remain obedient. The malevolent apprentice of the sorcerer issued this warning. Moreover, do not presume that upon arriving at the sorcerer's continent, you will be acknowledged as sorcerers. I have encountered many arrogant individuals from remote coastal regions. Let me inform you, in my eyes, you country bumpkins from the obscure islands are akin to cockroaches, easily crushed beneath my foot. The numerous apprentices of the Bloodsail Alliance remained silent, enduring the insults with cold gazes directed at him. Had this been in the past, the provocation from the bald sorcerer apprentice would have undoubtedly incited a number of proud individuals to argue back or utter some idle remarks. However, after more than a month of rigorous training, those who were unaware of the situation had already been tossed into the sea. Somewhat taken aback, the bald apprentice found it unexpected that no one dared to stand up against him, which left him feeling disappointed and incensed. He bellowed, "Move." 8 sorcerer apprentices led the way, followed by nearly 300 newcomers of the Bloodsail Alliance, as they traversed the seemingly unprosperous harbor, arriving before a towering and steep mountain. This colossal mountain exhibited an almost vertical incline of over 80 degrees, its surface adorned with layers of dark iron chains, imparting a sense of living oppression. As though it perpetually loomed over everyone, night had fallen, obscuring the full outline of this formidable peak. Gazing at the steep mountain, the members of the Bloodsail Alliance could not help but wonder if the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy was situated atop it. Yet, with such a steep ascent, and the terrain littered with jagged rocks and dense, menacing vegetation, how could one possibly climb it? A murmuring of surprise arose among the crowd, uncertain as to why the bald apprentice would kindly remind them of this. At this moment, the 7 sorcerer apprentices finally reached the mountainous base, where colossal trees, towering at least 40 to 50 meters, sprouted from the craggy cliffs, their age indeterminate. Amidst the rustling leaves, there was an eerie whisper, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The bald sorcerer apprentice stood respectfully before one of the giant trees and saluted, "Please, open the passage." With a rumble, a massive stone was slowly lifted by the black iron chains, revealing a concealed passageway. Following the lead of the preceding apprentice, the group ventured into the tunnel at the mountain's base. After a considerable distance, their surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing a multitude of brightly lit buildings, the most striking of which was a towering edifice in the far distance, reaching hundreds of meters high, majestically piercing the night sky. Is this the Black Soda? As the group was captivated by the distant tower, Green's attention shifted to the side of the tunnel, where a seemingly unremarkable stone tablet, covered in a layer of gray and exhibiting signs of weathering, lay partially obscured by moss at its base. However, the inscriptions upon the colossal stone have reached a point where the craftsmanship has penetrated the very rock, silently enduring the passage of time, immutable and eternal. Green quietly read the words carved into the stone, "Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage my very being to elevate the infinite world." Chapter 20. Clearing the field. The Black Soda Wizard Academy is situated in a remote corner of the Wizarding continent. To the east lies the vast and enigmatic 7-ringed Sacred Tower, obstructed by the thorny forest, while to the west stretches the endless ocean, specifically the Gem Sea, similarly separated by the Black Soda mountain range. Thus, the Black Soda stands as a relatively open and independent institution of wizardry. Of course, the so-called barriers of the thorny forest and the Black Soda mountains pose little hindrance to accomplished wizards who possess the ability to fly, despite being formidable obstacles for the average apprentice. After a fortnight, Green finally traversed the entirety of the Black Soda Wizard Academy, gaining a comprehensive understanding of its layout and planning. In summary, the Black Soda serves as the true heart of the academy, yet for most apprentice wizards, only the lower 7 levels are accessible to the public, while the nearly 100 upper levels remain shrouded in secrecy, accessible only to the most powerful wizards. Beyond the Black Soda, the academy features 3 principal gathering places for the multitude of apprentices: the Teaching Hall, the Library, and the Bounty Loft. Today marks the decade-long enrollment day for apprentices at the Black Soda Wizard Academy, coinciding with the Universal Enrollment Day across all wizarding institutions in the continent. Typically, Each academy possesses its own sphere of influence, acquiring territory commensurate with its strength and selecting promising candidates for apprenticeship from within that domain. However, it is evident that the Black Soda Wizard Academy does not conform to conventional methods of recruitment. Perhaps its overwhelming power sets it apart from the other academies. A bustling throng of new initiates, guided by the elder apprentices of the academy, enters the institution. With a mix of 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts pride, the newcomers marvel at the numerous edifices within the academy, whispering and pointing, some even proclaiming grand ambitions to become illustrious stigmata wizards. The members of the Bloodsail Alliance also partake in this procession, albeit with a demeanor far more composed than the fresh faces surrounding them. Having undergone the crucible of trials, they perceive in these newcomers a reflection of their former, arrogant selves, naive, ignorant, and somewhat comical. On the smooth marble square, thousands of newcomers stand in orderly formation. A diverse assembly of wizards occupies the lofty platform, each one seemingly preferring to conceal their form beneath voluminous robes, shrouding their secrets. Unlike the nobles, wizards engage in far fewer formalities and pleasantries, especially high-ranking wizards who often address their lower-tier counterparts with a tone of command and directive, a natural reflection of the hierarchical norms within the wizarding world. Time in the wizarding realm is measured using hourglasses and natural days, though some places do employ mechanical clocks for hours and minutes. One natural day equates to 12 hourglasses, which corresponds to roughly 2 mechanical clock hours per hourglass when compared to the timekeeping of East Coral Island. After 3/4 of an hour, a dozen wizards on stage, each with a distinct voice, recounted the general rules of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, as well as the various tasks and trials that apprentice wizards are required to complete. The members of the Bloodsail Alliance, recalling their experiences aboard the sea vessel, no longer harbored any naive illusions about the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Green summarized the situation, essentially. The Black Tower grants a 3-year grace period for newly enrolled initiates. But this so-called grace period consists merely of a meager stipend of 2 magical stones per month and a non-mandatory task period. After 3 years, a trial task will be conducted for newcomers. Green could easily surmise that this purported trial task would undoubtedly serve to effortlessly weed out the majority of those deemed unworthy by the Academy. As for the utility of the magical stones, Green remained uncertain about their fundamental purpose, but for the numerous newcomers at the Wizard Academy, nearly all means of enhancing one's power were closely tied to these stones. In summary, magical stones held far greater liquidity for wizards than the gold coins circulated among commoners, as they possessed intrinsic value and were an indispensable consumable for all wizards. An hourglass's time elapsed. For wizards, who value time greatly, engaging with a group of ignorant apprentice wizards proved to be a futile and time-wasting endeavor, thus concluding the assembly. However, at the last moment, the wizards finally announced some good news. The Academy would provide all apprentice wizards with a free crystal ball and a fundamental course on the 7 magnetic basic wizard knowledge. A gift from the esteemed 7-ringed Holy Tower. A crystal ball, a course on wizardry, the 7-ringed Holy Tower? As Green was pleasantly surprised by the crystal ball and the basic knowledge course, the unfamiliar term 7-ringed Holy Tower piqued his interest. 3 days later, Green, along with the Yacris siblings and Ben Honchuan, occupied the front row of lecture hall number 9 early on, as the instructor had yet to arrive. The group was quite noisy. Ben Honchuan, who had briefly teamed up with others aboard the sea vessel, began to chatter incessantly, further tormenting Green. Let me share a secret with you. The owls at the Academy are not really owls at all. I overheard from a senior that these creatures are actually the eyes and ears of the enforcement team. They are the guardians of the Academy. After a pause, Ben Honchuan smugly licked his lips and continued. Moreover, it is said that there are 2 places newcomers should absolutely avoid. One is rumored to be the site of strange occurrences, while the other is the apprentice wizard gladiatorial arena. Strange occurrences? Green pondered. Such strange occurrences must pertain to the ignorance and fear that lower-level wizards have towards the knowledge of their more advanced counterparts. As for the apprentice wizard gladiatorial arena, Green had also heard of it. Although the Black Tower Wizard Academy explicitly forbids killings within its confines, it never truly enforces this prohibition. The Academy operates under 2 unspoken rules. First, if a killing method can evade the enforcement team's detection, then the victim is essentially considered to have died in vain. As no one would pursue the matter, the Black Tower exhibits a notable lack of sympathy for the weak. Secondly, there exists a place known as the Abandoned Courtyard. The enforcement team is solely responsible for collecting the deceased here, without any obligation to investigate the circumstances, Hence it is also referred to as the arena of apprentice sorcerers. Meanwhile, Ben Henson, noticing Green's apparent skepticism regarding the strange occurrences within the academy, hastily asserted, "This is indeed true. It is said that not only as newcomers encounter bizarre events there, even the esteemed sorcerers themselves face such phenomena, which are utterly inescapable." Observing Ben Henson's earnest demeanor, Green felt a flicker of curiosity and inquired, "Where?" "Hee, I knew you would ask. It is at the abandoned water tower to the south of the academy. However, these odd happenings only occur at night, when you are alone. If you are intrigued, you might consider sneaking a look after dark." Ben Henson encouraged Green, who remained noncommittal. Deep down, Green harbored doubts about these so-called strange occurrences, yet he was reluctant to investigate them recklessly. Unbeknownst to them, the hall was soon filled with many newcomers. While Green and Ben Henson quietly discussed the rumors circulating within the academy, on the other side, the siblings, Laffy and Yakris, shared whispers of their own. At that moment, a sudden voice broke through the murmur. It belonged to a girl clad in opulence, exuding an air of elegance. Unlike many apprentice sorcerers who donned oversized robes, this girl sported a striking appearance with her short, chestnut-purple hair adorned by a circlet of red and blue gems. Her dress, embellished with intricate patterns of deep purple and black, radiated nobility, grace, and an enigmatic aura, accentuating her lithe form and porcelain skin that resembled fine parchment. This girl undoubtedly hailed from a distinguished lineage, as the noble essence she effortlessly exuded surpassed even that of Laffy. Of course, within the realm of sorceress academia, distinctions between commoners and nobles held little significance. The only true differentiators among sorcerers were knowledge and power. At that moment, the elegantly poised girl, appearing somewhat vexed, turned to the boy behind her, who seemed to be eager to please, exclaiming, "How is it possible that there are no seats available in all 9 halls? Did you not say that there are often many vacant spots?" There was no need to dawdle on the way. The boy, feeling awkward, reflected on the information he had gathered. In previous years, it was an accomplishment for newcomers to fill 8 lecture halls. Yet this year's group had completely occupied all 9, leaving numerous individuals outside unable to enter. In an instant, the boy faced the consequences of his misinformation. With a sullen expression, he was unwilling to acknowledge his blunder and incompetence in front of the girl. Thus he shifted his gaze towards Yorkliana, standing nearby. Indeed, the frailty of the weak was apparent to all, whether aboard the maritime vessel or within the Sorceress Academy. Yorkliana's delicate nature would elicit no fear from anyone. "You two, step aside," the boy commanded, pointing at Yorkliana and Yakris, believing that Yakris was likely a suitor of Yorkliana. As he spoke, the boy glanced back, and upon doing so, several individuals rose from the rear of the hall. These individuals appeared to hail from the same region as the boy and approached. Their expressions filled with shared animosity directed at the somewhat flustered Yorkliana. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Rafi, seething with rage, stood abruptly. His eyes ablaze with fury as he addressed the boy. "Are you speaking to us?" The icy words seemed to be forced from between Rafi's clenched teeth, a testament to his palpable anger. Without the need for further elaboration, Green and Binhan, who had shared a month of camaraderie aboard the sea vessel, also rose to their feet, while Yakris, with an indignant snarl, bellowed, "Let us pass. Who do you think you are?" His voice drew the attention of nearly everyone in the hall. Beside Yakris sat an unfamiliar boy, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Observing Green and his companions audaciously shout at the aggressive newcomers, he instinctively shifted his position, distancing himself from Yakris, internally lamenting. What a group of individuals completely oblivious to the situation. The glances exchanged with Green and the others were akin to observing the deceased. Next to the bespectacled boy, a girl covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting a tinge of pity for Green and his companions. Meanwhile, the boy who had summoned assistance upon hearing Yerkris's shout was momentarily taken aback. However, fury swiftly followed. His keen perception allowed him to instantly discern that, aside from Rafi, who might possess a slightly better background, the others emanated an unmistakable air of commoners. At that moment, these commoners had the audacity to defy him. Moreover, they dared to embarrass him in front of her. The pent-up anger within him threatened to drive him to madness as he, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, glared down at Green and the others. "You will kneel and slap your own faces immediately. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might spare you. Otherwise, I swear, you will not last 6 months here." The boy seethed with indignation, brimming with malice. How dare these commoners offend him? This could not stand. He must consult that senior on how to eliminate these insubordinate individuals. Not survive for 6 months? Ha! Rafi, in a fit of rage, let out a laugh. I shall see how you intend to ensure we do not last 6 months. With that, Rafi appeared to lose his anger, reclining in his chair, fixated on the boy before him, equally furious. Very well, since you seek death. Meanwhile, the boy who had summoned his friends panicked, attempting to explain. It wasn't me. It felt as if I were being controlled just now. It must be. At that moment, a substantial number of individuals, approximately 70 to 80, stood silently within the expansive lecture hall, each bearing a formidable aura, effectively surrounding the 10 or so individuals, coldly observing the brazen instigator confronting Green and his companions. The light sword practitioner, Amrand, walked alongside a one-armed spellcaster, the latter frowning as he remarked, "There is only 1/10 of an hourglass remaining until class begins." Amrand, with a light chuckle, toyed with the exquisite ring on his finger and coldly remarked, "That is sufficient." Subsequently, devoid of any emotion, he bellowed towards the lecture hall. "Bloodsail Alliance, clear the premises. Those who wish to avoid trouble, leave at once." Chapter 21. Leverage Bloodsail Alliance? What manner of organization is this? I have not heard of it from the venerable elders here. Regardless of the organization, have you not noticed that these individuals exude a menacing aura and are not to be trifled with? We should depart at once. In the blink of an eye. The lecture hall numbered 9 was left with nearly 80 members of the Bloodsail Alliance encircling a few terrified newcomers from the wizarding continent. The one who had previously boasted that Green and his companions would not survive beyond half a year now wore a ghastly pallor, his forehead slick with cold sweat, and one could faintly discern the tremors of his quaking legs beneath his robe. "Why you? This is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding." The stammering individual, named Taurus, no longer cared for his image, his voice tinged with a near-weeping tone. "I never anticipated such a formidable organization among this year's newcomers. It is only the 3rd day since their enrollment." "A misunderstanding? Humph." Rafi scoffed, casting a glance at Yokris and Yakliana. Yakliana timidly interjected, "Sister Rafi, please do not kill him. Taking a life within the academy will invoke the enforcement team's scrutiny." Her cautionary remark caused Taurus and the 10 or so individuals behind him to break into a cold sweat. Do not kill him? Are these individuals truly contemplating violence? It is crucial to understand that brazenly committing murder within the academy would lead to inevitable doom at the hands of the enforcement team. Fear not. She would not dare. Humph. Even I must seek out the elder wizard apprentices before daring to act. Though these individuals may have formed an alliance for reasons unknown, they are ultimately a collection of ignorant and powerless commoners. This alliance shall not endure. However, at that moment, Armand interjected, continuing Rafi's line of thought as he addressed Yakliana. "We have thoroughly investigated the rules of the academy over these past days. We intended to establish the alliance's authority. And since this unfortunate fellow has drawn Rafi's ire, let it be him." The manipulator of spells smirked. "Such matters can only be dealt with by me at this juncture. I hope the curse specialists within the alliance mature swiftly." Green, observing that the situation was nearing resolution, acted without a second thought, delivering a swift kick to Taurus's abdomen. Instantly, Taurus's face shifted from pale to crimson, contorted in agony, as he bent over, clutching his midsection, yet refrained from uttering a sound. Humph, a repulsive fellow. Green had discerned too much disdain in this man's eyes. It reminded him of the proud members of the Bloodsail Alliance aboard the sea vessel, each one brimming with arrogance. It was the faceless masked wizard who had awakened everyone, prompting them to recognize their own realities, shedding the naivety of being eternally coddled children. "Hello. This matter does not concern me. May I take my leave?" The girl whom Taurus had persistently pursued cast a disdainful glance at him, feeling uncomfortable amidst the throng. She boldly queried the crowd, unperturbed by their presence. Armand paused, momentarily taken aback as he carefully observed the girl's every movement. Moments later, the cold demeanor on Amrand's face completely vanished, replaced by a courteous smile befitting a gentleman of noble lineage, as he bowed before the girl and said, "Of course. My beautiful lady." "Oh?" The girl, somewhat taken aback, regarded Amrand with a few more glances before breaking into a surprised smile, leaving the crowd without a backward glance. With her departure, the 9th lecture hall erupted into a cacophony of wails, reminiscent of slaughtered pigs, a truly harrowing sound. The newcomers outside, cleared from the area, exchanged glances filled with dread. Their expressions were grim. These individuals were indeed not to be trifled with. The bespectacled newcomer, who had initially believed that Yokris and Green were doomed, now cursed himself inwardly. He should have recognized their fearless demeanor as a sign of some hidden backing. yet he had voluntarily stepped back. The boy lamented, wondering how splendid it would have been to step forward and connect with those individuals to join the Bloodsail Alliance. Alas! With only a brief moment remaining before class commenced, Taurus exited, supported by a few bruised newcomers. Amryn gestured toward the manipulator with emotion across his throat. The manipulator reluctantly nodded and followed suit with the departing group. Shortly thereafter, the 9th lecture hall brimmed once more with people, as though the earlier brawl had been but a fleeting illusion. Thud, thud, thud. This was Green's first encounter with a wizard in their human form. The witch's voice held a captivating allure, and upon noticing the astonishment in the crowd, she seemed to recall something, smiling as she said, "Are you surprised by my appearance? Not all witches devote themselves solely to bloodline research. While bloodline sorcery can rapidly empower a wizard, it also alters their visage in an irreversible manner, accompanied by a mental invasive quality, thus it is not suitable for every wizard. Well, indeed, there exists a beautiful side to the world of wizards." Many in the crowd thought as they beheld the enchanting Elon witch. Creak. Suddenly, amidst a crunching sound, the expressions of the captivated crowd turned rigid. Even Green felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The beautiful witch nonchalantly produced a palm-sized black centipede and began munching on it, generating a crunching noise that made the spectators envision the creature transforming into liquid within her mouth. Such a stunning witch, yet. Oh, the silent sighs. "Are you surprised that I eat this?" Lianri inquired, observing the crowd's expressions before shaking her head and adding without a hint of concern. All elemental witches share 3 common traits: a crystal ball, a companion insect, and a soul slave. If you wish to avoid inexplicable curses and illusions leading to your demise, you should cultivate your companion insects swiftly. The witch smiled, and by that time, you will understand that these insects are not as repulsive as you superficially perceive. They are merely symbols of the boundless world, integral to the ecological system. Struggling to suppress his urge to retch, Green silently thought, that is certainly not akin to indulging in snacks. The crowd exchanged glances, each assessing the other's disbelief. Ben Hansen was the first to rise and declare, "The great wizard is the master of the world's order, standing at the pinnacle of existence, governing the balance of all beings, life and death. A wizard transcends the mortal realm, embodying the sublimation of life, the metamorphosis." Gradually, a dozen individuals stood, nearly all extolling the greatness, mystery, and irresistible nature of wizards. Green also attempted to articulate his perspective on wizards. A great wizard should fulfill their ideals through the knowledge they command. As he uttered these words, the inscription on the massive stone at the entrance of the academy naturally surfaced in his mind. "Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage myself to shift the vast world." After the newcomers had expressed their interpretations of wizards, Ripple remained silent, indicating her dissatisfaction. Yet, no one else chose to rise. Ripple calmly stated, "A wizard is one who employs their exquisite knowledge as a lever to manipulate the rules of the world." Remember, this phrase was uttered by the ancient and illustrious spirit wizard, Antonio. She then organized the desk at the podium and announced, "Now, I shall demonstrate what it means to manipulate the rules." Before them, Ripple produced 3 identical magical stones and shook them before a crystal ball. Observe. These 3 magical stones each contain energy equivalent to 7 standard magical units. After speaking, Ripple silently intoned a spell, and a transparent barrier arose from the podium, causing the crystal ball to slowly levitate. This crystal ball will record the energy unit information generated by the explosion of these 3 magical stones. The first stone, enveloped in Ripple's magical energy, was thrown towards the floating crystal ball, resulting in a sudden explosion. Ripple shook her head, indicating that this stone, under the wizard's crude manipulation, had not even released its inherent properties. Next, Elon took the second magical stone, which, upon being wrapped in her magical energy, began to gently flow into her being. She then intoned a spell, summoning a fireball the size of her fist to ignite at her fingertips. Nonchalantly, Elon hurled the fireball towards the levitating crystal ball. With a flash from the barrier, an explosive roar ensued as the barrier contained the fiery inferno within a small space at the podium. Observe the outcome. I employed the most primitive fireball spell, transforming the magical energy within the stone into fiery might. The crystal ball indicates it just endured an attack with an energy intensity of 40 degrees, which is 13 times more potent than the previous 3 degrees, manifesting 5 times the stone's original power. Afterward, Ripple grasped the final magical stone. Once she absorbed its energy, a complex incantation escaped her lips, igniting a fireball the size of a human head at her fingertips. However, unlike before, this fireball began to morph, taking the shape of a soaring firebird as she chanted her spell. During my apprenticeship as a sorcerer, I devoted 3 years to the refinement of a fireball spell's magical array. In retrospect, this endeavor was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, a fiery bird surged towards the suspended crystal orb, and with a resounding explosion, a torrent of flames engulfed the orb, radiating concentrated energy. The event was swift. The explosion occurred in an instant, unlike the previous flames that lingered for an extended duration. With a flick of my wrist, the crystal orb descended into my palm. Upon examining the data within, Lien remarked with a smile, "The orb indicates it has just endured an assault of 66 energy units. This means that a magical stone, which possesses merely 7 energy units, has, through my sorceress knowledge leveraging the rules, unleashed over 9 times its inherent energy." Pausing for a moment, Lien continued, "This is the power wielded by a sorcerer." The hall filled with novices grasped for the first time the essence and philosophy behind a sorcerer's mastery of power, their faces alight with wonder and intrigue, as if enchanted by the spectacle. However, they merely regarded Lien's experiment as a delightful diversion, oblivious to deeper contemplations. Their sole concern revolved around the power that sorcery could bestow and when they might acquire such prowess. In contrast, Green appeared contemplative, pondering the notion of leveraging knowledge as a fulcrum, utilizing oneself as the pivot, and exploiting the disparities and conflicts between rules to manipulate the world's framework. Is this what it means to be a sorcerer? Chapter 22. 2 years of time flies, and 2 years have swiftly passed. In the span of over 700 natural days on the wizarding continent, numerous events have unfolded for the newcomers at the Black Soda Wizard Academy. Green, silently wielding a broom, diligently swept every corner of the library. This part-time job was secured by Green through the influence of the Bloodsail Alliance, offering a modest remuneration of 2 magical stones each month. Do not underestimate this position. Countless individuals had once vied desperately for it, only for Raffi to assist Green in obtaining it through the Bloodsail Alliance. With additional allowances, Green earned 4 magical stones monthly, which, under normal circumstances during the 3-year protection period for newcomers, should suffice for someone of his aptitude and intelligence to evolve into a magical apprentice. Yet, have I erred? Green frowned, his mood considerably dismal. Over the past 2 years, he had mastered only one spell, the preliminary transformation of the Nose Hunter. Initially, he had completed this spell half a year after entering the academy. Following the typical path for newcomers, he should have been able to meditate consistently and seize every opportunity to acquire magical stones to learn new spells. With his income of 4 magical stones each month, this should have been an uncomplicated endeavor, allowing him to surpass most of his peers. However, Green had not wished merely to follow the steps outlined in the spell book to complete the incantation. Instead, he sought to delve into the intricacies of its principles, to unravel its profound truths, and thus squandered precious time. For instance, through 2 years of research on the Nose Hunter, Green had gleaned an ambiguous insight. Why does the transformation of the Nose Hunter not qualify as a bloodline spell? Yet, what is the utility of such knowledge? Can this so-called understanding empower Green to endure the trials that await in a year's time? Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage my own existence to shift the vast universe. Is knowledge truly of such paramount importance? Have I genuinely erred? It is no wonder that Green felt increasingly lost. The impending conclusion of the 3-year protection period loomed ominously, heralding the onset of the Academy's harrowing trial examination, followed by compulsory tasks every 2 years. From the experiences of previous wizard apprentices, Green understood that the trial examination was essentially a life-and-death ordeal orchestrated by the Academy to select qualified newcomers. During the trials, those who had not mastered 3 spells to become wizard apprentices faced a mortality rate exceeding 90%, while even among the apprentices, the mortality rate hovered around 40%. Such brutality led the older generation of wizard apprentices to refer to the trial examination as the Bloody Mill. Once, the transformation of the Nose Hunter and the olfactory chart represented all of Green's hopes for the wizarding world, signifying the advantage that set him apart from ordinary wizard apprentices. But now, no. A sudden, piercing scream reverberated through the library, startling Green, who rushed towards the source of the cry. There, he found a small group of 4 or 5 individuals, all standing in a daze, neglecting the figure on the ground who was writhing in agony. Stepping forward, Green's pupils dilated in shock, Lindsay. The witch apprentice, Lindsay, who is currently rolling helplessly on the ground, was among the first of this cohort to become an apprentice, garnering significant fame. Her beauty has attracted the secret admiration of numerous male witch apprentices. However, Lindsay possesses a notable flaw. She adamantly refuses to cultivate accompanying insects. This reluctance is easily understandable from the perspective of an ordinary person. The thought of having a horde of grotesque insects crawling on or within one's body is utterly terrifying. Even Green had once harbored a strong aversion to this notion. The so-called accompanying insects represent the initial application of a witch's soul power, wherein their strength is shared with certain uniquely functional insects, thereby granting them corresponding abilities. Although these insects possess considerable defensive capabilities, their fundamental purpose is to enhance the witch's resistance to curses and illusions. Observing Lindsay's anguished cries, Green sighed, lamenting yet another apprentice on the brink of a painful demise. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed far too many succumb to such cursed fates. A method of murder that eluded the scrutiny of the enforcement teams within the academy. A malicious thought flickered through Green's mind as he speculated on the nature of Lindsay's demise. Would she be devoured from within by countless carnivorous insects, reduced to a mere skeleton? Or would her blood congeal into a solid mass, suffocating her? Alternatively, might she simply expire as the last individual had, her physiological functions drained in an instant, leaving behind a lifeless husk? The wails grew more harrowing, and Green detected a charred odor wafting through the air. Lindsay, with her crimson skin, finally collapsed, her body visibly shriveling as if the very bones that constituted her form had entirely liquefied, losing their support. Moments later, she began to disintegrate into ashes from the inside out, yet her garments remained perfectly laid out on the ground, creating an eerily surreal scene. As though an unseen force had whisked her corporeal form away. The self-igniting curse, a truly advanced hex, murmured a nearby witch apprentice, who then nonchalantly departed. Having witnessed far too many newcomers meet their end through similar curses over the years. Typically, the most accidental deaths within the academy occurred during the first 3 years leading up to the trial examinations. A chill crept down Green's spine. Despite having seen this cursed spectacle numerous times, he could not shake the fear of one day experiencing a fate akin to theirs. Of course, there exists a prerequisite for being cursed. The witch's bodily information must have been pilfered by another. This bodily information could be as minuscule as a drop of blood, a fingernail, or even a strand of hair. Legends speak of the highest-tier curse casters who could indirectly obtain lesser bodily information from objects previously touched by others, thereby enabling them to cast their curses. That night, at the Bloodsail Alliance Assembly, the former structure of the 5 great spellcasters had long since dissipated. And now the Bloodsail Alliance was governed by 12 Elder Council members. Once, among the 5 great spellcasters, only the Fireball caster and the Puppet caster met with untimely deaths and thus did not ascend to the ranks of the Council Elders. The other 3 spellcasters, however, became Elders, while the remaining 9 surpassed the ordinary in talent and wisdom, emerging later as exceptional beings. Rafi, Yakris, Eurcleana, Benhan, and Green continued to sit together. Despite their enduring friendship, Green felt an inexplicable sorrow. Yakris spoke softly. Green, last week Rafi led us into the thorny forest, and we made some gains. Though perilous, we each managed to acquire 7 magical stones. What say you? Will you join us this time? Green feigned indifference and replied quietly, forget it. You know I am of little use now. Not only can I not assist you, but I might also hinder your progress. He cast a glance at Eurcleana. Even now, your sister surpasses me by a wide margin. Green was acutely aware that Eurcleana had mastered 3 spells and had become an apprentice mage, all of which were supportive spells that greatly aided Yakris. Together, they could potentially surpass some of the apprentice mages among the elders of the Alliance. Green, stop pretending. Continuing down this path will only lead to a vicious cycle. Do you truly wish to remain mediocre for all your days? Rafi finally could no longer contain himself, gazing into Green's eyes with urgency, his concern palpable. Everyone understood that a year from now, a brutal examination would take place, and none within the Bloodsail Alliance harbored any illusions. They were all striving to enhance their abilities at every opportunity. Green hesitated when a voice interrupted his thoughts. It belonged to a bearded apprentice mage named Amida, one of the 12 elders of the Bloodsail Alliance and a fervent admirer of Rafi, possessing remarkable magical talent. Amida declared, stop this. When you believe you are helping a friend, have you ever considered his pride? Your apparent generosity is no different from mere charity. With that, Amida turned to Green, his sincere smile illuminating his features. It matters not. You are a friend of Rafi, and thus a friend of mine, Amida. Regardless of your perceived weakness, neither I nor the Alliance will forsake you. Indeed, Brother Green, whenever you face difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will do my utmost to assist you, Eurocleana timidly added. Green looked upon the sincerity of their expressions, striving to maintain a grateful smile, as if that were the only way to convey his happiness and appreciation for all they had done for him. Yet, within him surged a profound ache, as if someone were relentlessly stabbing at the most vulnerable parts of his heart. Yes, his once quiet friends now observed him from the heights of success, looking down upon him while offering their assistance. Even Amida, who once gazed up at Green from a corner of the Bloodsail Alliance with little awareness of his plight, now carried the magnanimity and grandeur of a true victor, extending understanding for Green's emotions, empathizing with his suffering, and considering his thoughts. All of this deeply pierced Green's heart. One of the 12 elders on the dais proclaimed the internal news of the Alliance with great fervor. Now, our Bloodsail Alliance ranks 5th among all apprentice organizations at the Black Soda Wizard Academy in terms of comprehensive capabilities, with the top 4 being legacies passed down from the elder generation of wizard apprentices. Thus, I extend my congratulations for this remarkable achievement. Our Bloodsail Alliance now boasts 217 official members, of which 205 have formally become wizard apprentices, and 17 have received the recognition of the great wizards, becoming their direct disciples. We congratulate those apprentices acknowledged by the great wizards and encourage the newcomers still in their formative stages, hoping that we can all uplift one another and further the growth of our organization. Amida smiled, continually waving to those around him who were congratulating him, as he was indeed one of the 17 apprentices recognized by the wizards. Meanwhile, Green kept his head lowered, quietly observing everything around him. Occasionally, familiar faces offered encouragement, expressing their belief that Green would undoubtedly become a wizard apprentice. Each time, Green felt a pang of anguish, yet he was compelled to maintain a smile. In his heart, Green repeatedly questioned himself, have I truly erred? After the assembly concluded, only Ben Hanchuan and Green walked together in silence for a long while, until Ben Hanchuan suddenly erupted in anger. Bah, what is Amida anyway? Just because he claims that Rafi is your friend, does that make it so? As if we ought to curry favor with him. He says he won't abandon you, and neither will the Alliance. Does he think he represents the Alliance? Ben Hanchuan's fury was palpable. You were there when the 5 spellcasters founded the Bloodsail Alliance. You are one of its original members. At best, he is a second-generation member, yet now he speaks to you as if he were a senior. Bah. Finally, Ben Hanchuan, who had been silent, unleashed his frustration. Does that scoundrel believe Rafi regards you as merely an ordinary friend? He has no idea how you saved Rafi during the sea monster attack. Nor does he comprehend the feelings Rafi harbors for you. Rafi's heart belongs to you, not to him, no matter how much he has fawned over Rafi in recent months. Green lifted his gaze, staring blankly at this friend, who he had often found tiresome in his verbosity. Yet at this moment, Green's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Ben Hanchuan. I need some time alone. Green turned away, concealing his vulnerability. Ben Hanchuan said little more, giving Green's shoulder a reassuring pat before departing. From the moment he arrived at the Black Soda Wizard Academy, to believing he had uncovered some grand secret while engrossed in his studies, to now finding himself in such a desolate state. How had it come to this? Unbeknownst to him, Green arrived at the entrance of the Black Soda Mountain Tunnel. In that secluded and desolate corner, a weathered stone tablet stood quietly, enduring the relentless passage of time without wavering, indifferent to whether anyone would notice its existence. It simply remained there, steadfast. Green lifted his gaze to the colossal stone that once altered the trajectory of his fate. A myriad of emotions swirling within him as he silently recited the words once more, grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage my very being to upheave the infinite world. A sardonic smile escaped his lips. In that moment, Green was struck by a sudden awareness of his own naivety and ignorance. The grand proclamation of the ancient sorcerer, who had already reached such heights, served as a source of inspiration for the successful. Yet here he was, like a bewitched fool, revering, idolizing, and recklessly engaging in this life-risking folly. Had he pursued the arcane arts with the fervor of those sorcerer apprentices, unperturbed by the trivial knowledge and underlying truths, he might have already ascended to the status of a sorcerer apprentice or even an elder of the Alliance. The ancient sorcerer who uttered those bold words had surely stood at the pinnacle of power. Yet what was he but a mere mortal? How foolish it was to aspire to mimic the ancient sages and become another great sorcerer. In a moment of despair, Grimm contemplated leaving silently. But as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the colossal stone once more, an epiphany seemed to strike him, causing his body to tremble. Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage my very being to upheave the infinite world. But who would bestow upon him such knowledge to serve as a lever? Knowledge is elusive. In that fleeting moment, Grimm realized that the once heroic words he had uttered were steeped in profound helplessness, as if the ancient sorcerer lamented his own inability to acquire greater wisdom. The pursuit of knowledge was fraught with thorns, obstacles, and despair, often rendering one powerless and tempted to surrender. A wave of sorrow began to permeate Grimm's resolve, as he seemingly connected with the anguish of that great sorcerer. He stood still, motionless. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Suddenly, Grimm raised his head and strode decisively towards his humble abode. At that moment, he felt a sense of rebirth. A resolute conviction took root within him. The path he had chosen, the truth he sought, must be steadfastly pursued. For what distinguished him from those who drifted with the tide of mediocrity? This was a path of relentless pursuit of knowledge and truth. Even if it were riddled with despair and death, loneliness, and insurmountable challenges, Grimm would never consent to tread upon the footsteps of others. Chapter 23. The essence. Grimm did not hastily rush into action. Instead, he endeavored to calm himself through meditation, meticulously organizing his emotions and thoughts. Thus emerged the notion of the so-called wizardly aptitude. According to the variations in this aptitude, individuals might experience disparate growth in mental fortitude from the same depth of meditation. Some may advance a mere fraction in a year, while others might take a decade to achieve the same. After an hourglass's worth of time, Grimm opened his eyes, concluding his daily requisite meditation. It is not the duration of meditation that matters, but rather the consistency of practicing for an hourglass's time each day. Exceeding this duration often leads to mental fatigue for wizards, diminishing the efficacy of meditation. With a sigh, Grimm released the tension that had been building within him and reached for the crystal ball to assess his condition. Mental power, 13. Magical energy, 125, 137. An increase of 2 points in magical capacity? It seems that my recent insights have indeed stirred something within me. At this moment, Grimm finally managed to maintain a state of tranquility, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of a wizard as he sat quietly before his workstation. On the table, a dissected frog soaked in a preservative solution lay beside several white mice chirping incessantly in their cage. Various glass jars contained an assortment of insects, while a large sealed container held a yellow liquid with a monkey's brain submerged within. Additionally, several vials of mysterious liquids emitted distinct fragrances, seemingly concocted by Grimm himself based on the olfactory atlas, alongside a precious low-grade microscope. Grimm retrieved his experimental notes, a compilation of insights from 2 years of research on nasal enhancement. Over these years, through the augmentation of his olfactory senses, he had learned to identify nearly 4,000 distinct scent patterns, an accomplishment nearly tenfold that of the average individual. Rubbing his temples, Grimm resumed his contemplation. Since this was neither a bloodline magic system nor one of the elemental, curse, mystical, mental, spiritual, alchemical, or mechanical systems, what precisely was the principle behind this nasal enhancement? Damn it, and why does this tome of sorcery lack an author's signature? Grimm had once scoured the Academy's library in search of magic books akin to nasal enhancement, hoping to find references that could mutually validate and advance his experiments. To his astonishment, he discovered that the vast library contained not a single volume resembling nasal enhancement, which could transform and evolve a wizard's body without being categorized under bloodline, alchemical, or mechanical magic. After pacing alone in his room for a while, Grimm felt a spark of inspiration and swiftly returned to his workstation, capturing one of the incessantly chirping white mice from its cage. If this was not a bloodline magic, then what precisely had been altered within the organism to facilitate its evolution? Perhaps an experiment was warranted to examine how the unique substances injected through the nasal enhancement spell had transformed the body. With this newfound direction, Grimm began to rummage through his workstation like a madman, retrieving a vial of red liquid. This vial contains a synthetic pigment that, when ingested directly, poses no harm to living beings, as their gastric mucosa effectively digests any harmful components. However, direct injection may result in mild toxicity. A wizard, devoid of compassion for the experimental subjects, had limited low-grade materials remaining for the nose-modifying potion, which could only be combined into a substandard injection, offering no real evolutionary benefits to the wizard. However, it sufficed for observational experiments. After half a day, a rudimentary synthetic potion for nose modification was concocted by Green, infused with the synthetic pigment. Fortunately, several months prior, he had extracted the blood cells from a laboratory mouse to obtain a neutralizing agent. Otherwise, this single step would have required weeks. Grasping a slender syringe, Green injected the synthetic potion into the mouse's body, patiently awaiting the onset of the nose modification. 2 days later, under the microscope, an astonishing experimental result unfolded before Green's eyes. How could this be? The mouse's cells exhibited signs of toxicity, with every cell displaying a reddish hue from the pigment. How could this happen? Only the nose was meant to evolve. So why did the potion affect every single cell in its body? Green's expression reflected both disbelief and a hint of excitement. Perhaps today marked a significant breakthrough. Yet, he found himself unable to continue his research in his humble abode, for the microscope at his disposal was merely the most basic model. Despite having spent 30 magical stones to acquire it from the Black Tower, it only allowed for the observation of microscopic cells suitable for an apprentice wizard's fundamental studies. To delve deeper into the intricate changes within the cells was simply unattainable. The experiment could not be halted. Gritting his teeth, Green gathered all his apparatus and made his way to the Black Tower, the heart of the Wizarding Academy. The Black Tower sprawled over a vast expanse, with the first-floor hall resembling a colossal marketplace, seemingly endless. Without delay, Green hurried to the topmost 7th floor. "I wish to rent a high-powered microscope," Green urgently declared, clutching his equipment. The apprentice wizard in charge of the precious rental equipment glanced at Green and replied with indifference, 1 magical stone per day. However, any damage to the equipment during the trial period will be pursued by the enforcement team. Taken aback by the rental fee for the high-powered microscope, Green steeled himself, producing a magical stone and hastily entering the laboratory. A day later, Green emerged from the laboratory, his expression grim as he approached the apprentice wizard in charge. "Excuse me, are there any microscopes of a higher grade available for rent?" "Of a higher grade?" The apprentice wizard managing the experimental equipment was startled by Green's inquiry. "You, a mere apprentice wizard, wish to conduct research on such precise potions that necessitate such intricate data? Even our high-powered microscopes are insufficient for you?" "Generally, only alchemical pharmacology places extreme demands on microscopes, with occasional mechanical studies imposing some requirements as well. Other subjects scarcely necessitate such instruments. Thus," the apprentice sorcerer remarked with a smirk, "our academy is not adept in alchemy, so it is inconceivable that there exists a superior." "Wait, I recall now." Green's face brightened with surprise. "Is that truly the case?" After casting a peculiar glance at Green, the apprentice sorcerer chuckled. "My mentor possesses a far more precious microscope, reportedly acquired from the 7-Ring Tower." "Your mentor?" Green's countenance darkened further. It was evident that his mentor must be a great wizard. The thought of borrowing a microscope from such an esteemed figure seemed utterly daunting to Green. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "May I ask who your mentor is?" "You needn't concern yourself with my mentor's identity, but if you can provide me with 20 magic stones, I might allow you to use his advanced microscope while he is away. What do you say?" The apprentice sorcerer winked at Green, conveying a knowing expression. 20 magic stones," Green exclaimed, startled as if a cat had its tail stepped on. "Are you out of your mind? For just 1 use, that's exorbitant. There's no alternative. I am assuming a considerable risk here. If my mentor finds out, the consequences would be dire. You'll have to make a choice." "I want to take you without at least 1 magic stone," the apprentice sorcerer replied nonchalantly. "By the way, my name is Vero. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Grinding his teeth, Green turned and departed. Not to mention 20 magic stones, he could scarcely muster even 2. For he was left with merely 1.5 stones to his name. "I must devise a plan to procure those accursed 20 magic stones." Green walked in a state of agitation. Borrowing. He had not made any new acquaintances in the past 2 years, and the thought of requesting assistance from friends within the Bloodsale Alliance was something he could only contemplate in dire circumstances. A great wizard should achieve their ideals through mastery of knowledge. Yes, the nose hunter spell I currently command qualifies as knowledge. But how can I leverage this knowledge to acquire those cursed magic stones? As Green rubbed his temples, on the verge of despair, he suddenly noticed the collection of aromatic potions he had been experimenting with on the lab table. Perhaps I could attempt to market these fragrant concoctions? Unlike the typical apprentice sorcerer, Green, who focused on nose hunter spells and scent mapping, lacked any offensive capabilities but was nearly an expert in olfactology, capable of effectively tracking targets and counter-tracking. This was a rare field of study among apprentice sorcerers, as most pursued lethal spells. Indeed, perhaps, I can synthesize aromatic agents that naturally attract humans based on scent mapping? Almost instantaneously, Green recalled a particularly enticing aroma from the scent map, the scent of pheromones. Most humans are incapable of perceiving this particular scent. In fact, within the spectrum of odors, the fragrance associated with hormonal secretion is merely a variant of foulness. Yet, this aroma can evoke subconscious illusions in those of the opposite sex who encounter it. To put it succinctly, it serves as an aphrodisiac. Inspiration strikes with immediacy. The science of scent formulation is the sole expertise of Green, cultivated through 2 years of dedicated research, even prior to his time on Coral Island. Crafting a fragrance necessitates the blending of 10 distinct olfactory notes, 3 short notes that deliver an immediate olfactory impact, and 3 long notes that will linger for days, creating an enchanting and immersive aroma. Though it may appear straightforward, it involves intricate calculations regarding the interactions of scent molecules. Were it not for Green's years of meticulous study and memorization of the scent spectrum, an ordinary apprentice wizard might only conceive of blending the sweet essence of nature's pollen and nectar. Green's method for creating fragrances involves transforming the essence of the blend into the scent of opposite-sex hormones. Consequently, Green must develop 2 distinct fragrances, tailored for both men and women. Chapter 24. The choice for 2 consecutive days and nights. Green remained in a state of intense concentration while concocting fragrances, all the while not neglecting his duties and tidying the library. After 2 days, in an unusually heightened state of excitement, Green, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the trading plaza on the first floor of the Black Tower, carrying 30 bottles of perfume. Could you assist me in consignment for these 30 bottles of perfume, priced at 1 magic stone each? Green addressed a portly wizard apprentice who was engrossed in studying a tome of magic. The apprentice, a rotund fellow, was clad in a loose robe that did little to disguise his ample girth, with his eyes nearly squished into a narrow slit by the flesh of his face. The hefty apprentice glanced up at Green, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Perfume? What is that? I have plenty of nectar. It is a potion capable of altering one's natural scent, possessing a subtle allure for the opposite sex, a little invention of mine. Green offered a brief explanation. Oh, an attraction for the opposite sex? The apprentice seemed intrigued, eager to uncork a bottle to experience it for himself. Green hastily intervened. There are 2 types of perfume, one suited for men and the other for women. Misuse could very well yield adverse effects. Under Green's guidance, the apprentice closed his eyes, gently opened a bottle, and inhaled. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly opened his eyes wide with delight, gazing at Green. What is the name of this perfume? What a marvelous potion! I feel a surge of youthful exuberance, reminiscent of the inexplicable heartbeat one experiences upon first falling for a girl. Truly a wondrous experience. The name? Let us call it Venus of Love, Green replied, feeling a tad exaggerated by the apprentice's reaction, having smelled it himself, while he found it alluring. It was nowhere near as dramatic as the apprentice described. Perhaps it was due to his lack of genuine romantic experience, Green pondered. Venus of Love? What a splendid name, the apprentice exclaimed. However, I have a suggestion. Let us sell this Venus of Love for 2 magic stones a bottle. What do you think? The apprentice was certainly eager for such a rare potion to fetch a handsome price, as it meant greater rewards for him. 2 magic stones a bottle? Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Green questioned, casting a doubtful glance at the apprentice. To him, expending 2 magic stones for a perfume that would not enhance combat prowess seemed rather extravagant. The apprentice, however, was unfazed. Those who can afford such a perfume will hardly care about a single magic stone. Do you think this academy is filled with novices desperately scrabbling for magic stones? Besides, who says I intend to sell this perfume to mere wizard apprentices? You mean, to the esteemed wizards? Green's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Seeing Green's shocked expression, the apprentice could not help but exclaim, how has such an inexperienced individual created such a marvelous potion? Wizards are but human, after all, and those with long lifespans are likely to place even greater value on such exquisite luxuries. The concept of utilizing a potion scent to attract potential mates, rather than relying solely on mere fragrance, evokes a sense of that exhilarating heat one feels upon approaching the opposite sex for the first time. After a full day of slumber, Green finally stirred awake. Previously, He had been so engrossed in his studies of nose modification and scent mapping that he had neglected nearly all other matters. However, with the impending trials approaching, he realized he must hasten his preparations. Unfortunately, attending classes required magic stones as a fee, and the solitary piece and a half of magic stone he had possessed had been entirely spent on the ingredients for his fragrant concoctions. After a moment of frustration, he tugged at his hair and made his way to the Black Tower, intending to inquire about the sales of the guaranteed success potion sold by the rotund vendor, as he was in dire need of magic stones. "Oh, my dear inventor of love, Venus, you have finally arrived." The stout man rushed towards Green like a gust of wind, leaving Green momentarily astounded. How could such a corpulent figure move so swiftly? Green quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Has the fragrance sold well?" "More than well. Today, I recommended this Venus potion to a single wizard, and to my astonishment, after a brief experience, he purchased all 30 bottles. The vendor exclaimed with glee. He didn't even ask me the price. Green was left speechless. Was it truly necessary for such exaggeration? After all, it was merely a fragrance he had stumbled upon inventing. As a result, I slightly raised the price, stating it was 3 magic stones per bottle. Yet, that wizard paid me with an intermediate magic stone and didn't even require change. The vendor beamed with pride, eagerly asking Green, "So, do you have more potions? I assure you sales will flourish. I can sell them to other wizard academies in the 7-ringed Holy Tower." Upon receiving the 90 magic stones, with 10 set aside as commission for consignment, Green felt a surge of excitement, though he hesitated. "I can indeed concoct the potions at any time, but it will require considerable time and effort on my part. Moreover, with the trials approaching, since I currently have enough magic stones, I intend to focus on enhancing my abilities. I will only prepare potions for you when I find myself lacking in magic stones." The vendor, though somewhat disappointed, understood the harshness of the trials and refrained from pressing further. He nodded, saying, Very well then. Please leave your crystal ball information with me, and let us keep in touch. My name is Daigen. You may simply call me Fatty." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Green discreetly departed from the Black Tower. As one who possessed an impressive sum of 90 magic stones, he felt a twinge of unease, fearing that envious wizard apprentices might resort to curses against him. In times past, when he had been destitute, he had not feared those who coveted him, but now the situation was markedly different. The matter of the symbiotic insects must be prioritized. Fortunately, he had made some preparations earlier and had procured several commendable samples. Green hurriedly jogged to the lecture hall, and after paying the requisite magic stone fee, he successfully entered the classroom. This is a wizard whose speech carries a mechanical resonance, and beneath the voluminous robe, 2 eyes manifest as swirling black mists, ethereal, enigmatic, and mysterious, rendering it nearly impossible for others to discern whether this wizard is male or female. This wizard appears to harbor an intense obsession with the arcane art of soul sorcery. Soul sorcery is the most exalted and elegant art of wizards, the very essence of life itself. Do you know how those beings from other realms refer to us wizards? Indeed, they call us the masters of the world as slaves, revealing their profound fear of our dominion over soul-bound servitude. This is the magnificent artistry of our great wizard souls. However, it must be noted that this particular wizard possesses an exceptionally unique and intricate understanding of soul sorcery, presenting theories that have truly enlightened Green, illuminating his mind with fresh insights, demonstrating that this wizard indeed possesses genuine skill and knowledge. After the lecture concluded, Green hastened back to the Black Tower, this time ascending directly to the 7th floor, where he confronted a wizard apprentice named Valo. Valo's position is quite leisurely, as he seldom encounters more than a few visitors throughout the day. Thus he remembered Green and greeted him with a smile. Have you gathered enough magic stones?" "Yes," Green replied succinctly, handing over 20 magic stones to Valo, who accepted them without hesitation and grinned mischievously. "All right, leave your crystal ball mark with me. My mentor is still around these days. I'll call for you when he departs. Rest assured, I want to deceive you over 20 magic stones." After a moment's hesitation, Green deduced that someone capable of securing such a relaxed position on the 7th floor of the Black Tower must possess considerable influence. Thus he was unlikely to swindle him over a mere 20 magic stones. Green found himself contemplating the matter of the companion insect. Theoretically, any insect could serve as a wizard's companion insect, as the unique properties of their souls inherently enhance a wizard's resistance to curses and illusions. However, regarding the most intimate companion throughout a wizard's life, every wizard naturally desires their companion insect to possess some unique characteristics. Among the 7 types of insects collected, 3 could be readily dismissed. Green remained indecisive about the 4 that remained. The first type is called the corpse eater. These insects were gathered from a wizard apprentice who met his demise due to a curse. In mere moments, his body was devoured by these horrific creatures, which are known for their extreme cruelty. Thus, Green meticulously collected a few specimens. The second type is known as the fly snail, a parasitic creature. In the spring, these insects are consumed by certain dung beetles from the feces of wild cranes and subsequently take residence within these smaller organisms. The horror of this parasite lies in its ability to induce mutations in its host, resulting in additional limbs and appendages, for instance, extra legs or arms. The third type of insect is referred to as the moth. This is the most beloved companion insect among the apprentice wizards of the wizarding continent. This particular insect exhibits minimal aggressiveness and, when utilized as a companion, offers a singular benefit, a remarkable extension of the apprentice's lifespan, increasing it from 200 to 300 years. The fourth type of insect, which Green could not even identify by name, was discovered serendipitously while he was disposing of waste. It emerged from a test tube and, intriguingly, there is no record of this mud-like shape-shifting creature in the library. Green speculated that this insect might be a product of a failed experiment by either a wizard or an apprentice. Thus far, he has discerned only one remarkable trait of this bizarre insect, an extraordinary vitality akin to that of an earthworm, allowing it to survive even when severed in 2, subsequently growing into 2 distinct life forms. Before Green lay 4 test tubes containing these insects, and as he pondered, a glimmer of contemplation shone in his eyes. Which one should he choose? After some hesitation, he set aside the first and fourth insects. Despite the carnivorous nature of the first insect, which possessed formidable aggression, Green concluded that unless absolutely necessary, wizards typically refrain from employing companion insects to attack adversaries of the same rank. Therefore, the aggressive capability of the carnivorous insect appeared to him as a superfluous trait. As for the fourth insect, Green's conjecture that it was the byproduct of a failed experiment suggested the existence of successful counterparts. Generally speaking, the capabilities of successful specimens are vastly superior to those of their failed peers. Moreover, the fourth insect harbored an unsettling instability regarding its reproductive abilities, seemingly having lost the capacity to reproduce as a failure. Would it rely solely on artificial means of division for propagation? With a sigh, Green turned his gaze toward the fly snail. Indeed, the companion insect favored by numerous apprentice wizards undoubtedly possessed its own rationale for existence. Nevertheless, he did not hastily discard the fly snail, for he had previously observed a fascinating phenomenon. The fly snail catalyzed biological mutations, representing a force that propels evolution. Although this evolution may have been a distorted failure, the very notion of evolution, independent of bloodline sorcery, sparked intriguing associations in Green's mind. Could there be a peculiar connection between this and the nose-hunting transformation magic? Chapter 25, Elements. This is a new tome on the arcane arts, titled Fundamentals of Flame Elemental Instruction. With an abundance of magical stones at his disposal, and in light of the absence of news regarding the high-powered microscope, coupled with Green's indecision over the companion insects, he was reluctant to squander precious time. Thus, he reluctantly embarked upon the study of elemental sorcery. In the realm of wizards, every sorcerer, regardless of their focus on other disciplines, inevitably delves into the study of fundamental elements. The rationale is straightforward. During their apprenticeship, the initial endeavor of solidifying an elemental magic array within the soul using mental strength can significantly enhance one's mental prowess, an irresistible temptation for any wizard apprentice. After diligently perusing Fundamentals of Flame Elemental Instruction twice, Green gently set the book aside and began to contemplate. This so-called elemental magic array likely represents the most rudimentary leverage of power that wizards command, having been simplified into something akin to an art form. The elemental magic array consists of 2 foundational components, runes and magic arrays. Regarding runes, traditional wizardry texts document a total of 26 characters. Through various combinations of these characters, one can harness a significant portion of the elemental forces from the boundless natural world. However, this method of communication is rather rudimentary, as the magical energy expended is disproportionate to the elemental energy accessed. Beyond the 26 conventional characters, one can also find various unique runes in nature or in the laboratories of certain wizards. These special runes can channel rare energy attributes from the natural world or even new energy properties devised by the wizards themselves. such as the necromantic fire once employed by the wizard Dyra aboard the sea wheel. As for the magic array, it involves the utilization of countless runes, intricately combined into a pattern or principle that wizards can comprehend and visualize, ultimately solidified through mental strength for eternity. While the magic array can transform into myriad forms depending on the wizard's interpretation, there remains a constant core that never changes, a hexagram inscribed within a great circle. This pattern, a culmination of the wisdom of countless ancient wizards, embodies the most potent and fundamental means for wizards to leverage knowledge to manipulate the laws of the world. Rubbing his forehead, Grimm retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a quill to permanently solidify the elemental magic array within his soul. The first step necessitated that he skillfully delineate all the characters with his mental strength. This was a painstaking endeavor, as different individuals possess varying affinities for the elements, resulting in differing amounts of time required. Generally speaking, even the least affinity-driven wizard could accomplish this step within a year. However, Grimm did not consider himself foolish enough to take that long. As the mental strength flowed through the quill, Grimm began to repeatedly sketch the 26 characters, honing his skills with each iteration. 3 days later, he gazed in astonishment at his progress, incredulously pondering, could it be that he was a prodigy in the practice of elemental sorcery? In merely 3 days, my mental faculties had astonishingly become entirely acquainted with the intricate process of character writing. 10 days later, after an inexplicable bout of suffering, although Grimm appeared somewhat listless, the depths of his pupil shimmered with profound delight. In less than half a month, he had successfully achieved the permanent solidification of the flame element magic circle within his soul. It was evident that he possessed a natural aptitude for the arcane arts of elemental sorcery. After taking a deep breath, Grimm silently recited an incantation, causing the crystal orb to levitate gracefully before him. He began to assess his condition. Mental power, 18. Magical power, 126, 137. Indeed, his mental strength had increased by 5 points. As for his magical power, it would naturally rise in tandem with his heightened mental acuity through meditation. Filled with excitement, Grimm contemplated for a moment before once again reciting the incantation directed at the crystal orb. With a flash of brilliant light, the orb instantly reverted to its dull, unassuming form. He resolved to test the full intensity of his fireball spell. The potency of sorcery is dictated by one's mental strength. However, a wizard apprentice, during combat, could only unleash a maximum of 1/4 of their mental power instantaneously. To summon greater magical energies, prolonged incantation preparation was essential. Naturally, this peak mental and magical activation would diminish in proportion as a wizard's internal magical capacity increased. Channeling his magical energy into the elemental magic circle, an endearing and familiar sensation washed over him. With a soft pop, a fireball the size of a fist materialized at Grimm's fingertips. Oh, indeed. It was significantly smaller than the one conjured by that sorceress. 21 degrees? He had expended nearly 40 points of magical energy to achieve a fireball attack of 21 degrees, meaning that after activating 1/4 of his 18 points of mental power, he had amplified the energy intensity by approximately 5-fold. Grimm was immensely satisfied at this moment. He had finally grasped a power that surpassed that of ordinary citizens and even knights. Such a simple yet lethal spell could endow a wizard apprentice with the capability to vanquish legendary knights, which elucidates why wizards in this world are the true sovereigns. Not to mention, with the trial set to occur a year hence, Grimm's chances of survival had markedly improved. Although his soul had just been solidified within the elemental magic circle, the sudden increase of 5 points in mental strength left him somewhat fatigued, leading him inevitably into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, a chime echoed. Grimm's soul stirred, awakened by the ethereal connection within the crystal orb. He soon beheld the wizard apprentice named Vero from the 7th floor of the Black Fortress calling out, "Hey, Grimm, come over here, my teacher just stepped out. By the way, bring some rotting fish with you." In an instant, Grimm sprang upright from his bed, all remnants of sleep vanishing. Could it be that he could finally utilize the advanced microscope? Elated, he made his way to the laboratory, gathering various vessels containing the limbs of small mice. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his gaze toward the frog that was infested with a parasitic fly. Previously, this frog had one of its hind legs severed and preserved by Grimm. However, during this time, due to the parasitism of a fly larva, the frog astonishingly developed 3 additional hind legs, resembling a grotesque deformity, somewhat repulsive in appearance. This is not an evolution. True evolution endows organisms with enhanced capabilities. positioning them at the pinnacle of the food chain. Yet, the three newly malformed legs of this frog are akin to a tumor, utterly useless and merely a burden. Without much hesitation, Green took the deformed frog and its previously preserved hind leg, departing from his humble abode. Upon reaching the first floor of the Black Tower, Green casually purchased some roach fish. Although he was unaware of Vero's intentions for these diminutive fish, he surmised they could either be for culinary cravings or experimental purposes, neither of which held significant value. Upon arriving at the 7th floor of the Black Tower, Vero approached with a grin, stating, "You are fortunate. The mentor is currently attending to some matters." He then guided Green to ascend to higher levels of the tower. They passed through the inspections of 2 colossal mechanical sentinels. And since Green was accompanied by Vero, they were allowed to proceed without incident. This was Green's first time above the 7th floor, and he couldn't help but gaze around in curiosity. However, he was disappointed to find the spacious corridor devoid of any inhabitants. Do not wander carelessly. Levels above the 8th are reserved for formal wizards. Exercise caution, or some ill-tempered wizards may simply toss you off, Vero cautioned Green. Understood. Green nodded, somewhat apprehensive, and followed Vero as they ascended level by level. After climbing 70 or 80 floors, Green was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, while Vero appeared unfazed, saying, "When we arrive, just follow me and refrain from meddling in other matters." Exhausted to the point of near collapse, Green lacked the strength to utter another word. Vero shook his head, remarking, "Honestly, why don't you study bloodline sorcery? Your physique is quite lacking." He then opened a door imbued with magical wards, and Green cautiously followed, not daring to speak. "Ah, Vero, is this the client you mentioned?" Green followed the voice and discovered a black cat lazily lounging on a sofa. Observing Vero and him, Vero chuckled and approached, placing a small pouch of roach fish before the feline. "Indeed, it's him. We agreed on 5 magic stones each. And here are the roach fish." Green felt a wave of frustration. He had clearly provided 20 magic stones. The black cat slowly rose, stretching languidly, and after wiping its face with a paw, leisurely grasped the pouch filled with roach fish and leaped atop a massive fish tank. This tank stood 3 meters tall and stretched 7 or 8 meters long, housing several ferocious-looking fish that glided menacingly, their sharp teeth occasionally visible, sending a shiver down Green's spine. The black cat, however, showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, it eagerly emptied the entire contents of the bag filled with anchovies into the fish tank. As it watched the bizarre fish in the tank devour the anchovies with fervor, it drooled and said, "Go ahead, eat up. Ha, grow bigger." Green, witnessing this peculiar scene, felt an overwhelming sense of oddness and discomfort. It was not until the strange fish had consumed every last anchovy that the black cat cheerfully turned to Vero and said, "All right, take that little one away. I won't tell the old man. By the way, don't touch anything except that microscope, otherwise, the old man will find out." Vero replied with a grin, "Rest assured. Unless he has a death wish." Chapter 26. The code of life before him stood an exquisitely intricate high-powered microscope. Within the span of a day and night under this microscope, in the microscopic realm of the dissected cells of a white mouse, Green discerned, through the hazy brown hue of the hunting nose reagent, a previously uncharted and unimaginable mysterious domain. This enigmatic area seemed to exist within every cell of life. This minuscule realm was so infinitesimal that even with this advanced microscope, Green could only infer the existence of this mysterious region through the synthetic pigments injected into the white mouse's cells, which indicated that the hunting nose modification indeed influenced this secret zone, leading to the mouse's grotesque evolution. Without the impact of those synthetic pigments, Green could have observed for an entire year under the microscope and still struggled to uncover this elusive area. Even upon glimpsing it, one might not recognize its significance. Akin to a unique pearl lost upon a vast beach, far too tiny to notice. Green privately dubbed this infinitesimal world the forbidden zone of the code of life. With the successful confirmation that the hunting nose modification was distinct from bloodline sorcery, he had identified the next phase of his research, to procure an even more advanced ultimate microscope to scrutinize the forbidden zone of the code of life. Thus, the primary task could be deemed a resounding success, leaving his face tinged with an unnatural flush of excitement. Although this newfound knowledge did not endow Green with any enhanced combat capabilities, nor could he foresee its implications, a primal instinct for exploration surged within his soul, evoking an indescribable thrill that intoxicated him entirely. As the black cat and Vero showed no inclination to hasten his departure, Green resolved to linger. delving into the cells of the frog parasitized by the horsefly, as well as the previously excised and preserved hind leg cells. After half a day's study, Green was entirely convinced that the frog's bloodline remained unchanged. Consequently, the source of the frog's grotesque evolution naturally led him to ponder the forbidden zone of the code of life. Could it be that the horsefly, this parasitic creature of nature, was capable of reaching into that infinitely microscopic world where the code of life resided? This astonishing discovery filled Green with an indescribable excitement. What manner of world was this forbidden zone, capable of altering the very essence of life? Even the so-called curse transformation spells merely employed esoteric practices to temporarily graft a life-s soul onto another s body. For instance, in the city of Bizar, the wizard Alorawaj transformed a knight into a pig. In the realm of wizards, there exists no concept of faith or deities. Green felt certain that if, one day, a god were to emerge in the wizarding world, those ancient and fearsome sorcerers who had lived through countless epochs would surely go mad, wielding all their power to seize this deity and dissect it for study. The book mentions that in the indigenous worlds once conquered by wizards, there existed individuals who claimed to be deities. The wizards, showing no mercy, dispatched these beings and dissected them, only to discover they were merely powerful life forms. These so-called deities bore no resemblance to the divine entities of myth that shaped the heavens and created the stars, sun, and moon. Given the infinite worlds, even those conquered, or merely rumored by the wizards are but grains of sand in an expansive ocean of clouds. Thus, most wizards maintain a sense of reverence towards the unknown realms. Even without having witnessed such deities, they do not dismiss the possibility of their existence. The ultimate aim of the wizards is to acquire boundless knowledge from countless otherworldly battles, enabling them to attain the power to transform all that they can conceive. The excitement within them stirs restlessly. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, and a black cat entered with an air of calm. Green's expression shifted, and after expressing his gratitude to the black cat, he hastily departed with all his experimental materials. The black cat called out from behind, "If you need anything next time, continue to contact that Verona lad. The conditions remain the same." Oh, understood. There was a chance that this wizard, in a fit of rage, might obliterate Green entirely. Perhaps the next step would involve investigating why the wild cranes could withstand the grotesque evolution following the parasitism of the horsefly snail. However, the immediate priority was to cultivate a batch of mature horsefly snails as symbiotic creatures, which was rumored to be a time-consuming process. With the trial examination approaching, Green had no choice but to devote all his time to enhancing his abilities. Half a month later, after concluding his meditation, Green approached the wild cranes he had been nurturing, using his mental power to sense the horsefly snails he had meticulously cultivated within their gizzard. Indeed, in another month, these little creatures would mature, at which point he would. Ding! Just then, a soul signal emanated from Green's crystal ball, prompting him to frown as he approached and infused it with magical energy. Green wondered who would reach out to him, given his recent low profile. "Green, I know you were preparing for the newcomer trial, but I had no choice but to contact you." A chubby figure appeared within the crystal ball, wearing a wry smile. This was the same individual who had assisted Green in selling the love deity Venus potion. Surprised, Green inquired, "What is it?" After a brief movement, the visage shifted to reveal another face. Green was taken aback, recognizing it as that of the enchanting sorceress who had taught him the fundamentals of wizardry. Notably remembered for her audacious act of consuming a centipede, the sorceress gazed at Green through the crystal ball. "You are the creator of the love deity Venus? Quite an impressive little fellow, indeed, to have invented such a remarkable concoction." Green managed a tentative smile. Unless she was seeking an apprentice, it was not particularly favorable for a wizard apprentice to attract the attention of a full-fledged sorceress, as their powers were not of the same caliber. "Very well. I shall not prolong our conversation, for I can see that I have startled you. I am not a sorceress with a penchant for bloodshed, nor do I take on disciples haphazardly." Pausing momentarily, the enchantress declared, "My purpose in seeking you is to procure 30 vials of the love elixir, Venus, suitable for ladies. You may stipulate any terms you desire." With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Green replied, "To be frank, Master Lenny, I too wish to concoct some of Venus to earn a few more magic stones. However, due to the impending examination trials." Suddenly, the sorceress's expression turned cold as she intoned with a somber tone, "I have stated that you may set any conditions." Startled, Green was about to acquiesce when the sorceress let out a sudden sigh. "I'll let us not frighten you further. I am quite fond of your Venus concoction. It is indeed a splendid idea, replete with the knowledge of molecular pharmacology. Nevertheless, since you are intent on trials, I shall not press you unduly. In 3 days, present yourself at the library with 30 vials of Venus, and I shall provide you with several trinkets that will prove invaluable during your trials. Wincing, Green was utterly bewildered by the attention of a sorceress and pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Astonishingly, the reason for her interest lay in those fragrances that Green had scarcely regarded, which was indeed an unexpected twist of fate. However, he dared not defy the will of a sorceress. Should he provoke her ire, she could easily elude the enforcement team and eliminate him by a myriad of means. Thus, he resolved that when he arrived at the Black Tower to prepare the materials for the elixirs, he must procure a protective talisman, especially against curses. With this thought in mind, Green hastily made his way to the Black Tower. The sorceress had already departed, and the stout fellow continued to explain his plight to Green, who understood the gravity of the situation and bore no ill will. After all, which apprentice would dare refuse a formal sorceress's request? Had he been in the same position, he would have undoubtedly acted similarly. Nevertheless, understanding did not equate to compensation, and Green boldly articulated his demands. I do possess a few items that can ward off curses, albeit they are merely low-grade trinkets suitable for apprentice sorcerers. Should you encounter more advanced curses, these items may prove ineffective, so it would be prudent for you to cultivate a familiar as soon as possible. As he spoke, the stout fellow produced several objects from behind the counter. This here is Mermaid's Tear, a consumable. I have but the last drop remaining, and my usual asking price is 50 magic stones, but for you, I shall offer it at 40, merely covering costs. Seeing Green remain silent, the stout man, with a pained expression, pointed to other trinkets. This is the Eternal Earring, a premium talisman among apprentice sorcerers, priced at no less than 600 magic stones. It cannot be lowered further. This is Troll's blood. Green gasped in astonishment at the stout fellow's apparent worth. At that moment, the stout man's status in Green's eyes rose significantly, transforming him into a radiant and lustrous mass of magic stones. Noticing Green's astonished gaze and the glimmer of desire in his eyes, the stout man could not help but feel triumphant. His objective had finally been achieved. And he then tempted, "Brother Green, might I inquire if you have any interest in a collaboration?" Green cast a wary glance at the rotund man. Cooperation? How would that work? The man chuckled softly. It's quite simple. To be frank, I possess certain connections that allow me to operate a shop in the Black Tower. Most ordinary sorcerers wouldn't dare to cross me. Thus, if you are willing to collaborate, you could entrust me with the formula for your elixir, and I shall handle the sales. This way, you can avoid the kind of troubles you face today. He continued in a suggestive whisper, once the elixir is sold, we'll split the profits, 60 to you, 40 to me, continuing until the end of your days. What do you say? Green regarded the rotund man with a scornful expression. He was no longer a child, easily deceived. Gritting his teeth, the man lamented, "Considering you are about to undertake the novice trials with considerable risk of death, I can advance you 5,000 magic stones. To formalize our agreement, we shall sign a 7-ring contract. What do you think? 5,000 magic stones. A 7-ring contract. Moreover, was this paltry elixir truly worth such grand gestures? It seemed evident that the man was making a foolish investment, utterly lacking in wisdom. However, given that he managed to maintain an orderly shop within such a complex environment, could he truly be so naive? Chapter 27. The harvest. Green received but a single answer from the rotund fellow. Who told you I only sold in black soda? After that, there was nothing more to say. Faced with the tantalizing lure of 5,000 magic stones, Green, despite not fully grasping the intricacies of the situation, hesitated no longer and signed the 7-ring pact. To Green's knowledge, a contract forged with the power of the 7-ring tower could not be resisted without the strength of a 4th-level stigmata sorcerer. As for the existence of a 4th-level stigmata sorcerer, that was far too distant a concern for Green at this moment. The eternal earring was affixed to his right ear, and the golden curls, casually draping over it, added an air of elegance to Green's otherwise wild demeanor. This premier sorceress artifact, valued at 600 magic stones, not only provided exceptional resistance to curses and illusions, but also possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb stray elemental energies from the air, maintaining a relatively comfortable equilibrium for the wearer. The screaming branch, which Green carried a fragment of, would emit a piercing shriek should he encounter an irresistible curse, momentarily solidifying the curse and granting the victim precious time to respond. The red ear mushroom, a highly coveted alchemical ingredient for apprentice sorcerers, required only a minor concoction of auxiliary potions to brew into a nourishing broth that would invigorate the mental faculties of a sorcerer's apprentice. The Insights on the Reformation of the Flame Sorcery Magic Circle was a collection of elemental research notes by a sorcerer. It merely touched upon aspects of the transformation of flame sorcery. The full compendium would be of immeasurable worth. A pearl from a gem shell, when held in the mouth, bestowed the ability to breathe underwater. Lastly, Green acquired 2 intermediate magic stones with a value equivalent to 200 low-level magic stones. 3 days later, Green, with fatigue etched across his features, arrived at the library, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. The elegance and ethereal quality he once possessed had vanished, leaving only a somewhat endearing naivety. If one were to inquire about Green's most fervent wish at that moment, it would simply be to indulge in a restful slumber. The Ripple Sorceress sat in the library's VIP area, quietly savoring a rich cup of coffee amidst the serene surroundings, a selection of exquisite pastries adorning the table, leading one to ponder whether they were meant for consumption or mere admiration. Green, dragging his weary form, performed the customary sorceress greeting and respectfully placed a box containing 30 vials of fragrance upon the table. The sorceress, Elian, expressed her delight. Remembrance? In this way, in an instant, Green gleaned a profound realization. Perhaps the affinity sorcerers held for these fragrances stemmed from their long lives, which had rendered them accustomed to the monotonous tedium of existence. Though this monotony might appear to be the epitome of enjoyment to those who had not experienced it, at this moment, Green observed the sorceress relishing the delicate pastries and sumptuous coffee. Yet for her, after centuries of the same pastries and coffee, the original flavors had long since faded from memory, to the extent that she could scarcely summon the desire to even touch them. The rivulet sorceress, noticing Green's slight unease, understood the trepidation these young ones felt in the presence of a formal wizard, and with a gentle smile, she shook her head. "Very well, here is your reward," she said, presenting 3 trinkets that were of no use to her, but might serve you well in your trials. After all, I would not wish for such a splendid apprentice as the goddess of love, Venus, to perish so easily. She revealed a necklace, which she named the Spring of Joy, designed to enhance the mental fortitude of the apprentice by 2 points. Of course, should your mental strength reach a certain threshold, this necklace will no longer serve you. Yet, it is evident that you are quite distant from that limit. Green was well aware of the threshold for apprentices to transition into a formal wizard. One must surpass 40 points of mental strength, which is the so-called critical value. Next, the rivulet sorceress introduced 2 additional items. One was a crystal vial containing a diminutive creature, a magical bug known as the illusory beetle. Provided there are enough corpses to nurture it in a brief span, it could metamorphose into a creature akin to a legendary knight, serving to protect Green for an entire day. Lastly, she presented a seed named the Earth Bud, which, with simple cultivation, could blossom into a colossal flower. When someone reclined within its embrace, the Earth Bud would burrow underground, offering the owner a relatively secure environment for rest. Seeing Green's delighted acceptance of the gifts, the rivulet sorceress produced a mirror and, astonishingly, placed the incense Green had brought into it. "Sealing technique," Green exclaimed in surprise. The sorceress glanced at him with an intrigued expression and remarked, "I did not expect you to possess some knowledge. Have you already unraveled the secrets of the sealing arts?" With that, she paid him no further mind and departed. Green, well versed in the sealing arts, understood that unless one possessed exceedingly rare spatial storage artifacts, only sorcerers adept in sealing could transport tangible items into certain interstitial spaces or ethereal realms for convenient access. Only such sorcerers could perceive the absurd and bizarre entities that reside between reality and illusion. Furthermore, some texts on sealing suggested that these entities, straddling the boundaries of the real and the unreal, are indeed forms of life existing in lower or higher dimensions, trapped within the crevices of reality. With anticipation stirring within him, Green, an apprentice whose mental strength naturally blossomed to 12 points without meditation, recognized his inherent talent. Though this gift did not manifest as overtly as that of his peers, like Yuli or Bibiliana, it would surely reveal itself once he ascended to the rank of a formal wizard. However, for most apprentices, the journey to wizardry proved incredibly arduous. Indeed, the vast majority remained mere apprentices until the end of their days. 2 weeks later, endowed with exceptional aptitude for elemental sorcery, Green has developed profound insights into the reconstruction of the flame sorcery magic array. According to his estimations, Within a span of no less than 2 months and no more than 6, he should be able to enhance the soul-binding magic array. Once improved, even with an equivalent expenditure of magical energy, the power derived from manipulating the laws of the world will significantly alter the impact of Green's attacks. Having witnessed the Ripple Sorcerer employ the Firebird form to refine sorcery only once, it is only natural that Green endeavors in that direction. However, more pressing than the enhancement of elemental magic arrays is the matter of the diminutive creatures nestled within the gullet of the wild crane. For these little beings, Green has meticulously prepared an entire set of procedures, awaiting their complete maturation. On this day, with the mournful cries of the wild crane echoing in the air, Green wielded a delicate scalpel to end its existence as an experimental specimen, subsequently extracting the most vital gastric sac from within its abdomen. The pungent odor emanating from the sac was magnified several-fold by Green's keen sense of smell. Reluctantly, he paused his olfactory pursuits and transferred all contents of the sac into a prepared vessel. The liquid within the container swiftly separated the undigested remnants from the minuscule rice grain-sized parasites. "Come forth, my little treasures." Green chuckled sinisterly as he gathered these white parasites into another receptacle. To an ordinary observer, such affectionate and fervent behavior towards parasites would seem utterly malevolent. It must be noted that, merely 2 years into his life at the Sorcerer's Academy, Green had become oblivious to the repulsiveness of his actions. After a brief interval, Green, clutching the collected mature horseflies, approached the experimental table. Once he had created an environment conducive to the survival of these parasites, he delicately placed one of the rice grain-sized horseflies upon the crystal orb. With a spell, a transformation swept through his soul, and the horsefly upon the orb emitted an inaudible sound. Moments later, beads of sweat trickled down Green's forehead as he felt the familiar, comforting aura emanating from the crystal orb, and he exhaled softly. He had successfully nurtured his first symbiotic parasite. Then, with great tenderness, Green lifted the minuscule horsefly, treating it as if it were a part of his own being, and astonishingly, he opened his mouth and swallowed the creature whole, essentially storing it within his gastric sac. From that moment on, this horsefly became his symbiotic parasite, akin to an organ within his body, embodying the true essence of a symbiotic creature for a sorcerer. The task of soul decomposition is indeed laborious. Purifying 5 horseflies in a single day is already a formidable limit, and with nearly 300 horseflies to purify. Even with all his efforts, it would take a full 2 months to complete the entire process. With a sigh, Green resumed his purification of the horseflies. As for those yet to be purified, he dared not consume them indiscriminately. The prospect of becoming a host to a parasite was a perilous fate indeed. At this moment, Green had completely forgotten how much he once despised the sight of the Ripple Sorcerer devouring centipedes. Now, he found himself savoring these repugnant, grotesque parasites that appeared filthy and terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. He had even sworn an oath against such acts. This, indeed, is the path of growth for sorcerers. Chapter 28. The Pale Mask. After savoring the delectable red mushroom soup, Green felt a wave of refreshing energy. As though a pair of delicate hands were gently tickling him, he picked up the crystal ball and recited the incantation. Moments later, he exclaimed in delight, "My mental power has reached 23, an increase of 3 points." Indeed, after adorning the necklace of joy, Green's mental prowess had already soared to 20 points, and with the precious red mushrooms consumed from the portly man's stash, it had surged to 23 points following a burst of mental stimulation. However, a bitter smile crossed Green's face. After a period of contemplation, he resolved to avoid all distractions. He disregarded invitations from the Bloodsail Alliance gatherings and the casual overtures of acquaintances, dedicating himself solely to meditation each day to enhance his magical abilities. Subsequently, he focused on purifying the fly shell. The remainder of his time was devoted to refining the elemental magic circle deep within his soul. As for his position tidying up the library, he quietly resigned. Days turned into weeks, and after 2 months, Green had successfully nurtured all his companion insects. 3 months later, he completed the transformation of his elemental magic circle. 4 months later, on this day, Green finally elevated his magical power to 230 points, aligning it with the corresponding level of mental strength. 4 months had passed, marking the first transformation of Green's life. On this day, feeling invigorated, he recalled recent advancements regarding the life code's Forbidden Realm, stirring a sense of urgency within him as he awaited the summons from Valo on the 7th floor of the Black Tower. Additionally, The time to collect magic stones from the portly man was swiftly approaching. Reflecting on the magic stones he had received, Green found the amount almost absurd, particularly for a wizard apprentice. In the first month, he had received 400 magic stones, eliciting a surprised chuckle at the portly man's generosity. However, when he received a staggering 1,000 magic stones in the second month, he was utterly astonished. By the third month, when 30 intermediate magic stones were bestowed upon him, Green was left speechless. As for this month, he felt a sense of numbness as he realized he had no use for these magic stones. He worried that, should this continue, in a decade or so, even some wizards might find their worth eclipsed by his. The only comfort for Green was the widespread knowledge within the Black Tower Wizard Academy regarding the portly apprentice's considerable assets, yet he remained unscathed, indicating a robust backing. While contemplating the matter of magic stones, Green did not rush to the Black Tower. Before doing so, he had another task to accomplish, to prove that he had officially transitioned from a novice to a wizard apprentice and to obtain his apprentice certification. Half an hour later, Green arrived at the secluded tower of the Wizard Academy. A sorcerer has long been stationed at the tower, tasked with assessing whether newcomers have successfully mastered more than 3 spells. Although this tower is renowned and widely recognized, it is not a frequent gathering place for apprentice sorcerers, as most individuals seldom return a second time in their lifetime. Moments later, as Green inhaled the aroma emanating from the sorcerer before him, he felt an almost uncontrollable urge to laugh, for the scent wafting from the sorcerer was none other than his own concoction, the love potion Venus, specifically designed for feminine use. Thus, Green surmised that the heavily cloaked sorcerer was, in fact, a woman. After obtaining his apprentice sorcerer certification, Green made his way to the first floor of the Black Tower, where he found the portly figure. "Ah, it used to be me delivering the magic stones to your residence. What brings you out today? Have you made any progress in your sorcery studies?" The portly man jested. However, he understood the notorious trial for newcomers at the Black Tower Sorcerer Academy, known as the Bloody Mill, was no easy feat. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences, so any enhancement of strength would be welcomed by those participating in the trial. What progress could there be? Even if there were some, it would merely increase my chances of surviving the trial, Green replied, shaking his head. "Never mind, it's your affair. I presume you have your own plans, especially since you are now a wealthy individual," he chuckled. "Here, this is your share for the month." With that, the portly man handed Green a small pouch. Green glanced inside to find it filled with intermediate magic stones, numbering around 40 or 50. Having grown indifferent to these stone-like objects, Green's sole desire was to quickly convert them into combat power. After some contemplation, he approached the portly man with a request, hoping he could leverage his connections to procure a high-level microscope from the Seven Rings Holy Tower, an institution representing greater sorceress authority. The Seven Rings Holy Tower? That is not a place one can simply visit at will. Of course, if one is a full-fledged sorcerer, no one would stand in their way, the portly man remarked. Eyeing Green before continuing, "Fine, I shall see if any sorcerers from my family are planning a visit there. I will inquire when I have the chance. But do not hold your hopes too high. It will be at least until your trial concludes before any news surfaces." Understanding the situation, Green did not press for unreasonable demands and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Green ascended to the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, observing the various rooms marked with signs. He pondered briefly before entering one labeled alchemy. The knowledge Green was most eager to acquire pertained to alchemical sorcery and potion making, followed closely by a desire to explore mysticism and mechanical sorcery, though he had no intention of delving deeply into bloodline sorcery. Inside the room sat a diminutive, cross-legged sorcerer, somewhat gaunt yet spirited, with a tuft of white goat's beard adorning his chin. He was humming a tune while perusing a sorcerer's tome. Upon Green's entrance, the elderly sorcerer glanced up, seemingly unconcerned, and asked, "Are you here to craft magical artifacts or to study alchemy?" After completing the wizard's ritual, Green spoke calmly, expressing his desire to request the crafting of a magical artifact and to learn alchemy. He decided to set aside the matter of crafting magical artifacts for the moment, acknowledging that knowledge is invaluable. However, the Academy had established a fee to foster the development of apprentices. If you wish to inquire about alchemical queries, it will cost 10 magic stones per question. Should you desire private instruction on the foundational processes of alchemy, it will be 200 magic stones per day. And in 10 days, I assure you will grasp all the theoretical fundamentals of alchemy. The wizard chuckled, of course. The understanding and practical application may take you decades or even centuries of refinement before you can truly create a magical artifact that belongs to you. Which option do you choose? Without hesitation, Green replied solemnly, I choose the second option. Here are the magic stones. The wizard accepted the bag handed to him by Green. Glancing inside and expressing surprise, you've opted for the entire course package. You are quite the clever little one. Haha, I admire that. Very well. We shall commence the lessons tomorrow. Do ensure you arrive punctually. Now, let us discuss the specifications of the magical artifact you wish to customize. I would like to commission a top-tier magical artifact suitable for a wizard apprentice, primarily for the defense against external magical attacks. Ideally, it should be a breastplate or a heart-shaped mirror. Furthermore, I also seek a wand that can enhance magical power. I wonder if that is possible. A wand that amplifies magical power? Such an item is generally more advantageous for powerful wizards. As a mere apprentice, it would be wiser for you to utilize a wand that seals spells. I recommend you wait until you ascend to the rank of a full wizard before commissioning such an item. As for a defensive artifact, I just happen to have one here. With that, the old wizard rose and rummaged through the inner room for a while before presenting Green with a mysterious artifact. A mask? Green exclaimed in surprise. This was a white mask adorned with purple spiral patterns, featuring a pointed top and only revealing 2 eye holes and a nostril, exuding an air of mystery. Humph, it is only because I see you possess some magic stones that I am willing to show you this artifact. This mask is a replica of a renowned magical artifact and was the most formidable piece I had during my own apprenticeship. The price is fixed at a minimum of 2,000 magic stones, the old wizard declared without batting an eye. Such an exorbitant price. Green gasped, noting that the eternal earrings, also classified as a top-tier artifact for wizard apprentices, were only 600 magic stones. Quality comes at a cost. If not, do you think I would have held on to it all these years without selling? The old wizard scoffed. This mask possesses 2 functions. The first is to activate a magical shield, which offers immunity to attacks below 20 degrees. For attacks exceeding 20 degrees, you would only need to expend 1/10 of the attacking magic strength to defend effortlessly. For attacks above 60 degrees, you would likely need to expend 1/3 of the opponent's magic. As for attacks exceeding 100 degrees, while the shield can still block them, the expenditure of magic on both sides would be equal. And for attacks beyond 150 degrees, do not expect this mask to provide any protection. Within Green's mind, he contemplated the conversion of his maximum mental strength of 23, estimating that he could instantaneously unleash between 56 mental strength. This level of mental strength, augmented by the improved Firebird elemental magic array, could yield an approximate attack temperature of 4,555 degrees, representing his most formidable offensive capability. Strikingly, when confronting this mask, a defensive magical artifact, it astonishingly required merely 1/10 of his magical energy to withstand such an assault. Green inhaled sharply, taken aback by the potency of this magical tool. Observing Green's astonished expression, the old wizard continued with a cold chuckle. This is merely its first function. As for its second function, do you see the horn atop it? The old wizard gestured towards the horn of the mask, stating, within it lies a fusion of a spell known as ultrasonic positioning. Once you don it, you shall understand. Upon wearing the mask, Green felt as though he had acquired a sensory perception akin to that of an ear. Beneath the mask, he could perceive a world devoid of color and odor, a realm composed solely of matter, a truly remarkable ability. Nevertheless, for Green, who already possessed a similar function through the nose hunter spell, the second function of the mask paled in significance compared to its defensive capability. Taking a deep breath, Green inquired, what is the name of this mask? The Pale Facade. The Pale Facade. Green gasped, almost instantly recalling the formless mask wizard from the sea vessel, who summoned countless crows. Could this mask possibly be connected to that illustrious sorcerer? After a moment of reflection, Green resolved that he must obtain this mask. Such an extraordinarily powerful artifact would retain its efficacy even if he ascended to the pinnacle of a sorcerer apprentice with 40 points of mental strength. However, Green then asked, what about the magic wand? After a moment of contemplation, the old wizard replied, as for the magic wand, if it were of a caliber akin to the mask, I currently do not possess one. Even if I were to attempt to craft it, I cannot guarantee its swift creation. After all, materials for such top-tier sorcerer apprentice artifacts are exceedingly close to those of genuine magical artifacts, yet their price remains significantly lower, necessitating consideration of cost. However, having grown accustomed to the old wizard's penchant for suspense, Green eagerly pressed, however, what? Hehe, behold this treasured item I acquired serendipitously over a decade ago. It is a rather creative magic wand known as the Kiss of the Bloodbat. As he spoke, the old wizard presented a sleek, obsidian-hued magic wand to Green. 600 magic stones. As Green grasped the wand and briefly attuned to its essence, his magical energy surged, summoning forth a colossal bat composed entirely of pure wind elements, which manifested within the room. With wings unfurled, the bat measured over 3 meters, appearing perfectly capable of carrying a person aloft. Perhaps it was merely a peculiar thought process unique to Green, but upon witnessing the bat, entirely composed of wind elements, his immediate consideration was not its capacity for flight, but rather the potential for further refinement of the elemental magic array. Chapter 29. The Grand Ball of the Enchanted Pool, clad in an oversized gray wizard's robe and adorned with a pale mask intricately embossed with spirals of deep purple and black. A cascade of golden curls fell loosely, partially concealing an eternal earring resting against his right ear. Over the course of 10 days, Grellin traversed the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, absorbing alchemical knowledge like a sponge. Accumulated wisdom and experience, rooted in a wealth of magical stones, rendered Grellin increasingly enigmatic. The glimmer of wisdom occasionally flickered in the depths of his pale mask, revealing a profound intellect that even those once familiar with him would scarcely recognize at first glance. His presence was fleeting, marked by an air of solitary introspection, as he either endured or relished the solitude in pursuit of boundless knowledge. After 10 days, Grellin had filled an entire tome with alchemical insights, and, within the confines of his modest chamber, tirelessly experimented with basic materials to conduct various alchemical experiments. With a sigh, he realized that alchemy was indeed a discipline that could not be mastered overnight. Without at least 20 years of dedication, even the simplest magical artifacts would remain beyond reach. Weary, he rubbed his forehead, reflecting on his recent futile attempt to craft the most elementary magical device, which had resulted in failure and squandered dozens of precious magical stones. Nevertheless, Grellin remained undeterred. Despite the formidable barriers to entry, even the most unqualified wizard could achieve significant heights through relentless experimentation and a wealth of accumulated knowledge. Half a month later, Grellin returned to the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, this time entering an apothecary's chamber to delve into potion-making. Thus, at the expense of a vast quantity of magical stones, he secured the privilege of receiving personalized instruction from the wizards, who generously shared their insights on even the most ambiguous topics. Consequently, Grellin's knowledge as a wizard began to expand at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, his contemporaries among the apprentice wizards continued to strive for magical stones, battling to learn new spells and occasionally seizing opportunities to purchase magical artifacts. They reserved their expenditures for subjects that truly captivated their focus. As time passed, the trial examination loomed ever closer, now less than a week away. In the final moments, rumors of the trial's brutality spread like wildfire among newcomers, engendering a palpable sense of impending peril, suffocating them with anxiety. Some novices, having failed to master 3 spells, succumbed to despair and began to indulge in fleeting pleasures, spiraling into recklessness. At the gathering place of the Bloodsail Alliance, as its influence burgeoned, even those apprentice organizations steeped in tradition were compelled to acknowledge this burgeoning entity. In the wake of this momentum, the Bloodsail Alliance finally established its own independent stronghold within the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Unlike the older organizations that regarded the trial as a crucible for assimilating fresh talent, the Bloodsail Alliance had, in the past 3 years, selectively welcomed a handful of apprentices from the preceding cohort, while the majority faced the trial alone. Although the brutal selection process aboard the sea vessel has rendered the remaining individuals seemingly endowed with considerable potential, it is precisely this ordeal that has prompted the Bloodsail Alliance to pay greater heed. Should the majority of the Alliance's members successfully navigate the trials, the Bloodsail Alliance would thus secure its foothold within the Black Soda Wizard Academy, emerging as one of the 5 major organizations of apprentice wizards. As it stands, however, the Bloodsail Alliance cannot be deemed a true organization. It merely constitutes a formidable collective, lacking any substantial foundation. Among the multitude of apprentice wizards, there circulates a so-called ranking of the most skilled among the new cohort, compiled based on their performances in the wilderness and occasional skirmishes in the thorny forest, as ranked privately by some apprentices. Notably, this list only highlights those who stand out among the current newcomers, omitting the illustrious achievements of past apprentice wizards. The notoriety of the Bloodsail Alliance stems from the fact that 6 of the top 10 ranked individuals are presently among its 13 elders. In a quest to uncover the reasons behind this, some inquisitive souls have discreetly investigated the terrifying elimination system once employed aboard the sea vessel. instilling a sense of dread regarding the so-called bloody grindstone trials among the informed. However, the Bloodsail Alliance has shown little concern for this so-called ranking, as it conspicuously lacks the names of Solong, Yuli, and Bibiliona, rendering it merely a trivial game of rankings among apprentice wizards. With the trials approaching, the upper echelons of the Bloodsail Alliance organized a grand ball, aiming to foster camaraderie among its members and encourage mutual support during the trials. Elegant and soothing melodies filled the entire hall as Laffy, Amida, Yakris, Yorkliana, Ben Hankson, and an unfamiliar woman sat together, observing the pairs of apprentice wizards gracefully dancing in the music pool, adorned in a shimmering silver gown. Laffy's striking figure was accentuated by the tight fit of her attire, revealing ample fair skin and showcasing her statuesque silhouette and long, exquisite legs. A pair of crescent-shaped earrings were subtly obscured by her dark brown bob. Reclining languidly on the bench, Laffy's unmasked pride radiated an aura of a formidable woman. She had already declined the dance invitations from over a dozen apprentice wizards, who merely smiled politely in response, too intimidated to voice any objections. Over the past 3 years, Laffy's haughty demeanor had drawn the ire of many, yet she continued to thrive, having frequented the wilderness countless times without faltering, while most of her adversaries had long since vanished. Due to her impressive accomplishments, Laffy secured her place among the top 10 of the current newcomers rankings in Black Soda, earning her unofficial titles such as the Queen of Sharp Tongues and the Beauty with a Scathing Wit. Naturally, Laffy remained indifferent to this ranking. The deeper Lawfight delved into the arcane knowledge of witchcraft, the more he perceived the unfathomable depths of those 3 individuals. Not to mention, they had scarcely set foot ashore before they were each assigned a level 2 sorcerer as a mentor, devotedly nurturing their talents, and for the past 3 years, they had not appeared before the public. The disparity would only widen, perhaps even more than before. One could only wonder if he would come back, such a stubborn character, overly concerned with appearances. In a barely audible tone, Lawfight suddenly uttered this enigmatic remark while holding her wine glass, heard only by a few nearby. Yet all comprehended her meaning. Brother Green, he surely won't return, will he? After all, it's been over 6 months without any news of him, murmured Yorkliana, her half-mask obscuring her lost eye and the scars on her face. Although she spoke only partially, everyone grasped her implication. Yokris playfully flicked his sister's forehead and whispered, "What nonsense! Green is our closest companion. How could he perish so easily?" Yorkliana refrained from further comments, rubbing her head, while Yokris, filled with concern, tenderly massaged it. Standing nearby, Amida, towering at around 6 feet tall, sported golden hair slicked back, and beneath his rugged beard lay a broad, muscular chest. His azure robe hung casually about him, exuding an imposing and stately presence. Over the past 3 years, Amida's infatuation with Lawfight had become evident to all. Regardless of Lawfight's sharp tongue or foul temper, Amida accepted it all, merely to remain by her side. Did Lawfight harbor feelings for that individual? Yet, whether aboard the sea vessel or at the Sorcerer Academy, that person had shown no remarkable qualities, merely a subordinate in Lawfight's shadow. What made him so unforgettable to her? With growing anxiety, Amida fixed his gaze upon Lawfight. "My matters are none of your concern," Lawfight replied coldly, tilting her head back and draining her glass of red wine. Indeed, her heart belonged to that individual. Amida's expression darkened. Should he abandon his 3 years of devotion? Or as a man, assertively demand that fellow compete with him on equal footing? Hey, you lot, do you genuinely care for Green, or is it merely a fade? You speak of him, yet only now do you think of him. Have you not kept track of his whereabouts? Look at this, Johnson interjected suddenly, producing a piece of paper from his clothing. A list of sorcerer apprentices? Oh look, there's Brother Green. He truly is on it. Yorkliana exclaimed in delight, as Lawfight and Yokris rushed to see, while Amida followed Lawfight's gaze and indeed spotted Green's name among the list. Meanwhile, the girl beside Johnson tossed her brown curls and smiled, asking, "I didn't expect your bond to be so strong." Johnson chuckled, pulling the girl closer and jested, "If memory serves me right, you should be turning 20 this year. While I'm 22, I'll make sure he calls you sister-in-law." "Humph, who said I would marry you?" The girl feigned anger, she declared. Suddenly, the previously languid Rafi, the indecisive Amida, and the other elders of the Bloodsail Alliance seemed to sense something simultaneously, their gazes drawn to the entrance of the hall, where a wizard apprentice appeared unexpectedly, exuding an air of natural confidence and amusement. With a crack, a male wizard apprentice from the Bloodsail Alliance, Engaged in a charming conversation with the female apprentice, inadvertently caught sight of this newcomer at the doorway. His eyes widened in disbelief as the wine goblet in his hand shattered upon the ground into countless fragments, utterly oblivious to the mess. Sorlum. Indeed. The visitor who had suddenly graced them was none other than Sorlum, a figure revered as a myth among all members of the Bloodsail Alliance. The apprentice who had been taken under the wing of the faceless masked wizard. The undercover who had once been part of the same squad as Green and rarely uttered a word. Sorlum smiled with confidence, his arms crossed. Gazing with mild surprise at the jubilant dancers in the hall, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Perhaps Sorlum's brilliance was simply too radiant, too dazzling. As if the protagonist of a grand tale had made their entrance, captivating the attention of all present. Thus, no one noticed the individual in the distance. Adorned with a white mask, arriving fashionably late. Chapter 30. The fiery youth Amrand, the original founder of the Bloodsail Alliance, once a wielder of the luminous saber, now stands as one of the 13 esteemed elders of the Alliance. He is recognized as the foremost among the top 10 adept newcomers of this session at the Black Soda Wizard Academy, the first apprentice to garner acknowledgement from his peers. All of this speaks volumes about Amrand's indomitable spirit and his refusal to be ordinary. Holding a glass of wine, Amrand stands quietly, gazing at the figure he once admired from afar aboard the sea vessel, the person he once looked up to so long. He is no longer that frail boy from 3 years ago. He has grown immensely and earned the right to meet Solong's gaze directly. Furthermore, with all members of the Bloodsail Alliance present, should any provocation arise, he need only give the command. Feeling the presence of those beside him, Amrand finally bolsters his confidence and approaches Solong with a smile. He locks eyes with Solong, extending his hand with assurance. Should Solong dare to act out of line, there will be no need for subtlety. The members of the Bloodsail Alliance are no longer the children they once were aboard that ship. Amrand fixes his gaze on Solong's eyes, awaiting his next move. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Solong grasps Amrand's hand, exuding an air of elegance as he smiles and remarks, "Amrand, I remember you." In that moment, Amrand finds himself at a loss for words, realizing that he has unwittingly developed a sense of animosity towards Solong, perhaps rooted in his past fears. Shaking his head silently, Amrand steadies his composure and responds calmly, "Solong, these past 3 years, none of us in the Bloodsail Alliance have forgotten you." This statement carries a double meaning. On one hand, it acknowledges Solong's formidable strength, while on the other, it subtly alludes to the pivotal moment when Solong introduced the faceless masked wizard, altering the destinies of those who were originally en route to the Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy. Solong does not attempt to deflect the conversation but rather responds candidly. "It was indeed my actions that allowed the faceless masked mentor to hijack the vessel destined for Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy. There is nothing to conceal. I have come here today with a singular purpose. I wish to request membership in the Bloodsail Alliance." Amrand is momentarily taken aback, as are the nearby spellcasters. Even Raffi, Amida, and the others are rendered speechless. No one anticipated that Solong would come at this moment to seek inclusion in the Bloodsail Alliance. Suddenly, Solong is startled, turning sharply with an imposing presence, and notices an individual wearing a white mask standing at the entrance of the hall, having been so close without realizing his presence. Who is this person? When did the Bloodsail Alliance welcome such an individual? Is he an apprentice from previous cohorts of the Wizard Academy? As Solong turns, the others begin to notice that, unbeknownst to them, another masked wizard apprentice has appeared at the entrance, prompting the same question to arise in their minds. Who is this person? This individual, of course, is Green. Green felt a twinge of awkwardness. Just a few days prior, he had utilized his knowledge of pharmacology to concoct a potion capable of eliminating the natural odors emitted by the human body. Coupled with Green's solitary nature and preference for tranquility, he moved about like a ghost, nearly undetected by those around him. If someone happened to notice him suddenly, they would be startled. "Oh, it's me, Green," he said, only to be interrupted by Ben Han, who jovially exclaimed, "Ha, you rascal, it's not a masquerade. Why wear a mask?" Green, Rafi, Chris, and Yerkliana approached with a hint of disbelief, along with the girl beside Ben Han. Amida's expression darkened, and after a deep breath to steady her emotions, she followed suit, striving to maintain her composure. Solom pondered for a moment, gazing into Green's masked eyes, before exclaiming, "Green? I remember you." He then extended his hand. Green was taken aback. Had this fellow changed his demeanor, or was he merely continuing his previous act? Green recalled Solom's earlier disguise as Kieran, his haughty and disdainful attitude, as if he were the protagonist of a novel. Nevertheless, as Solom offered his hand, Green chose not to dwell on it and shook hands politely. Solemn, greetings, he replied, his tone somewhat stiff from months of little conversation. Chris, apologetically addressing Amuland and Solemn, said, pardon us, please continue your discussion, we'll step aside. With that, they led Green away. After a moment of contemplation, Amida gritted her teeth, expressed her apologies to Amuland and Solemn, and followed them. Come, Green, allow me to introduce you to your sister-in-law, Robin. You may also call her by her nickname, Moon. Binhan said, wrapping an arm around the lovely girl with dark, curly hair. I never recognized you as my brother, Green jested, turning to Robin. Sister-in-law Moon. Binhan laughed heartily, while Robin playfully tugged at his ear. Rascal, I have not yet agreed to marry you. Meanwhile, Chris pointed to his sister, Eurcleana, and laughed. Green, you have no idea. My sister mentions you daily. It's driving me mad. After just over half a year without news, she even suggested you might be dead, huh? As Chris exaggerated, Eurcleana nervously interjected. I didn't, and then reached out for a warm embrace from Green. The previously smiling faces of Rafi and Binhan suddenly shifted, while Chris and his sister, along with Robin, remained oblivious to the awkwardness in Amida's words, their smiles intact. Green, too, felt a change in expression, though concealed by his mask. As the realization struck him, Amida was addressing him in the capacity of a leader of a small group. If it were spoken by Lafayette, Green would find it quite natural. However, the fact that it came from Amida's lips was unexpected, considering Green was one of the founders of this team. The atmosphere became oddly tense. Enough, Lafayette exclaimed, her voice cutting through the air, causing the surrounding crowd to glance in astonishment at her. Although this queen of sharp tongues was known for her merciless remarks, she had always maintained a cordial relationship with a few individuals nearby, leaving them puzzled about her sudden outburst. Lafayette rose to her feet and coldly addressed Amida. Enough. This is a gathering of our 5-member team from the Sea Wheel. You should leave. Lafayette, you know Amida attempted to explain. I do not wish to repeat myself. Leave. Lafayette shouted, her voice hoarse and heavy with anger at Amida's recent behavior. Her sudden outburst caught the attention of some at the dance, but upon recognizing it was Lafayette, they quickly turned away. No one among the Bloodsail Alliance dared to provoke this formidable queen of wit. Amida gasped for air, unable to maintain her composure under Lafayette's treatment, feeling as though her heart were bleeding. With a flushed face, she pointed at Green and bellowed, I demand to duel you like a man, fair and square, Lafayette. Observing this scene, Green was struck by the absurdity of Amida's quarrel over trivial matters, while time slipped away that could have been spent pursuing higher knowledge of sorcery. It seemed rather childish and tiresome. What was the root of this conflict? A contest over mating rights? Yet, he had done nothing to provoke such a display. It was Amida alone who behaved like a jester. The absurdity of her challenge to compete with Lafayette only made Green chuckle inwardly. He had never entertained such notions. Their aspirations were clearly on different planes. Just as Green was about to speak, Lafayette unexpectedly stepped in front of him, as if she had grown accustomed to shielding him from all matters, much like she had on the Sea Wheel, perhaps in her eyes. Green remained the fragile soul in need of protection. Amida, do you wish for me to intervene? Or do you possess the confidence to defeat me? Lafayette squinted, her voice turning icy, with green tendrils subtly emerging beneath her skin, revealing an unknown sorcery. Amida gazed at Lafayette, suddenly feeling an unrecognizable distance between them. In the 3 years they had spent together, she had never witnessed such a side of her. Was it truly a case of one-sided affection? With one last glance at Lafayette's cold demeanor, Amida closed her eyes and turned to leave. Come with me, Lafayette commanded, taking Green's arm and leading him away. Not allowing for any resistance. She seemed entirely accustomed to her authoritative demeanor. York, Crispin, and Johnson exchanged helpless shrugs. This leader was simply unyielding. With a thud, Green was pushed against the wall by Lafayette. Where have you been for the past 6 months? You didn't attend the gathering. And you ignored the crystal ball calls. Are you trying to abandon us, or have you found a woman at the academy? Green was momentarily taken aback by Laffy's assertiveness, instinctively responding, of course, I've been preparing for the trial during this time. Haven't I? Suddenly, he felt a weight pressing down on him as Laffy's astonishingly ample bosom collided with his body, her gaze somewhat dazed, accompanied by a potent scent of alcohol wafting toward him. Are you out of your mind? Green exclaimed in astonishment. He was genuinely startled. Throughout his life, he had never been so intimately close to a girl. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but Laffy grasped his hands tightly, pinning him against the wall. Laffy tilted her head to gaze at Green, her intoxicated eyes surprisingly focused. Madness. Haha. No, Green, I believe I have fallen in love with you. She gently removed the mask from his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him. From the moment you rescued me on the ocean liner, pulling me from despair, I realized I could believe in love. No one has ever made me feel that way, as if they were my everything, for whom I would willingly sacrifice all. I am convinced this is love. Green stared at Laffy in disbelief, unable to fathom that she would utter such words to him. Haha, it feels wonderful to say this. I was truly afraid that if you were to perish in the trial in a few days, I would never have the chance to express it. Laffy gazed at Green with such tenderness that it seemed she wished to melt into him. You are intoxicated, Green remarked, his cheeks burning from the intensity of a girl's bold confession, a strange heat surging through his body. However, Laffy paid no heed to his words. Her gaze fixed on him as she continued, You've grown so much over the years, now I find myself looking up to you. When I remember you were once of the same height as I aspire to endless knowledge. We are simply not meant to be. Laffy's breath, infused with the scent of alcohol, brushed against Green's face, prompting him to turn away and struggle against her advances. Laffy chuckled, glancing downward mockingly. Your body hardly conveys the same message. Instantly, Green felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. To maintain the dignity expected of a man, he forced his expression into one of indifference. But what I seek is, he stammered, as he felt the coolness between their lips, the unwieldy tongue in his mouth, and the heat radiating through his body. He felt as if he were a powder keg, ready to explode. His mind blanked. He fiercely embraced Laffy's slender waist, drawing her devilish form against him, yearning to absorb her essence into his being. Amid heavy breaths, the heat intensified as they instinctively rubbed against one another. Chapter 31. Magical Runes at the Green Cottage. This sensation. Green closed his eyes, savoring the reckless impulse from the previous night. The ecstasy he experienced rivaled even the pursuit of deeper knowledge as a sorcerer. It emanated from the very depths of his soul, a wondrous feeling. Suddenly, Green awakened. No, this was merely the instinct of the body. Sorcerers are beings that adhere to the quest for absolute wisdom and truth. How could they succumb to their instincts like beasts? With this thought, Green hastily sat up and shook his head vigorously. Yet, as he turned, he beheld the enchanting figure of Raffi, still slumbering, her exquisite form half concealed. The astonishing curves of her body, her soft, delicate, and fair skin, and her vibrant, full figure all made Green involuntarily swallow hard. Who has not been young? Gulp. Well, perhaps I'll grant myself a half-day's reprieve. With this in mind, Green gently approached the sleeping Raffi and embraced her alluring form from behind, reveling in the warmth and splendor of the moment. Here we go again. A teasing sound emerged from the depths of Raffi's throat. As she opened her eyes, realization struck her, and she swiftly turned to face Green, her long lashes framing eyes as beautiful as stars, seemingly piercing through him. Green felt a tad uneasy under her gaze, his face flushing as he stammered, What's wrong? Green, from now on, you shall belong only to me. With unabashed joy, Raffi embraced him, locking her gaze onto his, and in an instant, Green felt nearly suffocated by the pressure of her ample bosom. They lingered in bed until noon, an unimaginable occurrence for the perpetually busy Green. After casually exploring his room and laboratory, Raffi gently remarked, Now I know where you live. I shall come to visit whenever I have time. No more disappearing acts. However, she hesitated for a moment and added, somewhat shyly, Ultimately, we are but apprentice sorcerers. Becoming official sorcerers is our true goal. While love is beautiful, it is merely a seasoning for the long journey of life. So let us not become too immersed in it. With that, Raffi encouraged Green, saying, Right now, your most important task is to survive the trials. I do not wish to attend the funeral of the one I have just come to cherish. Green felt a bit embarrassed. Raffi had such a commanding presence that she managed to finish her thoughts, and he could only respond, Yes, you too. Humph. Green took a moment to compose himself. He had not anticipated that merely contemplating the upcoming trial examination and attending a Bloodsail Alliance gathering would lead to such events. The keen scent of Raffi lingered around him. An indescribable sweetness and satisfaction. Was this love? Perhaps one day he could take Raffi to pay respects at Oldham's grave. With these thoughts, Green closed the door and resumed his experimental research. Once again, Green immersed himself in his fervent pursuit of experimental studies. In recent days, he not only made new discoveries regarding the forbidden zone of life codes, but also stumbled upon an unexpected breakthrough in elemental magic runes. However, he had to temporarily set aside the matters concerning the life code forbidden zone. Green realized that in order to progress to the next phase of his experimentation, He required a precious material, a living subject. Yet, conducting sorcery experiments on commoners posed a grave risk. If discovered, he would instantly be labeled a notorious dark wizard, becoming the target of a United Witchcraft Academy manhunt, perpetually pursued by dark wizard hunters. Green could not afford to take such a perilous gamble with human experimentation. Clearly, Green had no intention of engaging in actions that violated his ethical boundaries as a sorcerer. While it was permissible to engage in ruthless slaughter among kin due to competition and rules, he would never stoop to the dark and cruel abuse of others. He contemplated an alternative solution, one often employed by many sorcerers, to procure a human-shaped slave from another world through purchase from a powerful wizard. These beings, though resembling humans, were not truly so. They were merely humanoid creatures from foreign realms and thus fell outside the protective regulations of the wizarding world. This approach would alleviate a considerable amount of trouble for Green. With the life code Forbidden Zone experiment halted, Green redirected all his focus towards the magical rune he had inadvertently discovered. Despite the existence of numerous rare runes beyond the 26 conventional ones, obtaining them proved to be exponentially more challenging than enhancing magic arrays. This thought ignited a fervor within Green as his gaze fixated on the two segments of branches upon the experimental table. According to the shopkeeper, these branches were remnants left behind after a bolt of natural lightning struck a tree, containing traces of thunderous power. Although their utility was not discerned, their rarity rendered them available for sale at the price of 2 magic stones. Initially, Green had merely been curious about these branches, intending to purchase them as inexpensive materials for practicing alchemy, without much thought. However, his interest grew, and he ceased to regard the branches as mere alchemical supplies. Instead, he began to investigate the peculiar nature of the thunderous energy they contained and attempted to extract some of that power, channeling it into his alchemical processes. Ultimately, he even crafted specific potions to assist in his research. Yet, time after time, he encountered failure. The idea proved utterly impractical. If it were feasible, why wouldn't the shopkeeper attempt it himself? Just as Green was about to abandon his efforts, one day, during meditation, he experienced a moment of clarity where he perceived a faint, intricate rune emerging from the cut of the branch. This rune appeared to exist only for an instant before vanishing, leading Green to question whether he had merely imagined it. Astonished, he opened his eyes wide, fixating intently on the segment of branch. After approximately 2 hours of contemplation, the vision flickered again before him. Over the course of several days, Green became certain of one thing. This unexpectedly revealed rune was likely the rare rune mentioned in the Tomes of Sorcery. This discovery instantly filled Green with delight. From the Tomes of Sorcery, he understood the precious nature of those rare runes, which could not be recorded or conveyed through any tangible means such as drawing or carving. They could only be inherited through the profound understanding of the soul, which necessitated a division of one's very essence. Ever since he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure, Green began to dedicate fixed moments each day to observe the fleeting rune, hoping to grasp its essence at the earliest opportunity. However, even to this day, there remains no inkling of this rune within his soul. Green tentatively estimated that a complete comprehension of this rune would require no less than a decade. Thus, he nearly began to wear the 2 fragments of wood close to him, taking the time to examine them regularly. As time flowed by, the moment arrived for Green's cohort to undertake the trial of initiation, a harrowing ordeal known among previous apprentices as the Blood Mill, which was about to commence. Chapter 32. Before the trial once again, the scene unfolds in the square from 3 years prior. However, Green now observes that, over the past 3 years, this cohort of wizard apprentices has unexpectedly seen a significant number of casualties. On the platform, a wizard exclaims in an encouraging tone, though beneath the surface, there is an unsettling hint of excitement. Is it truly that simple? The apprentices below engage in animated discussions, incredulous at the seemingly straightforward initiation trial. Meanwhile, Raffi, Green, Euchris, Eurcliana, Benon, and Robin stand together. Benon furrows his brow and remarks, "It makes no sense. I have vaguely heard from previous cohorts that every 10 or so classes, there emerges a particularly exceptional group with a notably high number of participants. I assumed this would be our cohort, leading the academy to devise unimaginably daunting trials. Yet the objective of the trial appears to be merely surviving." Robin pouts, "Humph. Perhaps they will simply toss us into a realm teeming with wizard-level monsters and see if we still claim it to be easy. Ugh, that's just wishful thinking." Benon quickly interjects, fearful of her words becoming prophetic. Such a scenario seems implausible. Green gestures towards the frontmost apprentices, Yunli, Biliana, and so long. Even they cannot guarantee their survival. Euchris remarks, the maps have been distributed. We shall ascertain the details shortly. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the apprentices upon receiving the trial maps, as if they have uncovered something truly extraordinary. As Green touches the map, he barely has time to glance at it before a chain formed of ink mysteriously imprints itself onto his forehead, resulting in a black chain-shaped design appearing there. Furrowing his brow, Green dismisses the design and focuses on the map in his hands. Yet, after merely a few glimpses, he too gasps in shock, joining the chorus of astonishment. Firstly, this trial delineates a desolate area within the thorny forest, measuring 300 kilometers in both length and width, designated as the trial grounds. Surrounding the area are warning barriers, stating that participants must not leave the confines within the stipulated time. Those who do so will be cautioned by a wizard. Secondly, all new wizard apprentices from the Seven-Ringed Holy Tower's 12th district will partake in this trial. The participating academies include the Black Soda Wizard Academy, the Maze Wizard Academy, the Dark Realm Wizard Academy, the Skeletal Clock Tower Wizard Academy, the Sands of Time Wizard Academy, and the Ivory Castle Wizard Academy. Thirdly, the trial grounds feature 3 distinct secret realms that will be accessible at different times. The first realm opens on the day of the trial, comprising 100 locations containing high-tier magical artifacts suitable for wizard apprentices. The second realm will open 10 days later, with 10 locations harboring powerful consumable magical artifacts. The third realm will become available 20 days later, containing a rare potion to enhance the mental fortitude of wizard apprentices, alongside wizard notes. Lastly, slaying other wizard apprentices will result in the automatic absorption of their forehead marks. After the trial concludes, each additional mark will grant a reward of 500 magical stones from the academy. It is no wonder that the atmosphere among the apprentices is rife with astonishment. Although the Wizarding Academy does not impose mandatory combat among the apprentices, the conditions outlined on the map unequivocally indicate that only through relentless skirmishes can they enhance their prowess. Such growth is essential for ensuring their safety and successfully completing the trial. Nonetheless, theoretically, there exist 2 pathways to triumph in this trial. The second method involves competing for treasures within the continually unfolding secret realms, thereby steadily amplifying one's strength to a point where one can pursue others without fear of retribution. The prospect of 500 magical stones is enough to drive many apprentices into a frenzy. Green felt no hesitation. With his formidable mental fortitude and an array of precious magical artifacts, he deemed that unless he faced prodigies like Yuli, Biliana, or Solang, who possessed rare talents and had been nurtured by second-level sorcerers upon entering the academy, it would be challenging for anyone to pose a threat to him. The rapid accumulation of such substantial magical stones to enhance one's abilities is, in itself, a testament to a wizard's sagacity. Of course, this applies only to the first 20 days of the secret realm's opening. After this period, should the apprentices acquire powerful consumable magical artifacts, the situation would differ dramatically. This is pushing us to our doom, Benhan exclaimed in despair. Yet, Euchris let out a sinister chuckle. Hee. I have long yearned for an opportunity for such combat, reminiscent of the bloodshed aboard the sea vessel. For the past 3 years, we have tirelessly honed our skills for this very moment. The difference is, we were once weak, reliant on Rafi's protection. Now we. The group turned their gazes toward Rafi, whose form was accentuated by a fitted, split robe that revealed her fair, elongated legs. Though her bosom was shrouded by fabric, it could not conceal its fullness. Her piercing eyes fixated on the map, exuding an undeniable and unassailable aura. After a moment of contemplation, Rafi calmly addressed the group. Based on my estimations, our entry into the trial grounds should be a random teleportation. Among our 6, Juliana, Benon, and... She glanced at Green before continuing, and Green, your magical arts do not lend themselves to combat. On the first day, prioritize your safety and keep your distance from the secret realm. The remaining 3 should exert every effort to secure magical artifacts within it. Afterward, we shall regroup, both to prevent chaos and prepare for the subsequent competition following the second opening of the secret realm. Understood. The group had grown accustomed to Rafi's directives, responding nonchalantly. Green murmured, in truth, I have made considerable preparations and possess a fair degree of confidence in acquiring a magical artifact from the secret realm. Rafi cast a glance at Green, internally doubting his capabilities, as he had only become an apprentice 6 months prior. However, considering Green's pride, she chose not to voice her skepticism. Rafi addressed the crowd, stating, "The other 13 elders of the Bloodsail Alliance have summoned a meeting. With Solam's induction as an elder, it is likely to discuss matters pertaining to the final secret realm. I shall step away for a moment." However, after taking just 2 steps, Rafi paused. And to the astonishment of the onlookers, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground, she swiftly turned and embraced Green, kissing him fervently. The public display of affection, especially in the presence of mutual friends, sent Green's heart racing, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Rafi, be careful." Ben Hansen was the first to leap forward. His face lit up with excitement reminiscent of the monkey's rear end that Green had once dissected. Green hurriedly insisted, No, nothing happened between Rafi and me." "Nothing happened? Then everything happened." "Ha, Green, stop trying to mask the truth with your feeble explanations. As a man, I understand." Ben Hansen clapped Green on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Robin, with a fierce stomp on Ben Hansen's foot, blushed deeply and exclaimed, "What do you even understand?" My apologies. Take it easy. If I get injured during the trial, I won't be able to run." Ben Hansen wailed in distress. Meanwhile, Chris, after a prolonged moment of astonishment, murmured, "How splendid. The sharp-tongued queen has finally found a man. This is indeed a great fortune for the Bloodsail Alliance." The half of Eurocleana's face not obscured by her mask flushed with warmth. At her age, she was yearning for love. And witnessing this scene naturally stirred hopes for her own romantic destiny. Approaching Green with an enchanting smile, Eurocleana softly said, "Brother Green, may I adorn you with the earrings that Sister Rafi gifted?" At her irresistible request, Green nodded, allowing Eurocleana to gently place the earrings in his left ear, creating a matching pair with the eternal earring in his right ear. "Brother Green, this earring is called the Heart of Vines. Sister Rafi utilized it to perform her vine magic aboard the sea vessel," Eurocleana explained. "Heart of Vines?" It was indeed on the sea vessel that the apprentice wizards privately referred to Rafi as the Vine Sorceress, owing to this very earring. Green's lips curled into a wry smile, realizing that in Rafi's eyes, he still remained that little one who needed her protection. Though he longed to demonstrate that he was no longer a weakling in need of safeguarding, the warmth of being cared for filled him with an inexplicable joy. Is this the feeling of love? After approximately half an hour, guided by a dozen wizards, one apprentice after another ascended a colossal balance scale. As a multitude of magical stones transformed into unremarkable gray pebbles on the opposite end, the figures of the apprentices began to blur. And under the influence of a twisting force of space, they vanished from sight. Chapter 33, Slaughter upon the Scale. Green donned a pale mask. And as his body was subjected to a sensation akin to being stretched like noodles, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. A wave of nausea surged within him. For a wizard apprentice devoid of bloodline sorcery to enhance their constitution, such transportation indeed imposed a considerable burden. Yet, despite the dizziness enveloping him, Green remained vigilant, catching a glimpse of 2 wizard apprentices confronting each other a mere 10 meters ahead. The sigils emblazoned upon their foreheads were unmistakable. One belonged to the Maze Academy, while the other was marked by the Ivory Castle, neither of which were affiliated with the Black Soda Wizard Academy. If they were members of the Bloodsail Alliance, there might exist a semblance of an alliance. In that moment, cloaked in his pale disguise, Green's mark was entirely obscured, rendering him invisible to the scrutiny of the 2 adversaries. However, the insignia upon his brow had become inconsequential. What mattered was his state of utter vulnerability. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 apprentices, initially locked in confrontation, directed their attacks toward Green. One incanted a spell, unleashing a slender, transparent wind blade that hurtled toward him, while the other raised a hand, sending an ice spike hurtling through the air. With a soft thud, Green conjured a transparent barrier that effortlessly deflected both the wind blade and the ice spike, not even causing the slightest ripple. Astonished, he mused to himself about the feebleness of their assault. It appeared that even a mere 20-degree energy attack was beyond their capacity. Struggling against his queasiness, Green murmured to himself, realizing that these 2 apprentices' attacks had been wholly negated by his mask's protective shield, expending not a shred of his magical energy. This was hardly surprising, considering that this cohort of wizard apprentices was merely in their 3rd year of study. Most of them had a mental acuity ranging between 10 to 17. Occasionally, there would be those with an innate higher mental prowess, but even they seldom surpassed a mental score of 20. In contrast, Green's own mental acuity had reached an impressive 24, a rarity within the trial grounds. At this juncture, the 2 apprentices stared at Green with wide eyes, their expressions filled with dread, as if they had encountered a monster. The apprentice wielding the wind blade stood petrified, his hair standing on end, and without a second thought, he turned to flee, casting an acceleration spell upon himself as he ran. The other apprentice, however, reacted a tad slower, as he beheld Green's cruel grin. A fiery bird soared toward him with agility. "No," was all he managed to cry in despair before the blazing avian engulfed him in flames, transforming him into a living torch. The intensity of the firebird's attack reached an astonishing peak of nearly 60 degrees, leaving the hapless apprentice with little chance to struggle before he was reduced to ashes. In that moment, Green felt the chain mark upon his forehead become even more pronounced. Ugh! No one disturbed him this time. Green finally expelled the acidic bile from his stomach and returned to normalcy. Phew. It seems he must delve into the study of fortifying spells henceforth. Green gasped for breath. While bloodline sorcery yields rapid results, it entails certain side effects that hinder the concentration of a wizard's intellect and may even alter one's physical form. Then there are mechanical sorcery and potion sorcery. Earth and wood elemental spells also possess some capabilities for enhancing physical strength. Perhaps research into the life code Forbidden Zone might also present breakthroughs. After musing to himself for a while, Green did not hastily investigate his surroundings. Instead, he took out a crystal ball and attempted to summon contact with Fyra and the others. The trial area spans approximately 300 kilometers in diameter, and given the mental prowess of a wizard apprentice, communication is feasible within a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond that, only garbled exchanges can occur, and if further, he could only vaguely sense directions until ultimately he would sense nothing at all. After several failed attempts, it was evident that his companions were not nearby. Shaking his head, Green held little hope. He stowed the crystal ball and glanced at the map. Noticing the absence of prominent landmarks around him, he began to walk in a random direction. Buzz. Green had never ventured into the thorny forest and was entirely ignorant of its common knowledge. At this moment, he inadvertently stepped into the domain of killer bees as hundreds of fist-sized assassins descended upon him. Green realized his blunder. The thorny forest was not solely inhabited by wizard apprentices as foes. These perilous creatures were equally deadly hunters of apprentices. However, a protective barrier shimmered before him, rippling like countless raindrops. Though it appeared exaggerated, Green's magical energy was being consumed only gradually. The intensity of the killer bees' attacks barely reached 20 degrees. Their overwhelming numbers merely prevented the pale mask from replenishing elemental energy from the natural world in time. Wizards have always been beings who fight with intellect. Those who resort to brute force, unless their might is overwhelmingly superior, are merely foolish. Green retrieved a small vial from his sleeve, pinched his nose, and gently twisted the lid open, releasing a peculiar odor into the air. This scent was neither fragrant nor foul, if one must draw a comparison. It resembled a bizarre amalgamation of stinky tofu with Chinese tune, milk, and lemon juice. As this strange aroma wafted around Green, the once ferocious killer bees, sensing something repugnant, retreated in disdain. Green, still pinching his nose, inadvertently cast a glance at a distant thicket. Almost simultaneously, a figure concealed within the bushes fled like the wind. What a jest! This person had witnessed Green withstand an onslaught of hundreds of killer bees unscathed. Facing such a monstrous individual was utterly despairing. After peeping for so long, they think they can just leave? For Green, prior to the opening of the second secret realm, the appearance of an ordinary wizard apprentice before him was akin to presenting 500 magic stones. His temperament, having been honed through the terrifying trials of the sea, had long since discarded notions of compassion, as once articulated by Laffy. Cruelty, coldness, and malevolence are the very essence of a wizard. With a single hand, Green pointed towards the fleeing figure, and instantly, a vine ensnared the individual's feet. This was a spell cast using the Heart of Vine's earring recently bestowed upon him by Laffy. Do you think such a primitive spell can bind me? The fleeing figure scoffed, and as if in defiance, part of its body began to morph, transforming its legs into a pair of hoofs. The encroaching vines merely wrapped around briefly before being effortlessly shaken off. Is the artifact too low in rank? Bloodline sorcery. Seizing the moment while the opponent was disentangling itself, Green pursued. A fireball blazed fiercely at his fingertips as he pointed at the figure now within striking range. Perish. In an instant, a fiery bird darted towards the target. Impossible. Such a potent surge. This figure was not as feeble as the two wizard apprentices Green had previously encountered. It exuded a greater strength. Acting swiftly, the figure unleashed an unknown spell, and with a sickening sound, its body transformed into a pool of blood, shooting away like a released arrow. Boom. After the wave of flames subsided, Green approached with a somber expression. Yet, it seemed he suddenly discerned something. Dipping his fingers into the blood-stained ground, he sneered. How intriguing that it left behind bodily information, though only possessing rudimentary curse spells. Let us see if you have nurtured a companion insect. Muttering to himself, Green intoned an arcane incantation, and the blood at his fingertips began to emit crimson smoke, momentarily revealing a face wailing in torment. Simultaneously, he laid out some mysterious spell materials on the ground, subtly forming a rudimentary altar, at the center of which rested a miniature straw man. In the distance, the weakened figure cautiously glanced over its shoulder, relieved to find no pursuers, and murmured, "What terrible luck to encounter such a monster upon arriving at the trial ground. I wonder which academy it hails from, and if the few promising individuals from my academy can contend with this being." As it pondered, suddenly, the figure felt a chill enveloping its body, and its vision was shrouded in darkness, as if veiled by mist. In despair, it realized, this is bad, a curse spell, blindness? In its state of blindness, the figure was utterly lost, unsure of which direction to flee, gripped by panic. Moments later, Green, having tracked the scent, beheld the charred remains of the unfortunate creature and remarked in a low tone, to have failed to nurture companion insects and yet resort to such desperate escape spells that leave behind bodily information. How foolish. Chapter 34. The Hunt. Belrod, the ninth-ranked apprentice of the Dark Realm Wizard Academy, is perceived by others as a humble and wise figure. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he harbors an almost grotesque pride within. He firmly believes that, given sufficient time, he can surpass any wizard apprentice, for he has always been that kind of person. From an unnoticed and inconspicuous newcomer, Belrod has steadily surpassed his friends and those so-called masters, ultimately becoming a prominent figure among the Academy's top 10. This journey has cemented Belrod's sense of superiority. Beneath his seemingly modest and wise demeanor lies an overwhelming arrogance. He is convinced that, had he been granted more time, he would have outshone even the masters who currently precede him. He believes that day will surely come. Yes, indeed, the opportunity has arrived. When the Dark Realm Wizard Academy announced the trial rules, while many apprentices trembled in fear, Belrod was exhilarated to the point of shaking. Struggling to suppress the urge to laugh aloud, he forced himself to maintain composure, bowing his head as his body trembled, appearing to others as if he were gripped by terror. Normally, earning a mere few dozen magic stones requires a month of relentless effort, but in this trial, slaying just one apprentice would yield 500 magic stones. Such a trial is nothing short of a marvelous paradise. Indeed, by eliminating 10 foolish apprentices, he could amass 5,000 stones. If he could slay 20, it would amount to 10,000. If he desired more, Belrod's eyes gleamed with excitement. After this trial, the so-called top masters would be nothing but fleeting shadows. His ambition is solely directed towards the Holy Tower, Belrod coldly reassured himself. As he journeyed through the trial's secret realm, he was nearly driven to madness. He chuckled darkly. Once he possesses those treasures, the so-called top masters will be mere insects beneath his feet. Ha ha ha. No, 2,000 magic stones are still far from enough. If he kills just one more, that's an additional 500 stones. He craved even more. With a fierce determination, Belrod withdrew his bloodied claws from the chest of the fallen apprentice, his expression somewhat frenzied as he charged forth to hunt down those weaker prey. Half an hour later, Belrod cursed, "Damnable mark." As his score increased, the mark emitted increasingly potent signals, causing those timid souls to flee at the first hint of danger. Cursed be their cowardice. Suddenly, Belrod halted, sensing something faintly. This is the scent of blood and the mark's vibrations. Yes, it is the mark's response. Ha! Nearby. My unfortunate little prey, I have found you. With a maniacal laugh, Belrod transformed, his hands morphing into a pair of grotesque claws, his body covered in dark purple scales, subtly veiled in a sinister black liquid that hinted at potent toxicity. He moved with the lithe grace of a wild cheetah. "Mewling kitten, here I come," he exclaimed as he leapt from the woods, only to abruptly halt, his voice fading into an eerie silence as he beheld a shocking sight before him, leaving him utterly speechless. The scene was overwhelmingly astonishing. Even the frenzied Belrod regained his composure for a fleeting moment. The expansive area was marred by sorcery. Vast swathes of trees and grassland laid waste, pockmarked with gaping craters, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Charred remnants of limbs lay strewn about, as though torn apart by some cataclysmic force. Such a horrifying tableau could only result from a fierce conflict involving more than 20 apprentice wizards. Yet, amidst the chaos, only one figure stood with its back turned, panting and seemingly drained of magical energy. Belrod involuntarily swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Oblivious to the sensation, from the mark on his forehead, he discerned a dazzling orb of light ahead, radiating its brilliance in all directions. Akin to the sun blazing in the sky, making it nearly impossible to gaze upon, with the unsettling sensation that a prolonged stare could lead to blindness. In stark contrast, the mark on Belrode's forehead appeared as a feeble glimmer of a firefly, barely maintaining its presence in the overwhelming light. What could have transpired to claim the lives of so many apprentice wizards to create such a terrifying mark? Belrode inhaled sharply, his awareness sharpening to an acute clarity. In that moment, he completely forgot his original purpose for being there. All he desired was to escape this hellish place. For the person before him was beyond anything he could contend with. This being transcended the realm of the top 10 newcomers. No, this was no human. It was a monster. Suddenly, the figure, still facing away from Belrode, turned around, revealing a ghastly white mask that filled Belrode with dread. His pupils constricted as he instinctively retreated, abandoning any thoughts of accumulating marks. The source of his terror was none other than Green. Initially, Belrode had followed Green in a spree of slaughter until, after mercilessly dispatching the sixth apprentice wizard, the mark on his forehead began to emit a remarkable surge of energy. The sixth apprentice, a formidable opponent, had possessed 4 points, resulting in Green accumulating the equivalent of 10 apprentice wizards' worth of energy. This powerful aura made Green a beacon of fear in the trial grounds, compelling other apprentice wizards to evade him at all costs, thwarting his ability to continue his hunt. Subsequently, apart from a particularly formidable apprentice sorcerer who cautiously tested Green before retreating, Green encountered no one at all. He even contemplated abandoning this method of acquiring magic stones and resolved to wait for the secret realm to open. However, just as Green relinquished the hunt for apprentice sorcerers, each emanating formidable traces of magical resonance, approached him in unison. It appeared that a small faction from a certain academy had coincidentally teleported together, intent on teaming up to eliminate Green and seize the marks upon him. The weakest among them exhibited a resonance of 3, while the strongest boasted an astonishing 8. Thus, a fierce battle erupted. Utilizing the exaggeratedly powerful defensive shield of the Pale Mask, Green simultaneously replenished his magical energy with a mid-level magic stone while unleashing a barrage of Firebird spells. Under the relentless assault of his potent Firebird incantations, the 4 apprentice sorcerers, engulfed in despair, were consumed by flames, their marks absorbed by Green one after another. The moment he absorbed the last apprentice's mark, bringing his total to 33, Green's own magical resonance radiated like the sun in the sky. A potent wave of energy erupted from him, creating an invisible ripple within a 100-meter radius. At that instant, any apprentice sorcerer within Green's vicinity felt the terrifying resonance akin to the sun's ferocious blaze. This wave of energy seemed to serve as a warning to all, heralding the birth of an invincible apprentice sorcerer. In that fleeting moment, Green sensed a shadow emerging behind him. Another greedy individual, with a 5-mark resonance. Humph. Green's cold gaze, concealed beneath his mask, fixated on the figure, awaiting their approach while greedily absorbing another mid-level magic stone to replenish his power. To his disappointment, the individual appeared to be intimidated by him, hastily turning to flee. They're escaping. So easily coming and going? 2,500 magic stones are worth pursuing. With this thought, Green's staff pulsed with magical energy, conjuring a colossal wind element bat that flapped its wings vigorously in the air. Without hesitation, Green took a couple of running steps and leapt gracefully onto the bat's back, pursuing the fleeing figure. His magical resonance radiated unabashedly, akin to the sun in the sky, causing all apprentice sorcerers who sensed it to retreat in fear. This resonance seemed to only retract into his body and diminish within a relatively confined space when Green was at full magical capacity and emitted no other magical fluctuations. The wind element bat descended closer to the ground, approaching the fleeing shadow. Green, with a chilling smile, conjured a fireball that slowly formed at his fingertips, transforming into a firebird that darted toward the silhouette. Belrode, feeling the exaggerated energy fluctuations behind him, exclaimed in terror, "No!" Desperate, he hurled a precious, consumable life-saving artifact. A blurred mirror materialized behind Belrode, seemingly possessing a unique protective capability. Green's fiery bird struck the surface, unleashing a torrent of flames that distorted the very air around it. Yet, the mirror withstood Green's assault entirely, becoming increasingly translucent, as if on the verge of vanishing altogether. This development posed a dilemma for Green. He furrowed his brow, reflecting on the recent battles that had drained much of his magical energy. despite replenishing some of it through the absorption of magic stones. He recognized the futility of sustaining a prolonged fight. After a moment's hesitation, considering the imminent activation of the secret realm, Green sighed. Very well. I shall spare you this time. With this thought, he commanded his bat to descend to the ground, focusing entirely on absorbing the magic stones in his possession. In the previous skirmish, Green had acquired two rather practical magical artifacts, which he deemed a modest boon. One was a ring capable of storing approximately 50 to 60 points of magical energy for instant replenishment when needed. The other, a necklace, could release a reasonably effective fire resistance barrier, capable of reflecting half the energy of attacks below 30 degrees and diminishing the effects of assaults under 40 degrees. However, Green already possessed the Necklace of Joy, and the defensive capabilities overlapped somewhat with the protective shield of the Pale Mask, rendering it temporarily useless. Meanwhile, the fleeing Belrode, witnessing Green abandon the pursuit, felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly collapsing under the weight of his exhaustion. What kind of creature has escaped from which Wizard Academy to encounter such a monstrosity on the very first day? He pondered. Fortunately, he had previously spent a staggering 500 magic stones to procure a void realm for his protection. Humph, I shall set aside the hunt for now. It is far wiser to promptly locate the other members of my team. The further I am from this beast, the better. Chapter 35, The Fluctuation of the Mark approximately 3 meters beneath the surface, within the flower bud of the earth. Green grasped a mid-level magic stone to replenish his magical energy while simultaneously delving into the intricacies of controlling the fluctuations of the mark upon his forehead. Through his persistent study, Green made a notable discovery. Ordinarily, should he expend even a modicum of magical energy without replenishment, the fluctuations of his mark would blaze like a sun, incessantly alerting all wizard apprentices within a 100-meter radius. Conversely, if Green maintained a full reservoir of magical energy, remaining still and devoid of any magical fluctuations, the mark's radiance would recede entirely into his being, akin to a wizard apprentice who had garnered no points. Yet, the moment Green stirred, even if it were merely to walk, the mark's fluctuations would emanate forth. However, at such a time, both the range and intensity of these fluctuations would be considerably diminished, roughly equating to 10 points of intensity within a 30-meter radius. Should a magical fluctuation arise within Green, no matter how minute, an instantaneous surge of 30 points of mark fluctuations would erupt within that same radius, and as Green began to deplete his magical energy, this diameter would swiftly expand to encompass 100 meters. Having unraveled the method of controlling the mark's fluctuations, Green calculated the time and realized the opening of the first secret realm was imminent. Not wishing to tarry, he tapped the earth bud, which trembled in response, causing the soil above to shift. The immense flower bud burst forth from the ground, revealing Green within. He applied a single drop of potion to the colossal bud, which quivered and visibly shrank, moments later transforming into an inconspicuous seed. Carefully stowing the seed, Green meticulously controlled his mark's fluctuations as he proceeded toward an elevated area within his sight. Despite the mark's diminished intensity of merely 10 points within a 30-meter radius, it remained a source of avoidance for many wizard apprentices. Green encountered none. The aforementioned distances of 30 and 100 meters are somewhat abstract, for even beyond these ranges, there exists some degree of radiative influence, contingent upon the sensitivity of the observer. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Green sensed two remarkably potent magical fluctuations. One was situated approximately a kilometer away, while the other seemed to be around 3 to 4 kilometers distant. Ascending to a vantage point, Green peered through the dense forest toward the nearest magical fluctuation, noticing what appeared to be inexplicable alterations. Some trees had been uprooted, and faintly, the primal roars of beasts devoid of reason echoed through the air. The secret realm had commenced. Filled with anticipation, Green hastened toward the nearest secret realm, diligently managing his mark's fluctuations, eager to claim the rewards within. Naturally, gathering more marks along the way would be a fortuitous bonus. With the opening of the secret realm, the vast testing grounds began to attract the gathering of individuals, all converging towards the site of the newly unveiled mystery. Along the journey, Green encountered several other wizard apprentices who were also heading towards the secret realm. However, these individuals exercised great caution, refraining from approaching him upon sight, and Green was equally reluctant to expend his magical energy to pursue them. Thus, everyone continued towards their respective gatherings in a relatively safe environment. After a brief while, Green finally arrived at the nearest secret realm. Yet, upon witnessing this so-called secret realm, disappointment washed over his face. Was this it? Indeed, the initial wave of what was termed a secret realm turned out to be merely a house that appeared somewhat lavishly decorated, hardly deserving of the name secret realm. The only noteworthy feature was a towering tree, exceeding 30 meters in height, standing before the house. Its branches resembled menacing arms, coiling like whips to intimidate any approaching wizard apprentices. At this moment, more than 30 apprentices had congregated before the secret realm, with others faintly visible in the distance. Making their way over, this colossal tree possessed a mouth the size of a table, filled with chilling fangs that lined its gaping maw, gnawing on the corpses of recently slain apprentices. The beastly roars that Green could barely hear from afar likely emanated from this very mouth. The branches of this peculiar tree appeared immensely powerful and resilient, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary wizard apprentices to inflict significant harm. However, when those branches coiled, they unleashed attacks that were akin to a nightmare for any apprentice. This was the Labrador Nightmare Tree, which, it was said, bore no distinction from ordinary giant trees in its typical state, only requiring nourishment once every 100 years, should it lack sufficient flesh and blood. The Labrador Nightmare Tree would never assume its true giant form and would remain a carnivorous monstrosity. One apprentice, evidently well-versed, shouted out, "Flesh and blood? Where shall we procure it? It has just devoured 3 apprentices and shows no signs of satiation." The grim expressions of the apprentices were palpable. Among the 30 or so gathered in the expansive area, 2 individuals clearly stood out as the most formidable. Their magical signatures resonated with the strength of 10, flanked by 2 or 3 aides each, leaving no apprentice daring to provoke these small factions. The rest had arrived independently, with only a handful coming in pairs. "Where to find flesh and blood? Huh, we have plenty of it right here," spoke a male apprentice with a magical signature matching that of 10. He appeared no older than 15 or 16, his youthful visage still bearing the marks of adolescence, yet his demeanor was strikingly cruel. After speaking, this apprentice turned his gaze towards another female apprentice, also bearing a signature of 10. She sat astride a massive bear formed of earth elements, her eyes flickering with indecision, seemingly hesitant to attempt to slay other apprentices to feed the Labrador Nightmare Tree. Green observed quietly from a distance, refraining from approaching recklessly as he awaited an opportunity. At that moment, a novice sorcerer with rudimentary but vibrant invisible magic could no longer contain himself, directly casting his spell and dashing towards the secret realm, disregarding the formidable Labrador Nightmare Tree. Initially, the onlookers merely scoffed, considering him a mere fool offering himself as prey, yet the ensuing scene left everyone utterly astounded. This apprentice's crude and simplistic concealment spell remarkably allowed him to pass through the Labrador Nightmare Tree and enter the chamber. Moments later, a subtle wave of spatial distortion emanated from within the room, suggesting the presence of a teleportation device that safely transported the apprentice away. Even Green, momentarily taken aback, felt his icy gaze harden. The coveted rewards of the secret realm, which should have been within his grasp, had been snatched away right before his eyes. How could such an affront not incite wrath? Suddenly, a thought struck Green as he observed the still visible chamber, incredulously pondering whether the secret realm bestowed rewards upon more than one individual. "Ah, the scoundrel! That scoundrel has dared to seize my magical artifact." In a fit of furious madness, the male apprentice, marked by 10 seals, turned to the hesitant female apprentice nearby. "If you do not resolve your indecision, I shall not hold back." Gritting her teeth, the witch apprentice riding the earth element giant bear shouted fiercely, "Attack! Even if you acquire the artifact from the secret realm, I shall take it back." After issuing her command, she gestured to several friends, and they charged wildly towards the lone sorcerer apprentices. In the face of this onslaught, most of the solitary apprentices scattered in flight, with only a few recklessly sprinting towards the secret cottage, seemingly unwilling to contend for the rewards any longer. Green. At that moment, a female apprentice spotted the masked Green and exclaimed with delight, rushing towards him without hesitation. This witch was indeed a member of the Bloodsail Alliance, and it seemed she was quite familiar with you, Chris, often seen together. Although Green had encountered her a few times, they had never exchanged words. Her name appeared to be Alardovan. However, such details were of little importance, as Green observed the youthful male apprentice grinning wickedly and closing in on Alardovan. An indescribable thrill surged within him, urging him to shout, "Yes, yes," just like that. Closer. Remaining utterly still, he retracted all his mark fluctuations. Alardovan, gazing at Green, was filled with gratitude. Despite not having truly become lovers with Chris, Green had risked everything to rescue her, embodying the essence of a loyal and righteous sorcerer apprentice. instilling a profound sense of trust. Alardovin did not perceive Green's actions as mere allegiance to a fellow member of the Bloodsail Alliance. For such a distant relationship could forge alliances, but would not guarantee aid in times of peril. She had not considered any other reasons for the rescue. Watching the approaching male apprentice, Green even began to excitedly lick his lips, his expression becoming terrifyingly intense. Iraltiwin dashed to Green's side. Turning her head to summon her magical energy against the pursuing wizard apprentice, breathlessly advising Green behind her, "This guy is formidable. He hails from the Ivory Castle. Just hold him off. I have just contacted." Suddenly, a wave of terrifying energy surged behind Iraltiwin. It erupted like the sun in the sky, radiating boundless light and heat, instantly engulfing all nearby magical fluctuations. In that moment, Iraltiwin's own magical energy was like a submerged reef amidst a raging tide, vanishing without a trace. As Lin summoned his magical energy, the faces of all the wizard apprentices within the contested realm of the secret dimension turned pale, staring in disbelief at Green, whose expression was a mix of excitement, cruelty, and a sinister grin. "Run!" Without hesitation, the witch apprentice riding the earth element bear bolted into the distance, the bear causing tremors on the ground. Iraltiwin stood frozen, her face ashen, unable to believe her eyes as she beheld the wizard apprentice overwhelmed by the terrifying waves of fire elemental energy, the apprentice whose magical energy had reached 10. Was all of this orchestrated by Green? In a swift motion, Green summoned another fireball at his fingertips and hurled it at a wizard apprentice who failed to distance themselves from him. With a wave of flames, the apprentice did not even have time to scream. In that moment, Green resembled a ravenous wolf among a flock of sheep, greedily slaughtering any prey within reach. After claiming the life of the fourth apprentice, the vast arena of the secret dimension was left eerily empty. "White-faced demon, I shall remember you." In the distance, a terrified wizard apprentice screamed at Green, yet continued to flee without pause. Green paid no heed, merely licking his lips and murmuring, 51 points of magical energy. Casting a glance at the distant, motionless Iraltiwin, her face pale, he chose not to approach her for pleasantries. Instead, he simply smiled and walked toward the Labrador Nightmare's tree. However, to Iraltiwin, Green's smile resembled the exposed fangs of a demon, causing her stiffened body to tremble instinctively, beads of sweat rolling down her face. "No, no. Your magical energy exceeds 30. You can enter the room directly." At that moment, the Labrador Nightmare's tree spoke. Green paused, then smiled, interesting. As he entered the room, he was greeted by 9 identical magic wands standing on a rack, one of which was conspicuously missing, as if taken by a previous visitor. Green pondered. Is this the reward? It seems. Merely a standard magical artifact for sealing spells. Just as Green's hand made contact with one of the wands, a force distorting space erupted in the room, and in an instant, Green and the wand vanished with a whoosh. Chapter 36. The Wizard's Warning Indeed. Is this a teleportation mechanism? As Green blinked, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. However, the distance of this teleportation seemed to be merely a few dozen kilometers, not too far, thus lacking any discomfort. As Green turned his head, he sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from a secret realm approximately 2,000 meters away. A wave of joy washed over him, and he unabashedly let his radiant aura, akin to the sun, flow forth like tumultuous waves. He then summoned a wind element bat and soared towards the secret realm. Simultaneously, while perched upon the bat, Green began to examine the newly acquired magic wand. After a brief moment, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. The wand merely contained a simple seal of a thunder spell, with an attack power estimated between 35-45. Its attributes included swift speed and a certain penetrating paralyzing effect, as well as enhanced damage against other elemental spells. Shaking his head, Green concluded that this one held no utility for him. Its worth at the Academy was likely only between 350 to 450 magic stones, far less than the value of defeating another wizard apprentice. However, should other apprentice wizards acquire such a mass-produced wand, their capabilities would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, the wand's sealed thunder spell, with its penetrating paralysis effect, could yield unexpected advantages, whether in vanquishing the weak or evading the strong. Considering the other members of his party, Green pressed onward towards the secret realm. After a while, he arrived at the sensed location, where dozens of individuals stood anxiously huddled together, fixated on Green under the overwhelming intensity of his aura. Dismounting from the wind element bat, his golden curls and the melody of joy earrings danced in the air, while a pale mask adorned with violet swirls obscured his features, rendering his expression unreadable. With a thud, as Green's feet firmly touched the ground, the legendary aura of a formidable figure began to manifest. "It's you." A voice emerged from the throng. Laced with disbelief, the speaker stood an impressive height of 185 meters, with golden hair slicked back, a rugged beard gracing his face, and a broad, solid chest bared, revealing hints of dark chest hair. This individual was Amida, a suitor of Rafi and one of the three prominent leaders among the crowd. Amida. Rafi's choice of Green merely attested to his fortuitousness, capturing the fleeting moment of her heart as flutter. Furthermore, Green was not foolish enough to provoke a hostile assembly of dozens. That would be tantamount to courting death. Approaching the guardian of the secret realm, the nightmarish Labrador, Green called out in a commanding voice, "Could you enlighten me on the conditions for entering the secret realm?" The distant crowd gazed at Green as though he were mad, bewildered by his audacity to converse with a creature resembling a man-eating beast. Some even excitedly hoped that the nightmarish Labrador would dispose of this intruder once and for all. However, the subsequent scene left everyone in utter disbelief. The nightmarish tree actually spoke. "Wisdom and strength. Your abilities have met the requirements, however. Since you have previously entered another secret realm, re-entry is not permitted." The towering tree, slightly smaller than the Labrador nightmarish tree that Green had encountered earlier, declared. "Oh, is that so?" Green pondered for a moment, then suddenly inquired, "What if I were to force my way in again?" The Labrador nightmarish tree swayed its branches and replied slowly, "You misunderstand. I am merely responsible for selecting qualified wizard apprentices. I will not obstruct you. If you wish to venture forth, feel free." As it spoke, the tree surprisingly retracted all its branches, clearing a path for Green. With a contemplative expression, Green hesitated slightly before making his way toward the secret cabin. "Wait." Suddenly, from a distance, Amida clenched his teeth tightly, seemingly struggling to control his emotions, and shouted toward Green, "I must understand why I was defeated by you, and why Rafi chose you." As he spoke, Amida's muscles began to bulge violently, hinting at explosive power. Simultaneously, his mouth elongated, revealing two sharp fangs, while black fur erupted from his body, transforming him instantaneously from a human into a ferocious beast. Sasquatch bloodline sorcery? Green glanced at him indifferently, unmoved. At that moment, two companions from the Bloodsail Alliance beside Amida exclaimed, "Amida, you've lost your mind. You stand no chance against him. His mark is far too powerful. Don't go. He will kill you." In response to his companions' pleas, Amida's eyes welled with tears as he cried out, "Stay out of this. For Rafi, I am willing to give everything. Even if Rafi has chosen this man, I respect her choice. Yet, I wish to understand why she would choose him." With that, Amida let out a primal roar, resembling a mindless beast, his thunderous growl echoing for kilometers. His robust arms thunderously pounded against his chest, producing a deep, resonant sound that left no doubt as to the terrifying strength contained within those exaggerated limbs. With a resounding crash, Amida braced his arms against the ground, instantly creating two small craters. "Let us battle, Green. I demand an honorable duel as men." At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Green, many harboring expectations that this fool, Amida, could gauge the depths of Green's abilities. Green halted his advance toward the secret realm, slowly turning his head. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, "Boring." Amida, now transformed into a giant ape, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Green could utter such words. "A wizard is not a knight, nor a beast. We are beings that utilize wisdom in battle. What nonsense is this about a duel? Boring." After a brief pause, Green continued, "As for Rafi, her choice is known only to her. I am simply more fortunate than you. Did you truly believe that Lafite chose me for my prowess? No. I comprehend her nature. She possesses an overwhelming desire for control. Should she ever discover that I surpass her in strength, it would spell the end of our emotional connection." Green showed no intention of striking, for he was uncertain whether killing Amida would displease Lafite. Unbeknownst to him, Lafite had already secured a significant place in Green's heart. He did not wish to see her distressed over such an occurrence. Amida stood frozen in place, watching Green depart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The deeper the love, the deeper the wound. No one could fathom why this somewhat reckless apprentice wizard harbored such profound affection for the feared and despised Queen of Sharp Tongues. Was it merely her glamorous and beautiful exterior? If that were the case, it would hardly cause a man such deep anguish. The two companions beside Amida sighed in relief, glancing at the heartbroken gorilla, shaking their heads silently. Meanwhile, Green hardly paid any mind to Amida's situation. He merely strolled toward the hidden realm, sensing the subtle magical vibrations that seemed directed solely at him, causing his body to tremble instinctively, as if warning him of the arcane forces at play. This energy felt utterly distinct from that of a mere apprentice wizard. It began to resonate inexplicably with the surrounding natural energies, constraining him. Was this the essence of a wizard's power? As Green approached the hidden realm, the extraordinary vibrations intensified, and his involuntary tremors grew more pronounced. He sensed that if he were to cast elemental magic within this wave of energy, the potential to leverage 9 times the energy would be curtailed to a mere 6-fold. Conversely, the 5-fold elemental energy of the foundational elemental magic circle appeared to remain largely unaffected by this phenomenon. Slowly extending a hand to open the door to the hidden realm, he found that as his trembling fingers drew within mere centimeters of the threshold, the peculiar vibrations erupted violently, as if issuing a final warning. Should he dare to touch the hidden realm, he would face the wrath of the wizards. Green harbored a vague suspicion that the strange deterrent force of the marks on all apprentice wizards' foreheads stemmed from a simplified manifestation of the wizard's power. This force seemed to be of a soulful nature, intertwined with the suppression of all natural elements, a profound arcane knowledge far beyond the grasp of an apprentice wizard. Only after Green vanished from sight did those remaining in the hidden realm exhale in relief, for the intensity of his mark's vibrations was overwhelming, stripping the apprentice wizards of their courage to attack. It appeared that the nightmarish tree's conversational targets were conditional, most likely limited to those apprentice wizards whose marks had reached a threshold of 30. Chapter 37. Underestimation after replenishing his bodily magic. Green chose to disregard the secret realms and wandered casually in a single direction, maintaining a constant connection with the crystal ball, hoping to sense the presence of his fellow team members. Although he had subdued the fluctuations of his mark, the emitted intensity of 10 marks still rendered Green akin to a torch in the night, prompting other wizard apprentices to steer clear of him. Half a day later, a thunderous roar erupted. Green's mark fluctuations could no longer be concealed, bursting forth with a fiery intensity. The black-spotted leopard that had ambushed him seemed to recognize that Green was not to be trifled with. After nimbly evading the flames, it fled in panic. However, at that moment, Green suddenly smirked towards an open space in the distance and settled down to replenish his magic. Through his keen sense of smell, he discerned that a wizard apprentice employing a similar invisibility spell had been trailing him for the past hourglass' worth of time. Yet, this apprentice remained cautious, never venturing within 50 meters of Green, thereby eluding Green's pale mask's ultrasonic locating spell, leaving him with only a vague sense of direction. Green's smirk evidently had an effect. Within the keen perception of his hunting nose, the scent of the individual vanished. Another strong contender had come to test him. He wondered from which academy this challenger hailed. Without further concern, Green devoted himself to absorbing the intermediate magic stone in his possession. After numerous absorptions, the stone had lost much of its luster. An hourglass later, while searching for his teammates in a grove, the crystal ball suddenly registered some information. Elated, Green quickened his pace towards the source of the signal. Gradually, he confirmed it was likely Uriana. As he stepped into a mushroom field, a commonplace terrain in the thorny forest, the moment Green set foot on the mushrooms, they erupted with a loud pop, releasing clouds of pollen. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of dizziness, and the surrounding scenery began to distort, swaying and becoming surreal. Was this a scent-triggered illusionary attack? This was dire. Such illusions could bypass the eternal earring's resistance to magic, and through his hunting nose, this illusion would be magnified several-fold upon him. In an instant, Green realized he had once again fallen into one of the natural traps of the thorny forest. It must be said that although Green was in his 3rd year as a newcomer, having acquired numerous precious items through the purchase of magic stones and received knowledge directly from wizards to enhance his strength, he had never ventured into the thorny forest for exploration like other wizard apprentices. Consequently, the perilous environment posed far greater obstacles for him than for his peers. Green's magic continuously stimulated the symbiotic insects within him, and a multitude of buzzing flies resonated in his body. What was once an inaudible hum now sounded like a violent explosion in his ears, instantly awakening him. Phew, that was close. Although the dizziness lasted only a fleeting moment, it left Green utterly unprepared, rendering him incapable of activating his mask. Fortunately, at the instant he summoned his magical power, a powerful surge erupted from the mark, effectively deterring any potential assailants. Hastily, Green retreated, cautiously navigating his way out of the mushroom field. Simultaneously, he sensed that when he had just propelled the fly snails, aside from the inherent illusion resistance of the accompanying creatures, there seemed to be some unique effect at play. Though the precise nature of this effect eluded him, it instinctively suggested to Green that it was beneficial to his body, accompanied by a sudden pang of hunger. Could that subtle change indicate the fly snail's special ability? Elated, Green casually retrieved 2 pieces of dried meat from his pocket and began to chew, while meticulously collecting several intact, explosive mushrooms for preservation. If he could uncover the true special ability of the fly snails, it might lead to a significant breakthrough in the study of the life code's forbidden zone. Just as Green joyfully gathered the explosive mushroom specimens and prepared to leave, his expression suddenly shifted as he slowly turned to gaze into the depths of the forest behind him. A wave of mark energy, equally potent as his own, surged forth with great intensity, resonating with his own, forming a peculiar space of oscillation. Could it be a powerful figure from another academy? After all, he was the first wizard apprentice to witness a mark fluctuation exceeding 30 in the trial grounds. Gradually, a solitary figure emerged from the depths of the forest, their face hauntingly pale. Although this individual spoke to Green, their gaze merely flicked over him before they became engrossed in fiddling with the small white mouse perched on their shoulder. Upon seeing the white mouse, Green's pupils constricted beneath his pale mask as he tentatively inquired, "Yunli?" His cautious question indeed bore fruit. The person lifted their head and furrowed their brow, replying, "From the Black Soda Wizard Academy? But in the past 3 years, aside from my mentor, Bibiliana, Solanum, and a few senior brothers and sisters, I haven't encountered anyone else. Who are you?" With a pale mask obscuring his forehead's mark, Yunli could not discern Green's academy affiliation. Just as Green was about to articulate his thoughts, Yunli interrupted him, speaking in a low tone, "Forget it, let us not discuss it. The mentor instructed us not to harm wizard apprentices from our own academy. If you happen to be from the Black Soda Wizard Academy, that could complicate matters. Given your substantial mark fluctuation, I assume you won't just perish, will you? For now, wearing a mask suits you well. Let us have some fun." In that brief moment, Yunli's words surpassed the entirety of what Green had heard over the past month aboard the Sea Wheel. As Green heard the mention of fun, an instinctual tremor coursed through his body. Suddenly, the defensive barrier before him distorted violently, as if an invisible cone had forcefully penetrated it, creating a spiral-like distortion. With a swift motion, Green's magical power plummeted significantly, yet the barrier regained its eggshell shape, leaving Green drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe what had just transpired. Such a sudden assault possessed an astounding energy intensity of 80 to 90 degrees. This level of offensive power far surpassed the pinnacle of Green's capabilities. The protective shield of this magical artifact is quite impressive. Let us see if this form can withstand another test. Yunli appeared intrigued, silently incanting a few spells before pointing once more at Green. He had scarcely any time to react, nor did he perceive any impending shift. It felt as though the shield had been rammed by a colossal rhinoceros. As Green's mana rapidly dissipated, he was abruptly hurled backward by an immense force, staggering several paces before barely managing to steady himself, his insides roiling tumultuously. This exceeded even a 100-degree energy attack. Green gazed at Yunli in disbelief, his countenance ashen. Should he endure 2 more such assaults? Even with the support of the mana ring he had previously acquired, Green would surely succumb to exhaustion. Simultaneously, Yunli regarded Green with a hint of incredulity. Such a formidable magical artifact must be among the finest available to an apprentice wizard, truly a tortoiseshell. Gritting his teeth, Green ignited a fireball at his fingertips, which transformed into a fiery bird as he gestured towards Yunli. Unfazed, Yunli pointed at the firebird, and after a distortion of space, the creature vanished into thin air, only to erupt in a blaze 100 meters away from the two. Recalling the peculiar method with which Yunli had dispatched sea monsters aboard the ship, Green's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. No wonder he was heralded as the once-in-a-century prodigy of Lilith's Cottage Academy. His innate talent for manifestation stemmed from the power to distort space. Such an ability was indeed formidable for an apprentice wizard. Meanwhile, Yunli murmured, "Neither of my 2 most potent spells could breach your protective shield. It appears this mask is truly an extraordinary magical artifact. However, does your mentor not realize that granting a disciple such a powerful artifact for the trial contravenes the regulations of the 7-ringed Holy Tower?" Yunli naturally assumed that Green's pale mask was bestowed upon him by all the mentors behind him, never considering that it might have been purchased or crafted by Green himself. As this would be inconceivable for an ordinary apprentice wizard, let us attempt a physical assault. If that proves ineffective, so be it. In this novice examination, facing an artifact of the highest caliber for apprentice wizards remains overly ambitious. Thus speaking, Yunli produced a seemingly ordinary metallic dagger from behind him. With a twist of space, he suddenly appeared before Green and thrust the dagger downwards. Clang! A soft sound echoed as the shield firmly resisted the dagger, while Yunli's figure flickered once more, vanishing from sight, leaving Green's vine technique to grasp at nothingness. 30 meters away, Yunli slowly sheathed the dagger, shaking his head with a disinterested remark. It seems your strength relies entirely on this mask artifact. Without it, your abilities are merely average, lacking any significance. After a brief pause, Yunli continued, furthermore, I shall inform my mentor of this situation. The fact that your mentor has bestowed upon you such a formidable artifact contravenes the rules of the trial. Prepare to face the consequences. A sudden distortion of space ensued, and Yunli's mark fluctuated before vanishing into thin air, seemingly utilizing spatial powers to transport himself to a location 100 meters away. Green paid no heed to the other's disdain, but rather focused on a particular piece of information mentioned. 17 years hence, the qualification battle for the Holy Tower offers opportunities for advancement. Chapter 38, The Despairing One's Liana. As Linga hurried along, he continuously called out to the crystal orb, yearning to establish contact with Liana and ascertain the distance between them. Suddenly, a piercing noise erupted from Green's crystal orb, and at last, he succeeded in communicating with Liana. A somewhat indistinct visage appeared on Green's orb. Ecstatic, Green inquired, Liana, how fares the situation on your end? Have you managed to reach anyone else? Liana appeared to be in a state of frantic movement, the orb jostling as her half-exposed face, unmasked, revealed an expression of acute anxiety, nearly on the verge of tears. Halo was a suitor of Liana. This apprentice wizard, rather unremarkable in appearance and somewhat awkward in demeanor, lacked strength, and Liana had consistently declined to engage with him. It remained a mystery how they found themselves together this time. It seemed that Halo had grasped a mysterious arcane spell and serendipitously discovered a mooncall plant. However, while excavating the mooncall, his exclamation had alerted several apprentice wizards from the Spiral Academy. Suddenly, a scream escaped from Liana within the orb, and it was flung away. Plunging into darkness, stripped of magical support, Green found himself unable to reach Liana any longer. What a disaster. It was indeed a mooncall. No wonder they were pursued so relentlessly. Legend has it that if a mooncall is transplanted into a wizard's meditation chamber and bathed in moonlight at night, it can double the efficiency of the wizard's meditation. Even high-ranking wizards are greatly intrigued by the unique properties of this plant. Green's countenance darkened as he decided to forego any pretense of concealing his mark's fluctuations. He summoned a wind element bat and mounted it, soaring forward at full speed. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Liana suddenly shifted, transforming into a quagmire. With a startled gasp, she lost her grip on the crystal orb, which sank into the mire. Liana, Halo, standing at a mere height of around 1.60 meters, bore rough, darkened skin, reminiscent of a fisherman's son, and was not particularly loquacious. At this moment, upon witnessing Liana ensnared in the mire of magic, Halo realized that her spells were primarily supportive, designed to complement those of Chris, who was regrettably absent. Halo's own magic, leaning towards mysticism and alchemy, was equally ill-suited for direct confrontation. Thus, they found themselves in a dire predicament, with Halo faced with the choice of abandoning Liana to flee. In pursuit behind them, 6 apprentice wizards from the Spiral Academy closed in, one of whom exhibited a mark fluctuation reaching 5, while the others bore no significant marks. The 6 gazed upon Liana, deeply mired in magical sludge, and released a collective sigh of relief. Do not touch her. Otherwise, I shall destroy this mooncall. Halo bellowed, brandishing a peculiar plant from a box. As he grasped the plant, its roots wriggled like a child, emitting a shrill cry of distress. In that moment, the anguished wails and cries became the sole melody among the 8 present. Threatening us? Humph. The Mypan Academy's Shay Society cares little for your threats. Should you dare to destroy this moonweep, we shall deal with you as well. The leading apprentice wizard gazed anxiously at the moonweep clutched by Halo, yet spoke with unyielding resolve. You, do not touch her. Halo roared with tension. Liana was entirely ensnared in the mire, her tears glistening as she cast a pitiful glance at everyone. Ha, little beauty, fear not. As long as you obediently allow him to hand over the moonweep, I assure you, I will set you free. Besides, you are so adorable. How could I ever bring myself to harm you? I still wish to. Yet, she was merely a frightful creature masquerading as pure. The man's demeanor took a sudden and drastic turn as he cast a disdainful glance at Liana and shouted at Halo. How disappointing. I shall grant you 3 more seconds to decide. Concealing the grotesque scars that marred her face, Eucliana trembled in fear, her eyes brimming with tears, evoking sympathy. However, the hideous scar and her sightless eye rendered her pitiful expression utterly revolting in the eyes of the Mypan Academy's wizard apprentices. Initially, Eucliana, adorned in a mask, appeared as a picture of innocence, like a beautiful, bashful maiden. Yet, upon removing the mask, the horrifying scar and the dark hollow eye transformed her into the visage of a crone. The most detestable aspect was that this crone feigned a pitiful demeanor before the onlookers. "No, do not kill her," Heinlo cried out, panic-stricken, seemingly oblivious to the grotesque scar on Eucliana's face. As if already aware of her fate, Heinlo could no longer hesitate and hurled the moon weep from his grasp. The eyes of the Mypan Academy's apprentices lit up as they beheld the moon weep soaring through the air, joy evident on their faces. Suddenly, a long, swift tongue flicked out, and the moon weep vanished without a trace. The crowd turned to see a wizard apprentice's half-body emerging from a nearby tree trunk, grinning mischievously, his long tongue coiling around the moon weep. If Green were present, he would undoubtedly have recognized, through his keen senses, that this wizard apprentice, capable of merging his body with the tree trunk, had trailed him for nearly an hourglass's duration not long ago. The Bone Tower Wizard Academy. The Mypan Academy's apprentices, poised to catch the moon weep, now stared in horror at the strange wizard apprentice materializing from the trunk, a chilling voice escaping their lips as they opened their mouths to spew forth a torrent of black water. "Hey, thanks for the compliment." The figure shrank back and melded into the trunk once more. With a splatter, the black water hit the tree, corroding a large hole and releasing a foul stench that made one feel nauseous. Have they fled? That scoundrel. Several wizard apprentices from the Maze Academy, nearly driven to madness, hastily made their way to the colossal tree where the skeletal clock tower apprentice had just appeared, yet no trace of him could be found despite their fervent search. Suddenly, one of the apprentices seemed to have an epiphany, trembling as he spoke. Did the Academy not mention the necessity of being cautious of those 7 individuals during this trial? Could that one just now be the ghost thief from the skeletal clock tower? The expressions of the other apprentices, who had intended to continue their search, shifted dramatically. Indeed, prior to the trial, the Wizards of Maze Academy had disseminated a document to all participating apprentices, detailing the 7 so-called despairers from the 6 major academies. Each of these 7 individuals was a prodigious apprentice, having been selected as disciples by the esteemed second-level wizards upon their entrance into the academy 3 years prior. Among them were 3 from the Black Soda Wizard Academy, codenamed Undying, Twisted, and Golden Eye, 1 from the Hourglass Wizard Academy, codenamed Son of the Sun, 2 from the Ivory Castle, codenamed Enchantment and Mechanical Heart, and the final one, the Ghost Thief from the Skeletal Clock Tower. The document stated that this particular apprentice possessed an overwhelming desire to be insulted by others, as he had undoubtedly gained significant advantages prior to this. In this current cohort of the Maze Academy, no apprentice had been personally nurtured by those exalted second-level wizards. Thus the participants of this year's trial whimsically referred to the 7 as the Despairers, symbolizing their adversaries steeped in hopelessness. Gradually, the title of Despairer spread among them like wildfire. Suddenly, several imprints manifested within the perception of the Maze Academy apprentices, with 2 of them registering values exceeding 10 points. "This is bad, retreat," exclaimed Eucliana, her eyes lighting up with joy as she called out, "Sister Laffy, Sister Robin, Brother Amrand." In the distance, 5 figures approached, 2 of whom were Laffy and Robin, having responded to Eucliana's call for help, while 3 others, including Amrand and 2 unfamiliar members of the Bloodsail Alliance, fortuitously encountered them along the way. Amrand's standing and prestige within the Bloodsail Alliance were unparalleled, even earning the respect of Laffy, who was often referred to as the Queen of Sharp Tongues. "Humph, how dare they lay hands on our Bloodsail Alliance members? Laffy, let us deal with them," Amrand said coldly. Laffy's expression darkened considerably. Had they arrived any later, Eucliana, ensnared in the mire, might have truly perished, and Euchris would surely have gone mad. Laffy replied icily, "Very well," just as they prepared to pursue the apprentices of Maze Academy with all their might. A terrifying surge of imprints rippled from the far side of the sky, catching their attention. This surge flowed like a torrent, exuding an overwhelming force, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Both Laffy and Amrand paled, abruptly halting their advance. "Quickly, you must leave. I will hold this fellow off with Laffy." Such a profound fluctuation in the mark of resonance is astonishing, rivaling that of the formidable Bibiliona encountered previously. This caliber transcends the ranks of the top 10 novices. truly deserving the title of the Despairer. Amren's countenance turned grave as he unsheathed his longsword, gripping it firmly with both hands. As he channeled all his magical energy, the sword, a magical artifact, emanated arcs of silver lightning. Rafi's skin sprouted lush tendrils of plant life, and from her back, a pair of enormous leaves fluttered like the wings of a botanical spirit, lifting her gently off the ground. In her left hand, she wielded a longbow brimming with life energy, while her right hand delicately nocked an arrow infused with formidable power. One of her eyes transformed into a keen, avian gaze. With a cold demeanor, Rafi declared, "Even if those apprentice sorcerers refer to themselves as Despairers, with this bow of life paired with the Gale Arrow, augmented by my life magic, the explosive intensity of energy unleashed holds a significant threat to him." Amren's eye twitched as he cast a glance at Rafi. She was indeed excessively powerful. This was the individual those apprentice sorcerers spoke of as the Despairer. Ever since their brief encounter with Bibiliona, Amren had come to understand the terror of those referred to as Despairers. He even harbored doubts that this so-called trial was merely a slaughter competition orchestrated by the Academy's higher-ups, specifically devised for these Despairers, with the ulterior motive of preparing them for the Sanctum qualification battle 17 years hence. Chapter 39. Both Amren and Rafi stood on high alert, quietly enduring the oppressive weight of the mark descending from the distant sky. They summoned their powers to the utmost limit, as if on the verge of unleashing a full-scale battle. With the mark value reaching 10, the prospect of eliminating additional wizard apprentices became exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the apprentices were increasingly banding together, making the acquisition of the mark a daunting task, save for the truly desperate souls. Suddenly, a wind element bat materialized in their line of sight. Rafi swiftly drew his bow, channeling a terrifying surge of life force and elemental wind into the arrow, his keen gaze locking onto the shadowy figure atop the bat, poised for a cataclysmic strike. Meanwhile, Amren's body was adorned with several mysterious golden patterns, which writhed as if alive. The silver lightning coursing through his greatsword surged to its zenith, erupting into brilliant sparks that detonated in the air. "Esteemed desperate one," Amren bellowed, "we harbor no intention of enmity towards you. We implore you to depart and avert conflict." Beside him, Rafi maintained his unwavering aim on the figure, his magical and mental energies ignited to their fullest potential. Despite his earlier bravado, the prospect of confronting a desperate one instilled a palpable anxiety within him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The wind element bat hovered 30 meters away, incessantly flapping its wings, halting any advance. Just as Amren and Rafi's hearts raced to their throats, a head slowly emerged from atop the bat, initially bewildered, then exclaiming in astonishment, "Rafi, Amren?" On the other side, Rafi, with his eagle eye fixed on the wind element bat, felt a shiver course through him at the sight of the pale mask. The first thought that struck him was that Green had been slain by this desperate one. In an instant, an indescribable hatred and an unquenchable fury erupted within Rafi's eagle eye. It was a fervent love, a vehement hatred. Vengeance for Green was imperative. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Rafi as he released the arrow from his grasp. Whoosh! The hurricane arrow transformed into a violent tempest, hurtling towards the wind element bat in an instant. However, at that moment, an astonished voice reached Rafi and Amren's ears. "Green? No." As Rafi's incredulous cry echoed, the tempestuous arrow morphed into a vortex in the sky, engulfing both the wind element bat and Green entirely. Within the ferocious wind sphere, countless hardened leaves, conjured from life magic, sliced through the air like blades, mercilessly assaulting the enemies within. Rafi stood frozen, gazing skyward. He understood better than anyone the terrifying potency of the most powerful spell he had crafted. With a resounding thud, Rafi felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him, collapsing despairingly to his knees, hands covering his face. His pallid complexion resembled that of parchment, tears streaming down as he stared blankly at the relentless wind sphere above, his heart breaking in silent anguish. "What have I done? I cannot believe it." Amurangi lacked the sorcery to enhance vision. The events unfolded in an instant. Almost at the moment when the despairing sky called out the names of two individuals, and Rafi's magic erupted, completely engulfing that person. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations in the air, Amurangi was suddenly struck by a chill. No wonder the sharp-tongued queen has been so unrestrained. Such a potent energy surge must have reached an astonishing limit of nearly 100 degrees. Moreover, the duration of this relentless assault was considerable. Just as he was about to inquire about the specifics of the recent occurrence, Amurangi found Rafi's kneeling on the ground, sobbing inconsolably, leaving him momentarily stunned. On one hand, He was perplexed by Rafi's unexpected reaction. On the other, he was captivated by the vulnerable beauty she displayed in that instant. So, the Queen of Sharp Tongues has such a side to her? After a prolonged silence that felt like several breaths, the swirling winds and countless leaves of life in the sky gradually dissipated. With a thud, a figure fell clumsily to the ground, weakly uttering, "Rafi's, it's me." On the ground, Green appeared somewhat pale. The magical energy consumed in that brief moment was nearly equivalent to that of his previous brief encounter with Yuli. Fortunately, he was protected by the pale masked shield. Otherwise, he would have likely been shattered by Rafi's formidable spell. Rafi's was momentarily dazed, while Amurangdi, having seen Green at the Bloodsail Alliance ball a few days prior, now doubted his own memory upon seeing him again. Tentatively, he inquired, "Green?" "Yes, Green." Overwhelmed by the sudden depletion of magical energy, felt a disarray in his powers, struggling even to stand. Yet Amurangdi remained unaware of the pale visage concealed by the mask. Observing Green emerge unscathed from that terrifying spell, Amurangdi was struck by an inexplicable depth of feeling. No wonder Rafi's abandoned the pursuit of Amida, who had sought her for 3 years. To choose this individual, it turned out there was such a monster hidden within the alliance. Amurangdi mumbled to himself, only audible to his own ears. His expression was undeniably complex. Forcing a semblance of composure, he smiled faintly, realizing that the forthcoming moments should be reserved for these two. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of shame for his previous pride. What good was being ranked first among the top 10 newcomers if he had secretly reveled in it? As Amurangdi departed, Green gazed at Rafi's, who remained kneeling at a distance, staring blankly at him. A chill ran through him. What needed to happen would indeed unfold. One could easily imagine the tumult of emotions Rafi's would experience upon discovering that the one she had always protected was, in fact, someone even stronger than herself. Green was even certain that had he displayed greater power than Rafi's at the ball, nothing that followed would have transpired. Green slowly approached Rafi, attempting to gently lift her. Whispering, "Rise." Shaking off Green's hand, tears streamed from Rafi's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon him. Her voice choked with emotion as she asked, "Do you perceive me as a self-absorbed jester?" Green quickly replied, "No, you are my beloved, my kin, the one whom I wish to marry." "Beloved? Kin? Wife?" Rafi scoffed, tears still flowing as she taunted. "Yet, I feel that I have merely been a foolish fool, an ignorant admirer who longs to protect you. Perhaps every time you witnessed my futile attempts, you found amusement in the visage of this jester." "No," Green interjected, determined to halt Rafi's spiraling thoughts. Rafi retorted with a cold laugh. "No? Then tell me, if I am not a jester holding back laughter in your eyes, what am I?" "Green, I was immature, naive, and childish. Do not say any more," Green exclaimed. "Rafi, in my eyes, you will always be the vine sorceress who protects me. The one revered as the vine king by the foolish children of Helene. I shall forever be your supporter." Green embraced Rafi, interrupting her once more. For a brief moment, Rafi's body stiffened. In her life, she had never imagined she would trust and adore someone so completely, willing to offer everything to him, even to change for him. Yet, she could not deny that in the moment this man lifted her, she felt a profound willingness to dedicate everything to someone she once viewed as mundane and unremarkable. Her cold smile gradually faded as she silently regarded Green, seemingly torn in thought. Observing her turmoil, Green produced a necklace, the spoils of their earlier encounter, imbued with the power to resist flame sorcery, and gently placed it around Rafi's neck. "No matter what the world outside may hold, by your side, I shall always remain the unassuming Green, your steadfast supporter, your unwavering pillar." His words resonated as a solemn vow of protection. Rafi gazed at the heart-shaped earring she had gifted him, listening to the earnest promise he made, and after a long silence, she finally rose quietly and said softly, "Let us go find Yukris and Binhan." Chapter 40. The team 3 days later, Binhanjun and Yukris finally reunited with Leifi, Green, Yurkliana, and Robin, forming a complete group. Had Green not possessed such formidable strength, Leifi and Amren's team might have joined forces. However, with Green's emergence and his ambitious nature, Amren was naturally disinclined to ally with Leifi any longer. In contrast, Painlo, faced with Yurkliana's insistence, departed, citing a reluctance to hinder the group. Coupled with the information previously gleaned from Yurkliana, this moment altered Green's perception of the previously unremarkable apprentice wizard. After a brief, fervent atmosphere, the group gathered closely around Leifi. Perched upon a fallen tree trunk, Leifi kicked aside the leaves littering the ground, holding a twig in one hand while pointing sternly at a map. We are currently here. And statistically speaking, the next opening of the secret realm is likely to occur nearby. Furthermore, we find ourselves in a relatively secluded valley where few would take notice. These days, let us practice our coordination. Having spoken, Leafy turned her gaze towards Green. Even though Robin has fought alongside us, allowing us to grasp each other's strengths and weaknesses, you, my friend, have yet to reveal a single aspect of your abilities. Though Leafy's frustration was directed at herself, Green felt a surge of joy, for it signified that Leafy had indeed forgiven him. Unaware of the prior circumstances, Bin Hanjun approached Green with a cheerful demeanor, clapping him on the shoulder. Who would have thought that after 3 years, you would emerge as the strongest among us? However, Leafy is right. The second contest for the secret realm will undoubtedly attract many formidable opponents, so you should practice your coordination with us. You, Chris, wielding an axe, chuckled heartily. Green, what type of magic do you primarily practice? Let Leafy assign you a role. Leafy, however, offered Green no opportunity to speak. Chris and Bin Hanjun exchanged glances, puzzled by the Queen's apparent ire towards Green, wondering if this was indicative of the differences between girls and women. Their speculations were tinged with mischief. Meanwhile, Robin and Yorkliana had grown accustomed to the dynamics over the past few days and paid little heed to it. After an hourglass's worth of time, Green stood protectively in front of Leafy and Yorkliana, finally grasping the essence of team synergy. What struck Green most profoundly was Chris. Every spell wielded by Chris was a volatile, high-energy incantation. At that moment, Chris had fully transformed into a werewolf, wielding a colossal axe in one hand and a set of claws in the other. With an explosive surge of magic, both his strength and speed surged dramatically, rendering his combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. According to Green's estimations, the energy intensity of Chris' attacks, post-transformation, hovered around 1550, with the fluctuations of his bloodline magic in close combat being significant. Following Chris' sudden explosion of power, his peak attack intensity undoubtedly surpassed 70. However, due to the intense consumption of magical energy by Chris' explosive sorcery, after merely 2 or 3 uses, his physical capacity to maintain transformation would likely falter, rendering any discussion of combat effectiveness moot. At this juncture, the significance of Yorkliana becomes evident. Her sorcery astonishingly possesses the ability to channel one's own magical energy to others. Moreover, it appears that Yorkliana's magical capacity far exceeds the matching threshold of her mental fortitude, and she seems to have cultivated a form of rapid magical recovery spell. Consequently, the combination of Chris and Yorkliana's combat prowess transforms Chris into a formidable beast of slaughter. What exhilaration! With Green by my side, I can finally charge forth without restraint, Chris exclaimed with enthusiasm. Leafy tapped Green, saying, focus your attention. Yorkliana and I are not particularly strong in close combat. Understood, Green replied, striving to adapt to the cooperative combat style of the team. Binhin's magical path leans towards stealth and mobility, primarily serving the functions of ambush and reconnaissance. While his offensive capabilities may be lacking, his escape skills are exceptional, seemingly specializing in the power of dark elements. Green generously gifted the magic staff he had acquired from the secret realm to Binhan, as it held little significance for him. Binhin's girlfriend, Robin, known as the Moon, specializes in contract summoning sorcery, and according to Leafy, her curse magic is quite remarkable. However, Green does not endorse such a path of magical development, for he understands that any wizard who can ascend to the rank of a level 4 St. Mark wizard can command a legion of enslaved beings without the need for contracts or summons. Of course, reaching the status of a level 4 St. Mark wizard is a distant dream for most apprentice wizards. At this moment, Robin, through her contracts, summoned 2 beings from the wizarding world's enslavement. One was a steel-quilled porcupine, standing at 1.5 meters tall and measuring 4 meters in length, a creature of brute force. The other was a palm-sized green-eyed monkey perched upon her shoulder, seemingly possessing some form of alertness. Robin also acquired a magic staff from the secret realm, previously obtained by Leafy. Furthermore, Robin's true trump card is an extraordinary being known as the Moon Bell, which serves as the origin of her nickname. Lastly, we turn to Leafy, who has now fully embraced the role of a long-range sorcerer. Typically, Leafy's magical arrows, propelled by life energy, can reach distances beyond 50 meters, with a strength ranging between 30 to 40 degrees, an unimaginable feat for most apprentice wizards. For instance, Green's Firebird attack can only reach within a 15-meter radius. Moreover, Laffy possesses 4 special arrows called hurricane arrows, capable of unleashing an astonishing attack exceeding 100 degrees in an instant. In critical moments, Laffy's life energy can even manifest simple healing spells. As for Green himself, there is little to elaborate. Night falls. After the rotation of vigilance, Green suddenly felt a shadow slip into the tent. Recognizing the familiar scent, he relaxed his heart and passionately kissed Laffy after removing his mask. For days later, from the Hourglass Wizard Academy? A somewhat mocking voice emerged from the lips of a witch apprentice as she gazed at the 6 individuals before her. The mark on this female apprentice's forehead resembled an hourglass. She had short black hair parted in the middle, and a conspicuous scar adorned the corner of her right eye. The high-slit skirt revealed her long, fair legs, while she held a writhing whip in her hand. Whether it was a form of botanical life or some rare magical artifact remained uncertain. Accompanying her were a formidable entourage of 13 other wizard apprentices, forming a sizable group. Laffy scoffed. The Hourglass Wizard Academy, huh? Do you truly believe that the Son of the Sun defeating the Golden Eye signifies that the Hourglass Academy surpasses Black Soda? Just yesterday, the individual known as the Son of the Sun from the Hourglass Academy had nearly chased by Billiana across half the trial grounds, an astonishing spectacle witnessed by many apprentices. Licking her lips, the strikingly alluring Hourglass apprentice scrutinized each member of Laffy's team. Despite her numerical advantage, she hesitated to issue the command to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Yakris whispered, "What are they stalling for? If they wish to fight, let them. If not, they should depart. Why all this idle chatter?" Of course, this remark was only audible to Green's team. Robin smiled, led as he Laffy's leadership. After all, our objective is the second secret realm. Anything deemed a potent magical artifact by the Wizard Academy must pose a threat to the Despairers, far removed from the trivial trinkets of the first secret realm. With this artifact, regardless of our participation in the third secret realm, the initiative will rest with us. As the 2 teams of wizard apprentices faced off, suddenly, a grand emblematic fluctuation appeared in the sky and rapidly sped away, accompanied by a wave of blazing heat. Even from hundreds of meters away, the crowd could feel the terrifying energy emanating from the epicenter of the heat wave. The pupils of both confronting teams constricted simultaneously. The Son of the Sun. Everyone murmured in awe, perplexed as to why this formidable despairer was hastily fleeing into the distance. The Son of the Sun vanished, swiftly retreating to a far-off location. At that moment, 3 more terrifying emblematic fluctuations followed, one of whom sent something and cast a glance towards Laffy and Green's team, revealing a faint smile. This individual was Solong. Undying, Twisted, Golden Eye. The trio of despairers from Black Soda had arrived, united in pursuit of the Son of the Sun. The Hourglass Witch Apprentice gasped in astonishment. Even if she held confidence in her academy's Son of the Sun, she likely did not believe he could withstand the combined might of the 3 despairers from Black Soda. On Green and Laffy's side, however, everyone wore a more complex expression. Initially, aboard the sea vessel, these 3 individuals were unequivocally the supreme rulers. Even 3 years later, within the realm of the novice trials, does this remain true? The sky reverberates with Billiana's piercing screams. Son of the Sun, there is no escape for you. Brother Yuli, Brother Sorum. Today we must vanquish him to avenge the humiliation I endured yesterday. Billiana, stripped of her former guise of innocence, is consumed by a rage that has driven her to madness. Chapter 41. Bell with a surge of tumultuous magical energy. The second secret realm of the trial grounds was unveiled. Standing atop the colossal tree, Laffy, with one eye transformed into that of an eagle, surveyed the surroundings beyond the limits of human perception, bellowing downwards. Southeast, 6,800 meters. Understood. Let us secure our position, Robin declared. With a thunderous howl, the massive steel mane surged forth, shaking the ground with its formidable presence, trampling over trees and brush in its path, creating a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Hey, Laffy, hurry up," Robin called from a distance. Wait for me. I haven't climbed up yet," came the voice of Ben Hankson from afar. Sprouting a pair of enormous leaf-like wings from her back, Laffy gracefully descended from the treetop. Eurcleana approached, speaking softly with trepidation, "Sister Laffy, Brother Green. Shall we set off as well?" Laffy lightly brushed her chestnut black hair aside, revealing crescent-shaped earrings. Nodding thoughtfully while holding a map, she murmured, "The location of the secret realm deviates from our expectations. Several capable teams may already be stationed nearby, which poses a challenge. Green, please ensure Liana's safety." She refrained from mentioning her own protection, partly due to her agile and nimble physique, and partly because she would never show weakness in front of others. Understood. Green replied quietly, standing beside Laffy and Yorkliana, his pale mask revealing only a pair of steady eyes that exuded a sense of reliability and security. The trio then dashed towards the opening of the secret realm, their pace considerably slower compared to Chris, Robin, and Ben Hankson. Before them rose a colossal altar, emerging from the depths of the earth. Atop the altar, a fist-sized orb glimmered with an intensity that was almost blinding, seemingly containing a terrifying energy within its core. Surrounding the altar were 6 towering pillars inscribed with countless intricate symbols, forming a grand binding formation that appeared to imprison something dreadful within its confines. Hee. I was indeed the first to reach the secret realm, exclaimed a witch apprentice, her wings of wind elements fluttering behind her. Clad in a rare purple-blue robe that revealed her fair skin, she gracefully landed beside the 6 totemic pillars, her visage radiant with beauty. Gazing at the alluring orb at the center of the altar, the witch apprentice's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression one of rapture. However, as a witch, even a mere apprentice, after 10 days of rigorous eliminations, she was wise enough to refrain from recklessly seizing the treasure from the altar. After uttering a series of incantations, a small earth elemental mouse materialized at her feet, lively and affectionate, even nuzzling against her. The witch apprentice bent down, gently patting the tiny creature on its head. The earth element mouse made no unnecessary movements as it darted into the magic circle formed by 6 pillars. Suddenly, a flash from the ground of the magic circle signaled the mouse's instantaneous disappearance. Indeed, there was a guardian, and it had constructed this binding magic circle, suggesting that this guardian was not a fearsome creature controlled by a sorcerer. Was the guardian an invisible being, or did it strike from beneath the ground? It happened so swiftly that it was barely perceptible. The witch apprentice shook her head and sighed, deciding to wait for the others to arrive and see if any opportunity would present itself. With that, she found a clean spot to sit and await the arrival of her fellow apprentices. Moments later, a team of 4 Dark Realm sorcerer apprentices arrived in a rush at the altar's secret location. Among them were 2 formidable individuals with mark values exceeding 10, while the remaining 2 possessed mark values between 5 and 10, indicating they were no weaklings. The 4 Dark Realm sorcerer apprentices turned their gazes towards the first arriving witch apprentice, frowning slightly. This first apprentice bore no mark value and appeared utterly unperturbed, her forehead displaying the insignia of the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy. She shrugged and chuckled. Hee, don't mind me. I tried. The guardian here is quite formidable, and I cannot claim the treasures of this secret realm. Then why don't you leave? The Dark Realm apprentices, sensing her nonchalance, felt uncertain and did not challenge her. However, one remarked, I still wish to see who has claimed this treasure, as it would not be in vain for me to have come first. The witch apprentice pouted, looking regretful. After exchanging glances, one of the Dark Realm apprentices gritted his teeth and retrieved a vibrant green bird from his sleeve. With a command, the bird soared through the magic pillars towards the altar. Yet, as soon as it had flown a few meters, it seemed to vanish into thin air, inexplicably disappearing. This caused the expressions of the 4 Dark Realm apprentices to change dramatically, and they no longer dared to recklessly enter the magic circle. Soon after, a few more individuals gathered, each exhibiting considerable mark fluctuations, suggesting they were confident apprentices eager to contest for the second secret realm. A moment later, an overwhelming mark fluctuation resonated within the vicinity of the altar, causing the expressions of all present to shift. The despairing ones. In total, 10 secret realms were opened during the second trial, and with 7 despairing ones in existence, the likelihood of encountering them in any secret realm was significant. As a lithe male figure appeared within the sight of the crowd, the title Mechanical Heart echoed in the minds of all present. His right arm appeared to be entirely a mechanical prosthetic, or perhaps a mechanical arm encasement that shimmered with a robust metallic sheen. A massive mechanical tail, reminiscent of a scorpion's stinger, exuded a chilling glint, while the rest of his form was cloaked in a voluminous robe, leaving the extent of his peculiarities shrouded in mystery. As the Mechanical Heart observed the multitude of individuals gathered, none dared to step into the magical formation to seize the treasures upon the altar. Without uttering a single word, it sat down, engrossed in the intricate examination of a complex metallic sphere, seemingly a component of some mechanical apparatus, its countenance marred by a frown. Throughout the encounter, the Mechanical Heart remained silent, embodying the persona of a reclusive scholar deeply immersed in the arcane arts. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the earth, drawing everyone's attention towards the depths of the forest. The subtle vibration suggested the approach of a formidable entity. With the uprooting of a small tree, Robin, mounted on a steel-maned beast, emerged, accompanied by Eurycles brandishing a battle-axe. The two merely cast a cursory glance at the assembly surrounding the secret realm before shifting their focus to the immobile mechanical heart. After exchanging glances, their expressions tightened with concern. Unfortunately, a desperate soul had set their sights on this hidden sanctuary. Panting heavily, Ben Henson trailed behind, feeling the pressure of the mechanical heart's aura, which prompted him to remain taciturn, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. However, the arrival of Eurycles, Robin, and Ben Henson sparked a flicker of excitement in the eyes of a female apprentice from Black Soda, who had been the first to arrive at the secret realm. With a flourish, she unfurled her wings of wind element and soared towards them. "Ah, it's you. What a coincidence," she exclaimed with a playful giggle. The trio turned in surprise at the newcomer. Spire? This Spire was the same apprentice whose presence had once incited a male apprentice to offend the Bloodsail Alliance during their first lesson at the academy, resulting in the latter's demise at the hands of a covert enforcer. Over the subsequent 3 years, Spire had risen to prominence as one of the leading figures at the academy, surpassing even the notorious queen of sarcasm, Laffy, in reputation on the newcomer's ranking board. She had become one of the top 10 skilled apprentices, the recipient of the most confessions from admirers, and was even proposed as the ambassador for the Black Soda apprentice community. A seasoned wizard had recognized her talents and taken her under his wing as a disciple. In summary, this female apprentice had become a radiant representative of the Black Soda Wizard Academy, capturing the highest level of attention from the institution. Whispers within the Bloodsail Alliance suggested that Amaranth had developed a particularly close friendship with her, hinting at an extraordinary bond. "You all have arrived. I presume Queen Laffy is not far behind?" Ber giggled charmingly, her demeanor a blend of innocence and grace. Robin, the only woman among the three, responded awkwardly. Yes, just a bit behind. She'll be here shortly." Although Laffy and Spire had little direct interaction, as the two most prominent female apprentices of Black Soda, they were often compared, with Laffy frequently depicted unfavorably. Naturally, such comparisons faded as the current generation of apprentices matured, rendering the discourse obsolete. Moments later, Laffy, Green, and Eurycleana arrived, albeit fashionably late. Rafi immediately spotted Belle and furrowed her brow, saying, "Belle?" It was evident that Rafi instinctively felt a sense of aversion towards this witch apprentice who was stronger than herself, despite the fact that they had never truly interacted. Belle covered her mouth with a smile. "Sister Rafi, although we've met a few times before, we've never had a proper conversation. I never imagined our first exchange would occur here." As she spoke, Belle cast a glance at Eurycleana and then fixed her gaze on Green, who stood quietly behind Rafi, wearing a pale mask. On previous occasions when Belle had encountered Rafi, this stranger had never been present, and she was taken aback to sense the remarkable fluctuation of this person's aura, which reached a level of 10. Curiously, she inquired, "Who is this?" Rafi replied nonchalantly, "My boyfriend." Completely disregarding Belle's astonished expression, Rafi continued, unfazed by the shock evident on Belle's face. Unlike Belle, who placed great importance on reputation and the role of a public goddess, Rafi had never aspired to such ideals. For her, the essence of strength lay in being unapologetically self-centered. Chapter 42. The Void Worm. What astonishing news. After a brief moment, Belle committed the name Green to memory and departed from the influence of the Lafayette team. TSK. Lafayette grimaced, fully aware of the underlying dynamics between Belle and Amaranth. Although she was not intimately acquainted with Belle, she found certain of Belle's actions quite distasteful. To Lafayette, in the presence of a wizard, all that matters is strength. Everything else is but folly. Yet, Belle, due to her reputation and status, hesitated to publicly acknowledge her romance with Amaranth, a notion that Lafayette found perplexing. However, Lafayette soon redirected her focus away from Belle. After meticulously arranging her team, she transformed one of her eyes into an eagle's gaze, beginning to scrutinize the invisible guardian lurking near the altar. After some time, Lafayette concluded the eagle's gaze spell. "This won't do. My eagles, I cannot discern this guardian. Perhaps it is concealed beneath the ground or is a completely invisible entity. I cannot ascertain." Frowning, Lafayette turned to Robin and suggested, "Let your green-eyed macaque give it a try. Its vision reacts significantly to ethereal entities, spirits, and the mysterious." Robin shook his head. "We've already tried." The green-eyed macaque showed no response. This left Lafayette in a quandary. Suddenly, Ben Henson interjected, "How about I stealthily approach and take a look?" "No." Lafayette and Robin simultaneously halted Ben Henson's reckless thought. "What a joke. How could they allow Ben Henson to risk himself against such an enigmatic and unknown guardian? Green suddenly spoke up. Allow me to give it a try. You? Lafayette cast a skeptical glance at Green, incredulously asking, do you possess any scouting spells? Green was at a loss for words. Should he confess before everyone that he had practiced the nose hunt modification spell he had once cast in Bizar City? After a moment of hesitation, Green simply nodded in silence, appearing to exude confidence in the eyes of others. Stepping forward, Green approached the runic pillars of the confinement magic circle and exerted all his effort to activate his nose hunt, striving to capture every wisp of essence in the air. The scents of fresh grass, mushrooms, decaying branches, earthy notes, and bird droppings swirled around him. After what felt like an eternity, Green stood motionless, ultimately conceding defeat. For despite his attempts to gather the airborne scent molecules, he could not detect any trace of the Guardian. In that moment, a sense of unease toward this hidden Guardian welled up within Green. Like Green, the other wizard apprentices found it impossible to collect information about the Guardian. Yet, through various probing spells, they undeniably sensed the Guardian's presence within the confinement magic circle, which only heightened their wariness of this mysterious and eerie entity. Let us try the ultrasonic locating spell of the Pale Mask. Acting on impulse, Green resolutely closed his eyes and summoned the ultrasonic sorcery of the mask with all his might. As the mask's horn emitted waves of intangible sound, a colossal entity gradually came into view, albeit blurred. Hiss. Green inhaled sharply, astonished, and exclaimed, "What in the world is this monstrous thing?" To his ultrasonic perception, he discerned a massive, almost transparent liquid-like creature that occupied nearly the entirety of the confined magical array, encircling the altar at its center. Although Green felt its undeniable presence, he could not perceive the entity itself. Rather, he sensed a membrane enveloping it, seemingly a confluence of natural energies. Moreover, this gigantic being appeared to writhe incessantly. Yet it was trapped within the confines of the magical array, unable to escape. Surrounding it, there were indistinct, tentacle-like appendages swaying gently. As for the probing sorcery, it seemed less an assault from the Guardian and more an invitation to enter its very being. Even with ultrasonic detection, the peculiar Guardian remained elusive and vague. When Green finally opened his eyes, the spectrum of human vision revealed nothing but emptiness within the magical array. This bizarre creature was unlike anything he had ever encountered. A phenomenon beyond his prior knowledge and experience. Such strangeness. What kind of monstrosity had the wizards chosen to serve as our Guardian? Ben Henson looked at the others with a mixture of astonishment and concern. The Euchrist siblings and Laffy appeared equally perturbed, clearly outmatched by this entity that transcended their understanding. Only Robin furrowed his brow in contemplation, hesitating for a moment before slowly articulating, "Perhaps I may know what creature Green is referring to." The other five turned to Robin in surprise. "You know? Well, I came across a description of a similar being in a book I stumbled upon while studying contract summoning. The wizards referred to it as a void worm." Pausing to observe the puzzled expressions on the others' faces, Robin continued to explain. "According to the text, our infinite world is essentially a conceptual realm defined by three dimensions: length, width, and height. What restricts the beings of our world from ascending to higher dimensions is the passage of time, while the spatial boundaries prevent lower dimensional entities from entering our three-dimensional conceptual realm. Different dimensional beings, due to their varying comprehension of space and time, may inhabit the same region yet remain completely incapable of influencing one another. Furthermore, some wizards theorize that rare gifted sealers occasionally encounter these dimensional creatures within dreams or illusory realms." Laffy, Green, the Euchrist siblings, and Ben Henson stared at Robin, utterly astounded. Such profound wizardly knowledge was entirely foreign to them. It delved into the realms of worlds and dimensions. Knowledge that only wizards of the fourth level and beyond would engage with and study. As Robin observed the five individuals from Green staring blankly at him, a surge of accomplishment welled within him. According to the understanding gleaned from the arcane knowledge of wizards, our boundless three-dimensional world is, in fact, divided into two realms, the material world and the void realm, akin to the essence of an object and its shadow. The material world represents the infinite expanse that we, as wizards, endeavor to explore and conquer, while the void realm serves as a stabilizing agent for the material world. The specifics of this relationship, however, remain vague within the texts. Euchrist inquired, "What manner of creature is this void worm you speak of?" The role of the void worm in relation to the material world is reminiscent of the laws governing existence itself. However, Unlike the internal mechanisms that allow the material world to rectify its flaws, the void worm continuously secretes the essence of the void from outside the material realm, severing connections between various material worlds and preserving the stability of the infinite expanse. Thus, if the void realm were to lose its seemingly inexhaustible supply of void worms, our endless material world might swiftly amalgamate into a singular entity. Listening to Robin's profound exposition, Ben-Han and Yorkliana could not help but gasp in astonishment, while Laufey, after a moment's contemplation, furrowed her brow and asked, "How shall we address this void worm to procure the treasures from the altar?" Clearly, Laufey was concerned with pragmatic issues, embodying a woman grounded in reality. In truth, Robin replied, void entities cannot endure prolonged existence within the material realm, just as material beings cannot survive in the void. If indeed there resides a void worm within the magical circle, it is in a constant state of demise. However, its manner of death differs from ours. It does not perish in soul, spirit, or flesh, but rather it fades into oblivion. After a moment's reflection, Robin cautiously suggested, theoretically, a wizard could expedite this process significantly by harnessing the forces of natural law in the material world. However, as apprentices, perhaps we might introduce material substance to the void worm to hasten its dissolution. While Laufey pondered the feasibility of this approach, Green interjected with a request. Might I borrow the book you are reading? I am willing to pay the price for knowledge." Taken aback for a moment, Robin replied, "Of course." At that instant, Ben-Han suddenly embraced Robin, exclaiming in astonishment, "My lunar spouse, you are truly remarkable. I had no idea you possessed such profound knowledge." "Rascal, I have yet to consent to your proposal," Robin retorted. After a brief interval, Laufey devised a plan, whispering, "Let us feign casualness as we introduce material into the circle, allowing Green to continuously observe the void worm's state of dissolution. When the opportune moment arises, we shall seize the consumable treasures from the altar in one fell swoop." Chapter 43, The Flame Fusion Pearl. Brother Belrod, do you think we have any chance in competing for the second secret realm? A witch apprentice, possessing an endearing and clever demeanor, gazed at Belrod with eager anticipation. Upon seeing the girl's expectant expression, a wave of satisfaction and pride washed over Belrod. In the days of his obscurity, none among the team had ever paid him heed, not even this girl, who was referred to as the brilliant gem of the group, would spare him a glance. But now, here she was, presenting herself with such an amiable and clever attitude. "Indeed, Brother Belrod, do you believe we stand a chance of seizing this second secret realm?" Another apprentice inquired again, greatly gratifying Belrod's vanity, as if he were basking in the warmth of a hot spring during the frigid winter. Ahem. Belrod cleared his throat softly. Whenever he spoke in the presence of his companions, he would always clear his throat to command their attention, donning a humble yet wise smile, akin to a perfect genius sharing insights of profound analysis. The competition for the second secret realm, undoubtedly, posed a challenge over tenfold that of the first. For the average participant, it would be akin to moths drawn to a flame. However, Belrod glanced at his companions, noticing their hopeful expressions, and he could not help but smile. Yet, considering the strength of our team, should we encounter relatively weaker apprentice wizards in this contest for the secret realm, we may still have a significant opportunity. With that, Belrod once again donned a humble smile, as if pondering a trivial matter. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that as the ninth among the top 10 experts of the Academy of the Dark Realm, Belrod had already surpassed his own ranking in terms of capability. For instance, at that moment, his imprint value had completely exceeded 10 points. He indeed possessed a certain degree of pride. Under Belrod's leadership, the 5-member team finally arrived at the recently discovered secret realm. As they approached, they were instantly struck by a terrifying wave of imprint fluctuations, causing them to gaze in horror at the distant, silent metallic figure. A chill ran down their spines as the tidal mechanical heart detonated within their minds. Within 100 meters of the mechanical heart, no team dared to linger in its vicinity. This was the harbinger of despair. Meanwhile, scattered throughout the other areas of the secret realm were approximately 30 to 40 individuals, most of whom exuded formidable auras, with at least 10 possessing an imprint value of no less than 10 points. In the case of the Green team, 3 members, Green, Rafi, and Robin, each had imprint values exceeding 10 points. Previously, Robin had joined forces with Rafi, relying on her gains, while Chris, lacking his sister's assistance, was not bold enough to wield explosive spells due to his average combat capability. Prahlad, along with a few companions, cautiously controlled their footsteps, careful not to make any excessive noise that might attract the attention of the terrifying despairer lurking in the distance, slowly retreating. The apprentice sorceress, known as the Brilliant Pearl, gasped for breath, having just faced the overwhelming pressure from the Despairer, which had indeed frightened this small group significantly. At that moment, the Brilliant Pearl glanced back at Berlad, her eyes brimming with tears and a pitiful expression, and asked, "Brother Berlad, what should we do now?" Berlad clenched his teeth in silence. Reluctant to let his confident and wise demeanor falter, he endeavored to maintain an expression of nonchalance, as if he had anticipated this all along. "It's all right. There are 7 Despairers in total across the 10 secret realms, so encountering one here is quite normal. However, even a Despairer would hesitate before such a multitude of apprentice sorcerers with marks exceeding 10. We can find an opportunity." As he spoke, Berlad, amidst the adoring gazes of his followers, led them toward the opposite end of the secret realm, distancing themselves from the Despairer. "Brother Berlad, this team has 3 apprentice sorcerers with marks over 10. What shall we do?" The Brilliant Pearl inquired habitually. Noticing Berlad's silence, she lifted her gaze only to realize that he was standing frozen in place, his expression one of sheer horror, his legs trembling slightly. This caused the faces of those behind Berlad to change drastically. After all, he had remained composed even upon witnessing the mechanical heart of the Despairer. Of course, those behind Berlad could not comprehend the shock and terror that gripped his heart upon seeing the pale-masked figure. 10 days prior, on the first day of his arrival at the trial grounds, Berlad had envisioned this place as his haven for ascendance, intending to earn a vast fortune in magical stones through a series of decisive victories. Yet, all those dreams were ruthlessly shattered and trampled upon by the enigmatic apprentice sorceress before him. Berlad was oblivious to how ashen his face had become and how terrifying the cold sweat trickling down him felt. He merely extended a trembling hand, uncontrollably shaking, and stammered, "Leave, now." His voice brooked no dissent. The 5 of them scurried away from the secret realm, much like many reckless apprentice sorcerers who had ventured here before. Meanwhile, the pale-masked Glenn happened to spot Berlad and recalled the apprentice sorcerer who had fled under his command on the first day of trials. Shaking his head with a smile, he dismissed the incident and casually tossed a stone into the binding magical array, probing the situation within. 3 nights later, under the hazy moonlight, the secret realm where Glenn resided had experienced only a few minor skirmishes, as many apprentice sorcerers found themselves utterly powerless in this realm. Some left in disappointment, leaving approximately a dozen still gathered within the secret realm. Green silently observed the void worm, now reduced to less than 1% of its original size within the secret realm. He exchanged nods with Raffi and Euchris, who stood beside him. Subsequently, the group hastily seized a multitude of stones, branches, and other materials, charging directly into the magical confinement array, heading straight for the altar at its center. Meanwhile, the mechanical heart outside the array suddenly opened its eyes and coldly remarked, "Humph. At last, there are wizard apprentices attempting to break the guardians within." In a flash, it too unhesitatingly surged into the magical array. As for the other teams, apart from the vigilant members, most remained in meditative slumber. Within the magical array, as Green, Raffi, and others hurled their substantial offerings towards the invisible void worm, Green sensed its astonishingly rapid diminishment. It would vanish entirely in but a few breaths. Unable to contain their joy, Green and his companions realized that once they obtained the powerful one-time treasure at the altar's center, even the despairing mechanical heart would dare not contend with their team. The item upon the altar possessed a deterrent effect far surpassing its actual utility. It could be said that as long as they secured the treasure and refrained from vying for dominance in this secret realm until the trial's conclusion, they could generally navigate this ordeal unscathed, provided they did not engage in excessively reckless behavior. "Apologies, but this flame fusion pearl does not belong to you." With a frigid voice, the mechanical heart emerged into their view, simultaneously accompanied by a colossal spinning compass hurtling towards them. "Be careful," Euchris shouted, instantly transforming into his werewolf form and unleashing a surge of arcane power within him. With a powerful push against the ground, he became a blur, his battle axe crashing down upon the approaching compass. With a resounding boom, Euchris' sudden force managed to withstand the spinning compass. The mechanical heart, momentarily taken aback, appeared to find amusement in the situation, calling him a fool before dismissively averting its gaze. At that moment, several mechanical beetles erupted from its body, darting towards the altar, where Ben Henson was only a few steps away from the pinnacle. Euchris' expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overpowering magnetic force emanating from the spinning disc. Not only did his battle axe get drawn in, but even the metallic claw embedded within his body was yanked away, rendering him a mere burden. The compass was heavy, leaving Yukris incapacitated for coordinated combat. On the other side, a series of explosions erupted near Ben Henson, startling him into transforming into a wisp of black mist, propelling himself several meters to the edge of the magical array. Raffi, with one eye closed and the other transformed into an eagle's gaze, bore a cold, resolute expression. With the full moon of life bending his bow, he released a fleeting shadow infused with terrifying elemental wind and life energy aimed at the mechanical heart, accompanied by a chilling laugh. It is over. Boom. The tempestuous wind sphere whirled countless life energy leaves, relentlessly slicing through the mechanical heart ensnared within. Having personally experienced the terrifying might of Raffi's sorcery, Green's eyes involuntarily twitched. Simultaneously, one of the hurricane arrows behind Raffi diminished once more, leaving only 3 remaining. Green, cautious and hesitant, fixed his gaze upon the colossal wind sphere nearby. Yalcriana, in a state of panic, rushed to Yokris's side, eager to assist him in disentangling the magnetic compass. In a decisive moment, Robin hastened towards the altar, seizing the formidable consumable artifact known as the Flame Fusion Pearl, as designated by the mechanical heart. Suddenly, from within the frenzied wind sphere, a beam of golden light shot towards Raffi, its terrifying energy fluctuations causing a collective shift in expressions among all present. Almost simultaneously, a nearly naked figure burst forth from the wind sphere, charging towards Robin with astonishing speed, a metallic arm emitting a harsh, sawing sound. Just as Raffi released her hurricane arrow, her body was in a state of extreme vulnerability. Upon sensing the approaching golden beam, her complexion drained of color, and instinctual despair surged from her very soul, rendering her tremulous and helpless. In this critical moment, Raffi's eagle eyes appeared to undergo some extraordinary transformation, perceiving that the beam of light had seemingly slowed significantly. Yet, despite her awareness of its deceleration, her body remained immobile, leaving her to helplessly witness the lethal light barreling towards her. No, no, move, hurry and move, Raffi internally screamed in desperation. Just then, a figure leapt forth, steadfastly positioning themselves before her. In her despair, Raffi's pupils constricted, only to be replaced by an inexplicable smile. Was it true that she had always relied solely on herself? Beneath the pale mask, Green's eyes registered the formidable power of the golden beam. No wonder the mechanical heart, after unleashing this terrifying light upon Raffi, disregarded her entirely and lunged towards Robin. It seemed confident in its sorcery. Golden locks were swept by the dissipating wind sphere, billowing gracefully, while Green, seemingly braving a tempest of gale-force winds, calmly extended a hand towards the golden beam, instantly channeling his magical energy to coalesce upon the pale mask. With a hum, a surge of energy surpassing 30 points erupted silently. The mechanical heart, advancing towards Robin, abruptly faltered, its blurred form coming to a halt as it slowly turned to face Green. Boom! The golden beam struck Green's protective shield, and after a blinding flash, the shield began to undergo astonishing deformation, gradually caving in, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, Green remained unperturbed. It was unclear whether this tranquility stemmed from his self-assurance, the mask concealing his pallid visage, or the presence of those he was compelled to protect, leaving him no choice but to stand resolutely in confidence. Boom! In the final instant, amidst an almost unbearable brilliance, Green remained steadfast, his golden hair cascading as the wind sphere in the distance gradually dissipated. At this moment, Green stood like an ancient, unyielding mountain, thwarting any assault. Under the piercing gaze of the eagle eye, Rafa once again drew the bow of life to its full moon, the hurricane arrow accumulating a disquieting surge of energy. Yet, this time, the hurricane arrow remained unlaunched, seemingly employed solely for intimidation. At last, at the apex of the altar, Robin clutched the radiant flame fusion pearl, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement. The duration of the battle may have seemed lengthy, but in reality, it transpired in mere breaths. It was only at this juncture that the other wizard apprentices outside the magical circle began to react, rushing into the formation, but it was all for naught. With the presence of the flame fusion pearl, no apprentice dared to rush forth to seize it. Meanwhile, the mechanical heart, having suffered from Rafa's earlier attack, found all its cloaking garments obliterated, and the metallic tail behind it appeared significantly damaged, dragging helplessly upon the ground. Beneath its right rib, sparks flickered from within, suggesting some mechanical injury, with large swathes of flesh rendered grotesque. The mechanical heart gazed at the mysterious figure not far away, emanating a similar intensity of imprint waves. Observing the calm eyes behind the pale mask, it understood that this individual was not among the despairing souls documented in its files. The unspoken confrontation between the mechanical heart and Green became the focal point of all gazes, an elusive yet intense aura gradually unfurling around them. Chapter 44. An unfathomable smirk. The hidden despair of the Black Soda Wizard Academy, is it? The appearance of the mechanical heart is grotesque. With blood-soaked remnants in places untouched by mechanization, a dismal sight, yet it bears an unsettling indifference, fixated on Green as it calmly inquires. Green remains silent, offering no response. Bang! The mechanical heart seems to have halted the oscillatory attacks of its mechanical right arm. The jarring sound of its rotating saw fades, and it reveals a faint, enigmatic smile. Or perhaps, this protective barrier is rather unique. You may attempt again. Beneath the mask, Green coolly retorts, with several teammates collaborating. He harbors no fear of the so-called mechanical heart. Prior to this, those who recognized their missed opportunity to seize the treasure had already departed. How intriguing. I look forward to your appearance when the third secret realm is unveiled, Pale Mask. I shall relay your information to other despairing souls. The voice of the mechanical heart resonates from afar. With a hum, the highly magnetic rotating compass detaches from Yucris and swiftly vanishes, leaving the mechanical heart's figure to dissolve into the nocturnal forest. Exhaling deeply, feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations within, Rafi expresses joy. Turning to the others, we are now utterly safe. We need no longer fear those despairing souls. Yucris, Yerkliana, Robin, and Ben Hansen encircle Green, perceiving the dreadful energy pulsating within the flame fusion pearl. While no explosive attempts have been made, it is conservatively estimated to exceed 100 degrees. With such intensity of attack, barring significant interests at stake, even those in despair would think twice. Ben Hansen claps Green on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Hey Green, your earlier remark to the mechanical heart, "You may try again," was utterly magnificent. Huh. Alas, you are already under Rafi's influence. Otherwise, I would have surely introduced you to some fine young ladies from the academy. Ha. Ouch. Meanwhile, Robin twists Ben Hansen's ear, admonishing, "You know many girls, do you?" Yerkliana gazes at Green, her eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly captivated. Nearby, Yucris feels a twinge of discomfort and taps his sister's head. What are you staring at? Does your brother not possess his own moments of grandeur? That wretched mechanical heart. The following day, the 6 companions convene to deliberate their forthcoming arrangements. Rafi, languidly leaning against Green, sighs, "I initially intended to participate in the third secret realm. However, after reflecting on last night's events, it feels rather ambitious." Suddenly, Robin seems to grasp something, turning to Green. "Green, you." Of course, Green comprehends Robin's unspoken thoughts and furrows his brow. "I wish to take a look." In an instant, the other 5 turn their gazes toward Green, and the atmosphere grows quiet and heavy. Rafi hesitated, addressing Green. "The third secret realm is undeniably perilous. While your contribution to acquiring the flame fusion pearl is commendable, this treasure belongs to the entire team. I cannot relinquish it solely for your personal gain." Yucris interjected, "Leader, what are you saying? Among us, only Green possesses the capability to challenge the third secret realm. With the flame fusion pearl in his possession, its potential can be maximized. Do you truly believe our team would not survive the remaining 20 days without it?" Benhan, Robin, and Yerkliana chimed in. "Indeed." Rafi's expression darkened as she replied coldly, "Though Green is my beloved, I cannot jeopardize the interests of the entire team for his sake. I must clarify this as the captain. His contributions are significant. Yet that does not warrant sacrificing the opportunity for all present to safely navigate the next 20 days. Her resolute and unyielding words rendered the atmosphere awkward, leaving the others visibly distressed. Understanding Rafi's predicament, Green nonchalantly remarked, "It's all right. I will merely attempt it, and if it proves too challenging, I shall not force myself. After all, as an apprentice wizard relying on magical artifacts, I am vastly inferior to those truly trained as wizards." Rafi, biting her fingertip and leaning against Green, appeared to be in deep contemplation. After a moment, she produced a leaf radiating vibrant life energy from her pouch and offered it to Green, whispering, "This is a leaf from the Tree of Life. We pooled our magic stones for quite some time to purchase this. Although it is merely a basic leaf, it may prove useful to you during critical moments." Green hesitated, uncertain whether to accept the leaf. Take it, Rafi insisted. This is the team's compensation for you. With the flame fusion pearl, we likely one team need this leaf during the trial, so it is worth your while. Seeing the encouragement from the others, Green nodded and accepted the leaf. Over the next few days, Green and his companions established a temporary camp in the secret realm. With the flame fusion pearl and their combined strengths, they felt no fear of any threats within the realm. As for the altar and the 6 rune pillars, their removal left behind a distortion of space akin to that of the first secret realm. Green and his companions lost any desire to hunt, instead opting for a tranquil passage through the remaining trial period, transforming their small camp into a secluded sanctuary amid the trials. Days later, a surge of magical energy swept through the trial grounds. From the very center of the map, 7 enormous, peculiar totem pillars slowly rose from the ground, each towering over 10 meters and measuring several meters in diameter, seemingly harboring extraordinary energy within. 7 desperate souls, undying and twisted, with golden eyes, the child of the sun. Beguiled, with mechanical hearts and ghostly thieves, seemed to have long foreseen that this place was the site of the 3rd secret realm's awakening, and had gathered here in advance. The child of the sun radiated an astonishing blaze and heat, appearing to be the most arrogant among the 7. Surprisingly, this child of the sun was a remarkably enchanting beauty, clad in scant attire that barely concealed her form, as if the ordinary garments had been reduced to ashes by the flames and heat emanating from her. Casting a glance at Bibiliana, it was evident that their prior clashes had fostered mutual disdain, yet, at that moment, they both exchanged a peculiar cold smile, the meaning of which remained enigmatic. After a brief exchange of glances, the 7 seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding, dispersing in various directions according to their respective academies, unabashedly releasing their formidable signature fluctuations. As the signature waves emanated, the other 6 displayed standard fluctuations exceeding 30. However, the child of the sun unleashed a terrifying surge, her signature reaching a staggering 100 points, instantly enveloping a radius of 300 meters. In that moment, the other desperate souls appeared to become mere supporting characters to the child of the sun. Bibiliana's expression darkened as she furtively glared at the distant, triumphant, and domineering child of the sun, whispering to Yuli, "Brother Yuli, is that Green you mentioned, the pale mask referred to by the mechanical heart, truly capable of matching our level as desperate souls?" Unconsciously, amidst the flattery and fear from others, these individuals, who were merely apprentice wizards, began to take a liking to their designation as desperate souls, accustomed to addressing one another as such. Doesn't that mean, 17 years from now, the Academy's qualifying competition will have yet another contender? Bibiliana's face grew grim, hesitatingly adding, "If that's the case, I would rather swallow my pride now." Yuli reassured her, "Do not worry, Green's current strength is solely reliant on that magical mask." He let out a cold chuckle. Sorum's previously indifferent eyes flickered with regret. Upon hearing their words, Bibiliana finally relaxed, smiling as she said, "If that's the case, I can rest easy. Let us proceed with the previous plan, placing Green in that woman's position and see if she dares to challenge us at the Black Soda Wizard Academy, claiming to be the foremost apprentice wizard in this realm." Yuli shook his head dismissively, saying, "She merely possesses the highest attacking energy intensity. Not to mention Sorum's undying body, even that one over there." He gestured towards the distant ghostly thief. His peculiar abilities could certainly match the child of the sun in a fatal confrontation. Meanwhile, the child of the sun scoffed quietly. "Golden eyes? A mere innate manifestation without growth potential can only bully apprentice wizards and novices here. It seems that the pale mask is indeed your secret weapon for later. Isn't it?" As he spoke, the son of the sun casually toyed with 2 flame fusion orbs that had appeared in his hands. In the distance, at the location of the mechanical heart and the enchantress, a significant surge of energy was evident, as they appeared to be vanquishing other daring wizard apprentices who sought to contest the 3rd secret realm. Chapter 45. The protagonist bowing his head and bending low. Green quietly sensed the distant fluctuations of energy. Throughout the day, he had circumnavigated the vast expanse of the secret realm, ascertaining 2 significant truths. The first revelation was that this secret realm contained 7 sites of energy fluctuations, seemingly corresponding to 7 entrance trigger devices. The second discovery was that the 7 despairers, positioned at the 4 cardinal directions, were relentlessly eliminating any other wizard apprentices daring enough to approach. Green pondered why these 7 despairers chose to squander precious time thwarting other apprentices instead of directly entering the secret realm. Was it merely to seize additional mark values? On this first day, aside from a handful of unwitting apprentices who met their demise, the majority, possessing a modicum of confidence, opted to lie in wait from a distance, biding their time for a more opportune moment. Many others wisely chose to abandon the endeavor altogether. At this juncture, Green selected a position to conceal himself, which he deemed to be the weakest among the 4 locations inhabited by despairers he had identified throughout the day. In stark contrast, one location exhibited a terrifying mark fluctuation exceeding 100 points, while another 2 locations harbored 2 and 3 despairers respectively. The site he chose appeared to be guarded by the least formidable of the despairers. It seemed that most other wizard apprentices shared Green's sentiments, as they too gravitated towards this position, waiting for a chance. Green, embodying the patience of a skilled hunter, produced a seed of the earth burrow and concealed himself underground, fully immersing in stealth. On the second day, a sporadic group of 7 or 8 individuals could no longer restrain themselves and charged towards the distant secret realm, only to be met with anguished cries. The third day saw 2 wizard apprentices teaming up to assault the despairer guarding this position, culminating in the detonation of a flame fusion pearl, unleashing a magnificent torrent of fiery elemental energy that engulfed much of the sky. Under the cover of this blazing force, one apprentice miraculously escaped with his life. The fourth day, perhaps influenced by the previous day's explosion, witnessed numerous apprentices believing that the guardian had sustained injuries, prompting them to launch an assault, only to be met with terror-filled screams. By the 5th day, no apprentices dared to mount an offensive towards the secret realm. It appeared that despair had driven them all away. However, amidst the numerous apprentices who had previously perished, the despairer at this location unleashed an even more horrifying fluctuation of marks, signaling an escalation to 100 points. At this moment, Green found himself surrounded by 6 corpses, all gathered from the days of his relentless collection. His dual intentions were clear. First, to discern the magical abilities of the despairer guarding this position through these bodies. Second, to cultivate the magical parasitic mother he had acquired from the Ripple Wizard, which required a substantial quantity of corpses. After a moment of silence, Green finally resolved to venture forth, determined to test the strength of this despairer. If the guardian proved too weak to withstand him, he could retreat at his leisure. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. From the pouch at his waist, he retrieved a bottle, gently uncapped it, and instantly, the black insects within the bottle began to frantically burrow into the corpses on the ground. Firstly, this desperate individual is undoubtedly a master of earth and wood elemental sorcery, as evidenced by the fact that 5 out of the 6 individuals perished due to the influence of these 2 elements. Furthermore, this desperate soul seems to possess a considerable understanding of toxicology. Although only 1 apprentice wizard succumbed to poisoning, the nature of the toxin was perplexing to Green. Fortunately for him, due to his studies in pharmacology, he was equipped with 2 potent antidotes. One antidote effectively neutralizes plant-derived toxins, while the other promotes the excretion of various metallic poisons. Additionally, Green had concocted 2 standard antidotes to counteract certain purified animal venoms. After an hourglass's worth of time had passed, accompanied by a low, rustling hum, the 6 corpses transformed into skeletal remains. Simultaneously, a colossal, 3-meter-long magical insect emerged before Green. At first glance, this giant creature displayed 6 pitch-black stumps, 2 powerful crimson pincers, and a glossy black exoskeleton adorned with speckles of purple. Its 2 pairs of short, dark wings gave the impression of an enlarged version of a magical insect. However, upon closer inspection, this so-called giant magical insect was, in fact, a composite of thousands of tiny magical insects, presenting a rather terrifying visage. Green shared a direct psychic bond with the core insect mother of this giant creature, thereby rendering it a soul-bound servant of sorts, albeit with a fleeting existence of merely 1 day. With such preparations in place, Green, accompanied by the massive magical insect, resolutely advanced toward the secret realm. Moments later, Green abruptly halted his steps, while the giant magical insect fluttered its wings incessantly. Its pincers poised majestically like a loyal guardian beast, standing vigilantly behind him. Under the ultrasonic magic of his pale mask, a black and white vision materialized in his mind, penetrating through layers of trees and underbrush within a 15-meter radius, yet revealing no signs of life. Nevertheless, Green's keen senses detected a familiar scent, reminiscent of having been covertly followed during previous trials. "Come forth, O ghostly thief of despair," he intoned coldly, standing motionless with his arms crossed. Following several days of intelligence analysis, Green was almost certain that the guardian of this direction was none other than the enigmatic ghostly thief. "Hee. I have always been quite curious as to how you discovered my presence," a somewhat sinister voice replied. As a wizard apprentice's upper body slowly emerged from the soil approximately 25 meters to Green's left. Supporting his chin with his hands and a leaf perched at the corner of his mouth, he gazed at Green with a curious yet languid demeanor. Observing the nonchalant attitude of this despairing figure, Green's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his pale mask. In an instant, the giant magical insect blurred and, in the next moment, lunged toward the ghostly thief, sending a cascade of earth flying with a thunderous crash. Upon careful observation, it is estimated that the attack intensity of this colossal magical creature, the giant hornet, lies somewhere between 20-60 degrees. Given the indestructible nature of the insect queen, its combat power may indeed surpass that of Yakris. How unfriendly. Perhaps you are unaware that you are now the true protagonist of this trial arena. The ghostly thief reemerges from a tree trunk several meters to the right of Green, exhibiting an uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will. Unperturbed, Green conjures a blazing fireball that transforms into a fiery bird, soaring gracefully towards the ghostly thief. Moments later, a thunderous explosion ensues, sending waves of fire scattering in all directions. Enough of this game. Let those fellows decide the outcome. The ghostly thief materializes once more on a steep cliff about 40 meters in front of Green, a look of resignation etched on his face. He then bellows towards the distant sky. The pale mask has appeared before me. His voice, resonating at a peculiar frequency, reaches the ears of other despairing souls over a distance of at least 1,000 meters. Green's expression shifts as he contemplates the ghostly thief's intentions, instinctively sensing impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he summons a wind element bat and leaps upward, seeking to escape. With a sharp thrust, a wooden spear pierces through the wind element bat beneath him, instantly sprouting a dense array of thorns. The bat emits a silent cry of despair before dissipating into the air. The ghostly thief emerges partially from a tree trunk nearby, his exceptionally long tongue eagerly licking the sweat from his forehead. With a sinister grin, he taunts, "You cannot escape. Let us put on a splendid performance together shortly." Green's countenance darkens as he coldly inquires, "What do you mean?" The ghostly thief, seemingly unperturbed, replies, "You didn't curse me despite my treatment of you. I am quite saddened." Ignoring Green entirely, he continues his soliloquy. In the distance, the mechanical heart behind Victor has restored its long mechanical tail to its former vitality. Hearing the ghostly thief's voice from afar, he turns his head. Victor, the pale mask has arrived. Shall we join in the commotion? This enchanting yet eerie woman is none other than Krisha, codenamed Enchantress, among the 7 despairing souls, adorned in a red and green gown embellished with an ominous scorpion motif. The garment both conceals and accentuates her alluring curves. A glimmering golden necklace cascades down between her high, prominent bosoms, drawing the eye and igniting endless fantasies. Her face, radiating an aura of seduction, is paradoxically adorned with an expression of sacred inviolability, rendering her a truly captivating enchantress. Victor, the mechanical heart, inwardly curses the predatory enchantress but refrains from casting her another glance, well aware that beneath her beautiful facade lies a heart as venomous as that of a viper. Though I might wish to seek revenge, the fierce conflict on both sides dissuades me from wading into such murky waters. After a moment of hesitation, Victor concludes, "Alas, what a pity. Since you choose not to engage, then neither shall I." As she spoke, Krisha paused, her delicate fingers ceasing the rotation of a golden ring, her fiery red lips gently nibbling on her fingertip, producing an alluring sound as she murmured, "I wonder if that fellow can withstand the might of the Sun's Chosen. That madwoman is extraordinarily formidable." Having uttered these words, Krisha slowly exhaled a crimson scorpion with 2 pairs of translucent wings, which alighted upon her fingertip. She whispered, "Go over there and investigate the situation for Mother." Upon finishing her command, the scorpion soared into the air in a flash, vanishing from sight. In the distant sky, a magnificent surge of energy accompanied by searing flames heralded the approach of the Sun's Chosen, bearing an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, its target unmistakably fixed upon the already marked Green. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hysoda, Nozorin, Yaliri, and Bibiliana, each varying in speed, charged toward Green without yielding an inch. It seemed that both sides were intent on initiating a life-and-death confrontation centered around Green. Chapter 46. Crimson Flame. Green gazed in astonishment at the sky, transfixed by the crimson fireball that resembled a second sun. He could scarcely believe that such power belonged to the new generation of wizard apprentices. Could this truly be the child of the sun? Surely her mental strength had reached 30. Boom. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped him, and he found himself surrounded by an endless sea of flames. The sight before him was a tumultuous wave of scarlet fire. Although the protective shield maintained by his pale mask remained steadfast, Green's magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he had expended a full fifth of his power. Flee. Green could no longer afford to consider anything else. With the surrounding area engulfed in crimson flames, he was disoriented and could not discern any direction. He sprinted blindly in a random direction, pouring all his strength into his escape. Yet despair washed over him as he felt as though he had entered an endless realm of fire, with no hope of seeing the end. In the sky, the child of the sun, her bare skin radiating heat waves, stood with an air of cold cruelty, her exquisite features marred by a fierce gaze fixed on Green, who was desperately trying to evade her searing inferno. A cruel smile graced her lips, and her fiery hair stood on end, defying the absence of wind. In her hands, a colossal pillar of flame, akin to a giant sword, pierced the ground beneath her. Every area swept by the fiery column was reduced to ash. As even stone softened and transformed into a molten state, the child of the sun gradually adjusted the direction of the colossal flame sword, ensuring that Green could not escape the fiery domain she commanded. At a great distance, atop a massive tree, the ghost thief lounged against the trunk, savoring an unknown red fruit, while observing the imposing figure of the child of the sun from above. The sweeping arc of her flame sword commanded respect, while Green struggled below like an ant facing oblivion, exerting every ounce of his strength to survive. The ghost thief wore an expression of delight, captivated by the magnificent scene before him. Even upon witnessing the child of the sun's power for the third time, he remained in awe of her terrifying talent. It was nothing short of an artistic display of fire. Moments later, the flame pillar dissipated, leaving behind a scorched earth that bore the scars of a colossal sword's passage, a blackened trench several meters deep. The flames spread outward, roaring fiercely, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. However, the expression on the child of the sun's face shifted. Damn it, he still lives? Unable to sustain the immense magical energy required for the Inferno realm, she blinked her fatigued, yet beautiful eyes in surprise. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar energy fluctuation behind her, and even without looking, she knew its source. With a fierce glint in her fiery eyes, the child of the sun unhesitatingly produced a fist-sized orb of light and hurled it toward Green. On the ground, Green's body was so weak that he could barely stand. His pale mask concealed a face devoid of any color, as he gazed desperately at the imposing, majestic, and undeniably formidable figure in the sky. As a wizard apprentice, was the disparity in talent truly so vast? This chasm seemed to reach an overwhelming level of absolute dominance. The energy fluctuations emanating from the son of the sun in the sky were not something a mere apprentice, who had only been in the academy for 3 years, should possess. In that moment, doubt crept into Green's mind. Damn it, Green, get out of the way. The shout jolted Green back to reality as he turned to see the flaming fusion orb hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he reacted. The colossal magical beetle unfurled its wings and shielded him in an instant. The blinding light engulfed Green's entire field of vision, and the world around him seemed to fall into a profound silence, a deathly stillness. Boom. Suddenly, the deafening explosion transformed into tangible sound waves, sweeping across a radius of hundreds of meters. A torrent of flames instantaneously consumed everything within 20 meters of the explosion's core, with the spreading fire extending an additional 40 to 50 meters beyond. The gigantic magical beetle before Green, along with countless newly hatched magical beetles, emitted desperate cries before disintegrating into ash. Blinding rays pierced through the 3-meter frame of the colossal magical beetle, and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of tiny magical beetles, including the mother beetle, were reduced to mere dust beneath the cataclysmic heat of the inferno, leaving no trace behind. With his magical energy nearly depleted, Green, in despair, retrieved the leaf of the tree of life that Laffy had gifted him, placing it in his mouth. Simultaneously, the last remnants of stored magical power surged from his left hand ring into his body as he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain his protective barrier. Blisters formed on his skin from the searing heat, painfully jolting his nerves, and Green knew he had truly reached his limit this time. In the fleeting moment between life and death, a familiar distortion of spatial power suddenly washed over him, and Green felt a wave of relief as he escaped the destructive radius of the flaming fusion orb. The life energy from the leaf began to heal the extensive burns and blisters on his body. "Humph, you finally arrived," he muttered, though the madwoman had gotten the jump on him. Thankfully, she had managed to save him. Yunli spoke to Green with a calm demeanor, the small white mouse perched on her shoulder fearlessly surveying their surroundings. "Ah, the distortion." The son of the sun roared in fury, its fiery eyes burning with a desire to incinerate both him and Green into ashes. Yunli's gaunt and pallid face remained unchanged. "The madwoman is about to lose her mind. I must first get you to safety to recover your magic. I may need you shortly." With that, the space warped once again, and their figures vanished, only to reappear 100 meters away. Green produced a mid-level magic stone, desperately attempting to restore his magical energy. When Yunli saw Green take out a mid-level magic stone to replenish his power, her eyes nearly bulged out, as did those of the small white mouse on her shoulder. This fellow S-Mentor was indeed overly generous, not only providing him with the finest mask artifact but also with mid-level magic stones. Without mentioning the thoughts of Yuli, on the other side of the sky, Bibiliana and the son of the sun appeared as if they were arch-nemeses, their hatred laid bare for all to see. Words were scarce as the ferocious magical pressure enveloped them. Bibiliana's golden hair stood erect and danced in the air. Gradually, a golden eye opened upon her forehead, gazing into the distance at the son of the sun. Following a somewhat mournful cry from the sun, a blazing inferno erupted in the sky, obscuring their forms as he laughed heartily. "A mere rare water elemental rune talent dares to taint my fiery body?" Ha. It was evident that, despite his boisterous laughter, the reality was far from the ease he portrayed. Bibiliana retorted with a cold smirk, "Keep laughing, with your meager powers. Let us see how long you can sustain that mirth." "Mina, we meet again." From behind Sorum, enormous black wings resembling those of a raven unfurled, emanating wisps of an eerie black smoke that clung to him without dissipating. His figure was shrouded in obscurity, and his eyes glowed with an icy blue flame, exuding an alluring yet mysterious aura that captivated the soul. An ominous and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the surroundings, reminiscent of the apparition of the faceless mask aboard the sea vessel. This seemed to be a transformation wrought by the bloodline sorcery of some otherworldly creature. "Sorum, I have gleaned some insight into your undead form. If I am not mistaken, you are merely a wretched creature symbiotically linked with some monstrous entity, faced with higher ceiling spells. You might as well be an ordinary apprentice wizard. If only my sister were here." The son of the sun boasted loudly, her arrogance radiating from her like a beautiful yet dangerous flower. This self-centered disposition, in comparison to Raffi, was utterly deranged, bordering on a grotesque pathology. It was a hubris that scorned everything around her. Unmoved, Sorum's enveloping black aura transformed into arrows of darkness, shooting forth towards the blazing sky. Instantly, waves of fire and black smoke churned together, creating an astonishing atmosphere that entirely obscured the duel between the two central figures, while maintaining her golden eye. Bibiliana suddenly expelled a burst of azure water into the air, which vanished in an instant, accompanied by a furious and sharp cry from within the flames, a sound steeped in deep-seated hatred towards Bibiliana. The battle in the sky continued for a brief moment, after which Green finally regained some magical energy sufficient for self-preservation. Yuli observed the unfolding conflict with urgency, sighing softly. "This madwoman, like Sorum, has become a monster." Squeak. The small white mouse on Yuli's shoulder seemed to express its agreement. Chapter 47. Pursuit. A brief interval passed, akin to the fleeting passage of sand in an hourglass. The Sunchild, under the relentless pressure from Sorum and Bibiliana, had been at a distinct disadvantage. Suddenly, with a piercing cry, it erupted forth in a blinding wave of light and heat, completely engulfing the figures of Sorum and Bibiliana in an instant. The radiance was so intense that Green, whose magical energy had been substantially replenished, could not bear to gaze upon it and instinctively turned his head, closing his eyes. "Ha! The madwoman is resorting to that trick again. Green, you stay here and regain your magical strength. If that lunatic attempts to flee, join us in the chase. This time, we shall impart a lasting lesson." Yuli's voice brimmed with an unusual excitement, lending a grotesque ferocity to his otherwise pale visage. Green nodded instinctively, yet throughout the ordeal, he remained perplexed as to why he had become the focal point of contention between the two parties. On one hand, the arrogance and tyranny of the Sunchild had thoroughly incensed the trio from the Black Soda Wizard Academy. On the other, it seemed his mere presence had disrupted some latent rule. With a cold chuckle, Yuli's form suddenly vanished from beside Green, joining the fray above as the fabric of space twisted. Amidst the overwhelming, audacious waves of fiery heat, energy fluctuations rippled outward, leaving Green both awestruck and apprehensive. Even the last few wizard apprentices, who had been observing from a distance and had not yet relinquished their pursuit of the secret realm, trembled, extinguishing any lingering hopes they harbored. Moments later, the dazzling brilliance that rendered the sky unviewable finally dissipated. After a low, guttural groan, the Sunchild's body shot away like a meteor, its voice carrying a venomous promise. Black Soda Wizard Academy. I shall remember this. The tone was laced with deep-seated hatred, a vow of unyielding vengeance. At Yuli's signal, Green waved his wand, the kiss of the bloodbat, summoning wind element bats to soar into the sky, joining Sorum, Yuli, and Biberiona in a pursuit of the Sunchild, who fled like a streak of light, devoid of mercy. Biberiona's seemingly innocent visage was marred by a triumphant laugh. The Sunchild ahead fell silent, merely continuing its flight. Yet, despite the absence of sound, the chilling animosity it radiated was unmistakably palpable. At times, the Sunchild paused momentarily to mercilessly eliminate a few unsuspecting apprentices from the Black Soda Academy, even at the cost of suffering injuries. In the sky, the Sunchild's magnificent and terrifying emblem radiated, extending over 300 to 400 meters, capturing the attention of all. What was even more astonishing was that this Sunchild, marked by 100 sigils, was being pursued by 4 desperate individuals, fleeing in sheer panic without daring to pause. On the wind element bats, Green's golden hair fluttered in the breeze. The earrings of the heart of the left ear and the eternal right ear, along with the necklace of the fountain of joy swaying gently before him, the pale mask concealing a gaze that once radiated arrogance and supremacy now. The once mighty son of the sun finds himself in a disheveled retreat, pursued by the 4 from the Black Tower Academy, a surge of indescribable satisfaction swelling within. Yet, at this moment, he has unwittingly become one of them, a figure to be revered by the apprentice wizards who cower in hiding. An exhilarating thrill courses through him. Never before has Green harbored such a fervent desire for greater power. Once, he was compelled to arm himself out of fear of the Black Tower's brutal regime. However, now, it is his own yearning for formidable strength, a desire to master all that he can control. Far below, in a temporary encampment, Raffi, with one eye transformed into a hawk's gaze, gazes at the fleeting forms of 5 despairing souls soaring across the sky, a sigh escaping her lips. Yet, upon catching sight of a figure riding upon the wind element bat, her body jolts. It is the 4 despairing souls pursuing the son of the sun. Raffi's expression darkens. She refrains from uttering Green's name and turns away. Euchris and the others mistakenly believe that Raffi is merely disheartened by the apparent chasm between herself and the despairing souls. Paying little heed to her demeanor, instead, their excitement grows as they speculate on the changes occurring within the secret realm. A day later, a magnificent ripple of energy manifests in the sky above. Amryn and Beal look up in astonishment, but as a wave of searing light descends, Amryn bellows in alarm, "Be careful!" With his roar, mysterious golden patterns emerge on Amryn's body, his sword crackling with unleashed thunderous power, erupting into a storm of explosive electricity. The calmness he once possessed vanishes, leaving only a visage of ferocity, veins bulging on his forehead as he unleashes all his strength towards the blazing light above. "Amryn!" Beal exclaims in alarm, urgently reciting an incantation. With a pallor overtaking her face, the ground beneath her trembles, and a colossal earth elemental turtle materializes. This giant turtle stands 5 meters tall, its heavy shell magically reinforced into a formidable granite, shimmering with an unyielding, cold brilliance. With a thunderous boom, Amryn and Beal hastily take shelter beneath the earthen giant. The elemental turtle emits a silent wail as its shell is violently shattered by the searing flames. Large fragments of granite sent flying, while some areas soften, the magical essence that had solidified the earth dissipating, transforming the granite back into mere soil. From a distance, it appears as though an immense, grotesque turtle, now devoid of its shell, crouches protectively over Amryn and Beal. They have survived. The son of the sun, soaring overhead, feels a chill run down his spine but dares not linger, fleeing into the distance. Whoosh, 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 4 figures zip past in rapid succession. For figures unabashedly emanated a powerful wave of imprint fluctuations. As they continued their pursuit of the son of the sun, they cast curious glances at the 2 individuals beneath the giant turtle, catching sight of a somewhat disheveled Amryn and Bell. Sorum, having joined the Bloodsail Alliance, offered Amryn a courteous smile. Sorum, Yunli, by Biliania. Green? Amryn's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, although Green had previously revealed an imprint value reaching 30, Amaranth had thought that Green was merely his equal, having seized such a considerable amount of imprint value due to unforeseen circumstances. Deep down, Amaranth had never regarded Green as a formidable contender, yet now, he clenched his fists tightly, his pale face etched with endless self-mockery, as if mocking his own arrogance and ignorance. Belle's pair of pure, beautiful eyes also widened in astonishment as she murmured, "G. Green?" Doubting her own perception. Belle rubbed her eyes and confirmed once more that the figure riding the wind element bat, adorned with the signature pale mask, was indeed Green, whom she had met just a few days prior in the second secret realm. No wonder that sharp-tongued Queen had taken a liking to Green. He had evidently reached such heights. A hidden genius of the new academy? After her astonishment, a flicker of curiosity ignited in the depths of Belle's eyes. 5 grand waves of imprint fluctuations pursued for nearly 3 days, nearly encircling the entire trial grounds, before Sorum finally gestured to halt the chase. At this moment, everyone was simultaneously replenishing their magical energy with magic stones while continuing to fly. Brother Sorum, after chasing this madwoman like this, let's see how she dares to call herself the best in the future. Heh, Bibiliania exclaimed, her face radiating unmasked delight and satisfaction, reverting to her innocent and carefree demeanor. At this moment, Green held a test tube containing a small vial of bright red blood, which he had sporadically collected from the injured son of the sun during the pursuit. With curiosity etched across his face, he shook the test tube, noticing a change in the surrounding temperature. "What use is collecting that madwoman's blood?" Yunli questioned, gazing at Green in astonishment, while Sorum and Bibiliania exchanged curious glances. Bibiliania speculated, "Are you trying to curse her using bodily clues?" However, with her abilities, it would be nearly impossible for a wizard apprentice to inflict a lethal curse on her. Even special curses would require a large altar, more bodily clues, and a wizard apprentice with exceptional cursing talent to have any chance. I merely wish to understand why that son of the sun has such a profound control over fire elemental energy, attempting to unravel her secrets from her blood. After all, she has dissected your talents, Green explained. Through the words of the son of the sun, Green had already discerned that Bibiliania's golden eye talent likely involved a deep application of some rare water elemental runes. The distinctive nature of Bibiliana's attacks aligns with this explanation. After all, any foe that has been scrutinized by her golden gaze ultimately suffers the desiccation of their bodily fluids, succumbing to death as mere mummies. If I were to decipher the rare runes myself and integrate them into the soul elemental magical array, I would at least attain a power level comparable to that of Bibiliona. Wouldn't I? Regarding Solum's talent, as elucidated by the son of the sun, it is a symbiosis with some monstrous entity, a notion that leaves Green perplexed. What manner of beast could endow him with such formidable immortality? Perhaps this is also intertwined with the fact that Green has never witnessed Solum's demise. Chapter 48. Change of ownership. Green felt a twinge of curiosity as to why these individuals did not venture into the secret realm first. This must be the pale mask that Victor spoke of, capable of withstanding Mina's blazing inferno with remarkable fortitude, truly astonishing. A voice, somewhat grating, interrupted his thoughts, drawing his gaze to a woman clad in a long dress of red and green, adorned with countless crimson scorpions. One long, striking white leg was exposed, capturing attention. Even more captivating was the glimmer of mysterious golden light nestled between her ample, fair bosom, evoking endless intrigue, yet her countenance bore an air of sanctity that seemed untouchable. However, her mesmerizing eyes subtly hinted at some unspoken allure, charming all who beheld her. This was a woman of unparalleled beauty, a true enchantress. Through Sorum and his companions, Green learned that this beguiling figure was named Krisha, an apprentice sorceress with profound insights into psychic, soul, and curse magic, accompanied by a rare combat familiar. "You may call me Green," he intoned, his voice deep and devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Krisha, observing him, playfully bit her fingertip, but upon realizing his lack of reaction, her interest waned. She pouted, sulking, "What a dull fellow." The mechanical heart scoffed, "So you have indeed arrived at the secret realm. However, the outcome displeases me." Green remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the totem pillar below, where the ghost thief languidly reclined. The ghost thief nonchalantly bit into a red fruit, dismissively stating, "Hey, don't look at me. I was merely following everyone else's wishes before. I have no interest in you. I simply seek the rewards left for me by the mentor within this realm." Green was taken aback. Rewards left by the mentor? "All right, everyone. Let us hasten our preparations and unlock the secret realm to conclude this trial," Sorum declared nonchalantly, then turned to Green, adding, "There are 2 conditions to open the secret realm. First, we require 7 apprentice sorcerers with a mark value exceeding 30. Second, all 7 must simultaneously channel their magical energy into the 7 totem pillars for 3 consecutive hourglasses without interruption. Only then can the secret realm be unveiled." The ghost thief interjected below, eliminating those apprentice sorcerers who come to investigate the secret realm is essential for the second condition Sora mentioned. Otherwise, do you think I would want to slay so many? The Academy has stipulated that once our mark values exceed 100, we will incur deductions on our rewards. Green's expression darkened beneath his mask. Indeed, this so-called trial for newcomers was specifically tailored for the desperate ones, who possessed knowledge that eluded ordinary apprentice sorcerers. Furthermore, the rewards within the third secret realm were meant solely for these individuals by their mentors, which sparked a flicker of jealousy within Green. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the rewards left for her by the Mentor of the Sun might soon change hands. As for the new owner, Green's gaze settled on the totem pillar that rightfully belonged to the Son of the Sun. One hand gripping a magic stone while the other continuously channeled magical energy into the totem pillar beneath him. After the previous cleanup of the despairing souls, no wizard apprentices dared to challenge the third secret realm. The Sun Child had sustained numerous injuries in prior battles. Despite the humiliation, none dared to disrupt the proceedings. Thus, after the passage of 3 hourglasses, Green felt a powerful spatial energy erupting from the totem beneath him. In an instant, his surroundings transformed, leading him into an unfamiliar realm. "Where am I?" Green gasped, surveying the dimly lit sky and the air that seemed devoid of elemental energy. "This is a fragment of space discovered by the Dark Realm Wizard Academy, and it has been thoroughly fortified by the wizards, becoming a place akin to the Academy's treasury." Came the explanation. It seemed that this ancient scroll was a reward left for Solanum by the faceless masked wizard. "Do not leave this barrier, nor wander aimlessly, for the consequences could be dire," reminded by Bilyona kindly from the other side. In her hand, she held a test tube containing a vial of blue blood, her face alight with excitement. Green looked around and noticed that a barrier radiating blue light was established within a 100-meter radius centered around the stone platform before the 7 individuals. Beyond the barrier lay a hazy void, obscured from view. The other despairing souls were equally exhilarated, eagerly examining their rewards with expressions of pure joy. Witnessing such fervor stirred excitement within Green. He turned his gaze to the stone platform before him, pondering what reward might be left for him by the formidable Sun Child and her mentor. It was a crystal ball, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. Green furrowed his brow. A crystal ball? However, the moment he grasped it, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation within, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief as he murmured, "No way." Upon closer inspection, Green's voice betrayed a tremor. In terms of its intrinsic quality, the crystal ball was undoubtedly of superior craftsmanship. Yet its worth would not exceed a few hundred magic stones, hardly befitting the prize of the secret realm. What truly captivated Green was the familiar resonance emanating from within the crystal ball. It was the essence of a soul. Soul division? Wizards could indeed fragment souls, which served as the foundation for collecting soul slaves. However, even the most adept wizard below the 4th level could only divide a soul to a limited extent. Now, receiving a fragment of a soul, Green's mind raced with the possibility that this represented a form of inheritance from a wizard. Such a precious reward was truly worthy of the Sun Child. Without hesitation, Green immersed his soul's consciousness into the crystal ball, and instantly, as the souls intertwined, strands of soul information began to materialize in his consciousness, as if participating in an ancient form of inheritance. This was the legacy of the soul. After an hourglass of time, Green, having absorbed roughly 1/10 of the soul information from the crystal ball, felt a profound sense of both enrichment and fatigue. He temporarily severed the connection with the crystal ball and murmured with excitement, "It is, indeed, a rare inheritance of the fire element rune, imbued with the indomitable characteristics of fire." During the inheritance period within the secret realm, the 7 individuals scarcely left their respective stone platforms. On one hand, they were all deeply engrossed in studying the rewards they had received, treasures of immeasurable value for apprentice wizards, necessitating diligent examination. On the other hand, any slight movement from one of them could almost instantaneously provoke a fierce conflict, serving as one of the ultimate tests for these despairing souls. Should a desperate individual manage to overpower the other 6, they would seize all the treasures within this secret realm. However, such a desperate soul was conspicuously absent, as all remained diligently focused on their own rewards. Green was certainly pleased with this state of affairs. If a battle were to erupt, he would undoubtedly be the weakest among them. In this tranquil atmosphere, Green began to absorb the soul inheritance from the crystal ball day by day. 10 days later, at the periphery of the trial grounds, with a ripple in the space, Green's figure manifested amidst a desolate forest. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Where was this? If 10 days had passed, the trial should have concluded by now. Indeed, Green sensed that he was in a remote area of the thorny forest, devoid of any human presence. However, at that moment, his expression shifted. Through his senses, he detected 6 distinct waves of mental energy firmly locking onto him, causing the surrounding natural energy to press in violently, ensnaring him. It seemed that any slight movement on his part would invite dire consequences. These mental energy waves conveyed a simple message, seemingly a form of warning. Green was left perplexed, uncertain of the reason behind the locking of his presence. Were these the wizards from the 6 great wizarding academies? Chapter 49. Interrogation. This was a dimly lit chamber, isolated from the world. Green sat in the center on a chair, resembling a helpless, pitiful lamb, gazing around in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. The chair was encircled by a 6-pointed star magical barrier, pulsating with arcane energy, causing Green to tremble in despair. He found himself at the heart of this enchantment, awaiting the interrogation from the lofty, mysterious wizards surrounding him. Torches flickered in place of light element magic lamps as 12 wizards, perched on elevated platforms at each of the 6 points of the star barrier, scrutinized him from above. The shadows cast by their voluminous robes exuded an air of mystery, coldness, and an inviolable authority, their true visages obscured by layers of elemental mist. This was a high-security prison designated for formal wizard interrogations, yet, unexpectedly, Green, a mere apprentice, was experiencing it firsthand. "Speak. Who is your guiding instructor?" A voice demanded, laced with malice, cruelty, and severity. It belonged to a wizard from the Dark Realm Wizard Academy, the first to initiate Green's interrogation. Instinctively trembling at the harsh reprimand, Green stammered, "I have no guiding instructor." No instructor? Came another voice from the Ivory Castle Wizard Academy, a melodious female tone, tinged with curiosity, seemingly inquiring about him from the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Previous investigations had confirmed that this apprentice, named Green, indeed had no mentor at the Black Tower. An aged voice broke through, and upon lifting his gaze, Green was momentarily taken aback. The wizard's shoulders bore a pair of eerie green eyes, unmistakably resembling the black cat from the laboratory of Mentor Luawa on the 79th floor of the Black Tower. This mask was procured from a wizard on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Came a cold snort from an unknown source. In an instant, the 6-pointed star barrier flickered, and Green found himself ensnared once more in a pitch-black, confined space, devoid of elemental energy, sound, or scent. Only endless darkness and solitude enveloped him. All of Green's possessions had been seized by a fair-minded wizard. A wave of fear washed over him, mingled with a burgeoning suspicion. These wizards must have misunderstood him, believing that some sorcerer had bestowed upon him the pale mask to navigate the trials, while he, using this magical artifact, had usurped the rewards meant for the son child of the Hourglass Wizard Academy. In the oppressive darkness, he wrestled with a mix of anxiety over the impending judgment, fear of his uncontrollable fate, and a flicker of joy at the rare fire element rune that resided within his soul. After what felt like an eternity, a hum resonated through the air, accompanied by a surge of magical energy, and the surroundings were once again illuminated with light and sound. Green, momentarily disoriented, shielded his eyes with his sleeve, squinting to survey his surroundings. It was still the same dim chamber he had encountered before being engulfed in darkness, albeit with 3 additional figures faintly visible in the periphery. The apprentice sorcerer, it has been confirmed that your magical artifact, the Pale Mask, was acquired from the esteemed wizard Sinrawil, and you have indeed grasped a fundamental understanding of alchemy, with no mentor to guide you. The speaker is a wizard from the Bone Clock Tower, exhibiting an air of calm and rationality. As his eyes gradually adjust to the flickering light of the torches, the 3 newly emerged figures do not obscure their forms like the 12 wizards surrounding them. The one at the forefront, whom Green recognizes, is the very wizard who sold him the Pale Mask and subsequently instructed him in the basics of alchemy. This wizard remains unchanged, diminutive in stature, standing at a mere 5 feet, slender yet vibrant, sporting a tuft of goat-like beard, and currently wearing a beaming, self-satisfied grin. "Haha, little one. I never imagined you to be a mere newcomer to the academy for just 3 years. I thought you were a cherished disciple of some ancient master." However, I must extend my gratitude to you, for a humble apprentice-level artifact has granted me such significant publicity. Now, in the seventh ring of the Holy Tower, who remains unaware of Sinrawa's alchemical prowess? The old wizard beams with pride, continuously stroking his tuft of white goat beard. Green's expression darkens, and he manages a strained smile, uncertain of how to respond, before glancing at the two individuals behind the old wizard, none other than Yuli and the Sunchild, Mina. Yuli speaks in a low tone. Though we are both part of the Black Soda Wizard Academy, your blatant disregard for the Academy's regulations will be reported to our mentor. Little did I know she would act before me. Nonetheless, I was summoned to authenticate this matter. The she to whom Yuli refers is, of course, Mina. After being ousted from the trial grounds, her mentor, the undying fire soul, was naturally furious and baffled. This led to her entering the lavish interrogation chamber, designated for the formal examination of wizards. Humph, you are called Green, are you not? Although you have usurped the reward that rightfully belongs to me. You will also face dire consequences for indulging your mentor, far exceeding the value of that reward. Mina declares, her tone laced with bitterness. In the presence of numerous wizards, she no longer exhibits her previous domineering demeanor. However, Green, lacking an appreciation for her theatrics, falls into a brief silence before responding nonchalantly. I have no idea what you are talking about. You. The fiery Mina is about to demand clarification when she is interrupted by an even more tempestuous wizard, a figure from the Sandglass Wizard Academy, who had previously engaged in conversation with her and is also Mina's mentor, a level 2 wizard known as the Undying Fire Soul. Roar. Arrogant whelp, tell me. From whom did you acquire the magical stones for the Pale Mask? All wizards are aware of the regulations. No first-year apprentice is permitted to possess more than 100 magical stones, nor may any apprentice acquire a magical artifact valued over 500 magical stones. Before Green can respond, another female wizard from the Spiral Academy interjects, her voice tinged with melancholy. She gently advises, Green, you must think carefully. Do not shield the person behind you. Although you have violated the rules of the trial, it is not solely due to this counterfeit magical artifact that the most formidable of the despairing, the Sunchild, was forced to retreat prematurely. A portion of your own strength, wisdom, and fortune contributed to this outcome. Furthermore, having acquired the inheritance of the indomitable fire element rune, it is difficult for us to swiftly condemn you to death. All that is required is for you to disclose the identity of the individual behind you. Death sentence. A cold sweat broke out on Green. It was evident that entering this interrogation room was no trivial matter. A single misstep could indeed result in a fate from which one may never emerge. This was not a demise brought about by trials, rules, tasks, or adventures, but rather an erasure of all traces by a wizard whom one could never hope to resist. In a quavering voice, Green stated, I have no benefactor. Bang. Nonsense. No benefactor. Then from where did you procure the magical stone to purchase the mask? The indomitable fire soul slammed the table, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that surged forth, roaring at Green like a frenzied beast. At that moment, another impatient voice emerged. It was a wizard from the Black Soda Wizard Academy, the mysterious figure with a black cat perched upon his shoulder. A soul search on a wizard apprentice would undoubtedly endanger Green's life. Yet, despite the sternness of the wizardess words, Green felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. Could it be that the Black Soda Wizard Academy was intervening to protect him? Taking a deep breath, Green declared loudly, the magical stones were earned through my own ingenuity. Fool. Bang. This time, it was the wizard from the Black Soda, the one with the black cat, who interrupted the indomitable fire soul, his tone tinged with surprise. Earned? Through your own wit? What method did you employ? Green exhaled in relief and slowly replied, the goddess of love, Venus. That fragrance. How is it possible that a mere wizard apprentice? A murmur of disbelief spread among those present. The first to voice his thoughts was a calm and rational wizard from the Bone Bell Tower Academy, who inquired with curiosity, are you the creator of the goddess Venus's fragrance? Indeed, this potion is quite a marvelous creation, rich with imagination. But how can you prove that you are its creator? I have a 7-ring contract with Deegan from the Black Soda's first floor. The contract was drawn up with him. Green asserted almost without hesitation. As Green spoke, the 6-pointed star magical barrier beneath the chair flickered once more, plunging him back into darkness. Chapter 50. The mentor. As the confines of the space once again regained their light and sound, Green, having undergone this experience before, promptly shielded his eyes with his sleeve. Once his vision adjusted, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. This time, the wizards Sinru and Yunli had departed. and beside Mina stood the portly figure who had entered into a 7-ring contract with Green on the first floor of Hysoda. With a disheartened expression, the portly man remarked, "Green, the trouble you have brought upon me far exceeds any inconvenience I have previously caused you. This interrogation chamber is no laughing matter. We are even now." Green managed a feeble smile, at a loss for words. "It has been confirmed that you indeed procured the corresponding magic stones through the sale of perfumes. This is a method of gaining profit through one's own intellect. And thus the origin of the magic stones used to purchase the counterfeit witchcraft artifacts has been thoroughly clarified," stated the wizard from the Dark Realm Academy. His tone now somewhat softened, no longer as sinister, cruel, or severe as it had been at the outset. Upon hearing these words, Green felt a slight relief wash over him. In this interrogation chamber, he had indeed been quite overwhelmed. However, you must elucidate the inception process and the arcane knowledge involved in the invention of the perfume, Venus, along with the sources of your inspiration, to confirm that no one has supported you in this endeavor through knowledge. Should you prove your innocence, the 6 academies will offer appropriate compensation for this unwarranted detention. In truth, all present wizards were acutely aware that the likelihood of any wizard having assisted Green through knowledge was virtually non-existent. This was merely a formality. Indeed, Green felt elated. Was he finally nearing the conclusion? This time, he hesitated not at all. Recounting how he had serendipitously acquired the nose modification and scent mapping in Bizar City on East Coral Island, and how he had dedicated himself to research based on this belief. After entering the academy, he had wasted 2 years after being inspired by the phrase, "Grant me endless knowledge, and I shall leverage myself to pry open the infinite world." With a furtive glance towards the wizard from Hysoda, who had a black cat perched on his shoulder, Green continued, "Subsequently, in order to utilize a high-powered microscope and gather enough magic stones to bribe your disciple, Valo, and this esteemed black-furred gentleman," he gestured towards the cat, "I suddenly conceived the idea of inventing and selling perfumes based on my knowledge of scents. Initially, I aimed to earn merely 20 magic stones, yet for reasons unknown, the sales of this perfume flourished remarkably. Following the incident with Wizard Liani, I entered into that 7-ring contract with Daigen." The portly man outside the confines nodded vigorously. "Exactly. I needed to achieve certain results in my family's trials. And it was then that I stumbled upon the wondrous qualities of the perfume, Venus, which could evoke the essence of one's first love from memory, prompting me to promptly sign that 7-ring contract." Listening to the portly man's explanation, the wizard with the black cat slowly turned his gaze towards the creature resting upon his shoulder. Although Green could not clearly discern the visage of the sorcerer, he could easily imagine a countenance brimming with lethal intent and inquiry. The black cat, however, exhibited an air of fearless nonchalance, even playfully sticking out its tongue and chuckling awkwardly as it said, "Heh, you rarely utilize that microscope. It's merely a decoration. Why not allow me and that Verona lad to earn a little extra? You know as well as I do that a black cat like me isn't industrious enough to acquire magic stones like those apprentice sorcerers. Alas, yet I am so tempted by the delights." Although the black cat spoke with an air of indifference, it was seething inside, nearly driven to madness. That accursed Verona. The rascal had previously paid 20 magic stones, but claimed he had only given 10, handing me a mere 5. "You little scoundrel, you are finished." After the black cat's tirade, the hall fell into an oppressive silence, a deathly stillness enveloping the space. Outside the barrier, the sun-child Mina gazed at Green in disbelief, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. This apprentice sorcerer, resembling a rat in his thievery of her trial rewards, had devised such an unorthodox method of acquiring magic stones, ultimately becoming a pseudo-desperate contender in the trial. Such a character was far superior to that trio from Black Soda, particularly that naive blonde girl. In an instant, Mina found herself harboring an inexplicable admiration for the seemingly helpless man within the barrier, as if she had encountered a worthy rival, stirring within her a profound respect. Suddenly, an uncontrollable sense of absurdity surged within her heart, igniting her eyes with a fierce, blazing fire and unleashing an unmistakable wave of despair. "This man, I must possess him. He belongs to me. Yes, just like that." A loud exclamation erupted, emanating from Mina's master, the immortal Fire Soul. With a swift motion, the immortal Fire Soul's robe was consumed by roaring flames, revealing a towering figure clad in crimson armor, adorned with a thick beard that encircled his face, resembling a primitive man. The immortal Fire Soul regarded Green with admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, what a fine lad! A mere apprentice without a mentor has managed, through his own wit and fortune, to defeat Mina. She shall forfeit the reward I had set aside for her. Let this be a fitting punishment for her arrogance. After a moment's reflection, the immortal fire soul produced a piece of crimson stone and tossed it to Green. This flame stone is my compensation for the wrongful confinement. The flame stone? Green pondered its purpose, yet instinctively sensed its value and gratefully accepted it, confirming that the apprentice sorcerer Green has, through his intellect, acquired magic stones and purchased the pallid mask to partake in the trial. I, on behalf of the Maze Sorcerer Academy, hereby declare his exoneration. The Ivory Castle has confirmed. Following a series of proclamations declaring Green's release from culpability, the six-pointed star magic circle binding him vanished. This left Green with a surreal sense of disconnection, his body feeling weightless as he slumped helplessly into the chair, gazing towards the wizard from the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Having never experienced such a high-level interrogation room, a mere apprentice would scarcely comprehend the overwhelming sense of despair it imposed. After all, there were a full 12 wizards conducting the interrogation from a position of superiority. Green. The voice of the wizard from the Black Tower Academy was somewhat soothing, causing Green's heart to clench. His previously relaxed body tensed once again, and he watched the enigmatic wizard with apprehension. At that moment, however, a black cat leapt unexpectedly in front of Green, standing upright in a remarkably anthropomorphic manner. Meow. Old man, let me speak for you. Ahem, Green, one of the 3 illustrious deans of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, the 3rd-level Grand Wizard Prolanos, wishes to take you as his disciple. Would you accept? Green's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The dean of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, a 3rd-level Grand Wizard, willing to take him as a disciple. A cascade of explosive revelations left Green utterly astonished. Understanding the advantages of having a mentor personally guide him through the intricacies of wizardry during the novice trials, the prospect of being accepted by such a remarkable 3rd-level Grand Wizard dispelled any hesitation he might have had. In a flurry of excitement and anxiety, he quickly performed the customary wizard salute. Master Prolanos. The black cat wagged its tail and leapt onto Prolanos' shoulder, exuding a sense of triumph. It's done. Excellent. As Prolanos' cloak, which concealed his form, slowly fell away, an unforgettable visage emerged before Green. It was as if all his features had been stitched together with the coarsest of craftsmanship, horrific scars marring the aged face. With his head resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting, the wizard showed no intention of revealing his true countenance, and, alongside the other Academy wizards, gradually departed the interrogation room. Moments later, only Green, Prolanos, and the black cat remained in the hall. The grotesque face of Prolanos contorted into a remarkably unappealing smile, and Green could even discern the old wizard's teeth through the gaps in the scars. Green, you are my 3rd apprentice. Your senior sister, Yuan, is currently not on the wizard continent, but you will meet her later. Your 2nd brother is that Vero from the 7th floor of the Black Tower. That fellow has a keen interest in specimens of peculiar creatures from other worlds. I hope you will carry forward our lineage of magic with great distinction. Filled with delight, Green promptly replied, I will do my utmost, master. After Prolanos nodded in satisfaction, he inquired, anatomy? Green glanced cautiously at Prolanos' fearsome visage and responded, I have conducted some research on anatomy and have delved deeply into the study of life sciences. At that moment, the black cat interjected, suggesting, let him first learn the art of toxin blending for body refinement. The fish in the tank are nearly ready. They can serve as a perfect catalyst. A young wizard like him should indulge in some delightful experiences while he can. After all, both the dual force summoning spell and the transformation of the endless eye will leave indelible marks on his physique. The black cat spoke with profound significance, seemingly hinting that Green should swiftly relish his youthful appearance. Chapter 51. Rectification. Inhaling the familiar scent, one could not help but feel that life, at this moment, was truly exquisite. Thankfully, having emerged unscathed, I had ultimately garnered the esteemed recognition of the great wizard, Dean Prolanos, becoming his 3rd disciple. A level 3 sorcerer, this ranks as the highest echelon among all wizard academies, akin to that of a dean. An indescribable thrill surged within me, illuminating a promising future ahead. After a brief interlude, I commenced the meticulous organization of the magical materials and items I had collected during my trials, diligently recording significant insights and revelations in my personal journal. For instance, through the solar sun's sorcerous energy fluctuations in the wind element bat summoned by the blood bat's kiss, I contemplated my understanding of the applications of fire elemental energy. Moreover, I pondered the placement of the rare fire element rune with indomitable characteristics within the soul elemental magic array. I recalled my initial forays into the mystic realm, the natural energy compression waves experienced while attempting to seize treasures, as well as the peculiarities accompanying the explosive mushroom illusion and the restorative properties of the life tree leaves, which had summoned the parasitic fly snail. 3 sands of the hourglass later, I carefully stored the vial containing the blood of the Sun-esque child in a sealed, low-temperature cryogenic vessel, while nurturing the explosive mushroom in another container. Estimating the time was right, I instinctively retrieved 2 smooth, polished branches, awaiting the fleeting lightning patterns that grace their cut ends at a precise moment. In an instant, through soul perception, the hazy runic imprint within my essence appeared to sharpen ever so slightly, though still obscured. These days, I had thoroughly acclimatized to this gradual progress, and I tucked the 2 branches safely away. It was time for meditation. However, at that moment, a series of knocks resounded on my door. Thud, thud, thud. Who could it be? I glanced at the time, astonished to discover it was already late at night. Who would be knocking at my door at such an hour? Upon opening the door, a chilling aura enveloped me, and my expression shifted dramatically as I beheld the brooding visage of Rafi, his eyes fixed intently upon me. Rafi, I stammered. Rafi's gaze bore into me, advancing step by step, compelling me to retreat. Embarrassment washed over me as I sought to divert Rafi's attention with idle chatter, yet he remained unfazed, pressing forward with an imposing demeanor. I found myself leaning against the wall at a loss for words. Finally, Rafi halted, glaring at me with palpable intensity. Another disappearance? Over a fortnight. Do you have any idea how many times the Bloodsail Alliance has tasked me with reaching out to you? Do you know how many times I have visited this little abode of yours? Were it not for the soul connection of your crystal ball still being intact, I would have nearly believed you to be dead. His voice was so frigid it felt as though it could freeze me in place. It's not as you imagine. I began to recount the tumultuous experiences of the past days. Initially, after participating in the 3rd trial, I found myself ensnared in the conflict between the Black Tower Wizard Academy and the Children of the Sun. Subsequently, I assumed the role of the Sun's Chosen and entered the secret realm. Following 10 days of life within this enigmatic domain, I was subjected to confinement and interrogation by a multitude of wizards. As Green gradually divulged his experiences, the expression on Laffy's face transformed, radiating concern as she inquired, "Are you all right now?" Feeling the genuine care emanating from the individual before him, Green's heart warmed. She was the second person to show such concern for him since Old Ham. A faint smile emerged on his lips. "Did I not inform you? Not only am I unscathed, but I have also gained the acknowledgement of Dean Polarnos, becoming his 3rd disciple." With a soft chuckle, Laffy's face illuminated with a sincere smile as she playfully nibbled her red lip, tilting her chin upward, revealing her alabaster neck while gazing at Green. Her slender right index finger began to draw circles upon his chest, enveloping the space between them in a tantalizing atmosphere. In a voice dripping with sweetness, Laffy suggested, "Then we should celebrate this momentous occasion, should we not?" Her eyes seemed to melt Green's resolve, and a subtle, enigmatic smile graced her lips, leaving no doubt as to the implications. Green's breath quickened as he murmured, "Then let us celebrate?" The night slipped away amidst the sweetness of their shared moments. On the following evening, the Bloodsail Alliance convened. At this juncture, the Alliance comprised fewer than 200 members, with only 9 of the 14 elders remaining. Notably, the one-armed master from the former 5 spellcasters still commanded the heavenly realm, maintaining a demeanor of quiet humility. Green sat silently beside Laffy, donning a pale mask, remaining taciturn. It appeared that in Laffy's company, Green had grown accustomed to this understated role of silent support, concealing himself. Yokris, Yakliana, and Robin each navigated their own social circles. Although Ben Hanston had his own connections, he instinctively began to chatter in low tones, courtesy of Green's presence. Green responded to Ben Hanston's musings intermittently, and Ben Hanston was more than pleased to continue, recounting the events of the Black Tower Wizard Academy over the past 10 days. The most significant occurrence within the academy was the initiation of a large-scale recruitment campaign by 4 organizations representing the apprentice wizard's legacy, aimed at assimilating the surviving apprentices and infusing fresh blood into their ranks. This development heralded the conclusion of the protective period for Green's cohort. The Bloodsail Alliance sought to expand and, naturally, aimed to enroll these surviving apprentices, which inevitably led to conflict. A public confrontation ensued. The 4 elder apprentice wizard organizations dispatched a few seasoned veterans who had reached the pinnacle of apprentice wizardry, effortlessly overcoming Amrand and several other elders of the Bloodsail Alliance. However, this is quite understandable, as some apprentice wizards have already aged into their several decades, with their prolonged lifespans. Even if they have not undergone the transformation into full-fledged wizards, they can elevate their mental prowess and magical abilities to the limits achievable by typical apprentice wizards. Naturally, newcomers like Amrand and others, who have merely entered the Wizard Academy for 3 years, are no match for them. The 4 established organizations of apprentice wizards are the Academy of the Just, the Black Mountain Society, the Ivory Hunting Group, and the 6th Division of the Black Soda. In addition to the Bloodsail Alliance, which has barely squeezed its way in. Together, these constitute the 5 major factions of apprentice wizards at the Black Soda Academy. As for another significant matter within the Academy, the 4 top-tier experts among the esteemed older apprentice wizards, who are also the leaders of these 4 long-standing organizations, have proclaimed that Salangmu, Yunli, and Bai Billion are to become their future targets for hunting. The specific reasons for this remain unclear. However, upon hearing this, Green began to speculate. Could it be related to the qualification for the Holy Tower training that is to occur 17 years hence? That is, the qualification for the demon hunting wizards? Regarding this matter, Green, having previously lacked a mentor, is not fully apprised of the details. Nevertheless, he has resolved to address this issue alongside the matter of living experimental materials when he next meets with Mentor Perarnos. As for the matter of the more advanced microscope, he had already entrusted it to the Plump Daigen, who had arranged for a wizard destined for the 7-ring Holy Tower to assist him months ago. News should arrive shortly. In summary, our Bloodsail Alliance has now risen to become the 5th major power among the apprentice wizards of the Black Soda Academy, a testament to the collective efforts of all our members. Roar! The many apprentice wizards of the Bloodsail Alliance erupted in excited cheers. Afterward, Amrand raised one hand, holding up Belle's hand, while extending the other towards Green, who sat silently behind Laffy. Green was momentarily taken aback. Was he being promoted to Elder? Yet, neither Amrand nor Laffy had ever mentioned such a matter to him. Furthermore, Green preferred to work diligently in silence rather than attract attention. Thus, he gently touched Laffy, and, amidst her questioning gaze, he slowly but resolutely shook his head. With a smile, Laffy did not press further, instead tossing her dark brown hair and crescent-shaped earrings as she exclaimed, "Elder Amrand, Green cannot serve as an internal elder for the Alliance due to certain reasons." Amrand's expression darkened as he replied, "Elder Laffy, the Alliance is in dire need of capable individuals. Green should assume the responsibilities commensurate with his abilities. And the treatment afforded to elders within the Alliance is exceedingly generous." "Enough," Laffy interjected sternly, her face set. "If he says he cannot, then he cannot. Must you force Green into this role?" In an instant, the atmosphere of the gathering grew cold, and whispers of the venomous Queen's tirade and the wrath of the sharp-tongued beauty began to circulate. Amrand could not help but force a rueful smile. Even Green couldn't help but be taken aback, realizing that he had somewhat underestimated Raffi's temperament. It is only in the presence of York and a few others that Raffi's demeanor appears more subdued in the eyes of outsiders. She is nothing short of a self-centered and formidable woman. Chapter 52. Passive Evolution rather than squander time on trivial matters. Green preferred to immerse himself in the profound and exquisite realms of knowledge for self-enrichment. Thus, as soon as the Bloodsail Alliance assembly concluded, he bid a brief farewell to Laffy and swiftly made his way towards High Soda. With only a few days remaining until Mentor Perarnos was to formally impart the arcane arts to Green, he seized this opportunity to conduct some experimental research. Just as he was about to depart alone, Yakris approached him, accompanied by a witch apprentice. Upon seeing Iraltawin beside Yakris, Green instantly grasped their purpose. A faint smile emerged from beneath his pale mask. During the initiation trials, he had inadvertently rescued this witch apprentice while vying for the first Secret Realms reward, which likely motivated her visit. Iraltawin was not particularly striking. Her flat chest and rough skin bore the common flaws found in many beautiful girls. However, it was perplexing how Yakris seemed to share a special bond with her. While Green was lost in thought, Iraltawin stood nervously beside Yakris, unable to forget the harrowing scene from the trials. Even now, whenever she recalled that event, the image of the man in the pale mask haunted her nightmares, lingering long into the night. This seemingly inconspicuous man within the Alliance wielded immense power, ruthlessly eliminating rival witch apprentices in the Secret Realm. Just moments ago, he had even declined a nomination from the Alliance elders. Yakris chuckled, "Green, this is Iraltawin. You must have crossed paths a few times. I brought her here primarily to express her gratitude for your timely intervention during the trials." Taking a deep breath to calm her racing thoughts, Iraltiwan acknowledged the absence of the oppressive aura that had once marked their interactions as witch apprentices. "Thank you, Green," she said, her maturity evident as she was slightly older than him. With Yukris beside her, Green naturally displayed the requisite charm and courtesy. "No need for thanks. From the perspective of the Alliance, and considering that Yukris is my dearest friend, I had no reason not to intervene, especially for an extraordinary young lady such as yourself." Of course, Green refrained from mentioning his own gratitude for Iraltiwan's earlier actions that had drawn the monsters towards him. After a brief yet pleasant exchange, they exchanged crystal ball marks, and Green resumed his journey towards Hysoda. Upon arriving on the first floor of Hysoda, the portly Daijin's expression shifted upon seeing Green. "Green, you cannot fathom how terrified I was. Entering that interrogation room is no trifling matter. It could cost lives. Even formal wizards rarely emerge from there, let alone someone like me. That interrogation room is infamous as a place of execution." It was evident that the experience in the interrogation room had left a significant psychological scar on Daijin. Green could only manage a wry smile, realizing he had unwittingly embroiled himself in such grave trouble. Fortunately, what seemed like a misfortune has turned into a remarkable opportunity, as I have gained the recognition of the esteemed wizard Pelianos. "Humph." After a couple of grunts, the stout man inquired, "Now, what materials do you require? Additionally, regarding the microscope, I will have news within the next 2 months. I shall consult the wizard concerning the specifics." Green nodded gently and whispered, "I need a potion that enhances the connection between a wizard and their companion spirit, as well as materials that temporarily heighten self-awareness. Furthermore, I require 2 leaves from the Tree of Life and a living monkey for experimental purposes." The stout man promptly produced 2 leaves, without further elaboration. Such materials are in high demand at the Wizard Academy, typically priced at 500 magic stones each, making them essential items for any aspiring high-level wizard. A potion to strengthen the bond with a companion spirit. What do you think of this? After rummaging through the distant counter, the stout man produced a seemingly ordinary herb, grinning mischievously. "This is heartgrass, commonly sought after by wizard couples for their romantic escapades. But it proves equally effective for companion spirits. Just 100 magic stones." Green acknowledged it with a nonchalant nod and accepted the heartgrass. After a moment of contemplation, the stout man retrieved a black crystal ball from beneath the counter and a crown-like artifact from the inventory. He gestured toward the crystal ball, stating, "This is a crystal ball used by the underground wizards. Their wizards differ significantly from ours. While most on the wizard continent are elemental wizards, those from the underground predominantly practice dragon forging. The wizards of our continent focus on mental prowess, whereas their underground counterparts prioritize physical strength and the qualities of their companion dragons, representing 2 divergent paths of development." He paused briefly. "For the wizards, their companion dragons are akin to our companion spirits, and this black crystal ball is of a superior quality compared to ours. In addition to mental prowess, it can also assess a wizard's physical attributes." Green was taken aback. He was aware that, aside from the vast wizard continent, there were several other regions that had developed distinct wizarding civilizations, with the underground wizards being one of them. However, he had only encountered vague descriptions in books and had never heard anyone discuss the specifics. Now, seeing the crystal ball dedicated to the underground wizards, curiosity compelled him to examine it closely, attempting to gauge his own status through mental focus. Mental power, 24, magic power, 238247, constitution, 4, stamina, 3455, strength, 1560, vitality, 2224. Green's expression darkened. His constitution was indeed alarmingly low, a direct consequence of neglecting to practice spells that enhance physical attributes. Had Yukris been present, his constitution would likely have exceeded 15. As for the attributes of stamina, strength, and vitality, they were presumably influenced by his constitution, much like magic and mental power. The attributes of stamina and strength require no elaboration. The vitality attribute pertains to the resilience of the biological form and the intensity of regeneration. In this regard, it can be deduced that one's physical prowess could yield an attack power of 16 and a defensive capability of 23. As for stamina, the only thought that crossed Green's mind was that he would no longer be left gasping for breath after ascending to the 79th level of the Black Tower. Seeing Green's interest in the black crystal orb, the rotund man chuckled, stating that the orb itself was not exorbitantly priced. It was merely the lengthy procurement journey that inflated its cost to 1,000 magic stones. Of course, for Green, such an amount was inconsequential at this stage. Green's worth had indeed soared remarkably, partly due to the fragrant income brought in by the rotund man each month, which would only increase as the fragrance gained popularity. Additionally, he had previously acquired over 20,000 magic stones upon erasing the trial mark. Without displaying any outward emotion, Green accepted the black crystal orb and then turned his gaze toward a crown-like talisman. The rotund man cautioned, this talisman is a high-grade item typically utilized by formal wizards. Its function is akin to that of a microscope, serving as an auxiliary tool for wizardly experiments. However, the true purpose of this analysis crown is to expend the user's soul power to meticulously observe the internal state of one's body. Therefore, users must strictly regulate both the frequency and duration of its use. For us apprentice wizards, it should be employed no more than once a month, and for no longer than half a minute, lest one risk damaging their soul. Exercise utmost caution. After a brief pause, the rotund man continued. The analysis crown is primarily used by most wizards to detect anomalies in the body after temporarily solidifying their cursed spells with the whistling branch, particularly at the points of effect. Naturally, many wizards also employ it for research into physical evolution and the assessment of potion quality. Green's eyes sparkled. The analysis crown was indeed the most suitable tool for him at this juncture, albeit with the caveat of its usage restrictions. Without inquiring further about the price, he accepted the analysis crown as well. As for the living monkey he required, that was provided free of charge. Shortly thereafter, the rotund man brought over a cage containing a curious monkey, which peered around while clutching a bunch of bananas. Upon returning to his laboratory, Green first examined the explosive mushrooms he had cultivated. Confirming their successful transplantation, he carefully extracted some powdery particles that had adhered to them as experimental materials. It was these particles that endowed the explosive mushrooms with olfactory, hallucinogenic properties. After a while, Green retrieved a carefully preserved vial from his workstation, containing a little over half a bottle of murky yellow liquid. This substance had been filtered from the stomach sacs of several wild cranes 3 months prior. Through diligent research and observation, Green had concluded that this liquid was crucial for the crane's ability to autonomously resist the bodily mutations induced by the horsefly. With exhilaration coursing through him, Green once again immersed himself in fervent experimentation within the confines of his laboratory. 3 days later, with dark circles under his eyes and his body wary yet invigorated, Green exclaimed, the horsefly larva, upon becoming a symbiotic parasite, can indeed adapt to the life force of its host, facilitating a remarkable passive evolution. The price for such an extraordinary ability, however, is the consumption of the energy derived from food necessary for physical evolution. Green's prior research had already confirmed that the horsefly larva possessed the capacity to actively influence the genetic code of its host. Astonishingly, this study unveiled that, after becoming the wizard's symbiotic parasite, the horsefly larva also endowed the wizard with the capability for passive adaptation to the natural environment. This so-called passive evolution refers to the gradual and protracted adaptation of an organism to its surroundings for improved survival, a trait inherent in all living beings. For instance, as a person walks continuously, thick calluses develop on their feet, and their thigh muscles become more robust. The horsefly larva's ability to facilitate the wizard's passive evolution significantly accelerates this process and enhances its efficacy. Of course, the rate of passive evolution cannot be compared to that of active evolution. For example, the progression from an apprentice wizard to a fully fledged wizard exemplifies human active evolution. Green noted that after undergoing 2 instances of passive evolution through the horsefly larva, one involving explosive mushroom hallucinogenic powder and the other a burn from the fire element of the sun child, his resilience to inhaled hallucinogenic powders and fire elements had improved somewhat. In his excitement, the first thought that crossed Green's mind was to procure a magical staff from the stout man, one that could seal various elemental properties for self-experimentation. Even if it only enhanced his resistance marginally with each attempt, the cumulative effect over decades could potentially grant Green immunity to certain low-energy elemental spells. Moreover, he realized that he needed to purchase a substantial quantity of specific ingredients to replenish his energy expenditure. With a resounding thud, the overworked Green collapsed onto the laboratory floor, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 53, The Tower of Ruin, Part 1. The following day, Green procured a substantial quantity of magic wands from the rotund merchant, even venturing to the 3rd floor of the Black Tower to the abode of Wizard Sinru, where he acquired several elemental wands that were not available from the merchant. Upon returning to the laboratory, Green laid before him an array of 10 basic elemental wands commonly used by apprentice wizards: fire, water, ice, wood, wind, thunder, earth, light, darkness, and life. These wands shared a common characteristic. Their sealed magical energy levels ranged between 20 and 30. Thus, discounting the immunity provided by the faceless mask against energy attacks below 20 degrees and avoiding the transmission of magical power to the mask, Green would bear the brunt of any excess energy attacks from the wands. However, even attacks below 10 degrees could easily prove fatal to Green, whose physical constitution was a mere 4. Therefore, he must keep a leaf from the tree of life in his mouth as a source of restorative energy, ensuring his survival. Fortunately, energy attacks below 10 degrees could be repeatedly mitigated by the leaf. Today, Green's objective was to ascertain what sustenance his body craved most after the passive evolution of the fly snail, which had enhanced his resistance to various elements. This was a crucial point not to be overlooked. Should Green indiscriminately consume food to alleviate his hunger, it would significantly hinder the augmentation of his body's passive evolution. Thus, this experiment was not only necessary but also served as the final trial before his extensive studies under Polanos. Enduring repeated assaults from diverse elemental sorceries, Green's body was mended by the restorative energy of the Tree of Life, while the fly snail secreted a unique substance within him, facilitating the enhancement of his resistance to these elements. Gradually, Green compiled a list of foods that his body instinctively craved, selected from an array of countless ingredients he had previously consumed, communicated through a strong signal of need from his body. Just as a person might suddenly yearn for certain fruits or vegetables, Green's body would manifest a powerful desire for a specific ingredient after numerous experiments. Chewing on a piece of jerky to stave off hunger, Green scrutinized the list of ingredients he had compiled, frowning in contemplation. The other ingredients were manageable. After all, Green had previously been a commoner and had not indulged in any extraordinary delicacies, so the demands reflected by his body were few. However, when testing his resistance to fire elements, the ingredient listed posed a dilemma. To his astonishment, it was the beauty shell. This ingredient, deemed an exquisite delicacy by Lord Byzer and Wizard Arawas, was certainly not something easily obtainable, especially given Green's capabilities as an apprentice wizard. After some deliberation, Green noted down the second food item his body desired following the enhancement of his fire resistance, while he retrieved the replaced black crystal ball. "Ah, Green. How delightful to hear from you today. Have you been missing me?" The voice was soft and enchanting. Within the crystal sphere, Laffy whispered sweet nothings exchanged between the two. If one were to observe Laffy's state at that moment, they would likely be taken aback. Green chuckled softly in the privacy of his humble abode. He felt no need to don the pale mask, allowing Laffy to perceive his true expressions. "Enough of this frivolity. I am currently engaged in an experiment and will soon embark on an extended study with the esteemed wizard Per Anos," Green stated. Laffy's face fell slightly as she gently brushed her smooth, dark brown hair, revealing her shimmering crescent-shaped earrings. She placed her book down and replied coolly, "What do you require of me?" "I wish to know where your father procured the beautiful shells." "The experiment I am conducting demands an abundance of that material," Green inquired, rubbing his darkened eye circles. "That particular item? Such matters have never piqued my curiosity. However, if you truly seek a large quantity, I suggest you post a bounty quest at the task hall. With your magic stones, it should pose no difficulty," Laffy replied, stretching languidly within the crystal sphere, revealing signs of fatigue from her prolonged study of the tome in hand. "Very well, I shall do that." Green began to sever the connection, but inadvertently caught sight of Laffy's alluring pose as she stretched, her ample curves almost tangible before him. He swallowed hard, then rephrased, "Laffy. I will post the task shortly and then come to see you," he stammered, exchanging their clandestine banter. Laffy paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "Honestly, you always make it sound as if I'm the one pursuing you. It's rare for you to take the initiative. I'll be waiting." With that, Laffy severed their connection. Feeling somewhat awkward, Green found himself unaccustomed to Laffy's bold flirtation. The night at the Black Tower Wizard Academy was illuminated, with lights flickering everywhere. Clad in his pale mask, Green hurried along, his wide robe rendering his movements soundless, like a solitary specter, shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from a nearby courtyard, a woman's voice, as if she had witnessed something horrifying. Not far ahead, two apprentice wizards paused momentarily at the sound but quickly dismissed it, continuing on their path. Gasping for breath, a pale-faced female apprentice rushed out from the courtyard, glancing back with trepidation. After giving Green a forced, awkward smile, she turned and left. At that moment, Green recalled something and turned his gaze toward the dilapidated and desolate water tower in the courtyard. He remembered when he first arrived at the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Ben Hinson had mentioned two forbidden areas for newcomers. One was the desolate arena known as the Apprentice Duel Ground, and the other was this dilapidated water tower, rumored to be haunted according to Ben Hinson and many other apprentices. Certainly, the term haunting, which signifies ignorance and backwardness, would never escape the lips of a wizard's apprentice. Thus, one might only assert that peculiar and inexplicable occurrences, beyond even a wizard's comprehension, transpire here. Curiosity piqued. Green paused momentarily before making his way towards the dilapidated water tower, a structure known to nearly all apprentices. The air was thick with the stench of decaying dry grass, towering over him, filling the courtyard entirely. Oddly, despite the distant glow of light, none penetrated the yard, as though obstructed by an unseen barrier, devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, the surrounding silence was almost oppressive. Not only did sounds from outside fail to breach the space, but even within the yard, there was an unsettling absence of noise. The chirping of insects had all but ceased, rendering this place akin to a world sealed off from existence. Just moments ago, Green felt a fleeting sensation, a pair of eerie green eyes seemingly watching him from behind the towering dry grass, akin to being scrutinized by a stealthy leopard. Yet, when he turned to look, he beheld nothing. Not only was there nothing to be seen, but even his keen senses, honed by the scent of the air and the subtle vibrations of the ultrasonic magic, detected no trace of any anomalous life form. Was it truly this sinister before he even entered the water tower? Again, Green sensed the lurking green eyes, yet he knew that turning would yield no revelation. Thus, he chose to disregard it and proceeded directly to the center of the yard, where the crumbling water tower stood. The tower appeared to have endured the ravages of time for many years. Its excessive weathering rendered it a pitiful sight, with cracks resembling the claw marks of some monstrous entity, grotesque and menacing. Standing beneath the tower, Green gazed skyward, only to see that the darkened heavens seemed to swirl around the dilapidated structure, forming an indistinct vortex, the cause of which was a mystery. At the very heart of this nebulous whirlpool lay a narrow, barely open eye, seemingly fixated upon him. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of oppression and dread. Was it an illusion? Yet, his companion insect exhibited no signs of abnormality. Green remained rooted in place for what felt like half an hourglass's worth of time, his gaze transfixed upon the enormous eye in the sky. Likewise, that colossal ocular orb was steadfastly locked on Green, as if an exaggeratedly large creature was peering through a bottle, observing the insects contained within. No, it could not be real. If such a potent being had truly descended upon the wizarding realm, the ancient wizards would have long since emerged. After all, the wizarding world is no weak domain. It is a civilization of formidable strength that subjugates numerous surrounding worlds. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Green took a deep breath and creaked open the decrepit wooden door of the water tower, stepping inside. The darkness within engulfed him entirely, as if he had ventured into the maw of a beast. Chapter 54. The Tower of Ruin, Part 2. With a creak, the wooden door closed automatically. Green felt a twinge of anxiety, his mind repeatedly assuring him, none of this is real, it's all an illusion. After a brief moment, Green's breathing steadied considerably. Unable to cast spells? He was astonished to discover that his attempts to summon fire elements for illumination were futile. The prevention of a sorcerer's apprentice from wielding magic signified an absolute control over natural energies. Green was certain that even a level 3 archmage, despite being able to suppress their magical array to the utmost limit, could not possibly impede their own spellcasting. Since casting spells was not an option, he resolved to forego magic altogether. Although this dilapidated water tower was renowned, there had never been reports of fatalities within its confines. Contemplating this, Green directed his gaze upwards, examining the interior of the tower. The ground was strewn with desiccated grass, faint footprints indicating regular visitors. The cylindrical water tower housed a spiraling wooden staircase that ascended endlessly. It appeared to reach a height of over 50 meters, yet only the lower 20 meters of the staircase were visible, the upper portion shrouded in darkness. Should he venture to the top of the tower? Perhaps he could observe the enormous eye up close. Filled with a reckless curiosity characteristic of a sorcerer's quest for new knowledge, Green's resolve solidified as he approached the staircase. With his left hand gripping the decayed railing, he placed his right foot upon the steps, which creaked ominously beneath him. A chill breeze seemed to sweep through the air, yet Green remained unperturbed, ascending step by step, the staircase creaking continuously. However, after a dozen steps, he sensed something amiss. Wait, why were there two sets of footsteps? Was someone behind him? Green froze in place. Grappling with his thoughts, he steeled his determination and continued upward. This time, he vowed to reach the pinnacle of the water tower, no matter what transpired. With this resolve, he ascended once more. Just after taking 6 or 7 steps, his concentration sharpened, and he once again discerned a second sound of footsteps echoing behind him. Creak. Almost simultaneously, both sets of footsteps ceased. Taking a deep breath, Green carefully scrutinized the air for any sense, employing his pale mask's ultrasonic magic to sense what lay behind. Yet every instinct told him that there was indeed no one there. He exhaled, momentarily unmindful of how many times he had taken deep breaths, and once again steeled his gaze as he continued to climb. Concurrently, the sound of footsteps behind him resumed, gradually drawing nearer. By this point, Green had ascended roughly 10 meters, and hearing the staircase creaking just a couple of steps behind him, he abruptly halted once more. Creak, creak. Suddenly, Green's hair stood on end, and his body instinctively trembled. There was no mistaking it. It was certainly not an illusion. Just a moment ago, the sound of footsteps behind me had taken an additional step, producing 2 distinct noises. Trembling, although Green wore a pale mask and a voluminous robe. No one could discern the quaking panic within him, yet he could not deceive himself. No, in an instant, Green resembled a madman. Or perhaps he had thoroughly driven himself to madness. As he resolutely continued forward, veins standing out on his forehead, eyes bloodshot, yet unwavering. Gradually, the footsteps halted approximately half a meter behind him, maintaining the same pace as he ascended the wooden ladder. The creaking sounds echoed within the water tower, magnified 1,000-fold. Unmistakable in their clarity. Suddenly, Green felt a warm breath gently grazing the nape of his neck. He could not only hear the sound of the breath but also sense the movement of air, its warmth, even feeling the moisture condense into droplets against his skin. Beneath the pale mask, a bead of cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, coursing over his cheek and into his neck. Green swallowed hard, clenching his teeth to stifle the rattling of his chattering jaw, forcing his trembling legs to take one hesitant step after another. After climbing over 20 more meters, Green found himself developing a certain immunity to the unsettling entity that had been trailing him. Eventually, it vanished entirely. He exhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable lightness in his body. An exhilarating sense of triumph as if he had conquered all adversities and transcended his own limitations. A surge of confidence enveloped his heart. This dilapidated water tower was nothing of consequence. With such thoughts, he continued forward for a few more steps, when suddenly he paused, sensing something amiss ahead. An abyss of darkness and utter silence, as if another dimension had cleaved the space of the water tower in two. One side remained the relatively normal, crumbling world of the tower, while the other side devoured all light and sound in unknown realm. Having just vanquished his fears, Green's confidence surged, and without a second thought, he stepped boldly into this void of lightlessness and silence, seemingly unafraid of all that lay ahead. There was no light, no sound, not even a scent. The ultrasonic sorcery of his mask could only perceive an expanse of nothingness. Even the wooden ladder beneath his feet appeared as a swirling black mist. Yet, remarkably, Green could still feel the ladder and the handrail as he ascended step by step. How long had he been in this space? 3 days? 4? 5? How many rungs had he climbed? 30,000? 35,000? 40,000? Yet, this water tower, barely 50 meters high, should not have taken so long to reach its summit. Green was on the verge of driving himself mad, continuing to climb, step by step. At that moment, he sensed a shift within himself, as though he had just passed through a thin membrane. Suddenly, the world before him burst into brilliant light. With light illuminating the surroundings. Green felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "Have I succeeded?" However, a sudden realization struck him. Why was he still on the first tier of the wooden ladder? "Hey, you've been up there for 10 minutes since I arrived. Are you ready yet?" A voice of impatience echoed from behind, causing Green to nearly collapse onto the ground in fright. With a timid gasp, he scrambled back a couple of steps, and upon recognizing the hazy figure before him, he stammered, "Why you? Are you human?" Before him stood a plump female apprentice witch, her ample bosom straining against the fabric of her oversized robe, which struggled to conceal her form. It was as if one might question whether this apprentice could perform any vigorous action without risking the integrity of her attire. She was even more astonishingly rotund than the hefty individual on the first floor of Black Soda. A preliminary estimation suggested she weighed over 400 pounds. "Of course I'm human. What do you think?" she retorted, noticing his fear. "Did you hear footsteps behind you, coward?" With that, the stout woman disregarded Green's nervousness, commanding, "Let us move." This water tower harbors no anomalies with two people present. Green, eager to avoid further confrontation, recalled the harrowing days of darkness he had just endured, which weighed heavily on his mind, reinforcing his steadfast resolve to face any challenge. He hastily departed the dilapidated courtyard of the water tower. Outside, the night remained shrouded in darkness, and the water tower appeared entirely mundane, resembling nothing more than an ordinary ruin. Suddenly struck by an idea, Green produced a crystal ball. Moments later, he opened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. How is this possible? My mental power has increased by 5 points to 29. The derelict water tower seemed nothing short of miraculous, no, a true marvel. Determined to investigate this phenomenon further, Green prioritized it even over the research pertaining to the life code Forbidden Zone. Perhaps he could seek counsel from Archmage Perarnos. As a third-tier Archmage and one of the 3 principal leaders of the Black Soda Witch Academy, he would undoubtedly possess deeper insights into the secrets of this forsaken water tower. With these thoughts in mind, Green made his way to the mission hall, posting a quest to find 100 beautiful shells. For fewer shells, the required magic stones would be exorbitant, but for a large-scale task such as this, the cost would be comparatively lower. Green offered a commission of 4,000 magic stones. Chapter 55, The Wizard's Tower on the 79th level of the Black Tower. In the laboratory of Pelianos sat Pelianos, Vero, the Black Cat, Green, and a female wizard at a long wooden table. In front of each of them lay a pristine white plate, filled with sumptuous dishes, the exquisite fare being none other than the precious delicacy known as the razor fish, which Pelianos had cultivated in the laboratory's aquarium. Green, this is your esteemed aunt, Alice, a renowned gourmet at the Black Tower Academy. The razorfish is a fine ingredient that your aunt has meticulously cared for over the last 25 years, and she has specially caught a few for you this time. Pelianos chuckled awkwardly, his grotesque scar stitched across his face rendering his smile both fearsome and unsettling. The witch Alice also smiled at Green, her expression imbued with an indescribable charm, gentle and amiable, suggesting that she spoke little. This enchanting witch, Alice, possessed a cascade of golden wavy hair, a pair of blue amber eyes, and skin as fair as cream, making her a rare beauty of diminutive stature. The only peculiarity distinguishing her from ordinary humans was that the palms of her hands bore mouths, a sight that had astonished Green upon first encountering her. The Black Cat, sitting at the table, drooled as it eyed the enormous razor fish on its plate, swallowing hard. 3 points of stamina. Green's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the Black Cat. At that moment, he had only 4 points of stamina. The thought that this razor fish could nearly double his vitality was astonishing. Licking the drool that threatened to spill onto the table, the Black Cat scoffed. You are merely a wizard apprentice without any stamina training. What does an increase of 3 points matter? If it could grant the old man 3 points of stamina, then that would truly be a delicacy. Stealing a glance at Pelianos, Green pondered the notion of a third-level archmage gaining 3 points of stamina. Vero, excitedly wielding a knife and fork, leaned toward Green and whispered, "Heh, I never expected you to become my junior. Though I may not possess the abundance of our senior sister, I have collected some rare trinkets from the world of wizards. Here, this is for you." With that, Vero tossed a white dagger towards Green. Upon catching it, Green was taken aback. The dagger was crafted from the fang of some skeletal beast, its form irregular, adorned with curved edges and serrated teeth. Heh, this is a dagger made from the claws of a formidable creature I painstakingly gathered from another world. It is said that this powerful being had already reached the level of a third-level archmage in its lifetime, Vero boasted, casting a proud glance at Green. The claw of a creature equivalent to a third-level archmage? Green attempted to channel some magical energy into the dagger, and to his astonishment, it exhibited remarkable magical conductivity, allowing him to effortlessly infuse it with power. He then tried to activate a fire elemental magic circle, and in an instant, flames enveloped the dagger. With delight, Green inquired, "Brother Vero, does this dagger have a name?" "Ah, this is a handcrafted artifact I created privately, and it remains unnamed." Valo felt a tinge of embarrassment for having forgotten such a detail. A captivating name would undoubtedly enhance the value of his collection. Green pondered for a moment, murmuring, "If it remains nameless, let us call it the Soundtail Dagger." The laboratory of Archmage Pel Arnos was unlike Green-S, where various experimental apparatuses were crammed into a single room. This laboratory boasted a full 9 chambers, and within these, Green acquired the privilege to utilize both the library and the voodoo research facility. The extensive collection of a third-tier archmage, who had lived for countless years, was simply beyond measure. Not only was it vast, but it also contained many exceedingly rare ancient parchments inscribed with the knowledge passed down from ancient archmages. Following Pelarnos to the Voodoo Research Laboratory, the two sat facing each other. After casually sipping a rich, aromatic coffee, Pelarnos spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Before we delve into the intricacies of toxic alchemical spells, if you have any uncertainties or difficulties from your own experimental inquiries, do not hesitate to bring them forth. Green had been eagerly awaiting this invitation. He promptly inquired, Minter, I wish to know about the Tower of Ruin. Pelarnos regarded Green with a penetrating gaze and asked, Have you been there? What was your impression? Although I have thoroughly analyzed it with the wisdom of a wizard. The absurd and bizarre phenomena within are undoubtedly unreal, yet I cannot explain why such occurrences transpire. Overall, however, it was a marvelous experience. Green's expression reflected a certain rapture, for it had remarkably enhanced his mental acuity by 5 points. A marvelous experience? Pelarno's eyes widened in alarm, and he inquired anxiously, So, you have traversed the Black Realm? Pelarno's breath quickened slightly. The Black Realm? That appellation seems fitting, as there were no reference points within. I suppose I have indeed crossed through it. Moreover, upon emerging, I was astonished to discover a significant increase of 5 points in my mental strength, which felt nothing short of miraculous. If I could grasp the essence of this phenomenon, you have crossed it. Pelarnos stared at Green with a look of sheer astonishment. Green, puzzled, asked, I did indeed cross it. What of it? After a prolonged silence, Pelarnos managed to steady his emotions, revealing a hint of excitement as he spoke in a subdued tone. Originally, this matter was not to be disclosed to any wizard apprentice. Only the 3 of us, the Academy's heads, were privy to it. However, since you have successfully navigated the Black Realm, it is permissible to share this with you. The Tower of Ruin is a remnant left by the Master of the Black Tower some 1700 years ago, imprisoning a permanent mental illusion. According to the words of the sacred wizards of the Black Tower at that time, if an apprentice, entirely unaware of this opportunity, successfully traverses the Black Realm, it would aid their breakthrough to becoming a formal wizard. The Master of the Tower? Green was astonished and asked, What position is this? The creator of the Black Soda Wizard Academy? It seems I must enlighten you about the hierarchy of power within the wizarding realm. Green nodded, acknowledging Pelarnos' words. Seeing Green's assent, Pelarnos continued, As for the 4th-level stigmata wizards, their might is likewise beyond the capacity of a 3rd-level wizard to withstand. You should know something about the soul-slave monster legions of stigmata wizards, correct? I do know a bit. According to the books, any 4th-level wizard would establish a vast army of slaves in the conquered otherworlds. Records indicate that such a legion consists of no less than 10,000 enslaved beings. Green recounted all that he knew. Indeed, you possess substantial knowledge. Having a disciple with ample magical stones certainly makes things easier. Your senior sister, despite her talent, was utterly lacking in wisdom. Complaining slightly, Pelarnos added, The reason the souls of 4th-level stigmata wizards are so formidable, enabling them to control such numerous soul servants, lies fundamentally in this. Pointing upwards, Green exclaimed, The ceiling? Fool, I am referring to the Wizard Tower. Each 4th-level stigmata wizard must have their own wizard academy within the wizarding world, and the core of the academy is the Wizard Tower. The more prosperous the academy, the more formal wizards it has. Thus, the stigmata wizards, augmented by the magical source of the Wizard Tower, possess ever more potent souls. This is the origin of the Tower Master. Pelarnos, nearly driven mad by Green's mention of the ceiling, watched as Green chuckled at his own earlier folly and then asked, What about the 7th-level true spirit wizards? Although Green feigned indifference, he felt a chilling surprise within. So it is, only formal wizards are of use to stigmata wizards? No wonder. These wizard apprentices undergo such numerous trials and battles. All is merely to swiftly filter out those with the potential to become formal wizards. Pelarnos countered. Do you understand the concept of the 4th-level stigmata wizard's power? Green shook his head. He only had a vague notion of the power of formal wizards and could hardly grasp the strength of 4th-level stigmata wizards. Since you are unaware of the power concept of 4th-level stigmata wizards, how would I know the strength level of 7th-level true spirit wizards? Those true spirit wizards are each beings of immense greatness who have lived for countless ages. They are far beyond the comprehension of ordinary wizards. They are the true masters of the wizarding world and beyond. You need only to know that in the wizarding realm, only true spirit wizards can establish sanctuaries. After a pause, Pelarnos abruptly added, Although I do not know the specific power levels of true spirit wizards, you can deduce some concepts. Even if the great true spirit wizards meticulously restrain their energy from leaking, they would still inadvertently kill any wizard apprentices who approach within a certain range. This is also why sanctuaries generally do not permit wizard apprentices to enter. Green was left utterly astonished, speechless in shock. It turns out that the reason the sanctum prohibits wizard apprentices from entering is precisely this. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the hierarchy within the wizarding world, Green expressed his need for living biological experimental materials. Paranos furrowed his brow and said, "I will visit the sanctum in 6 months. At that time, I will bring you a few beings from another world. In the meantime, focus on mastering the knowledge of the toxic refining sorcery that I have taught you." Shortly thereafter, Paranos added solemnly, "Remember, under no circumstances should you become a dark wizard, for the consequences are dire. You will comprehend this once you become a demon-hunting wizard in 17 years. Green frowned. By now, he was quite aware that the so-called opportunity for further study at the Sanctum in 17 years was merely a recruitment of the most elite wizard apprentices by the 7th Ring Sanctum to train them as demon-hunting wizards. The purpose of demon-hunting wizards is to maintain order in the wizarding continent, eradicate all discovered dark wizards, and wage wars of plunder against the foreign worlds beyond the wizarding realm, thus upholding the governing rules of the wizarding academies. Yet, surprisingly, before officially beginning Green's instruction, the wizard Paranos had already proclaimed that Green would undoubtedly be on the list of demon-hunting wizards 17 years hence. Chapter 56. Lymph. Before delving into the arcane art of mixed poison body refining, it is imperative to grasp that this knowledge emanates from the subterranean sorcerer's alchemical practices, rather than the magic grounded in mental prowess prevalent on the sorcerer continent. Nonetheless, it constitutes a vital component of elemental sorcery, where wisdom acts as a lever to manipulate the rules. At this juncture, Pel Arnos slowly produced a black crystal sphere from his sleeve, stating, "This is a crystal ball utilized by the subterranean sorcerers, capable of discerning a sorcerer's physical attributes. It is a gift for you." Green hesitated momentarily, then reluctantly revealed a similar black crystal sphere, awkwardly responding, "Mentor, I already possess one. Already possess one, possess one, possess one. Ahem, you rascal. Well, since you already have it, we shall save one crystal ball." With that, Pel Arnos continued, "First, enlighten me on your understanding of the classification of toxic substances." After a brief moment of contemplation, Green uncertainly replied, "There should be 3 main categories: toxins secreted by animals, toxins secreted by plants, and metallic elemental toxins." Are you categorizing them by the types of antidotes?" Pel Arnos murmured in mild disappointment, before inquiring, "Now tell me, if animal-secreted toxins and plant-secreted toxins were to be mixed, would using 2 types of antidotes in conjunction be effective?" Green furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. Pel Arnos approached a nearby counter, opened a cabinet, and retrieved a scroll, gently unfurling it upon the experimental table before Green. The scroll, composed of an unknown parchment, had taken on a faint green hue, perhaps due to the passage of time, resembling a certain green plum, yet it exhibited no signs of deformation, creases, or damage. "Observe the classification of toxins inscribed on this scroll." Pel Arnos pointed to the ancient characters. The world of sorcery exhibits a significant disparity between ancient and modern texts, requiring Green to meticulously translate. After the span of a half-hour glass, Green exclaimed in astonishment, "It categorizes toxins based on the reactions of living organisms to poisoning?" According to the scroll, poison sorcerers categorized all toxins they could encounter into 7 primary classifications. The first is septic toxins, which aim to kill, destroy, and coagulate the blood of living beings upon entry. The second is neurotoxins, substances that impair the neural responses of living beings. The third is reactive poisons, which incapacitate the detoxification systems within the organism, hindering its vital functions. The fourth is necrotic toxins, potent substances that devastate cellular integrity through acute acidic reactions. In addition to these 4 relatively conventional categories, there are 2 rare types of toxins found only in a few exceptional realms, seemingly encountered by the sorcerer who authored this scroll during his travels. The first is a radiative toxin, which inflicts poisoning on nearby living beings through a form of light wave radiation, resulting in a comprehensive weakening of their cells. The remarkable toxin produced by nature is derived from a rare stone, which the wizard on the scroll has aptly named Radiant Stone. Secondly, there exists a parasitic toxin, which is less an outright poison and more a minuscule life form, observable solely through a microscope. This parasite proliferates within every cellular barrier of a living organism, exhibiting an astonishing adaptability. Simultaneously, this parasitic toxin treats the cells of its host as its habitat, incessantly extracting cellular energy for its own reproduction until it reaches the limits of what the host cells can endure. Paradoxically, it also forms a peculiar thin layer that protects the cells from external harm. The final category of toxin is classified by the toxicologist wizard as unknown. These unknown toxins often possess rare abilities, such as inducing poisoning through sight, sound, or certain thoughts and intentions, verging on the realms of curses and mysticism. Yet curiously, they are not acknowledged by practitioners of these two magical disciplines. Glenn set the scroll down and, filled with curiosity, turned to Paranos and inquired, "Master, what is your purpose in showing me this?" Paranos pointed to the sixth parasitic toxin on the scroll and said, "The foundation of the mixed poison body refinement technique lies in a parasitic toxin known as lymph. You should be able to envision something now." After a moment of contemplation, Glenn's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that the wizard is to deliberately infect themselves with this parasitic toxin, and through continuous stimulation of each cell, fortify the cellular barrier to achieve a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship?" "Precisely." Paranos nodded with satisfaction and added, "A spark of understanding, meticulous insight, boundless imagination, association, and creativity are the wellsprings of a wizard's endless knowledge." Paranos openly praised Glenn, who, despite the commendation, replied with a wry smile, "However, if this lymph is classified as a parasitic toxin, it must inherently pose a threat to life. How can one overcome its harmful aspects while harnessing its beneficial qualities? There is no overcoming, or rather, there is no need to." Paranos's words momentarily stunned Glenn, yet he sensed that his mentor had more to convey. "Do not look to me for solutions. Indeed, there is no way to surmount it. The mixed poison body refinement technique must await the wizard's body to fully allow this parasite to proliferate to its limits before achieving perfect symbiosis for the practice." As Paranos paced thoughtfully in the laboratory, he resembled a sage standing atop the pinnacle of knowledge, imposing and dignified in Glenn's eyes. Glenn grimaced, acknowledging that the mixed poison body refinement was undeniably a perilous art. "So, how long is the adaptation period required for cohabitation with the lymph?" Glenn ventured to ask. He refrained from posing the naive question of how to ensure his safety during the comprehensive stimulation of his cellular structure, for as a wizard, safeguarding one's own life is a personal responsibility that others would not concern themselves with. To avoid succumbing to self-inflicted toxicity within the confines of the laboratory, the sorcerer must dedicate themselves solely to research, mastering the precise dosage and efficacy of the toxins. "An adaptation period, you ask?" Perlanos chuckled. "Organisms with a constitution below 5 possess no adaptation phase. They swiftly succumb to bodily exhaustion and perish. Creatures with a constitution ranging from 10 to 30 exhibit localized purulent phenomena, similarly devoid of an adaptation period. For those with a constitution exceeding 30, lymphatic parasitism is utterly unfeasible." After a brief pause, Perlanos continued, "As for beings with a constitution between 5 and 10, as long as they survive the 3-month period of extreme debilitation without succumbing to external threats, lymphatic proliferation will ensue, permeating every cellular barrier of the organism, heralding the onset of a symbiotic phase." Green, momentarily taken aback, instinctively produced a black crystal orb. After a slight attunement, data indicating a constitution of 5 materialized within his mind. "Rest assured, the rare element from that razorfish has yet to be fully assimilated by your body." Perlanos reassured him, aware of Green's concerns. On the experimental table lay a considerable collection of tomes, which Perlanos gestured towards, followed by a nod towards a sizable number of small white mice in the back room. "Once you are infected with lymph, I shall confine you to this chamber temporarily to avert cross-contamination and the potential for untimely demise. During this time, you shall concentrate on researching those foundational toxic substances. After the symbiotic phase is reached, I will guide you in stimulating your fundamental cellular structures. If you make considerable progress with the toxicology system within 2 years, I may then consider imparting additional sorceress knowledge." Green gritted his teeth at the prospect of being sequestered in this small room for 3 months. "Oh, by the way," Perlanos said, channeling a surge of magical energy into his crystal orb, a plethora of peculiar data emerged. "Therefore, I will utilize my authority to assign you the most distant mandatory task during your apprenticeship, which occurs every 2 years. However, such an arrangement will likely facilitate interactions with apprentices from other sorcerer academies, rendering it one of the most perilous missions." Perlanos spoke with an air of indifference. Following a day-long lecture on the intricacies of toxic blending and body refinement, Green's constitution experienced yet another enhancement, reaching 6. Prolanos retrieved a small vial of violet liquid from a sealed ice chamber, motioning towards Green, indicating that this was the fabled lymph. With a resolute determination, Green closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and consumed the entire vial. Upon reopening his eyes, he found Prolanos staring at him in astonishment, mouth agape, utterly incredulous. Curiously, Green inquired, "Master, what is it? Why do you look so shocked? You actually drank it?" Prolanos exclaimed. This prompted Green to suddenly recall something, responding in disbelief. Wait, was the lymph infection not meant to be ingested? Well, ingestion is acceptable, but both dermal and respiratory infections can achieve the desired effect. Prolanos' face, reminiscent of a stitched-together balloon, struggled to contain a fit of laughter, leaving one to wonder whether it might burst at any moment. At that moment, the wizard Perianos could not help but inquire, "How does it taste?" After a moment of contemplation, Green replied earnestly, "At first, there was a rather foul odor, but now it seems to have dissipated." Perianos nodded slightly and remarked, "It appears that the cells in your mouth and nasal passages have begun to be parasitized by lymph, resulting in certain perceptual impairments. In truth, this room is on the verge of resembling a refuse heap." Having spoken thus, the old wizard paid no further attention to Green and strode out of the laboratory. Chapter 57. Dual Evolution 1 week later. Gaunt and frail, Green's weakened body struggled even to sit before the experimental table, reading. Beads of perspiration glistened on his pale face, while his eyes bore the telltale signs of bloodshot strain. He gasped for breath, each inhalation a laborious effort. Prolanos, observing this with an air of inevitability, shook a vial of potion in his hand. It appeared that oral ingestion proved more effective than respiratory infection. I recall that under my mentor's guidance, it took 3 weeks for me to exhibit symptoms akin to yours after contracting lymph. Prolanos, shaking the green elixir, noted a flicker of vitality as he offered it to Green. Green accepted the potion and swallowed it whole, feeling a surge of life energy begin to rejuvenate his weary body, alleviating some of the debilitating weakness. Producing a crystal sphere, Green conducted a brief assessment, only to grimace upon realizing his stamina had plummeted to a mere 2. Indeed, he murmured in response, gently closing the book and utterly fatigued, surrendered to slumber on the bed nestled in the corner of the laboratory. 2 months later, lying in bed, Green seemed to teeter on the brink of death, his emaciated frame resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. His eyes appeared dull and unfocused. He yearned to rise and resume his experiments, but found himself utterly devoid of strength, each attempt to sit up thwarted by his frailty. Prolanos furrowed his brow. Miraculously, he had reached a rapid reproductive phase in merely 2 months. Could it be attributed to the oral lymph? If that were the case, it was a full month ahead of expectations. With that thought, Prolanos' skeletal fingers pried open Green's eyelids. After casting a simple light-based spell, he confirmed that Green's pupils exhibited a sluggish response. The brief duration had resulted in an inadequate absorption of life energy, unable to meet the escalating energy demands of the rapidly proliferating lymph, thus jeopardizing the equilibrium of the host's life system. After pacing the room a few times, Prolanos suddenly whispered towards the door, "Jahai." The sleek black cat bounded into the room, its ebony tail held high, and queried, "Meow, old man, what is it?" "Leave some of your scent on him," Prolanos directed, gesturing toward the bedridden Green, who appeared on the verge of death. "Leave some scent? Really? You had to go and do that? Now I must save you," the black cat murmured, observing Green's pitiful state. With that, the feline leaped onto Green's body and, after a moment, lifted a hind leg, releasing a small stream of liquid onto Green's face. Once finished, the cat hopped back to the ground, declaring, "Done." "Very well," Prolanos replied, retrieving the precious pearl from the experimental table and placing it into Green's mouth. This gem, initially acquired from a hefty individual, possessed the ability to enable underwater breathing when held in one's mouth, though Green had never had the opportunity to utilize it until now. As Prolanos employed it in this dire moment, with a gentle pat on Green, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, causing his body to levitate as if defying gravity, seemingly generating a repulsive force from the earth. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding splash, Green was cast into the large tank housing the voracious piranhas by Pel Arnos. Perhaps due to the pungent odor emanating from him, the fearsome fish, upon his entry into the water, frantically fled to the far side of the tank. 3 days later, When Green languidly opened his eyes, he found himself submerged in water, instinctively struggling, yet his frail body rendered his efforts utterly futile. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the sound, he forced himself to calm down and turned his head, just in time to see a black cat tapping on the glass wall of the tank. The cat spoke clearly. Rest for another day. Your mentor and matron have gone to prepare restorative nourishment for you. The voice, though somewhat muffled by the water, was still comprehensible, and Green blinked twice in acknowledgement. At that moment, as he lay in the bathtub, he felt a curious sense of wonder at his ability to breathe underwater, while simultaneously observing the piranhas on the other side, who dared not approach. He began to sense the condition of his body. The tank and the water within seemed to possess some extraordinary properties, generating a rare energy that nourished his being. Although still weak, it appeared that his lymphatic system had reached its limit and ceased to proliferate, entering a state of symbiosis with Green. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he closed his eyes once more. 2 months later, following monitoring by a crystal orb, Green's body had fully recovered, achieving a physical constitution of 6 points. It should have been 7, but 1 point was permanently lost due to the excessive depletion of cellular energy over a short period. Notably, the first action he took upon regaining mobility was to concoct a deodorizing potion, effectively erasing the lingering scent left by the pungent odor, thus restoring his completely odorless state. Pel Arnos nodded in approval. Your recovery is commendable. This means we can now proceed with the formal training in toxic infusion and body refinement. However, due to your lower constitution, you may only utilize non-lethal stimulants. Typically, an apprentice engaged in this practice would be guided by their mentor to ingest or inject mild toxins. In my case, however, there exists a superior option. Pel Arnos led Green to a chamber sealed by powerful magical barriers, then retrieved a completely enclosed metallic vessel. Inside lay a precious stone emitting weak levels of radioactive energy. Although of low intensity, exposure to the civilian world would result in those within a 50-meter radius succumbing to weakness and death within a day, while those within 1,000 meters would exhibit varying degrees of poisoning, rendering it a hazardous item requiring strict oversight. After a moment of surprise, Green accepted the sealed vessel and inquired, "How much can I expect to enhance my constitution with each session utilizing the radioactive stone?" "Approximately 1 point," Pel Arnos replied. Polanos affirmed, "Following each training session, the body requires a month for recovery. Thus, by utilizing this radiation stone for a year, your physical constitution could be elevated beyond 15. However, after a year, as your physique strengthens, the lymphatic barriers will develop a passive resistance to the toxins of the radiation stone due to prolonged exposure. At that point, I shall guide you in the true art of toxic concoction." Passive evolution? Green noted a key term used by Mentor Polanos. The lymphatic system, due to its remarkable adaptability, possesses a profound capacity for passive evolution. It is precisely this characteristic that wizards have harnessed, employing their intellect to develop the art of hybrid toxin refinement, allowing the lymphatic system to envelop every cell in the body with a formidable armor, thereby enhancing cellular vitality. In contrast, while the human body also possesses the ability for passive evolution, an inherent trait present in nearly all living organisms, the adaptability and evolutionary speed of human cells lag significantly behind that of the simpler lymphatic structure. The wizards who pioneered this arcane knowledge paid little heed to the passive evolution of bodily cells themselves. However, Green was different. Due to the presence of the parasitic horsefly snail, the passive evolution of Green's body far exceeded that of an ordinary human. This meant that his cells could achieve a dual evolution, both internally and externally. In essence, if Green trained in hybrid toxin refinement once a month, the effects would likely be twice that of conventional training. Of course, these were merely Green's hypotheses at this stage, awaiting empirical verification. Nodding cautiously, Green acknowledged. Indeed. After Polanos released all the room seals, he carefully opened the lid of a metallic vessel, revealing an unassuming black stone before Green's gaze. Instantly, a profound sense of repulsion washed over him, as if every cell in his body instinctively sensed a looming threat. This will suffice for the first time. Just a few breaths, Polanos stated, sealing the metallic lid once more after a brief moment. He cautioned Green accordingly. 10 days later, Green held a crystal ball in his hands, exclaiming in delight, "My constitution has risen to 8 points. It has truly increased by 2 points." Indeed, the synergy between the horsefly snail and the lymphatic system, under the influence of dual passive evolution, had endowed his cellular structure with a remarkable dual training characteristic. In his excitement, Green began to contemplate the advantages that would ensue. The first benefit was the doubled speed of evolutionary enhancement, the merits of which were self-evident. The second advantage was that, when subjected to weaker toxic substances, Green would exhibit a higher resistance than the average wizard apprentice, signifying that his body could endure a broader range of toxins. Consequently, this would alleviate the necessity for him to calibrate each toxin with the precision demanded by Polanos. Chapter 58. Systematic. The elemental wizard represents the most formidable system within the realm of sorcery, a fact universally acknowledged among all sorcerers. Wizards of alternative systems, as well as beings from other worlds, can merely claim to possess combat prowess comparable to that of wizards of certain levels, or to manipulate energies akin to those wielded by wizards of specific tiers. They lack a standardized classification of energy manipulation levels. For instance, during his encounter in the dark well of the Zeralto Harbor, Green met a star-like entity that identified itself as a fourth-tier star spirit from the realm of stars. However, the energy it could manipulate fell between that of a second-tier and a third-tier wizard. This ambiguity arises from their method of augmenting strength, which resembles a form of passive evolution that infinitely enhances physical attributes, leading them to rely on their physical prowess in combat, a process of gradual evolution. Unlike elemental wizards, whose unique abilities vary distinctly with each tier, the classification remains strict. A first-tier wizard is unequivocally a first-tier, and a second-tier is distinctly a second-tier. Perhaps the difference between a fourth-tier star spirit and a fifth-tier star spirit lies merely in marginal increments of offensive power, rendering their actual combat effectiveness virtually indistinguishable. According to the lore of the wizarding continent, this qualifies as a creature with the combat strength of a second or third-tier wizard. For the past 6 months, Green has immersed himself in the laboratory of Mentor Perennas. During this time, he has not devoted all his hours solely to the study of toxic alchemical sorcery. He has also made considerable strides in elemental sorcery. Green is confident that within a year, he can elevate the Firebird Elemental Magic Array to that of the Firebat Elemental Magic Array, enhancing the leverage of the Elemental Magic Array from approximately 9-fold to 10-fold. Furthermore, he has made significant progress in the art of elemental activation, albeit lacking a catalyst to guide this elemental vitality. This catalyst varies among different sorcerers due to their unique physical constitutions, thought processes, inspirations, and opportunities, resulting in each wizard requiring a distinct trigger. For instance, although all wizards draw upon a foundational hexagram 6-pointed elemental magic array composed of 1024 runes, individual variations persist. The so-called elemental activation refers to the elemental beings summoned by the wizards. A female apprentice sorceress in the trial grounds once summoned a colossal earth elemental bear, while Belle summoned a diminutive earth elemental mouse. Additionally, Green is repeatedly attempting to integrate the indomitable fire elemental rare rune, which resides within his soul, into his foundational elemental magic array, replacing certain auxiliary runes without compromising the leverage characteristics of the array. In order to fully unleash the power of this indomitable fire elemental rune, this endeavor necessitates a considerable amount of experimentation, however. Since Green has prioritized this task above all others, progress has been remarkably swift. Within 6 months at most, he anticipates completely merging this fire elemental rare rune into his foundational elemental magic array, thereby realizing its indomitable properties. Gurgle. His stomach growled with hunger, prompting Green to sigh and set aside the book in his hands. With the opportunity to experiment on living subjects, he anticipates that his research into the enigmatic life code barrier will advance significantly, perhaps enabling him to utilize this knowledge for his own enhancement. The arcane knowledge of the life code is a unique form of sorcery exclusive to Green, representing an unexplored realm of knowledge unprecedented in history. It is high time to pay a visit to Rafi and retrieve the microscope and magical stone earnings from the portly one. The thought of Rafi, coupled with the fact that he had not seen Green for half a year, stirred a flurry of emotions within him, causing his heart to thump vigorously. Thump, thump, thump. A knock echoed at the laboratory door, and Green instantly recognized the visitor. He opened the door to reveal a meticulously attired girl, holding a lunchbox in her hands. I have already delivered Lord Jahi's portion, Green, and this one is for you. Her sweet smile radiated warmth akin to the summer sun. With her short black hair and a healthy, buckwheat-toned complexion, she stood poised with her legs straightened, her body slightly leaning back, and playfully raised the lunchbox in front of Green, her expression brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing this vivacious girl and inhaling the delightful aroma from the lunchbox, Green quickly expressed his gratitude. It smells wonderful, thank you. Of course, just look at who made it, she replied with a proud grin. She then skipped over to Green, throwing her arms around his neck and flashing a boyish smile. With Dean Prolanos absent, I've taken care of Lord Jahi as well. Hee hee. I'm off to explore the wizard's library. You one tea tell the wizard, will you? Her knowing expression suggested that should Green dare to behave like Valona and seek some advantage, it would be quite unbecoming. Green chuckled. This girl, named Leona, was Green's fellow apprentice from the previous cohort. The reason she undertook the laborious task of delivering meals to the 79th level of Hysoda daily was not only for the generous 20 magical stones she received each month, but also for the privilege of occasionally accessing Prolanos' extensive collection of books free of charge. In this academy where knowledge equates to magical stones, unless one engages in personal research or learns from a mentor. Acquiring knowledge through any means incurs substantial costs, something Green is keenly aware of. This reflects a profound respect for knowledge, the more arduous its acquisition, the more one yearns for and cherishes it. Green made his intentions clear, subtly reminding Leona to be mindful of the time. With a chuckle, Leona could not contain her laughter, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Thanks. But why do you always keep your distance from me? Are you perhaps, I already have a girlfriend. Green's expression shifted, and he hastily emphasized with righteous indignation. Well, look at you getting all flustered. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? How about we indulge in something thrilling? I promise not to tell your girlfriend, Leona teased, winking playfully with a wild glint beneath her long lashes. I'll consider it when I no longer wish to live, Green replied, his face flushed as he hurriedly departed. Should Rafi discover that Green had such a spirited lunch-delivering senior at his side, it would undoubtedly lead to some exceedingly cruel consequences. The scene would surely be steeped in bloodshed. Ha ha, truly just a delightful little creature. Leona gazed at Green's bashful demeanor, fully aware that nothing could transpire between them. Yet she found herself irresistibly tempted to tease him. Had he been a more seasoned apprentice of a wizard, her inclinations would have been quite different. Shaking her head gently, she felt a surge of happiness every time she encountered Green. With a buoyant spirit, she entered the private library of Wizard Prolanos. A day later, after a casual conversation with Valo on the 7th floor of Hexoda, Green descended to the 1st floor to meet the hefty figure. After a brief wait for the portly man to finish his tasks, they proceeded to his private storeroom. Behold, this is the most advanced microscope available within the Seven Rings Sanctum, a luxury reserved for only the most elite potion masters, valued at 2 high-grade magic stones. These stones represented Green's earnings accumulated over the past 6 months, minus the cost of the microscope. The portly man handed Green a bag. Without examining the magic stones, Green approached the microscope with an expression full of anticipation. However, moments later, his countenance fell as he exclaimed, "Is this truly the highest-grade microscope of the Seven Rings Sanctum?" The portly man's eyes, previously squinted due to excess flesh, widened in surprise. "What, cannot this high-grade instrument satisfy your experimental pursuits? If this does not suffice, the wizarding world may only have the legendary Sky City Sanctum. There might exist even more advanced microscopes." Green furrowed his brow. The magnification of this microscope was identical to that of the one in Mentor Prolanos' laboratory. Consequently, it seemed that further research into the mysteries of life would indeed rely on the use of the Hornet-S spiral. A moment later, Green paused, bewildered. Is Laffy absent from the Wizarding Academy? Are you Chris and Ben Henson also not present? The crystal ball cannot even sense their approximate locations. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Green resolved to head towards the Academy Library. Unlike Mentor Prolanos' private collection, which was curated based on personal preference, the Academy Library was organized according to foundational, systematic, stable, and public criteria. Green's forthcoming research into the mysteries of life would necessitate delving into some fundamental knowledge of curse-related sorcery to validate certain hypotheses. Chapter 59. Ancient Memories in a Quaint Abode Filled with Affection. Green gazed at Laffy, who bore a bandage radiating the essence of life upon her back. It was a taboo to delve into the secrets of other wizards. Yet as her partner, Green could not restrain his concern. Since you have a mentor, why not diligently pursue knowledge of sorcery instead of seeking perilous adventures? Laffy scoffed. Do you think all wizards are like you, possessing wisdom, magical stones, and a commendable mentor? My mentor has 22 disciples. Do you truly believe she would spare any thought for me? Nevertheless, the ancient ruins my father spoke of, while fraught with dangers, yielded significant rewards. Observing the excitement on Laffy's face as she toyed with a golden key, Green felt it prudent to say no more and gently enveloped her in his embrace. When Mentor Prolanos returned from the Seven-Ring Tower, 3 humanoid beings with vacant expressions appeared before Green. 2 of these beings were unclothed, and Green discerned one to be male and the other female. As he circled around them, he noted the most striking difference from humans was their ears, resembling those of rabbits. These experimental subjects bear the mark of the seven-ring tower. You may use them with confidence, free from any accusations of being a dark wizard. Their mental fluctuations have been simply sealed. Should you require experimentation, you may unseal them. Prolanos remarked as he sat in a nearby chair, communicating with others through a crystal ball while conversing with Green. Ah, I see. This is a female being. Yet no matter how Green scrutinized her, he could discern no difference from a human, prompting him to inquire further. Oh, this is a subhuman. A unique species conquered by wizards from other worlds. As you know, many low-level wizards fail to restrain their primal desires, easily resulting in the emergence of new breeds among those worlds and their native beings. We refer to the hybrids produced from the unions of these wizards and various otherworldly creatures as subhumans, Prolanos explained with a detached demeanor. Subhumans? Green exclaimed. Do they not possess the right to exist in their own worlds? Humph. Do you think wizards conquer these other realms to disseminate knowledge and love? How naive. The reason wizards conquer other worlds is simple, to plunder everything they require. This is an inherent trait of advanced civilizations. Should the day come when wizardry declines, the weak civilizations of today will become the fate of our wizarding world tomorrow. Do not remain ensnared in such childish fantasies of shared peace and beauty. Prolanos' words carried a cold and ruthless edge, seemingly embodying the essence of wizardry. After a brief pause, Prolanos pointed to the female subhuman and stated, dissect her organs. And you will discover that aside from her exterior, her physiological structures differ significantly from those of normal humans. Green certainly did not perform an autopsy on the female subhuman present. He suddenly inquired, Mentor, could you elaborate on the factions within the world of wizards? Prolanos looked at Green in astonishment. Ambitious, aren't we? Well, let me share some insights. The infinite world is broadly categorized into 3 levels of power, the minor worlds, major worlds, and civilized worlds. In minor worlds, there are typically no formidable beings. Even a few level 4 or 5 wizards represent the upper limits. Such weak realms can only endeavor to conceal their coordinates and rely on the power of their worlds to fend off invasions from others. The vast majority of the infinite world consists of these minor worlds. Green nodded and asked, and what about major worlds? In major worlds, Prolanos continued, there often exists at least one being with the combat prowess of a level 7 wizard. The rules governing these worlds are quite peculiar, making invasion exceedingly difficult. They can be considered the preliminary form of civilized worlds. As he spoke, Prolanos added, within the realm of wizard civilization. Several of these major worlds have formed symbiotic contracts with wizard civilization. Provided that the wizards do not invade their worlds, these entities will offer certain resources in return. And the civilized worlds? Green inquired eagerly. Each civilized world is a formidable realm that has at least invaded one major world. Such worlds possess vast spheres of influence, with surrounding realms exhibiting centripetal tendencies. Furthermore, civilized worlds follow an inevitable trajectory of development characterized by extreme aggressiveness. Since the dawn of ancient wizard civilization, wizards have only encountered 2 civilized worlds, and each encounter sparked cataclysmic wars lasting hundreds to thousands of years, dictated by the invasive nature of the civilized worlds. 2 wars. Green gasped. Did the wizard civilization emerge victorious? Humph. At the very least, we did not suffer defeat. Otherwise, do you think you would still be standing here? You would have long been enslaved by those foreign civilizations. Prolanos scoffed, his tone slightly somber. The first ancient war is so distant that even historical records are unclear. All that is known is that, following that conflict, a neighboring world of the ancient wizard realm was utterly shattered into spatial fragments, which have since clung to the periphery of the wizard world. Pausing for a moment, Prolanos continued, however, the second war is well documented. At that time, the wizard world was at an absolute disadvantage. The enemy even breached the last defenses of the wizard realm, expanding into the boundless underground world beneath the wizard continent. At that juncture, the wizard world was left with only the wizard continent as its final territory. The previously conquered minor and major worlds had completely fallen, marking the closest moment to extinction for wizard civilization since its inception. Green's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, how did the wizard world triumph over its enemies? Triumph? Prolanos shook his head slowly, replying, no, it was utterly impossible to achieve victory. In the aftermath of the first ancient war, the wizarding world had amassed formidable strength, even surpassing its current power, yet it remained devoid of any hope for victory, as the foes faced were overwhelmingly powerful. Observing the astonished gaze of Green, Polarnos's voice bore a tinge of sorrow. In a moment of desperation, a great and wise true spirit wizard, possessing unparalleled ancient wisdom, cast a spell that transcended the limits of comprehension. This true spirit wizard, using his own life as a fulcrum and drawing upon the unimaginable energy crystals accumulated by the ancient wizarding world, channeled this power into a wand known as the Lever of Destiny, thus shifting the entire wizarding realm from its original coordinates to the present. The entire wizarding world was moved. Green found himself at a loss for words, his astonishment rendering him almost speechless, his eyes reflecting an incredulous expression. After speaking, Polarnos gazed beyond the horizon of Hysota. The great true spirit wizard, who had sacrificed himself to save the wizarding world, had left behind a final utterance that became an eternal memory, inscribed within every wizarding academy of the present realm. Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall use myself as a fulcrum to leverage infinite worlds. Green could not help but murmur this phrase. I never imagined you would notice it. I thought only us old-timers, who are aware of the true circumstances, would pay heed to it. Ha ha. Upon hearing Green recite this ancient piece of wisdom, Polarnos's grotesque visage contorted into a smile of satisfaction, as if he found great solace in it. Green gasped, realizing the origins of this profound adage. Once, he believed it to be a bold declaration of confidence, but after that fateful night, he came to understand it as perhaps a lament of powerlessness. Reflecting on the circumstances of that time, the words of the great wizard, uttered in his final moments to save the wizarding world, were now imbued with sorrow and helplessness. Green felt his teeth clench, an indescribable fury igniting within him, yearning to blossom. Polarnos observed Green's demeanor, a sense of melancholy mingled with anticipation on his face, and he could not help but reflect. He was reminded of his younger self. Hurry and grow, for the wizarding civilization may soon face a new cataclysmic war. Though the civilizations of the wizarding world and their adversaries were only vaguely aware of one another through the lives of beings from other realms, the distance between them remained vast. Yet, the aggression of both sides would inevitably lead to a relentless conquest, obliterating any obstacles within that distant expanse and transforming war into a stark reality. The future of the wizarding world demands a new generation of wizards, nurtured within a revitalized system, to forge an illustrious new history. Chapter 60. The Art of Alienation. Two humanoid beings of the same race were placed upon the experimental platform by Green. After a simple arrangement of protective wards to guard against unknown dangers, Green, with a somber expression, retrieved his handwritten notes and began to leaf through them. Moments later, he sat quietly before the platform, his eyes clouded with contemplation. The previous experiment involving frogs and mice had yielded terrifying consequences due to the influence of the parasitic creature. According to their earlier hypothesis, the enigmatic, irregular, minuscule light sphere that the creature's soul interfered with within the host cells was likely the true form of the life code, an essence of the core life information inherent in every cellular nucleus of living beings. Each life cell harbors its own will to survive, and the amalgamation of these wills forms the innate essence of the soul as consciousness. After a brief pause, Green gently shook his head and added, however, it is also possible that these weaker beings could not withstand the transformative life information from the parasite. Hence, it is essential to conduct human trials on humanoid beings to validate my hypothesis. Rising to his feet, Green first turned his gaze to the female humanoid on the platform. With a delicate extension of his fingertip, a minuscule parasite emerged from his skin. Due to their shared soul connection, the symbiotic creature felt as natural to Green as an extension of his own body, and he seamlessly introduced the parasite into the female humanoid's form for cultivation. The mental waves of this being had already been sealed, rendering it incapable of resistance. It was but a mere vegetable. 7 days later, having completed his analysis of other experiments, Green returned to the platform. Through his mental perception, he discerned that the body of the humanoid was now host to tens of thousands of matured parasites. Such a quantity sufficed for Green's further experimental requirements. First, he extracted several specimens from the female humanoid for preservation. Then, he produced a medium-grade magic stone, intending to replenish his magical energy for prolonged use. Taking a deep breath, Green's expression grew serious as he gently caressed the abdomen of the humanoid on the platform, feeling the smoothness of its skin. Gradually closing his eyes, he summoned forth the latent powers of the parasites dwelling within the experimental subject, urging their inherent ability to influence the life code to reach its zenith. As Green's magical energy surged, the parasites within the host began to emit waves of their unique, mysterious power, incessantly stimulating each cell of the experimental body. A day later, Green, his complexion pale, departed the vicinity of the platform. His gaze filled with trepidation as he beheld the horrific transformations occurring within the sealed confines of the platform. The female humanoid initially manifested a large mouth in the center of her palm, which bit into her own neck. Her sharp teeth tearing flesh and sinew until her neck was rendered unrecognizable, ultimately severing it completely. Following this grotesque act, her tongue slithered forth like a serpent, writhing and advancing, accompanied by an eye that sprouted legs, extending numerous tentacles from its lower half. Inside her abdomen, some unknown entity writhed and thrashed, while tentacles erupted from the skin of her thighs. Indeed, unconsciously unleashing the full potential of the parasitic larvae. Will it lead to the collapse of the life code of the organism? Green murmured, his face pale. After calming himself, he produced numerous materials used for casting curses and sorcery, then retrieved the experimental specimens previously collected from this organism, serving as the medium for the bodily information necessary for his enchantments. Moments later, as Green employed the simple curses he had mastered, he observed that the items within the experimental platform's restraints remained completely unresponsive, his expression grave. It appeared that the life information had been irrevocably altered. These entities no longer belonged to the former female humanoid. Lowering his head, he recorded his experimental results and insights in his notebook. When a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, what if he could master the ability to transform life information? Would that not render him immune to any curses cast through bodily information? Furthermore, if he could utilize the esoteric knowledge within the curses to alter some of his own cells into the life information form of another, could he not turn the curse back upon them? With this epiphany igniting within him, Green embarked on a new research trajectory. 7 days later, Green gazed at the experimental platform housing another male humanoid, its body similarly infested with mature parasitic larvae. After carefully extracting some bodily information from this specimen, he cautiously presented a vial of murky liquid, the very essence he had filtered from the wild crane's body, capable of effectively resisting the disruptive influence of the larvae. Green harbored no sympathy for the experimental subject. He directly injected the entire vial of liquid into the male humanoid. It was a test to see if the source liquid could thwart the mutation when the larvae were fully stimulated. Contemplating this, Green began to fully activate the larvae within the male subject. A day later, he beheld the male experimental subject, now adorned with various bizarre organs and tentacles. His expression contemplative. Although this specimen had also undergone mutation, the excess organs did not act independently as they had in the first female subject. They seemed to obey the instinctual soul of the male, avoiding self-destruction. Green similarly cast a curse upon this subject, yet it bore no fruit. Perhaps the quantity of the source liquid could influence the degree of mutation in the organism? With this thought, he hesitated not a moment longer, re-injecting another vial of source liquid into the subject. Moments later, the specimen reverted to its original form, lying quietly upon the experimental platform. Astonished, Green pondered for a moment before casting his curse once more. This time, the experimental subject exhibited a strong reaction, reverting back to its original life form. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Green's eyes, illuminating his intellect. Does this not imply that if one could possess an organ capable of regenerating source liquid, one could exert autonomous control over the very essence of life? Such a notion would not only serve as a curse against witchcraft, but also represent the most formidable form of disguise and regeneration. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Green conceived a plan in an instant. He resolved to delve into the study of anatomy, aiming to modify, evolve, and transplant the organ that produces the source liquid from the wild crane. In due time, this unique sorcery, granting immunity to all curses and enabling the masquerade of life's essence, would undoubtedly bear his name, the great transformation of the sacred body of Green. Just as he was about to depart in his fervor, Green encountered the third subhuman experimental subject. For reasons unknown, inspiration surged forth once more. As if from an inexhaustible spring, he paused, engaging in a moment of intellectual reflection regarding this whimsical idea. Moments later, with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, he returned to the previous male humanoid specimen and carefully extracted a parasitic fly larva from its body. Through the power of his soul's intent, he transmitted a message to the symbiotic insect, embedding the memory of its prior life's genetic code, and subsequently placed the larva within the subhuman female's body for reproduction. A week later, eager to observe the experimental results, Green hurried to Professor Arnos's chamber, seeking to inquire about anatomical knowledge. After a week had passed, Armed with the bodily information of the male humanoid, Green cast a curse. To his astonishment, the female subhuman experimental subject exhibited a reaction as well. Did this not confirm that the fly larva possessed the ability to remember genetic codes? If this were indeed the case, then the body of Mina, the sun's child, as she described, was of a fiery constitution, a form of innate power. According to Green's knowledge of sorcery, such innate abilities are merely unique evolutionary traits within a species, adaptations resulting from life mutations to harmonize with nature. However, if Green could alter certain aspects of his bodily information, aligning specific segments of his cellular genetic code with that of the mutated segment of the sun's child, would it not imply that he could endow himself with the same innate fiery constitution? Should this hypothesis hold true, Green might emerge as the most powerful sorcerer in the realm, perhaps even unprecedented in history, not for any other reason than his ability to indiscriminately seize the coveted innate powers from others and implant them within himself. Of course, this remains merely a preliminary, audacious conjecture on Green's part, awaiting substantiation through subsequent experiments. Yet, according to the laws of nature, such wanton appropriation of another's innate ability seems implausible, likely subject to fundamental constraints. Otherwise, it would severely disrupt the equilibrium of species life. At this moment, Green could not comprehend that what is referred to as talent merely provides a wizard apprentice with a higher starting point. The higher the level of the wizard, the more insignificant talent becomes. It is knowledge alone that determines a wizard's achievements. Chapter 61. The Three Secrets of Pleasure. To Green's astonishment, he discovered that his proficiency in manipulating fire elements was escalating at an extraordinary rate, even granting him a vague perception of the fire elemental energies that linger in the natural world. It is worth noting that sensing the energies of nature is a skill reserved for fully fledged wizards. The crystal ball floated in the air as Green casually invoked a Firebird spell with a 9-fold leverage of power. Boom! Following a surge of searing flames, Green beckoned to the crystal ball. As he registered the intensity of his recent attack, he was astounded to find that it had reached an energy output of 118 degrees. At that moment, with 29 points of mental strength and a magical power value of 280, 301, Green deduced that his Firebird spell would typically yield an attack energy between 55 and 65 degrees. However, the crystal ball indicated that his fire elemental attack had astonishingly soared to 138 degrees. Through this calculation, it became evident that the foundational conversion of the fire body technique multiplied a wizard's basic fire elemental spell attack by 10. The efficiency of mental strength and magical power for an apprentice wizard is about a quarter. Thus, Green's output was approximately 7 points. With the 9-fold enhancement of the Firebird spell, combined with the 10-fold amplification from the fire body technique, the total enhancement reached an impressive 19-fold. Hiss! Green gasped. No wonder the Sun Child had been so arrogant and domineering during the trial in the secret realm, exuding an aura of invincibility. With his current mental strength of 29 and the fire body technique, Green was nearly at the power level of the Sun Child, capable of unleashing fire elemental attacks exceeding 100 degrees with a mere flick of his wrist. Moreover, the affinity of the fire body technique rendered Green completely immune to fire elemental attacks below 65 degrees. If he further harnessed the power of the stag beetle, continuously developing resistance to various elements, the fire body technique would indeed prove to be an exceptionally formidable and fearsome talent for an apprentice wizard. If the explosive enhancement of his abilities marked the beginning of Green's exhilaration, then the fissures in his life code became the source of his torment. Indeed, the forced alteration of the life code, though minimal, inevitably resulted in cracks within it. Green estimated that should he attempt to modify his life code more than 3 times, it would lead to its collapse, resulting in uncontrollable life forms, essentially unleashing the stag beetle's full power without any source of liquid to govern it. Moreover, this was merely a minuscule replication of the life codes from other human beings. If he were to attempt such modifications on life codes from other species, even a single attempt could bring him to the brink of collapse. Thus, it stands to reason that Green could only possess the talents of 3 human wizards concurrently, not accounting for his inherent potential. After a considerable time spent testing his fire body abilities, Green gradually calmed his racing heart. This spell, a uniquely powerful one of his own, could replicate the talents of 3 human wizards, and, even with his current perspective, he recognized it as a significantly potent spell. It deserved a name imbued with eternal significance. Let us refer to it as the arcane sorcery of the Green Triad. In this present day, Green has acquired the body of fire, and the life code can accommodate 2 additional replication talents. There is no rush regarding these 2 talents. The body of fire is the most formidable ability Green has encountered in the trial arena. To arbitrarily occupy a position in the life code with a talent of little promise would be rather wasteful. Although talents do not solely determine a sorcerer's achievements, they undeniably shape the trajectory of a sorcerer's growth. At this juncture, with Green's existing knowledge, he has yet to attain the capacity to unbind the talents within the life code. Upon leaving the laboratory, Green intends to delve into the knowledge of voodoo concerning the concoction of toxic body enhancement. At the entrance of the laboratory, a submissive half-human female gracefully bowed, softly addressing him as young Master Green. Nodding in acknowledgement, Green recognized the female, named Yujia. He had promised her that once she successfully adapted the sac within her to a human body and achieved evolution, he would remove the sac from her body and allow her to live as a normal human female in the world of sorcery. The sac is an organ containing the regenerative source liquid of the wild crane, which, after Green's modification, was transplanted into Yujia to cultivate its compatibility with the human body. Green reached out and gently touched Yujia's abdomen. She felt a wave of shyness, unsure of where to place her hands, yet she did not flinch. Through his mental perception, Green sensed the condition of the sac within Yujia, feeling the vibrant life force therein, confirming its successful adaptation to the human form. "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" he inquired thoughtfully. Yujia shyly shook her head, replying, "No." Satisfied, Green then turned his attention away from her and entered the voodoo laboratory. As for the experimental specimen, the male half-human creature was preserved in excellent condition. "Thank you, young Master Green," Yujia exclaimed, tears of joy in her eyes, expressing her profound gratitude. A year later, the indestructible fire element, a rare rune, was seamlessly integrated into the foundational magic array of fire elements by Green. Consequently, he felt a fundamental transformation in his comprehension of certain energetic properties of the fire element, akin to the metamorphosis from water to solid ice. With a breath, a flame ignited at Green's fingertips. He marveled at the indestructible nature of this fire. After half a day of contemplation, Green gleaned some initial insights. The greatest adversary of this indestructible flame is sorcery and seals that rely on protective barriers, as the flame would consume the energy within the barrier as fuel, achieving a state of eternal flame. Of course, this is contingent upon the energy levels not reaching a qualitative transformation in the confrontation. Moreover, even in the absence of protective barriers, the indestructible flame would inflict prolonged and persistent damage. Additionally, Green could utilize its indestructible characteristic to conjure a defensive sorcery in the form of a fiery armor upon his body. With the synergy of the body of fire and the indestructible flame, should Green possess this capability in the trial arena, he could aspire to subdue the other 6 despairers in the 3rd secret realm, thus claiming all rewards for himself. At this moment, Green embodies the ideal state envisioned by the indomitable fire soul of the Sunchild's Minor. His research on elemental magic circles has enabled him to successfully transform the Firebird Elemental Magic Circle into the Firebat Elemental Magic Circle, an elemental magic formation leveraging a tenfold power. Once this compulsory mission concludes, he shall endeavor to study 2 fire element control sorceries. Fortunate that the Minter's library houses several commendable options, otherwise, he would have to expend magic stones to consult the wizards on the 3rd and 4th floors of the Black Tower. Green mused to himself. All of Green's studies epitomize the achievements of elemental sorcerers who harness knowledge to manipulate the levers of rules. Gradually, he extended a finger, and as his internal magical energy intensified, under the influence of the source liquid emanating from within, his fingertip astonishingly morphed into a tentacle, its tip sprouting a gaping maw filled with teeth, appearing fearsome and grotesque. Not stopping there, after a tremor coursed through his golden hair, it suddenly stood erect like steel needles, forming a protective armor across his back. At this juncture, while Green still appeared to be an ordinary human, far more so than those bloodline-modified wizards, he had indeed begun to tread the path of true monstrous evolution. This, it seemed, was an inevitable progression for all advanced sorcerers. Months later, after an hourglass of time spent in the radiation stone chamber, Green finally exited, yet the results were still unsatisfactory, prompting a sigh of resignation. Indeed, he had nearly reached immunity to this weak radiation stone. It was time to inject his previously concocted toxin. Half a month later, Green held a crystal ball, sensing his bodily condition. Mental power, 30. Magical power, 285, 309. Constitution, 36. Stamina, 100, 101. strength 35, 120, vitality 110, 157. Upon observing his stamina, strength, and vitality attributes, Green could not help but smile wryly. Despite possessing the formidable potential of a 36 in constitution, his stamina, strength, and vitality remained disappointingly low. Clearly, the art of constitution sorcery could not be enhanced merely through scholarly pursuits. It necessitated frequent trials in the field to ensure that his foundational attributes kept pace with his innate power. However, as he calculated the time, the mandatory 2-year mission from the academy was drawing to a close, and he was left wondering what task Mentor Pel Anos had in store for him. One thing was certain. Whatever the task, the journey would undoubtedly be long. Chapter 62. The demon hunting task. Master Perlanos stood solemnly beside Green, awaiting the assignment of the task. With a nod, Perlanos gestured toward the crystal orb before him. As the orb emitted a flickering light, a luminous screen materialized in front of Green. Perlanos spoke in a measured tone. This task of hunting the dark sorcerer, after careful consideration, appears to involve a mere apprentice-level sorcerer who has strayed into malevolent paths, making him a fitting target for you apprentice sorcerers. You mean there are others undertaking this task? Green inquired, astonished. Perlanos observed as Green noted down the task's route and clues before withdrawing the screen. As for the Black Soda Academy, I have assigned this internal task to 4 apprentice sorcerers, all of whom are potential candidates for the title of demon hunting sorcerer. Currently, you rank as the weakest among them. He continued, moreover, the Ivory Castle Sorcerer Academy, located at the task's boundary, has also dispatched 4 apprentice sorcerers. Green fell into contemplation. If he were to walk to the task location, it would take approximately a month. However, if he were to utilize magic stones for flight, it would only require 5 or 6 days, albeit at the cost of losing the opportunity for exploration and practice. Regarding Perlanos' assessment of him as the weakest among the 4 tasked with this assignment, Green had not encountered the others and refrained from commenting further. If we complete the task, how will the credit be attributed? Additionally, what should I be particularly cautious about? The one who possesses the head of the dark sorcerer shall be deemed the one who has completed the task, as this is an internal mission. We old-timers will provide internal rewards. As for your precautions, safeguarding your life is of utmost importance, Perlanos warned with a hint of seriousness in his gaze. The allure of the dark sorcerer's path, which entices so many apprentice and formal sorcerers alike, stems from their profound mastery of the sciences of life and death. In essence, they are scholars devoted to the study of existence and annihilation, specialists in the art of lethal sorcery. In other words, does this imply that dark sorcerers are superior in combat to ordinary sorcerers? Green asked, furrowing his brow. Perlanos responded nonchalantly. That is one way to interpret it. But if that is the case, why is the practice of dark sorcery strictly forbidden on the sorcerer continent? Green began, only to be interrupted by Perlanos, who continued with a sardonic tone. Why is there a prohibition against the emergence of dark sorcerers? Indeed, Green nodded in agreement. Humph, Perlanos scoffed, for the sorcerer continent. The so-called dark sorcerers are merely a cadre of evil practitioners who experiment on their own kind to unravel the mysteries of life and death. Their existence only serves to sow chaos and destruction in the sorcerer world. This has been evidenced in the Black Domain. However, the Black Domain, a gathering place for dark sorcerers, operates under the principles of dark sorcery, in stark contrast to the elemental sorcerer academies of the continent. As the conversation hung in the air, Perlanos fixed his gaze intently upon Green, inquiring, "Do you truly believe that the ancient sorcerers, who have endured through the ages, are oblivious to the notion that cultivating a multitude of dark wizards is an advantageous strategy for strengthening the wizarding realm?" Certainly not. Green could not possibly think that those venerable ancient sorcerers would overlook such a concept. Perlanos continued nonchalantly. This is precisely the reason why all sorcerers aspire to become demon-hunting wizards. For once one attains that status, it implies that you are a legitimate dark wizard nurtured by the Holy Tower of Wizards, equipped with the unparalleled combat prowess to hunt down ordinary dark wizards. However, the experimental subjects for the study of arcane mysteries are no longer the humans of the wizarding world, but rather the conquered beings from other realms. A serious expression crossed Green's face. No wonder those apprentice wizards who had elevated their mental capacities to the 40-point threshold decades ago had refrained from attempting to break through to become full-fledged sorcerers. Instead, they awaited the centennial opportunity for cultivation from the Holy Tower. The reasons behind it all became clear. 3 days later, Green and 3 other apprentice wizards tasked with eliminating the dark wizards of Pamir Town gathered at the academy's entrance. After a brief exchange of glances, their collective focus shifted to Green. A newcomer? Yet, he was not among the likes of Sorum, Yuli, or Bibiliona, which piqued their interest. This male apprentice wizard stood over 6 feet tall, adorned with a metallic ring on his nose, and carried a massive fan on his back, exuding a formidable presence. Over the past 2 years, Green had become acquainted with the top 10 adept wizards of the Black Soda Wizard Academy. These 10 elite individuals were incomparable to the top newcomers during Green's initiation. In terms of both objectivity and strength, their prowess was irrefutably unparalleled, devoid of any hidden talent. Among the top 10, the first 4 were the leaders of the 4 major organizations, wielding power and prestige that eclipsed the remaining 6. It could be said that, after decades of rigorous trials, those who secured a place among the top 10 were undeniably the true elite of apprentice wizards, having endured countless challenges. However, the individual before him was not one of the top 10 that Green recognized. Yet, being deemed a contender for the qualifications of a demon-hunting sorcerer by that group of elder wizards surely indicated some remarkable attributes. Green, he stated, his voice calm and unassuming beneath the pale mask, exuding an air of mystery and reluctance to engage in excessive conversation. As for gestures of handshake or cheek kissing, such customs were absent among wizards, as they could easily lead to the theft of personal information. I am Ryan, an apprentice from your predecessor's cohort. I once held a measure of renown, though of course, not to be compared with her. Ryan gestured towards the individual beside him. What first captivated Green's attention was the woman's rotund physique, an exaggerated and ample form. At first glance, he recognized her as the witch apprentice he had encountered upon leaving the dilapidated water tower, known as the Winterized Soul, Zhuang Sani, who ranked 10th among the top 10 apprentices at the Black Soda Academy. In the dim lighting of their previous meeting, coupled with Green's state of fear and unease, he had not taken the time to observe the formidable witch apprentice known as Winterized Soul. Now, he could not help but scrutinize her closely. Standing there, Zhuang Sani resembled an indomitable fortress, exuding an imposing aura. This was dictated by her robust physique. Green would never assume her physical prowess to be inferior to his own, especially as he was merely an apprentice in body refinement. A meteor hammer, radiating a chilling gleam, was rudely slung across her back, with a metallic chain wrapped around her waist. She donned a suit of black leather armor, forsaking her former wizard's robes, which seemed to be her battle attire. Her short hair was styled into an audacious spike, devoid of any semblance of vulnerability, while her eyes bore the coldness of winter, reminiscent of the icy glint found in Sorum's gaze. I recognize you from the dilapidated tower. A coward, Zhuang Sani regarded Green with an unmistakable disdain for weakness. Green remained silent, offering no explanations. The personalities of wizards are as varied as the stars, yet one truth remains: the weak always have limited options. Striving to avoid any potential conflict, perhaps Green was not as feeble as Mentor Polanos believed, being the weakest among the 4, yet he knew with certainty that, at that moment, he was no match for Zhuang Sani. At that juncture, the last apprentice approached Green, and to his astonishment, 2 more heads emerged from beneath the robe, sniffing around him incessantly. How peculiar! Why do you emit no scent? The 3-headed apprentice regarded Green with confusion. A transformation of the 3-headed hound bloodline? Green recalled from his hound's nose transformation and scent map that wizards had extensively studied olfaction, with the 3-headed hound being the most sensitive to scents, capable of discerning any known fragrance to wizards. It seems you possess some knowledge, newcomer. You may call me Harry Reed, proclaimed the 3-headed creature with pride. Recognizing Green as merely a newcomer who had entered the academy 5 years prior, he spoke with a commanding tone. The method you use to eliminate your scent is of great importance to me. Surrender it. Green's pupils constricted, his pale mask betraying no emotional fluctuation as he replied coolly. What will you offer in exchange? This task will not pose a challenge for you. That is your exchange, Harry Reed asserted, his voice imbued with an air of entitlement. Such demands from Harry Reed were clearly unsuitable for the now empowered Green. In Green's assessment, the 3 individuals before him were far from being his rivals, and thus, he would not engage in conflict with her. Ryan's prowess was likely on par with his own, perhaps slightly superior, which also accounted for the lack of training in Green's physical magic. As for the present Harry Reed, beneath his pale mask, Green smirked coldly and declared, "In this trial, only one of us may proceed." His words cast a hush over the scene, enveloping it in a profound silence. Ryan shrugged in exasperation, lamenting. It seems I must go solo again. Sister Jenny, I shall take my leave. With that, he disregarded the others and departed alone, calling out, as per our usual arrangement. If I cannot succeed alone in 3 months, I shall leave the signal at the nearest city gate. Meanwhile, Jenny cast a surprised glance at Green, seemingly reassessing her opinion of him. After speaking, she strode away with surprising agility for someone of her formidable size. Green, composed beneath his pale mask, surveyed the 3 astonished heads of Harry Reid and intoned gravely, "See you in the thorny forest." His demeanor exuded a calmness as if taking a life were as mundane as eating or drinking. With that, Green paid no mind to Harry Reid's furious expression, leaving only his silhouette behind. Chapter 63. Pursuit. 3 days later, within the thorns and thistles forest. Boom. A wave of searing heat dispelled a green corrosive energy attack, accompanied by a roar of anguish. A shimmering crystal thread flickered and vanished, appearing several dozen meters away before fleeing in disarray. Futile. You cannot escape. In the midst of the flames, Green bellowed. Your unique scent is akin to a torch in the night. You stand no chance of ambushing me. You have no opportunities, and I shall pursue you to your demise. His voice dripped with malice. Simultaneously, Green nonchalantly picked up a severed finger that lay on the ground and pressed it against the wound on his palm. As numerous delicate tendrils surged forth from the injury to connect with the finger, moments later, Green coldly flexed his fingers, restored to unblemished condition. With that, Green grasped the bone dagger and resumed his relentless chase. Over the past 3 days, he and Harry Reid had clashed dozens of times, with Harry, without exception, resorting to a peculiar wind element spell to escape after being bested by Green. This had thwarted Green's opportunity to eliminate his foe entirely. Besides this escape mechanism, the most troublesome aspect for Green was the innate abilities bestowed upon Harry by his 3-headed canine bloodline. Each head could wield corrosive, fiery, and toxic spells. While the fire and poison had little effect on Green, the corrosive magic posed no threat to his pale facade. Yet the sharp claws of the bloodline sorcery could bypass the protective barrier of the pale mask, inflicting damage on Green's true form. Although Harry suffered in turn from the damage inflicted by the eternal flame armor, Green, thanks to his aberration techniques, found the wounds to be of little consequence. With a disdainful snort, Green followed the scent trail and resumed his pursuit of Harry Reid. He had resolved that even if he did not complete his mission, he would pursue this detestable apprentice sorcerer to the bitter end. After all, Green's primary objective was to travel and hone his skills, enhancing his stamina, strength, and vitality to the utmost potential of 36 points of constitution. Where he trained mattered not. Through the continuous battles over these 3 days, Green had successfully elevated his stamina, strength, and vitality, uncovering a portion of the potential within his 36-point constitution. After a few moments, Green charged towards Harry Reid, who was resting and bandaging his wounds. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a fire bat spell, and with a thunderous explosion, energy attributes of corrosion, flame, and toxin erupted simultaneously. Harry, in a state of sheer panic, fled desperately from the range of Green's fiery assault. From their previous encounters, Harry understood the terror of this fire. It was utterly untouchable. Green, do not be excessive, exclaimed the leftmost head of Harry, panting heavily. Green, we were wrong before. We should not have. Meanwhile, the head on the right side of Harry Reid pleaded weakly, its eyes filled with bloodshot tears. Silence, you coward. I will not allow you to utter such words. The head on the left interrupted angrily. Why should I be silent? It's all your fault for being greedy and insisting on. The right head roared defiantly. The 2 heads bickered irritably, while the central head of Harry Reid cast a look of hatred intertwined with fear at Green, its expression blank, seemingly pale from excessive blood loss. Its right arm had already been severed by itself due to the indomitable flames it had incurred after ambushing Green. Green observed the quarrelsome interaction among the 3 heads. Indeed, the bloodline sorcery, while granting immense power in a short span, was accompanied by numerous flaws. If Green were to possess 3 heads with distinctly different thoughts, he might as well abandon any future research or experiments. What do you want? Asked the central head of Harry Reid. What do I want? After a brief moment, Harry Reid transformed into a beam of crystalline light, shooting forth for dozens of meters, then sprinted while shouting, Green, I won't be so easily killed by you. Then I shall pursue you relentlessly until the day I end your life. Green bellowed, dashing after him once more. A day later, in a domain adorned with blooming purple flowers, Green, concealed beneath a pale mask, sneered, Do you think using the pungent scent of pollen can nullify my tracking advantage? Such naivety. Unbeknownst to Harry Reid, Green had already located his hidden position through the ultrasonic sorcery of the pale mask, finding him in a dark corner. Licking his wounds like a stray dog on the brink of death. Amidst a sunken gully overrun with weeds, upon seeing Green approach with a cold smile, Harry Reid was gripped by terror and despair, exclaiming, "Impossible. You are merely a newcomer, not one of those three well-known figures. How could you possess such strength? Impossible." Even if those three. Green had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. With the same technique, he unleashed a firebat sorcery. With a resounding boom, 3 different attributes of energy erupted from Harry Reid once more, who intended to employ that peculiar wind element sorcery to escape. However, to his dismay, he discovered that a wretched vine had ensnared his feet. Though he broke free in an instant, a bizarre tentacle suddenly emerged from the flames. Its tip entwined with a bone dagger infused with indomitable fire, slashing the right head of Harry Reid. With a hiss, a conflagration of indomitable flames erupted. As the right head of Harry Reid screamed in despair, "No!" The voice was abruptly cut off as Harry Reid transformed into crystalline light, vanishing in an instant. Emerging from the flames, Green slowly approached, gazing at the head engulfed in roaring indomitable fire on the ground, and coldly remarked, "Now you are down ahead. Let us see how you escape next time." As he spoke, Green kicked Harry Reid's head aside and, like a rabid dog, resumed his pursuit, sniffing the trail. This time, Green chased for a full 2 days. Although the vast and treacherous forest posed significant obstacles, he could discern that this was the final struggle of Harry Reid. Deprived of a head and an arm, Reid had lost his capacity to resist. Consequently, Green felt no urgency. He merely allowed Reid to flee in a state of growing despair, seizing the opportunity to hone his own skills. Green halted, observing the 2 figures before him. Harry Reid, with one head severed and the other recoiled within his robe, was left with a single head teetering on the brink of mental collapse. His sunken eyes and pallid skin emanating a decayed, ashen aura. On the other side stood a female apprentice witch, whom Green did not recognize but instinctively sensed was stronger than Harry Reid. This apprentice appeared no different from an ordinary human, seemingly devoid of any bloodline magic. "Allow me to introduce myself," she said. "I am Roman. You may not be familiar with my name, but you should have heard of my partner, Gade." The female apprentice wore a friendly demeanor, her slick green short hair framing a pale, gaunt face, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled with warmth. "I have certainly heard of the leader of the Ivory Hunt, the Thunder Axe Gade," Green replied, his expression shifting slightly, though his voice remained unperturbed, cold as ever. Upon hearing this, the apprentice's delight was palpable. "To be candid, Harry Reid is a member of our Ivory Hunt Society. I am willing to offer compensation on behalf of my beloved leader Gade for Harry Reid's actions, and I assure you, it will be satisfactory." Roman's confidence radiated, her smile blooming like spring flowers. "Might I request, Lord Green, that you grant our Ivory Hunt Society a favor?" Meanwhile, Harry Reid exhaled quietly, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Green. This monster. Green remained silent, his pale mask concealing a gaze that bore into Roman. Lost in thought, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Seeing this, Roman's smile grew even brighter, misinterpreting Green's silence as a sign of concession under her persuasion and intimidation. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a magic stone, an advanced stone equivalent to 10,000 low-level stones. "If you would only grant us a favor, letting Harry Reid go. This advanced magic stone shall serve as compensation from the Ivory Hunt Society to you. What do you say?" Her voice was so soft it could melt hearts. As gentle as a spring breeze, her eyes tinged with a hint of pleading, evoking sympathy. Suddenly, Green's body trembled, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. Just moments ago, an unexpected sense of sympathy seemed to stir within me, compelling the thought of releasing Harry Reid. Unbeknownst to me, my mind had been subtly influenced by this apprentice witch, leaving me both astonished and awed. However, as these emotions flickered within, Green's expression turned frigid, though the masked figures across from him remained oblivious to his countenance. "My apologies." Green's indifferent voice emerged from beneath his mask. Roman's expression shifted slightly, before she once again donned a facade of gentle concern, softly inquiring, "What do you mean?" Her pitiable demeanor suggested that should Green utter anything disheartening, it would utterly shatter her heart. "Humph." A cold scoff escaped Green's lips as he retorted, "I mean, there is no dignity." With that, he cast a frosty glance at Roman, devoid of any sentiment, and stated, "Should you impede me further, you shall be regarded as an adversary." With a resounding whoosh, a blaze of crimson flame ignited in Green's hand. Harry Reed's face paled dramatically, instinctively, upon beholding Green's fire. He summoned his protective spell, transforming into a crystalline thread that shot forth several meters away, fleeing like a desperate prey. Green paid no further heed to the astonished Roman beside him, sweeping past her to continue his pursuit of the fleeing Harry Reed. Roman, her expression stiff, watched the two figures, the pursuer and the pursued, vanish into the depths of the thorny forest. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth and, with a troubled countenance, made her way toward the Black Soda Wizard Academy. Chapter 64. The Wandering Knight. The anguished wails of Harry Reed amidst the flames echoed like the lamentations of a tortured abyss. No matter how he cried out, he could not halt the inexorable spread of Green's unquenchable fire. In the blink of an eye, Harry Reed was transformed into a being of flames. Instinctively rolling upon the ground, his appearance grotesque, akin to a toad floundering in a muck-filled pit. The Ivory Huntress will not spare you. Captain Gate of the Thunder War Axe will avenge me. Through the searing torment, Harry Reed's eyes, filled with hatred and agony, remained fixed upon Green. Yet Green, beneath his pale mask, remained unmoved. Enough. With a casual gesture, another fireball was unleashed. Boom. Following the deafening explosion, silence enveloped the world. Harry Reed was utterly consumed by the surging waves of fire, reduced to ashes in mere moments. Green let out a cold laugh, glancing at the sun above to ascertain his general direction before striding away. 7 days later, the arduous trek through the thorned forest, spanning over 10 days, had proven immensely beneficial for Green. Particularly during the preceding days spent relentlessly pursuing Harry Reed, Green felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of potential. With each moment heralding progress, every cell in his body seemed to exult, as if fueled by boundless energy. Green couldn't help but muse that a physical cultivator truly required frequent journeys to gain experience. On this day, upon sighting a stretch of farmland, he finally confirmed his departure from the jurisdiction of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, officially entering a settlement of human civilians. With this realization, it became imperative to meticulously plan his forthcoming endeavors. As he pondered, Green approached the nearest farmer. This farmer was like a carbon copy of the old man Ham, who, upon seeing the esteemed wizard seeking directions, was taken aback with astonishment. After pointing and gesturing for an extended period, he eagerly offered to personally guide Green, a proposal which Green graciously declined. As he traversed the earthen path alone, Green continued to contemplate the key points of his mission. According to Minter Polarnos, the primary focus for Green was to gain experience, especially given the presence of numerous formidable individuals. There was no necessity for him to take the lead. The overarching aim was the qualification battle for demon-hunting wizards 15 years hence. However, since this was indeed a mission, Green believed it essential to at least investigate the situation. One could not simply forego reconnaissance. That would be utterly unreasonable. Thus, he began to formulate his plan. For dark wizards, 3 specific actions could classify one as such. The first involved the mass slaughter of ordinary humans within the wizarding realm, conducted for nefarious experimental purposes. The second entailed the forcible recruitment of wizard apprentices as soul-bound servants. The third was a blatant violation of the fundamental interests of the wizarding community, with historical precedents of such wizards having emerged. Engaging with or investigating dark wizards was inherently perilous, let alone hunting them. Although Minter Polarnos had deduced from ample information that the dark wizard in question was merely a recently fallen apprentice, who could truly be certain? If it turned out to be a bona fide wizard, charging in recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to don a disguise. Being of genuine humble origins, Green was well acquainted with certain rules of the city. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he adorned himself in a suit of knightly armor, with a bone dagger sheathed at his waist, and concealed any magical artifacts such as masks, earrings, and necklaces. Feeling perhaps insufficiently intimidating, Green activated his transformation spell, which left a formidable scar across his left cheek, traversing his eye and extending to his forehead, rendering his appearance quite fearsome. Subsequently, Green made his way to a weapons forge. "I require a great sword, the largest you possess, and it must be sufficiently heavy and sturdy," he instructed. Green reasoned that in order to swiftly unlock the potential of his 36 points of constitution, selecting a suitably weighty sword was paramount, while combat was secondary. The prolonged burden would better cultivate his strength and enhance his vitality. The blacksmith, emanating a pungent odor of sour sweat, stood amidst the acrid air, his stubbled jaw tinged with a yellowish hue, glistening with perspiration. Casting a glance at Green, the blacksmith appeared rather taciturn, and after removing his soiled, grease-stained blue apron, revealing his broad shoulders and muscular arms, he retreated briefly to the back room. Moments later, he emerged, dragging a 1.5-meter-long, wide-bladed sword, which left a trail of scratches upon the ground. Upon receiving the sword, Green casually swung it through the air a couple of times, finding its size and weight to be just right. Lacking any remarkable martial skills and having no lofty aspirations, he nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall take this one. How much does it cost? The blacksmith observed Green wielding the sword with ease, his pupils dilating in astonishment. The knight exhibited formidable strength, far surpassing the ruffians from the tavern, and undoubtedly possessed the potential to secure a respectable position under the nobles, with a promising future as a legendary knight. In most regional towns, there exist two distinct sectors, the noble quarter and the commercial quarter. The noble section is characterized by opulence, grandeur, refinement, and status, elements necessary for squandering the wealth extracted from their subservient tenants, servants, and commoners, thereby affirming their elevated social standing and satisfying their increasingly extravagant desires. Conversely, the commercial area is rife with self-interest, chaos, filth, violence, and a modicum of cheap vice. Bang! Green entered a tavern bustling with raucous, boisterous wandering knights, where the air was thick with spittle mingling with the scent of cheap malt liquor. The joyous laughter of flirtatious maidens and the loud boasts of inebriated patrons about their adventurous exploits formed a distinctive melody within the tavern. With a somewhat audacious push, Green swung open the door, drawing the attention of a throng of rugged knights, yet upon observing Green's imposing demeanor, most returned to their previous activities. Save for a few who were engaged in playful banter with the barmaids, Green nonchalantly selected an empty table to sit at. In a fleeting moment, a provocatively dressed woman with an ample bosom gracefully approached. Though her age had begun to show and her complexion had lost its former allure, her figure remained undeniably alluring, rendering her a favorite among the ever-energetic vagabond knights. The woman bent to place a cheap malt beverage upon the table before Green, then leaned over it, gazing at him with a dreamy expression, her voluptuous curves pressing against the surface, captivating his sight. Green smiled, as a seasoned commoner of Behal City, he was well aware of the unspoken rules. Without a hint of hesitation, he discreetly produced a silver coin and slipped it into the woman's decolletage. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as he, much like the other knights, took a handful of coins, casually remarking, "If there are tasks near Premier Town, do call for me." He indicated the approximate location of Premier Town on the map. The woman, elated, retrieved the silver coin from her bosom, her gaze towards Green brimming with excitement. It had been over half a year since she had encountered someone so generous. In fact, she mused, given his robust appearance, if no suitable task arose by nightfall, perhaps she might invite him to her room, envisioning a considerable profit. The more fierce and rugged the vagabond knight, the more appealing he seemed, a stark contrast to noble aesthetics. As for the wizards, many had completely forsaken any sense of beauty, reduced to mere creatures fixated on the pursuit of truth, essence, and utility. However, the woman's thoughts were swiftly dashed. After the passage of an hourglass, a squat, portly figure clad in rubber-soled shoes forcefully pushed open the tavern door. Glancing at the raucous and filthy establishment, he grinned, revealing several gold-capped teeth, and proclaimed loudly, "I require 5 capable souls for a task to Bangor City, with a commission of 1 gold coin." Generally, a journey from this city to Bangor would take over 20 days, and miserly merchants typically offered only 30 to 40 silver coins. This merchant, evidently, was of a more generous disposition. "Hey, hire me, with me on your side. Should you encounter those rat-like bandits, I alone can crush them all." A vagabond knight, engaged in jest with a nearby woman, suddenly sprang to his feet, roaring with an impressive volume, his bare torso showcasing a physique reminiscent of a massive bear. "Haha, what are you? Don't listen to his empty boasts, fat man." Once, this fellow ran away when he faced a bandit group. It has been months since anyone hired him, just a blustering weakling. Another knight disparaged the first, continuously flexing his own formidable physique in front of the portly man. Meanwhile, Green observed as the woman returned with grace, informing him that Bangor City lay a mere 10 miles east of Premier Town, making it the closest city to the latter. The tavern erupted into chaos. Whenever such lucrative tasks arose, mercenaries, red-faced and necks-bulging, would fiercely brawl, ultimately leading the buyer to hire the last few standing in the tavern, an established norm in the trade. This instance proved no exception. The lady conversing with Green gasped in surprise as a burly figure was toppled by another wandering knight, his body inadvertently careening towards Green's table. Since Green had resolved to accept this task, he felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the unfortunate giant who had collided with him and, amidst the latter's incredulous terror, hoisted him above his head. No matter how vigorously the man struggled, he could not escape Green's iron grip. With a resounding shout, Green hurled the hapless giant out of the tavern in a graceful arc. This commotion naturally caught the attention of all the other wandering knights still embroiled in combat, who quickly recognized that Green was not to be trifled with and deliberately steered clear of his table, resuming their brawl elsewhere. The lady beside Green gazed at him with wide eyes, instinctively leaning closer. After a while, Green stood alongside four bruised and battered knights, while a short, stout man at the tavern's entrance chuckled. "All right, you lot, let us set off. The lady is growing impatient." "Lady?" Green was taken aback, realizing that this so-called lady was indeed the girl. Soon after, under the guidance of the stout man, Green and the other wandering knights arrived at the city gate. 4 carriages awaited them, 3 of which were laden with an abundance of firegrass, while one stood apart, exuding an air of luxury. "Marlington, are you ready?" A girl's face, marked by impatience and appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, emerged from the carriage window, leaving the wandering knights utterly astonished. That robe. A sorceress? Yet Green was not surprised by the girl's attire. Encountering a sorceress apprentice on the sorcerer continent was quite commonplace. What truly astonished him was the notion that a sorceress would employ knights for protection. Even a mere apprentice could unleash a level of magical energy that surpassed that of an ordinary knight. However, Green's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed no magical aura emanating from the girl. He could not fathom that a girl of 14 or 15 could conceal such power. The absence of magical resonance while donning a sorceress robe was troubling, unless she was a designated apprentice from an academy. Such an act would attract the attention of the enforcement squad from the local sorcery academy, with severe repercussions. In short, the dignity of a sorcerer is not to be infringed upon by commoners. Chapter 65. The Dark Sorcerer Miss, quickly, enter. The stout little man was startled, abruptly pulling down the curtain of the carriage. His expression shifted as he fixed a stern gaze upon Green and the others. "You lot, my lord, we have seen nothing, rest assured," an elderly wandering knight interjected. The stout man then turned his attention back to Green and his companions. After they feigned ignorance for a moment, they were deemed to have passed the scrutiny. With a cold snort, he drove the caravan out of the city. "What is there to fear? Once we reach Bangiel City, I shall become a proper apprentice sorcerer." A discontented murmur from a little girl in the carriage faintly reached Green and his companions. Green paused momentarily, pondering if a legitimate sorcerer intended to take the girl as a disciple. As night fell, the 5 wandering knights gathered around a campfire, indulging in drink and rations. Meanwhile, the stout man and the little girl were at another fire near the carriage, enjoying a feast of meticulously prepared food. Having spent half a day together, and with the prospect of sharing tasks for the next 20 days, the rough-and-tumble knights had grown more familiar, exchanging jests and boasting. Among them, the most robust-looking fellow, known as Bear, chewed on his rations while regaling tales of his past exploits, which predominantly involved dark sorcerers and mutated beasts. His experiences as a wandering knight were confined to such imaginings. Another, whose face bore a menacing countenance, was less talkative, known only by the moniker Cobra. The remaining pair were twin brothers, dubbed Hammer and Axe, who were quite the chatterboxes, endlessly bantering with Bear as if they had known him for ages. Green downed a generous swig of the potent liquor offered by Bear, grimacing as he swallowed. It was extraordinarily intense. "Ah, tyrant, you're quite the straightforward one. This dragon's tongue liquor is a specialty from my homeland. Its potency is such that even a mere whiff can intoxicate the average person. Ha ha." Bear laughed heartily, taking a hearty bite of the jerky in his hand. Following an incident where Green had decisively thrown a hapless man out to assert his authority, he had earned the nickname Tyrant among the group, becoming the leader of the 5. Green remained silent, choosing instead to take another deep draught of the fiery drink. At that moment, he seemed to have entirely abandoned the decorum expected of a sorcerer, consuming alcohol and meat like a common knight. Should Rafie or Ben Henson witness this, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Yet, in Green's mind, another thought lingered. The art of transformation, a unique ability of sorcery, required not only the physical change of the sorcerer but also a sufficient degree of performance. In this regard, Green was undergoing a form of experiential disguise. Hey, What do you think about that over there? Axe began to chatter again, and after feasting to their fill, the topic inevitably turned to women, though the entire camp had but one, a mere child. Certainly, such a young girl would not pique the interest of the rugged knights, who were far more intrigued by her status as a sorceress. Idiot, are you seeking death? One does not speak freely about a sorcerer. The hammer struck the boy's head with great force, growling softly, utterly oblivious to the fact that the little fellow was not a sorcerer at all. At that moment, the cobra rose silently and departed, seemingly to practice martial skills nearby, which was indeed the sole method for knights to hone their physical prowess and sharpen their killing abilities. The bear, the hammer, and the iron axe engaged in endless chatter. Had Johnson been present, he would have undoubtedly conversed effortlessly with these three fellows. Yet Green found little interest in their banter. An idea sparked in Green's mind. Perhaps learning some martial techniques from these knights would aid him in uncovering his own physical capabilities. With this thought in mind, Green resolutely approached the cobra. In the following days, the caravan proceeded steadily without any disturbances. As the leader of a few wandering knights, Green truly embraced his role, vigilantly patrolling for potential dangers, which garnered the admiration of the other lazy knights lounging on the cart, unaware that Green was training himself in this manner. This vigilance seemed to bear fruit. One day, while leading the caravan, Green suddenly raised his hand, signaling the rear to halt. "What's wrong, boss tyrant?" bellowed the bear, while the stout fellow at the back of the cart poked his head out. "Something's amiss up ahead," Green replied calmly, exuding the composure of a seasoned knight with years of experience in perilous situations. Before them lay a dense thicket, devoid of any nearby towns, a prime location for a bandit ambush. The hammer and the bear rushed over, the hammer furrowing his brow. Based on past experiences, there shouldn't be any strong bandit groups around here. "Are you certain something is off, boss?" Green nodded, choosing not to disclose that he had sensed the presence of the brigands ahead through his keen instincts. Soon enough, there was no need for further investigation. The band of robbers emerged from the woods, a total of 14 individuals, subtly encircling the caravan. Green and his companions similarly armed themselves, glaring fiercely at the intruders. Though both sides refrained from making any immediate moves, the stout fellow, with a face full of obsequious smiles, stepped forward, tossing a small pouch of silver coins to the bandit leader. "Consider this money a round of drinks for you brothers, and I kindly ask for your cooperation." There existed an unspoken rule between bandits and wandering knights. If merchants had not hired the knights, the bandits would show no mercy, opting instead for total annihilation. The bandit leader hefted the pouch, glanced at the wandering knights accompanying the caravan, and shook his head. "Under normal circumstances, we would spare your lives, but unfortunately, a certain gentleman requires your presence today, so..." With a sinister grin, the bandit leader waved his hand, and his 10 or so cohorts erupted into maniacal laughter. Charging forward, the stout fellow was taken aback, panic washing over him as he incredulously stared at the bandit leader. "What the hell? Do you really think we are just here for show? I'll wipe you little brats out." The bear roared, brandishing his axe, ready to charge. The cobra, along with the iron axe and the hammer, felt their eyes redden with despair, clearly ignited by the bandits' disregard for the rules. Each determined to take a few down with them should they meet their end. Suddenly, amidst the gruesome scene, both the bandits and the merchant caravan fell into an eerie silence, their eyes fixed in horror upon the bloodied greatsword. A chilling scream pierced the air, as the diminutive bandit leader, in disbelief, gazed at the broken blade in his hand and the severed lower half of his body. With a desperate and haunting wail, he clawed at the ground, attempting to drag himself away from the demon that loomed before him, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and entrails in his wake. The sight was utterly macabre. Grin stood frozen, momentarily stunned. Just moments prior, he had swung his sword instinctively at the charging bandit leader, lacking any formal combat training. The bandit leader, dismissing Grin's juvenile attack, had prepared to retaliate, having dispatched countless novices before. Yet, in the instant the bandit attempted to block Grin's greatsword, an overwhelming and unfathomable force surged through the blade. The bandit's eyes widened in shock, and before he could fully register the moment, there was a sickening crack as Grin's sword severed the bandit leader's long knife and, with relentless momentum, cleaved him in two. The observers, both bandits and merchants, could only witness Grin's casual swing of the sword, followed by the bandit leader being effortlessly bisected, creating an illusion of ease in the chaos. This tyrant leader." The stammering great Baldy was at a loss for words, gazing at the writhing half of the bandit leader on the ground. a flicker of sympathy emerging within him. Clutching his axe, he hesitated, uncertain whether to strike at the now dumbfounded bandits. Iron hammer, iron axe, and Cobra had readied themselves for a desperate fight, but the sudden and dramatic turn of events left them utterly disoriented. Grimm, too, was at a loss for what to do next. He had initially planned to engage the bandits further, confident in his transformative abilities, believing that as long as his head remained intact, all would be well, intending to explore his physical potential. However, it seemed that his recent training had borne fruit, and his strength had surpassed that of a typical knight. In an unforeseen moment, he had unwittingly produced such a catastrophic outcome. He touched his nose, hesitating, uncertain whether to continue his assault on the bandits. A legendary knight. A cry arose from the bandit ranks, trembling fingers pointing at Grimm, faces contorted in terror. This singular explanation seemed to suffice, rationalizing why their leader had been so effortlessly dispatched by Grimm's sword. The bandit leaders, Violent Bear, Cobra, Iron Axe, and Iron Hammer, regarded Grimm with reverence in their eyes. Cobra, who had remained silent until now, finally broke his silence, asking with a glimmer of admiration, "Are you truly a magnificent legendary knight?" A legendary knight, a being who has tempered flesh and blood to the limits of human potential, capable of unleashing their inner vitality in the midst of battle. As long as one possesses this power, legendary knights will willingly serve certain sorcerers, gaining enhancements through the sorcerer's mysterious transformations, which may ultimately lead them down a path of formidable strength that rightfully belongs to knights. Of course, this path is merely a desolate dead end. Well, that might be the case. Grimm readily acknowledged it, as the group would soon part ways upon reaching Bangar City, with little hope of ever meeting again. Upon hearing Grimm's admission, both the bandits and the merchants displayed expressions of utter shock. A legendary knight, after all, is a rarity more precious than a sorcerer, the ultimate aspiration for countless knights throughout their lifetimes. Legendary knight? How splendid. An obscure, malevolent chuckle emanated from behind the bandits, and as the figure of the one who laughed emerged into view, the merchants, already steeped in despair due to Grimm's legendary status, gasped in disbelief. The Black Sorcerer. The most notable characteristic of a black sorcerer is the perpetual aura of gray death that envelopes them, seemingly a result of absorbing the mysterious energies of countless slain humans. This energy appears to be a manifestation of negative emotions, akin to wails of injustice, lamentation, despair, and fear. It is said that only the Holy Tower possesses the ability to completely conceal such negative energies. Thus, the black sorcerers nurtured by the Holy Tower are no longer considered black sorcerers, but rather demon-hunting sorcerers. This particular black sorcerer bore a youthful visage, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, yet no one dared to entertain any other thoughts, only a profound sense of terror. For the common folk of the sorcerer's continent, the black sorcerer epitomizes death itself. Stop! A girl from the carriage suddenly dashed out, panicked, clutching an odd black insignia. It was unclear what it was, but upon seeing the insignia, the emerged black sorcerer momentarily froze. On the other side, Grimm too was taken aback. The reason for Grimm's astonishment lay in the fact that this black sorcerer seemed remarkably weak. The sorcerer even failed to perceive Grimm's presence, with his own mental fortitude of 30 points remaining undetected. How could such a feeble black sorcerer roam freely across the sorcerer's continent? Grimm regarded the suddenly appeared black sorcerer as one would a rare species. Perhaps it would be prudent to preserve this precious specimen intact? Conducting experiments on a black sorcerer, would other black sorcerers dare to retaliate? Or perhaps severing the opponent's head to present as a task for his mentor? After all, this was the legendary black sorcerer. Chapter 66. Strange affairs. To my astonishment, you two have been summoned by that esteemed individual. After a considerable pause, the dark sorcerer cast a glance at the young girl and finally uttered these words. Could it be that the destination of our group's quest, the city of Bangal, leads to a gathering of dark wizards? This seems rather far-fetched, does it not? The girl in the carriage, upon realizing that the dark sorcerer recognized the emblem in her possession, exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked with a hint of defiance, in that case, do instruct your minions to step aside. The sorcerer hesitated for a moment, his gaze ultimately landing on Grimm. With a chilling smirk on his youthful visage, he declared, releasing you poses no issue. I could even let those knights go, for your induction into our ranks will require their assistance. However, this individual has piqued my interest. With such a formidable follower at my disposal, many burdens would be alleviated. The dark sorcerer fixated on Grimm, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed, as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure, the desire for possession unmistakably etched upon his face. Green felt a wave of revulsion wash over him under the sorcerer's gaze, had it not been for the potential secrets lurking behind this loathsome figure. He would have discarded all pretense and dealt with him swiftly. A sorcerer of greater power could not tolerate such indignities from a lesser wizard. Humph. If the opportunity arises, I shall eliminate him in the most merciless manner possible, Green thought vehemently. No, this is my subordinate, my personal asset. You have no right. The girl shrieked. As it seemed, Green's revelation of his legendary knightly status had stirred something within her. Moreover, as she embraced the role of a dark sorceress, she would likewise require a powerful ally like Green to engage in nefarious deeds. This left Green perplexed. He had always heard tales of dark sorcerers concealing their whereabouts and leaving desolation in their wake. When did they become so reliant on a multitude of subordinates? Could it be a faction of dark sorcerers? A new breed? Humph. The dark sorcerer scoffed, fixing his gaze on the girl and enunciating each word. I am not negotiating with you. Perhaps it is time to enlighten you on the customs that govern dark sorcerers. A sinister, icy smile crept across the youthful face of the sorcerer, as if only such a demeanor could appropriately reflect his true nature. You, the girl faltered, a hint of fear creeping into her voice, and ultimately refrained from saying more. She cast a regretful glance at Green and stamped her foot, declaring, We must leave. Stop. The dark sorcerer commanded sharply. The girl, now incensed, retorted, What more do you desire? Do not overstep your bounds, for I have been formally invited by that esteemed individual. Foolish imbecile, the dark sorcerer derided her disdainfully, adding casually, Do you truly believe these individuals will honor your relationship with me and willingly escort you to Bangao? Humph. I fear you may very well be betrayed along the way. No, that is utterly impossible. We know nothing at all. The members of the group, the brutish bears among them, hastily defended themselves, their faces ashen. This was no time for jest. A misstep could indeed prove fatal. On the other side, the girl could not help but glance at the knights, feeling troubled. What should we do? If they are not here? Humph, you lot. Consume this, or you shall not leave here alive. The dark sorcerer retrieved several pills from his robe and tossed them onto the ground before the violent bear knights, glaring coldly at them. The first to act was the hammer-wielding knight, who, gritting his teeth, swiftly picked up a pill from the ground and swallowed it. Following suit, the axe-wielder, the cobra, and the violent bear, under the sorcerer's intimidation, all ingested the pills. The remaining knights wore expressions of resignation, accepting their fate. Simultaneously, they cast sympathetic glances at Green, for at least they had the option to consume the pills and follow orders to survive, while this legendary knight's outcome was uncertain. However, a spark of delight ignited within Green's heart. Could it be that he could uncover the secret clues leading to Banjul City alongside this little girl? If that were the case, might he indeed eliminate this bothersome dark sorcerer? Yes, perhaps as a legendary knight, his response should be. With a sudden roar, Green unexpectedly turned and fled, disregarding everything in his wake, resembling a frightened rabbit. Humph, poor little lamb, flee to your heart's content. I shall make you willingly my servant. The dark sorcerer's face twisted with an abnormal, perverse excitement, even flushing slightly. This was a reaction born from the sudden acquisition of formidable power, reveling in the sight of those once high and mighty now being hunted like prey. Such obsession with power became a source of pleasure for him. With a swish, the dark sorcerer pursued Green with astonishing speed, his physique remarkably robust. As Green fled and the sorcerer chased, after half an hour of this cat-and-mouse game, the sorcerer seemed to grow weary of the tiresome game. A surge of black mist enveloped his feet, propelling him forward to intercept Green. Little lamb, I'm bored of this. You should obediently become my subordinate. The dark sorcerer laughed gleefully, envisioning himself standing atop the wizarding continent in the future. Green disdainfully curled his lip and remarked, Are all dark sorcerers of your ilk? Truly, he found himself at a loss for suitable words. For the sight of this individual brought to mind the scene of newly enrolled students at the Wizard Academy, all arrogant, foolish, and naive, oblivious to the vastness of the world. The sorcerer's expression darkened, his excitement cooling into a fierce glare as he spat. Foolish legendary knight, you have angered your master. Soon, I shall punish you with 100 slaps. Enough. This farce must end. I can no longer tolerate your repulsiveness. Green felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, choosing not to waste any more words on this fool. With this thought, he slowly conjured a fireball at his fingertips under the sorcerer's horrified gaze. With a sinister grin, Green declared, The first hunt of a dark sorcerer. It's quite thrilling to think about. No. How could this be possible? Boom. Moments later, Green gazed upon the solitary head of a dark sorcerer lying in the clearing, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with his mastery over fire elements. After a moment's contemplation, he dug a small pit to bury the sorcerer's head, deeming it the safest and most prudent course of action. With this in mind, Green activated his transformation spell once more, erasing the scars from his face, and strolled towards Banjul City, assuming the guise of a solitary wandering knight. 10 days later, in a vast expanse, Zhuangxini and Ryan stood in astonishment, watching the knight approach, clad in a unique mask. The mask was so distinctive that the two recognized Green despite his knightly attire and refrained from foolishly inquiring about Harry Reed's whereabouts. Psychologically, they had never held high hopes for this newcomer, considering his previous actions to be mere whims. However, the current outcome was undeniably surprising. Consequently, both Zhuangxini and Ryan found themselves reassessing Green's capabilities, acknowledging him as superior even to the three reigning newcomers of this generation. It was likely that he would soon find himself on the hunting list of the four great masters. How did the mission go? Green maintained his typically reserved demeanor in front of the two. Ryan shrugged and sighed. Although we completed it, we were beaten to the punch by the other group. Those four worked in unison. Even Zhuangxini and I could not contend with them. Who would have thought that the so-called dark sorcerer was such a feeble individual? Hardly stronger than the novices from the Sorcerer Academy? I wasted so much time cautiously probing. Upon finishing his words, Zhuangxini struck the ground fiercely, creating a small crater, causing Green's pupils to dilate beneath his mask. It is indeed regrettable. Our excessive caution was our downfall. Had we acted more decisively, who would have imagined that he was such a weak dark sorcerer? Ryan lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Green. If you had dealt with that sorcerer sooner and held up that apprentice from Ivory Castle named Kritya, perhaps Zhuangxini and I could have had a chance to seize that dark sorcerer's head. Kritya, the enchanter of despair from the trials 2 years ago? Green recalled the name. Zhuangxini was exceedingly displeased but did not blame Green, recognizing the impressive feat of a newcomer defeating Harry Reed. She certainly did not realize that Green had been delayed by his own trials. Ryan's expression reflected his irritation. This mission had genuinely frustrated him. I intend to inspect the mission site, Green stated calmly. Later, as he observed Zhuangxini and Ryan departing, Green felt a stirring within. Was the dark sorcerer they encountered truly so weak? The one he had encountered was pitifully feeble as well. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there some particular reason behind it? Perhaps there was indeed a secret lurking within Banjul City. Chapter 67, The Demon God? The city of Bangar lies at the intersection of the 12th district of the Seven-Ring Sacred Tower, between the Hysoda Wizard Academy and the Ivory Castle Wizard Academy. It is a city renowned far and wide, bustling with merchants, knights, and adventurers, all contributing to an atmosphere of compatibility, inclusiveness, and exploration. This open city holds a status and significance that rivals even the most illustrious of renowned seaports. On the continent of wizards, there are typically two types of places where dark wizards proliferate, the first being desolate, uninhabited areas, and the second being regions at the confluence of two great powers. Such borderlands are rife with a mix of characters, and the nobility here often descend from wizards of differing factions, frequently accompanied by historical grievances, making these locations ideal for dark wizards to thrive. Green sat in a tavern at the city gate of Bangar, resembling a statue as he stared intently at the throng of passers-by, occasionally sipping from his exquisite wine. This tavern was not the sort frequented by shabby wandering knights. Green occupied an elegant private room, where no one seemed to pay him any mind. Suddenly, Green's eyes sharpened. They had finally emerged. Setting down his wine glass, he rose, his gaze flickering to the familiar faces on the street. The bear, iron axe, iron hammer, and cobra were present, accompanied by 3 new faces. 7 wandering knights were gathered around an opulent carriage, making their way out of the city. Green had been observing this tavern for over 20 days. Ever since 3 days prior when these knights and the mysterious girl in the carriage had stealthily entered the city. He had only dared to probe briefly before refraining from delving deeper. After all, should there be a gathering point for dark wizards within the city, Green would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. However, in the past few days, having ascertained that the entourage surrounding the girl posed no immediate threat to life, Green had devised a strategy. With a quiet chuckle, he contorted his face slightly, transforming into another visage, and nonchalantly exited the tavern, discreetly tailing the girl's carriage. With Green's keen tracking ability, he effortlessly maintained a distance of several hundred meters behind the carriage, undetected by the knights. He was determined to uncover their intentions. With this thought in mind, Green took his time, wandering aimlessly for 5 days. On this particular day, while trailing the caravan, he noticed the girl's carriage had suddenly come to a halt and had not moved for a considerable time. Green cautiously concealed himself and stealthily approached. "Ah, you band of murderous brigands!" A desperate scream pierced the air, followed by Green peering from a ditch in a nearby farmland, witnessing Cobra mercilessly slay a village woman. In a chilling display, Cobra then callously killed the infant cradled in the woman's arms, exuding a frenzied, bloodthirsty demeanor. Green's pupils constricted. Years of life as a wizard had desensitized him, yet witnessing such indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians, driven solely by a lust for destruction, ignited a flicker of anger deep within him. It is said that dark wizards abduct large numbers of innocent civilians for their nefarious experiments. Although Green, viewing the situation from a wizard's perspective, finds it difficult to condone such actions, he can nonetheless comprehend their rationale. However, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents ignites a genuine fury within him. Ultimately, the foundation of the wizarding world comprises these ordinary individuals. Without them, it would not be long before the realm of wizards lacks any semblance of fresh blood. In his anger, Green beheld an unbelievable scene. After the cobra had slain the woman and child, it astonishingly produced a black, stone-like object from within its garments. With a mere gentle shake, a subtle and enigmatic energy wave emerged. This wave appeared to be a fluctuation of souls. Was the cobra absorbing the souls of these humans? Green's breath quickened. Perhaps he had truly stumbled upon a monumental secret. Even an apprentice wizard like Green could only apply the concept of souls in a rudimentary manner. It was inconceivable that a mere knight could possess the ability to collect souls. "How much have you gathered, Cobra?" At that moment, Green finally spotted the little girl who had hired them to venture into Banjal City. Yet, now, this once ordinary human child was shrouded in a murky aura, a mist that resonated with the negative energy characteristic of dark wizards. Green could scarcely believe his eyes. How could she have transformed into an apprentice dark wizard in such a brief span of time? It was impossible. One must understand that the strength of a wizard, regardless of their origin, relies fundamentally on the accumulation of knowledge, the very essence of a wizard's power. As Green grappled with his own rationale, he could not help but be astonished by the reality presented before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that this little girl, much like the dark wizard he had previously slain, was a peculiar entity that had enhanced her physical prowess and simplified the application of energy through negative energy? Even 100 such ineffective beings, lacking the fundamental leverage of a wizard, would be no match for a formal wizard who could easily dispatch them with a mere flick of the wrist. Indeed, even for Green, whose mental prowess allowed him to manipulate magic without the application of leverage, achieving an attack strength of 10 degrees would be the utmost limit. While these dark wizard-like beings might exhibit some peculiarities in their use of negative energy, their maximum application of energy would barely reach around 20 degrees, with their potential for growth severely constrained. From the perspective of the wizards in their world, there was no real avenue for development. What force could possibly create such monstrosities in such a short time? A dark wizard? After a moment of analytical reflection, Green shook his head slowly in denial. Dark wizards seek to elevate themselves through slaughter, to dominate the apex of the food chain, pursuing the profound mysteries of life and death's annihilation. They would not squander their efforts on trivial, short-sighted entities like the girl before him, even if a dark sorcerer sought to collect human souls. The most prudent method would undoubtedly be to simply find a location akin to the eastern coral island of Green's hometown, annihilating any town within a wide radius using powerful sorcery. In terms of both efficiency and speed, such an approach would be far superior. Green pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom what precisely these peculiar dark sorcerers, resembling little girls, truly were. They certainly could not be deemed traditional dark sorcerers. After all, those who have fallen into darkness as sorcerers must at least belong to the elite echelon of wizards with a modicum of intelligence, and such bizarre entities were unworthy of the wisdom typically associated with dark sorcery. Sighing in relief, Green concluded that regardless of who or what had created these strange dark sorcerers, their intellect could not be significantly high. Within the realm of sorcery, a lack of substantial intelligence equated to a deficiency in formidable power, and without such power, what could Green possibly have to fear? Moreover, should Green choose to invest considerable effort in crafting his subordinates, although the number would be limited due to constraints of time, energy, and resources, they would undoubtedly surpass these second-rate dark sorcerers in capability. As Green remained deep in thought, the little girl, accompanied by a ferocious bear and a cobra, departed the village, leaving behind a series of cold corpses. Green, like a specter traversing through darkness, continued to trail behind them. For days later, at yet another village, another massacre ensued. However, this time was different. Green stealthily approached, and a false cobra swiftly replaced the genuine one. The choice of the cobra as a substitute was deliberate, as its reticence made it less likely for Green to reveal his presence. Toying with a piece of black stone in his hand, Green found himself utterly perplexed by its nature. Yet, the faint resonance of soul energy emanating from the stone led him to estimate that it contained no fewer than 10 souls. Before an apprentice wizard ascends to become a full-fledged sorcerer, their soul remains akin to that of an ordinary person, implying that the quantity of souls within this stone equated to that of over a dozen of Green's own. "How many have you gathered, Cobra?" the little girl inquired, her hands stained with blood yet brimming with excitement. Glancing at the black stone, Green replied solemnly, 13, Mississippi. In both tone and inflection, Green successfully maintained his guise, as the little girl was not particularly familiar with the cobra. After a moment of contemplation, the little girl leapt with joy, embodying the innocence of a child receiving candy. "Splendid. With yours added, we've finally amassed 100 souls. When the time comes to seek a wish from the great demon lord, I must ensure to conceal this uncomfortable gray aura. Next, I shall collect 500 souls and become a more formidable apprentice sorcerer." Green smirked internally, recognizing that she merely fancied herself an apprentice sorcerer, devoid of any leverage or rules. What could she truly claim to be? Demon lord? What manner of being was that? Was it perhaps an ancient sorcerer from the wizarding world? However, the realm of wizards harbors a profound aversion toward terms associated with deities, as these connotations evoke notions of superstition, ignorance, and folly in their subconscious. No wizard would ever consent to append the term god to their name or title, not even the most arrogant and ignorant of apprentice wizards. Moreover, if this so-called demon were indeed to be labeled a god, it would stand to reason that its power would not be trivial. Entrusting the collection of souls to those who are hardly more than mere apprentices is indeed suspicious. In the grand manner of an aristocratic estate in Bengal City, heavily guarded by layers of secrecy, one would find only ordinary knights above ground. Upon reaching the entrance of this underground hall, Green narrowed his eyes, spotting 2 black wizard sentinels. These sentinels were significantly more formidable than the young girl before them, capable of unleashing energy attacks of at least 30 degrees. Of course, this presumes a lack of leverage rules, akin to the previous black wizard. Wait, the Lord Demon is currently receiving other devotees. One of the black wizard guards halted Green and his companions as the young girl remained silent, patiently awaiting her turn. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive black wizard, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age, emerged. The intense negative energy radiating from him was nearly on par with that of the 2 guards, vastly exceeding that of the young girl. His eyes brimmed with excitement and madness, reminiscent of a newly independent, bloodthirsty wolf, as he strode past Green and his entourage, flanked by several burly wandering knights. Without a glance in their direction, "Let us proceed," the young girl remarked, her tone tinged with displeasure, likely provoked by the arrogance of the boy who had just departed. Within the expansive underground palace, a towering mirror, rising over 10 meters, stood like a vertical curtain of water, emanating a peculiar and enigmatic energy wave that made the entire hall feel as if it were situated within a fragment of space tethered to the wizarding world. The hall was suffused with an array of bizarre and wondrous energy fluctuations, including those of spatial distortion, negative emotions, and souls, alongside some energies Green had yet to encounter. "Devotee, what is it that you seek, and what are you willing to exchange for it?" Suddenly, a solemn, majestic voice resonated from within the mirror. Green's pupils constricted. An irregular elemental entity, resembling a colossal black flame, materialized upon the grand mirror, addressing the young girl in a dialect not entirely of the wizarding world. Within the inky flames, 2 azure eyes glimmered, seemingly capable of piercing through to the very soul.